While the young man was watching idle Harasaka Renji explain how to become a gold-ranked hunter like him, suddenly a shimmering 5-star gold gate appeared beside Subaru. Just as he was about to reach out and open it in a daze, his close but self-centered younger brother Eric Tega, only 13 years old, barged over, shoved him hard aside, and stepped in. Thus Subaru's first chance at a life-changing opportunity was snatched away. From then on, his life changed drastically. His younger brother, after stepping through the gate, became the youngest gold-ranked hunter in Japan. His fame skyrocketed, covered in scars, adorned with gold and silver. Meanwhile, Subaru began living like a bug, bullied mercilessly at school by his brother and his gang to the point of wetting his pants. At home, he lived in a storage room no different from a bug shelter, hot in summer, cold in winter, abused by his parents and delinquent younger brother, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, sometimes treated like a pet, sent east but never dared go west. For example, late at night when forced to buy water, Subaru could not even resist and had no choice but to quietly take the money thrown at him and go. He walked down the street in despair, thinking about his life, about his brother's cold eyes, and felt hopeless again, thinking about growing old and weak, still having to kneel with hands raised, holding the money his brother gave him to work as a slave. He suddenly felt like just ending it all. Subaru recalled the bitter past, thinking that if back then he had walked through the golden door, now he would have everything, and there would be nothing left to live for. Truly, he was cursed. Just as he wished to ascend, he ran into 3 henchmen of the gang leader, who had just returned from a crime spree, their faces ugly and scarred, making them extremely annoying. Hey, and just when Subaru showed up, it was like fate was on his side, saving him from death. Subaru may be cowardly, but he is not that stupid. He knew he was about to get beaten again, so he dragged himself away to run. But how could his strength compare to those guys? They chased him down, pulling his pants off and slashing his entire arm. He was hunted like an animal. And though he thought about giving up, when faced with death he clung desperately to life. He was beaten into a dead-end alley. Falling helplessly, Subaru cried out in despair, but the others showed no mercy, beating him mercilessly, blood splattering everywhere, and he thought he was about to die. Just as one of the prodigies was about to finish him off with a special move, a door suddenly appeared, and that guy instantly wilted. The door before Subaru was a 5-star bronze door, but strangely it began to crack and then changed to silver. And it did not stop there. It continued to crack and turned gold, and something unprecedented happened. The door kept shifting until it became a rainbow door. Subaru saw the door. The sun of truth shone through his heart. This time no one would take anything from him. He crawled step by step, trying to get inside the door. Those 2 prodigies would not let him do that easily. They used all their skills to stop him, cutting off one of Subaru's legs. But Subaru, the successor of Levi Ackerman's leg, could never give up so easily. With 10 times the motivation, he struggled to crawl into the door, determined to seize everything. The rainbow door closed. Subaru collapsed on the floor. A monster gradually appeared. Smiling slyly, the rainbow challenge had begun. Subaru lay face down, clueless about anything around him. The monster approached him, stabbing a finger through his head. A sharp electric shock flashed, and the system notification began updating. Body upgrade. Nearsightedness eliminated. His stubby legs regrew, and his heart and lungs returned to their original state. Subaru suddenly snapped awake, sitting up with wide eyes, and when his gaze met the monster's, he jumped back in shock. The monster turned its back and went to sit on the chair, while Subaru remained dazed, feeling like this was some kind of joke. Where am I and who am I? After a long update process, he finally realized he was inside the rainbow gate, and the monster sitting arrogantly with its feet on the chair was the owner of this gate. Subaru shivered. Recalling his idol's trial story, he met a golden knight and had to defeat him with a sword to gain power. Subaru was sweating bullets. Did he really have to defeat that monster-like person? The monster sitting with its hand propped up seemed impatient, sighed, and called Subaru over, scratching its head as it asked if his body should have fully recovered by now or if he was still feeling weak. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat when he was called out, nervously telling himself he was fine. But the slow-witted guy still had not caught on. He did not expect he was actually talking to that monster. Just as he was asking about the suspect's life, the monster waved him over, saying to follow the proper testing procedure. If the kid could land a hit on him, he would grant him power. Subaru was at a loss for words and asked the monster who it was. And the monster was like, what the fuck? What kind of nonsense is this? Subaru hurriedly explained that there are 3 types of gates: gold, silver, and bronze. But he had never seen or heard of a rainbow gate before. The monster's older brother, acting all cool, said he did not care at all, then unleashed a massive burst of power that shot through Subaru, making the rainbow gate appear once again. Subaru did not dare move a muscle. Clutching his head in panic, how could he possibly lay a finger on this monster now? The monster lost patience, repeatedly banging its hand on the armrest, snapping at Subaru to get his ass up and fight. It just wants to finish this damn mess quickly and go home to sleep. Damn it. Such a waste of time. Subaru was scolded harshly, trembling as he replied, He wanted to stand up but his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Unable to rise. Help me. The monster brother seemed to hear a joke, just holding his face in helplessness. Seriously, how did this guy get chosen? Is it some main character aura or what? The monster had no other choice, waved its hand a few times, and immediately several weapons fell from the sky around Subaru. The young hero thought he was about to die, screaming in pain like childbirth, like fat delivered to the mouth. The monster pointed at the weapons and told him if he was too scared to fight, then use those. If you still can do it, then find another door, go straight and then get lost and go home. Subaru pondered deeply, choosing between fighting this monster or returning to his old life. He hesitated for a moment before dragging his leg toward the door. The monster's older brother stroked his chin. Really? The monster added a few more insults to the fragile pride of weak Subaru. Was not the younger brother opening the door because he wanted power? He is no better than a disgusting bug. The monster's mocking words still echoed in the protagonist's ears, especially being called a bug. Thinking back, so many people had called him that, trampled him underfoot, living a life worse than livestock. The monster looked at him as if it had no intention of turning back, sighed in exasperation, and said, "Fine. Whatever, I am going to sleep. You keep living like this, spending your whole life on your knees, so go take responsibility for your own choices." Subaru's tears streamed down his face as he vaguely saw his 70-year-old self reflected on the door. He gritted his teeth and slammed the door hard, surprising even the monster brother, who leaned in to see what the kid was trying to do. Subaru went wild, non-stop pounding on the door, yelling curses. "What the hell is this? What kind of heart is this? What kind of scum is this? You bunch of animals always so arrogant about yourselves." The monster brother, seeing some progress, got visibly excited, thinking he is about to go to sleep soon. Subaru clenched his fists tightly, shouting curses nonstop, saying, "You think having power means you can do whatever the hell you want? Calling others bugs is okay? You dogs." The monster grew more and more interested, expertly adding fuel to the fire, constantly provoking Subaru, laughing loudly and mocking. "Of course you can. You idiot." The anger reached its peak. Subaru shouted out his frustrations. "You guys hurt me too, treating me like a piece of trash. Why are you all so damn cruel?" The monster laughed more and more gleefully, having found Subaru's weak spot and relentlessly poking at it, calling him a bug again and again, which only made Subaru angrier and angrier. He shouted, "Shut up. I do not want to hear it." Fueled like a shot of adrenaline, Subaru's courage multiplied a billion times. Under the monster's expectant gaze, Subaru charged forward without hesitation and punched the monster right in the face. Only after punching did he realize he had done it. The monster's brother stood up satisfied, patted Subaru on the shoulder with a thud, and kept cheering, saying, "Awesome, kid. You will make it if you put your heart into it. I can feel the intense hatred in your punch. I was never wrong. I approve of you." Immediately, the monster bit down hard on Subaru's shoulder, shocking him as a surge of power hit. Subaru screamed in pain, thinking the monster intended to kill him. But this time, Subaru was different. He did not just wait to die. He quickly regained his spirit and bit down hard on the monster's shoulder. The monster brother laughed with joy, saying it was interesting and that he would grant his little brother a few more privileges. The rainbow power surged even stronger than before, leaving Subaru too weak to bite, his body stiffening as he collapsed. Confirming the recent test, Subaru's current body configuration is that of a hunter. The monster smiles contentedly at its creation, says its name is Vanquish, and then bids farewell, hoping to meet him again. Vanquish gradually disappears, truly happy this time. The protagonist Ariak Subaru has become a hunter, currently at level 1, inheriting the powers of Vanquish, the ancestor of the demon lineage. Subaru slowly regains consciousness as a series of skill updates appear before him, including the level 1 blood mold technique and the newly added rainbow skill, adding a series of other skills, the blood thief, those who hate the glory, people under the shadow of the sun. Subaru's eyes sparkled. Still dazed, he muttered. He circled. Then a series of notifications switched to a message that the trial gate had disappeared. Subaru froze when he read the line saying he had to leave through the door within 30 seconds. The floor was collapsing beneath him, and he could not even remember to swap out his gear, watching the door slowly disappear as he fell freely downward. Outside the door, the two thugs saw the rainbow gate shatter and assumed that the damn bug Subaru had failed, thinking it was a waste of effort. They turned to leave, but the rubble behind the gate suddenly stirred. The main character Subaru, gradually looking cool and handsome despite missing a leg, rushed out. The two men were shocked by his appearance. Gritting their teeth in frustration, has this bug really become a hunter? They shouted at Subaru, demanding to know if he had become a god lord. Subaru was stunned, still trying to gather his thoughts, vaguely remembering that he seemed to have gained power from Vanquish. Before Subaru could say anything, the two men swung their swords at him, but he was no longer the useless bug he once was. It was as if someone had taken over, and he easily dodged their attacks. He hurriedly waved his hand, telling them to wait a moment, but the other guy shamelessly shouted while stealing, questioning how he dared to steal his door. Subaru was confused. The door belongs to him. Yet the guy kept swinging his sword and attacking. But in Subaru's eyes, his attack was as slow as a crawling snail, and Subaru easily dodged the sword strike. Now he could see through all of the enemy's sword movements. No matter how many times he swung, Subaru dodged them all. The other guy gawked in shock, and the one swinging the sword grew more frustrated as his strikes kept missing, relentlessly chopping down. Subaru seized the moment, grabbing the sword-wielding hand and told him to stop, leaving the attacker stunned that his hand had been blocked. But when he saw your legs trembling like a scared rabbit, his confidence soared, and he sneered with a fierce glare. He threatened Subaru, who was so timid that when he was lightly touched, he trembled and let go. Apologizing, that guy took the chance to punch my chest, then threw another punch at my face, hitting and insulting me, calling me a cheap loser, saying I am no match for him. Subaru got hit a few times, expecting it to hurt badly, but it was not as painful as he thought. A status screen appeared before him, the system's guide showing the happy bar representing life. When it reaches 0, he will lose his powers, so he must avoid taking hits as much as possible. Subaru suddenly realized this was the god's perspective, and the punch earlier did not hurt because he had truly become the god. The guy gritted his teeth in frustration when his attack barely made a dent, while the other shouted to stop him. But he ignored it, not wanting to be dominated by the kid who had peed himself earlier. Fueled by anger, he began using the red rose technique, gathering power in his hand and throwing it at Subaru. He took the hit, his hand and face starting to bleed. He rubbed them, feeling frustrated and thinking he was about to die. Subaru looked at the status bar again. Panicked. He had lost too much blood. If he took more hits he would be done for. The guy was stunned. Like seriously, my red rose technique can even destroy a whole car, yet that bug Subaru only got hurt that much. Unbelievable. The other guy kept urging him to turn back, saying the door Subaru entered was clearly even stronger than the golden door, but the other guy would not listen at all, and Subaru was still level 1. So he had to take this chance to deal with him immediately. If he leveled up, they might not even have a 0.1% chance of winning, so he had to eliminate him while he could. Subaru did not know what the two were whispering about. He looked around trying to seize the chance to escape, but before he could run, he was caught by a bunch of glowing wires. This was the other guy's wire skill. They discussed for a while and decided to cooperate. Subaru was blinded and unable to move. The sword-wielding guy from before attacked him again. Subaru was confused and clueless. He did not know how to use his skill. He had to do something. Just as he closed his eyes waiting to be stabbed, some force activated his skill. A cluster of red glass shards flowed out from his body and stabbed the other guy, who bled and fell down. The one who activated the skill was Vanquish, who had just used the blood control skill and saw himself as a responsible god. He also had to guide his apprentice. Vanquish, though rude, still taught Subaru how to use his skill. The blood control skill allows the user to manipulate the state of blood for 10 seconds. And just now the blood transformed into a sword. That is all the explanation. The rest is left to the protagonist's imagination. After 10 seconds, the sword returned to its original blood form, and Vanquish reminded Subaru to ignite his guiding flame before disappearing, not giving Subaru a moment to be stunned. The guy, though seriously wounded, still tried to attack him with his sword. Subaru dodged and stepped back, unable to believe this stubborn guy could still fight. The blood user kept cursing Subaru, telling him to go to hell, calling him a murderer who killed his friend. The more he spoke, the more vicious he became, criticizing Subaru for not dying sooner, saying no one would care or feel loss even if he did. Subaru, used to such insults, silently thought of Vanquish's words to ignite the guiding flame. This time he would no longer silently endure the curses. Subaru emitted a rainbow light, determined to start attacking. With just one punch, Subaru easily broke the other's sword, then punched him straight in the face, sending him flying 8 meters, crashing into the wall and soaring into the sky. The other guy watched his friend being tossed around like trash and started panicking, seeing Subaru charging at him full of energy. He used a rope technique to escape with the other guy. Subaru could not believe his eyes. He actually ran away, sprinting for his life, afraid of being chased down. He could not believe what he was seeing. That punch just now was insanely strong. What the hell was that? It was only the first punch. That useless bastard Subaru must have taken power from some monster. Subaru dropped to his knees, raised his hand in joy. He had won his first victory ever. He turned back to look at the mess in the alley, including Kunasaki's body split in two, wondering what to do with it all. The next morning, the police discovered Kunasaki's condition. A body cut in half like that was definitely not done by a human, and they suspected it might be the work of an underground world monster. Just then Subaru's idol arrived, Harasaka Renji, who said he had scouted the area and found no signs of underground world monsters. They managed to find Kunasaki Sutero's Godmaster registration card, and Harasaka Renji speculated that the culprit must be at least as strong as a silver Godmaster, possibly even a pair of Godmasters. Harasaka Renji felt a strange jealousy, not his own but that of his Godmaster Lewis. He handed the card back to the officer, saying now was not the time for Godmasters to fight among themselves. Their duty was to destroy as many gates as possible. Harasaka Renji looked up at the sky, a clock counting down, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Wide awake, Subaru still had not come home, and Tega, his close brother who minded his own business, was searching through Subaru's stuff, annoyed that Subaru had not even read his messages. Tega opened his phone and suddenly saw news updated 2 hours ago about a god lord being assassinated by another god lord. As Tega scrolled down for more information, he recognized someone familiar. This guy was one of the 3 who bullied Subaru. Tega suddenly had a bad feeling, thinking back to the time a golden door automatically appeared in front of Subaru. If he had not intervened, Subaru's life might have been different now. Tega clenched his teeth, unable to believe it, and smashed Subaru's stuff with his fist. Had that guy really become a god master? At the headquarters of the Japanese Divine Lords Federation, a place for divine lords who have awakened their powers and for the official organization controlling the gates, Subaru pulled up and looked around. Impressed by the place, everyone here was a divine lord. He went to the reception desk to register. He wanted to register as a divine lord. In Japan, those who enter the gate without being members are breaking the law. So to get stronger you must become a member. Cases that do not pass are treated as murder, and investigating the death of a god master is also the responsibility of the god masters. A strong opponent, most likely a golden divine lord, will appear, and if that guy is Tega, you are definitely dead. You have to destroy as many gates as possible to level up and prepare yourself. The guide began explaining the rules, but Subaru was not paying much attention. He had already done his homework at the internet cafe and remembered 3 things. First, to break a gate you have to level up. Second, the more stars a gate has, the harder it is to handle. Third, after breaking a gate, you can exchange stars for money. Subaru suddenly remembered. He took the star named Sawatari that he dropped yesterday and asked the guide if it could be exchanged for money. Now his pockets were empty, and although he felt guilty, there was nothing he could do. The guide was cheerful at first but then frowned deeply, scrutinizing the star and questioning Subaru whose it was. Subaru turned pale with fear, stammering for an excuse, saying that right after he became the Divine Lord yesterday, a spirit gate appeared before him, and after destroying it, he received this. The guide explained that anyone who is not a member and breaks into the gate must face a 5-year prison sentence or a fine of up to 1 million yen. Subaru was terrified at the thought of prison, but he did not care anymore. He had no idea the punishment was this severe. His mind went blank. What was he supposed to do now? On the other side, Subaru's bratty cousin swaggered down the street, heading to the police station to ask about the assassination of the deity lord yesterday. Meanwhile, Subaru was finally able to exchange stars for money. Usually, when someone who is not a member breaks into the gate, the punishment is severe, but in this case, the guide turned a blind eye and helped him, so he was fine. After successfully exchanging for money, he was surprised by the amount he received, never expecting a deity to get so much money. 1 star is 1 million yen and 5 stars are over 100 million. It feels like a dream to him. Subaru had to risk his life to get it, and now he has to find the gate first, but his eyes landed on a barbershop and a clothing store. Subaru looked at his tattered body and decided to go get himself revamped. As the old saying goes, money can buy money. And with money, Subaru was seen in a whole new light. No longer the cowardly nerd he once was, Subaru carried bag after bag and sat in a cafe waiting for his drink. Subaru had never felt like this before. It was truly intoxicating. He bought his own clothes, cut his own hair. This is the first time he had done these things. The first time he had ever sat in a cafe. Subaru sipped his coffee, realizing it was a caramel macchiato. And it had been so long since he last had something sweet. Subaru suddenly felt emotional. Tears welled up as he thought about his past life living like a lowly insect. Now he was different. For the first time in his life he was enjoying freedom. Subaru tightly gripped the glass in his hand. He was determined that after finishing his drink, he would find the gate, and after breaking it, he would come back here to drink again. Now he was a god lord, no longer a lowly worm. Before he could even warm up, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. The reckless punk had found him, smashed the cafe window, grabbed Subaru by the collar, and threw him hard outside. Subaru had not even prepared himself when he started bleeding, and as he realized he was about to be thrown into a mother and child, he desperately used a breath-holding technique to keep from being thrown farther. He shouted at them to run quickly. Already badly injured from just one hit, cursing himself 10,000 times, your blood kept flowing, which was terribly bad. The fierce Tega advanced toward you, stunned that Subaru had also become a god lord, gritting his teeth to stop the bleeding. Subaru refused to give up fighting the Golden God Lord even though he was only level 1. The two of them fighting caused a traffic jam, especially since one of them was the Golden God Tega, who did not care about anything at all. Subaru asked the punk how he found him, but the scooter thug sneered, refused to answer, and punched him in the face, telling him to use his brain. Subaru barely dodged the punch, stepping back a few paces. He should not have turned on the phone to check the transfer with GPS on it. Tega just saw it as child's play. Ridiculously so, as he used his golden arm technique, his right arm wrapped in a layer of gleaming golden armor. No matter how foolish Subaru was, he realized the battle had begun. He closed his eyes and felt Vanquish inside. Revealing one more thing about the blood technique, it transforms Hep into blood that can be freely controlled. But if overused, the AP bar will quickly run out. Subaru, You do not need to win today. You just need to survive. That is the only thing on your mind right now. Tega was not stupid either. He immediately realized Subaru was copying his disciple's technique and reacted right away, throwing a rock into the air and punching down at Subaru from above. But this time Subaru was quick enough to dodge, causing Tega's punch to crash into the ground, and Subaru let out a breath. He almost died. This guy was too strong. One hit and he would be gone for good. Tega may look tough, but he is still analyzing Subaru's skills. From his initial assessment, Subaru can shoot out wires from his hands, then move freely and grab objects truly useless. Tega pressed forward to attack Subaru, determined to kill him, while Subaru calmly used his HP to create a smoke screen around himself. He took the chance to sneak behind Tega and punch him, but it barely affected him. Instead, his hand started bleeding, and he cried out in pain. Tega seized the opportunity to swipe his hand back at him, spraying his blood everywhere. Subaru's AP kept dropping, his blood flowing endlessly, while Tega laughed coldly. Just as Tega reached to grab Subaru's head to end the fight, sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground aimed at Tega. Subaru had not given up yet. He threw the blood that had splattered earlier toward Tega, turning them into bones and blood blocks to attack Tega. He used all his strength to create the strongest blood mass possible, but none of it worked on Tega. Subaru froze, falling into despair. Speed, strength, defense. Everything about Tega was on a whole different level. Tega crushed the blood mass Subaru had just created, stepping closer to him, leaving Subaru stunned and dazed. Even when he became a god at the brink of death, no matter how many ultimate skills he used, he still could not defeat Tega. Subaru glanced at Tega's hand gripping his face. He could not let Subaru live any longer. If he leveled up, it would be a big problem. So now he had to kill him before he could prove anything. Subaru watched the fist coming toward him. Tega punched hard, sending Subaru flying, but contrary to his expectations, Subaru managed to block it. He used almost all of his AP to create a soft and sticky substance to block Tega's punch, something that could disperse the impact like an airbag. The sticky material clung tightly to Tega's hand and gradually spread. He struggled to shake it off, but could not break free. It was like an unbreakable rubber band in Subaru's mind. He watched his MP steadily decrease. This was the critical moment. Subaru raised his hand to summon more blood orbs. The blood control lasted only 10 seconds, and even if he used up all his MP, he had to stop Tega. The blood orbs stuck to Tega, preventing him from moving, although Tega was frustrated. There was nothing it could do, so it just stood there like a madman. While Tega was busy questioning him, Subaru took the chance to escape. His goal was to survive. 10 seconds ended. The blood control effect wore off. Returning to normal blood, Tega tried to chase, but Subaru created a smoke screen that disoriented him. Tega gritted his teeth in frustration, trying to gather his strength, feeling played like a fool by Subaru. Just as he was about to continue the chase, he was suddenly stopped. The group that arrived was Harasaka Renji, accompanied by Yudu and Shikushima. At this point, he realized he had gone a bit too far. But how could he give up so easily? He had to chase Subaru. Before he could even react, Shik was right behind him, and Tega was sweating bullets. There was no way. The Golden Lord himself had gathered everyone here. Harasaka Renji pressed his sword to Tega's neck to force him to surrender, and Tega gritted his teeth, unable to keep fighting anymore. Meanwhile, after Subaru left, he ran for his life and stopped on the rooftop of a building. Successfully escaping, Subaru gritted his teeth. He could not afford to make a move against that guy. If he got caught again, he was done for. Subaru looked down at his torn clothes. He had just bought them, and the rest of his clothes were still at the cafe. Subaru sat on the rooftop. Shopping was fun. He made up his mind that to regain his freedom, he had to fight. He did not want to return to his miserable life anymore. He would become stronger. At a certain gate, a girl was arguing with a group of people, pointing at the gate, firmly insisting that she had reserved it first and that it had to be booked online. The group did not bother arguing. They did not care about the reservation. And how could a weak girl stop them? It was best for her to obediently give up the gate. But the girl was not ordinary either. She looked extremely confident, clasping her hands together, ready to fight. She was the deity Suzaka. The front shoes were just barely holding on, while the back ones were beaten up badly by those people. Even they doubted life itself, so weak yet still acting tough. It is surprising she is still alive. Suzaka was only level 8 but had to face off against that level 13 team, so of course she could not win. The others did not hold back in mocking her, saying she was too young to fight back. Suzaka was frustrated but could not respond. Their skills countered hers, leaving her powerless against them. They used their numbers to bully her, telling her to give up on the door and that someone as unskilled as her had no place in this world. Suzaka felt shaken by those harsh words. In the past, she had been forced to leave the team for lacking any talent. That is why she would never give up or admit defeat against these people. The golden-haired guy clicked his tongue, truly a fool, and raised his hand to end the game, while Suzaka thought she was about to meet her end. Just then Subaru appeared out of nowhere and politely asked the group who were deciding who could enter the gate based on the most suitable criteria if he could join. The group all felt irritated, sharing the same question. Who the hell is this guy? The golden-haired guy arrogantly got close to Subaru and asked where he came from, grabbing his collar to drag him away, but Subaru quickly used his vacuum technique, causing the guy to fall flat on his face. Subaru barely has any time. You have to get stronger no matter what. The others watching were stunned and snapped at Subaru. Asking what level he was, he replied he was only level 1. But they did not believe him and thought he was bluffing. They speculated whether he had some kind of long-range skill to strike his opponents, but if he was really level 1, they could easily crush him with their rank difference. Immediately, they all rushed to attack him. But Subaru, with his super shout technique, easily sent them crashing to the ground. After facing off against a scooter rider, in his eyes the group of guys were even slower than snails. It did not take long for him to take down all of them, and the golden-haired guy who was knocked out first had regained consciousness. He stood in a corner and took advantage of the moment to use a special skill, pulling out a gun and firing continuously at Subaru, thinking he could take him down. But no, Subaru's blood control nullified it all. He did not even move a step. He punched the guy in the face again, breaking his blood box glasses and knocking him to the ground. Suzaka stood to the side, mouth agape, watching Subaru finish them off with a single strike. What kind of monster is he really? If he is truly rank 1, then his skill level must be incredibly high. And Suzaka guessed that Subaru's rank might be Golden God Lord. On the other side, Subaru stripped the clothes off those people and put them on himself. His own clothes were all torn. After tying up, he approached the door, much to Suzaka's astonishment. Subaru smiled lightly, bowed as if to say thanks, then just walked through the door, and Suzaka felt that something was off, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Subaru had already taken her gate. Subaru stepped through the door, and in front of him appeared the stats board for the Karakan volcano stage. Difficulty 2 stars, and Subaru let out a sigh. Looking around, it turns out the inside of the gate looks like this. Although it is a dangerous place full of monsters, the scenery is really beautiful. Just as he was admiring it, the door behind him suddenly swung open, hitting him on the head. Subaru, stunned, looked at the person who just barged in Suzaka with a confused expression, wondering what the hell was going on. Suzaka casually stepped in and locked the gate. A notification appeared confirming the gate was locked, and the deity leader cannot leave the stage before defeating the boss. Suzaka grinned mischievously. Now even if those freaks wake up, they won't be able to get in. Subaru still did not understand what was happening. Had not he rightfully claimed Gaeta? Where did this girl even come from? Suzaka spoke up to deny it, saying she had originally reserved this gate for herself, but others out there tried to snatch it away. The gates found are registered on a website where the player can assign the role of gate breaker. Subaru gasped, realizing the problem. He could not break the gate alone, so he quickly apologized to Suzaka, explained to her that this is your first time entering the gate and asked her to let you accompany her. You have to level up no matter what. Suzaka sees your desperate attitude and believes you are really a level 1, so she agrees to let you go with her, and she also understands the feeling of wanting to become stronger at any cost. So Subaru got to go with Suzaka on the condition that when they exchanged stars, she would take 7 parts and he would take 3, and Subaru accepted without hesitation. During the introduction, Suzaka told him her name. Subaru was about to say his name but suddenly remembered he was a criminal accused of assassinating the Godlord, so he panicked and blurted out Vanquish's name instead. Just as they were about to set off, a rock was suddenly thrown from behind Suzaka. Subaru hurriedly reminded her, intending to use a special skill to help, but Suzaka spun around and easily smashed the rock. While they were distracted, a group of goblins and spiders appeared, and Suzaka, full of enthusiasm, volunteered to handle them. Saying that, she clenched her fists and charged at the small demons. To defeat the monsters of the underworld, the client must enhance their physical strength, reflexes beyond biological limits, and above all, master special techniques. Subaru stood to the side, watching Suzaka skillfully use her special move to take down the small demons, his mouth open in admiration. In no time, the small demons were quickly defeated, and Subaru's face was full of awe. She took them down with just one punch. So strong. On the other side, after defeating the small demons, Suzaka grew exponentially confident. Her skills are to stun opponents and punch. Long-range attacks can counter her skills, but in close combat, she is unbeatable. Just as the dust settled, a larger group of demons suddenly appeared. Suzaka's skill stuns opponents but only lasts for 3 seconds after impact. In other words, you have to finish off the enemy or escape within 3 seconds. Or else you know what happens. Suzaka cried without tears, surrounded by demons, forced to call out for Subaru to save her. Subaru stood firm like a mountain, listening to Suzaka's words completely, saying leave it to me, and did not move an inch. Subaru took a moment to understand Suzaka's situation and realized her skill also had a time limit like blood control. Suzaka was too far away and surrounded by demons, so he could not let the blood blades fly freely and had to try a new move. Subaru used blood control, shooting strands of blood toward the demons, tightening them around their necks, flexing his abs and pulling hard, causing the demons to fall limp to the ground before Suza's astonished eyes. A beam of light enveloped Subaru as the system signaled a level up. He jumped 4 levels at once. His blood control skill reached level 2, extending its duration to 15 seconds and boosting its power. Subaru looked around his body. His wounds from the gauntlet had healed. His strength increased, and his APM fully restored. This was it, the feeling of leveling up absolutely amazing. Suzaka finally arrived and was shocked to see all the monsters around turn to ash. Unable to believe Subaru had taken them all down alone, Subaru's eyes sparkled as he praised her skill, while Suzaka was confused, thinking she should be the one saying that. Subaru was puzzled. Suzaka's skill causes opponents to become dizzy without exception. Suzaka added, but it only works on enemies 3 levels lower. If higher, the duration is less than 3 seconds. Subaru explained. Does not that mean she would be invincible if she used the skill every 3 seconds in a solo fight? Suzaka froze for a moment after hearing that, then suddenly understood, as if she had just absorbed something incredible. Subaru pointed to the rock where a few monsters were still standing. And Suzaka, feeling renewed confidence, told him to stay there and hurriedly ran to the rock. Suzaka applied Subaru's theory exactly, punching first then stunning, waiting 3 seconds before punching again. Sure enough, the monster could not react, and after a series of punches, Suzaka finally succeeded in defeating it. She was visibly happy, her eyes shining brightly, instantly feeling motivated again, urging the monsters to keep coming. Subaru stood aside watching, also pleased Suzaka seemed to be doing fine now. But he had to take care of something else. Suzaka was happily fighting the monsters when she suddenly saw a boss alert. She quickly turned to call Subaru but saw him already facing the 2 bosses level 17 and level 12. Subaru showed no fear and told Suzaka to finish the rest while he handled this part. Both sides charged fiercely, fighting from the ground to the air. The level 12 wolf swiped at Subaru, who continuously blocked its attacks. The other level 17 dwarf demon boss sat on the wolf's back, seizing the moment to raise its bow and activate the level 26 arrow skill. A barrage of blue arrows shot toward Subaru, scattering in multiple directions. He quickly activated the blood barrier to shield himself. The arrows struck the sphere he created, causing it to explode with a pop, and Subaru fell freely to the ground. These two are too strong. If Blood Ring had not been set to level 2, he would be done for by now. So this is the boss. Huh. The skill is overwhelming. Suzaka stood outside, worried. The fight was getting tougher, and she could not jump in to help. Her skills were completely useless because of the huge level gap. She had to clear out the smaller monsters first. On the other side, Subaru used his blood shield skill to gather a barrage of throwing knives at the 2 bosses. But it had no effect. The wolf easily countered his skill and leaped up, while the dwarf demon kept shooting arrows at him. Subaru had no choice but to defend against the rain of arrows. Subaru defended and attacked, but it was useless. The giant wolf approached and dodged too skillfully, while the dwarf demon leader struck from afar with expertly trained shooting skills. He could not find a weakness. He could not even stun them with his blood tether. Without giving him time to think, the boss quickly activated its skill again, this time shooting a level 3 arrow that pierced Subaru's shield and left a hole in his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth in pain. It had a second skill, and his blood shield could not block it. It read the situation too well. This boss was no joke, and the earlier rain of arrows was just a lure. He had fallen into a trap. Subaru clutched his arm and stumbled down. The dwarf demon was about to shoot another arrow at him when Suzaka suddenly rushed in and punched the wolf in the face, throwing the dwarf demon off balance. Subaru stared in shock as the goblin staggered. Was not that skill only supposed to work on enemies within 3 levels? The goblin collapsed. Subaru looked back and saw all the enemies on the path had been defeated. Suzaka had reached level 9. Suzaka timed a second punch exactly 3 seconds later, making the goblin dizzy again, and seeing the situation was bad, the dwarf separated from the goblin and flew up into the air. Seeing this, Suzaka broke out in a cold sweat and let him go. Subaru slowly stood up, turning his blood into rubber to tightly bind the goblin's head, then lunged forward, transforming his blood into a strong pulling rope, successfully defeating the goblin and reaching level 6. With his body, fully restored, Subaru began thinking about delivering a powerful close-range strike and recalled Tega's technique, the giant golden fist. Subaru copied the technique, transforming his blood into a fist that destroyed the level 3 arrow of the dwarf demon and defeated it. He successfully leveled up to 9, and his blood control skill was upgraded to level 3, extending its duration to 20 seconds. The Karakan Volcano Dungeon. Difficulty level 2 stars completed. Subaru jumped to level 9, with attributes significantly increased. Outside, the group waiting earlier, the guy whose shirt Subaru stole kept sneezing nonstop, shivering from the cold and promising to take revenge on whoever stole his shirt. The golden-haired guy did not pay any attention. The only thing he cared about was the gate-breaking stats, with the completion time displayed on the gate. After seeing it, the others broke out in a cold sweat, since it usually takes about 2 hours to clear a 2-star gate, but those two only took 15 minutes. It was unbelievable. Just then, Subaru and Suzaka stepped out of the gate and were immediately questioned by the crowd, who still could not believe the two had destroyed the gate in such a short time. At that moment, the announcement board appeared again, confirming the clearing of Karakan Volcano. and the remaining time would be added to the clock. Immediately, the time was added to the giant clock above, a clock so huge it could be seen from anywhere in the world. Life would end when the countdown reached 0, and the only way to stop it was to break the gate and add the leftover time. Subaru realized this was why the God Lords had to keep fighting. The orange rice guy was dumbfounded. The two of them really did it. The 2-star gate should have been assigned to a level 10 god or higher. Yet they destroyed it with just 2 people, one level 1 and one level 8. Lost in thought, Subaru suddenly got close, startling him, then apologized for tearing his shirt and promised to make it up to him. The orange rice guy now looked pale with fear when he saw Subaru, quickly waving it off and telling him there was no need to pay him back. Just keep the shirt. Then the yellow rice guy appeared out of nowhere, grabbed his teammate, and asked if he was really going to tear Subaru apart, but the orange rice guy hurriedly denied it, saying he was just joking, don't mind it. After saying that, he changed the subject and told everyone to leave. The group that was just boosting now lined up, bowed respectfully to Subaru, and left. Subaru was still confused, wondering why those people changed their attitude faster than an ex-lover. Suddenly, the door behind them shattered, 2 stars clattered down, and Suzaka picked up a fallen star, saying let us go exchange the money. Subaru fidgeted, wanting to say something, so the two of them went into a cafe and sat down. He wanted to receive the money under Suzaka's name. She was puzzled and confused, saying the money was split 7-3, so what would happen to Subaru's share? Unlike Suzaka, Subaru did not care about money at all. He stared blankly at his coffee, tears welling up, grateful that after breaking the gate, he had finally returned to this cafe. Thank God. Seeing Subaru ignoring her words, Suzaka snapped and asked what he planned to do with the money, and Subaru mumbled that he would share it with her later. Suzaka suddenly asked a blunt question that made Subaru spit out his coffee. She asked if Vanquish was not his real name, and judging by Subaru's reaction, she was sure she guessed right. Subaru was using a fake name and did not want anyone to know he had broken the gate, because that power, even at level 1, was incredibly terrifying. Subaru was left speechless by Suzaka's words, but she did not mean to accuse him. After sharing her role as his ally, she knew he was a good person who saved her life and more, and she still wanted to continue breaking the gate with him. From now on she wanted to be his teammate. Suzaka spoke on and on, feeling a bit embarrassed, but she was willing to help him even though she was not sure if she could. Subaru's eyes widened. Teammates. No one had ever called him that before, and for the first time, someone did, making him suddenly feel happy, like a warm stream flowing through him. He held the glass tightly and thanked Suzaka from the bottom of his heart. She had helped him so much, and if she truly wanted to be his teammate, he would be very happy. Subaru decided to tell Suzaka everything about his real name, his past, and all that had happened to him in the past 2 days. After hearing Subaru's story, Suzaka felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought his situation was even more complicated than she imagined? With the gate he guarded accused of assassination, Suzaka could not believe Subaru was Tega's brother. And worse, that bastard had stolen his gate and become the Golden Lord, eating the shore without a lover. That bastard. Unforgivable. Suzaka grew more determined as she asked Subaru if he wanted to become strong enough to defeat that dog Tega. Subaru scratched his head, saying his life was in danger, so he just wanted to get stronger. Suzaka also shared her story. Her family had 3 daughters, all of whom were clients, with her sister's doors being silver and hers bronze. Initially, the team was formed with the 3 of them, but she was eventually kicked out for being a burden, so her goal is to become stronger and prove herself to them. Suzaka blushed shyly because this was the first time she had opened up to someone. She felt her goal was quite similar to Subaru's, so she wanted them to grow stronger together. Suzaka smiled brightly and reached out her hand, wanting to become his teammate, promising never to betray or abandon each other. Subaru was stunned. No one had ever said such words to him before. He tightly held Suzaka's hand in agreement. From then on, the two became teammates. At the headquarters of the God Lord Federation, on the top floor of the political conference room, the male Golden God Lords sat around a table discussing. Now that they had subdued Tega, they were the only Golden God Lords who could take action. The other God Lords did not seem to care much. 6 of them was fine, and without that arrogant Tega, everything was still okay. After all, everyone hated his obnoxious attitude. The other gods seemed to agree, but the problem now was that except for the 4-star gates, only the Golden Gods could break the 5-star gates. And they did not have enough people to handle the toughest gates. Harasaka Renji proposed increasing the number of troops until the Tega enforcement order was lifted, and he also planned to call the Silver Gods to join the 5-star campaign. Lord Shikushima Ryu scoffed at the proposal. Silver rank? Really? Lord Udariusi stroked his chin thoughtfully. 10 people above level 30 should still be manageable. There are currently 7 5-star gates that need to be broken quickly. Regarding the 4-star gate campaign in Meguro City, they have decided to assign it to Julietta's team, which has an average level of 31. This team is led by the noble Hijaki Julietta, level 38. After closing the gate, Subaru and Suzaka passed by Julietta's team, truly the strongest silver rank team with their impressive numbers. But whatever that team does has nothing to do with them. Subaru and Suzaka eagerly set off to break another 2-star gate in Meguro City, the gate called the Soldier Armor Field. The two entered the gate, greeted by a very long staircase leading down. They slowly descended, and Subaru asked Suzaka curiously if she knew what was inside the gate. Suzaka explained that they could come and go freely as long as they did not lock the gate from the inside. So the shrine priest would handle the survey and bring back information. Like the endless spiral staircase they were currently on, Subaru realized this, and Suzaka looked at the long, narrow staircase. Thinking it might be the perfect place for her skills to shine, Suzaka told Subaru to try locking the gate himself. Then the mission would start and enemies would appear. Subaru obeyed and locked the gate. The system announced the mission start. And Suzaka, energized, prepared to continue fighting as loud noises began to rise from below. Suddenly Subaru felt an ominous sensation. A chill ran down his spine, and he craned his neck to look down the stairs to see what it was. The Skull soldiers were marching up in a long line, and even Suzaka felt uneasy at the sheer number was not this way too many. A Skull soldier took advantage of her listening to the swing of the sword to attack, but luckily Subaru reacted in time, using blood control to block the strike for her, and Suzaka responded by punching the Skull soldier in the face, causing it to vanish. However, they still could not let their guard down as another group approached. These ones must be level 10 or higher, and they had to clear them all before they could leave. The two worked together, Subaru defending while Suzaka attacked. This narrow terrain was entirely Suzaka's advantage. But there were too many of them, plus the angry feeling Subaru sensed downstairs earlier. It was even worse than the boss Goppen before. The skulls were continuously defeated, but Suzaka's endurance had its limits, and she began to breathe heavily. Seeing the situation was not good, Subaru told her to take turns fighting the monsters with him to avoid exhausting herself as much as possible. Suzaka turned to look at Subaru with a puzzled expression. It should be the other way around if you level up inside the gate, and fully recover. The best way is to give it your all until you level up, so Suzaka's current state is completely healthy. With 10,000 ape ready to keep fighting, Subaru also got motivated, following Suzaka's command to fight with all his strength. He used blood control to transform into a blood tide that froze the entire group of skulls. Suzaka watched the skulls struggling in the blood and chuckled. The skill was still VIP Pro as always. Subaru gasped, urging Suzaka to act quickly, saying it would not take long. Suzaka's eyes sparkled as she jumped up and stomped on the skulls, using her fastest speed to take down as many as possible, successfully leveling up to 15. She left the rest for Subaru, who understood and used his skill to crush the remaining frozen skulls, sending them to their end, and he also leveled up to 16. Suzaka had nothing more to say. Subaru was exactly as she expected. Even the enemies feared him. Suddenly, an undead skull who had not fully woken up attacked Suzaka from behind, but that skull was immediately taken down by Subaru's blood arrow, and Subaru reminded her not to let her guard down, leaving Suzaka silently regretful. The deeper they went, the more monsters they defeated, yet the uneasy feeling in Subaru's heart did not fade, the pressure from below growing stronger and stronger. Going deeper to the bottom of the stairs, Subaru reached level 19 and Suzaka level 20, and the two finally faced the big boss. The boss was a skull wearing a crown and a dress, the Queen Judith at level 29, who suddenly opened her eyes and unleashed a zone attack. One of its strikes made the ground and rocks around them seem ready to collapse, and Subaru used blood control to protect them both. He assessed that this boss attacks from a distance with unpredictable trajectories, and as Suzaka said, they really stood no chance against it. Subaru bit his lip, still wondering if the dizzy and chilling feeling at the start really came from the boss. The boss whipped its whip wildly through the 5 elements, and Subaru and Suzaka dodged, with Suzaka fearing he might soil his pants. She turned to ask Subaru what they should do since even if they tried to get close, they could not stay long. Subaru silently guessed that the boss's skills seemed to use Meepy to lash out, but he wondered if it would stop once the Meepy ran out, like his own blood. If that is the case, this skill counters Suzaka's ability, and your instant space will lose its effect when the level gap is too large. It is better to use blood control for both offense and defense. But if so, Suzaka won't gain any experience from this boss. You were very happy when Suzaka said she would be your friend and never leave you. Subaru loudly called out to Suzaka, telling her he would block its attacks while she kept hitting it until she was satisfied. Suzaka did not understand what he intended to do but agreed anyway. Subaru used blood control at 100% intensity, and the monster seemed to realize what he was planning as it swung its tail at the blood he had just created. The blood splattered onto the monster, restricting its movements, and Subaru turned to tell Suzaka to act quickly. She obeyed, rushing forward to punch the monster's face low, knowing that if she wanted to gain experience points, her HP had to drop by at least 20%. The god of defense and healing must have worked hard to become strong. Subaru glanced at the countdown clock. He reminded Suzaka there were 5 seconds left before blood control would wear off. Suzaka understood and retreated, just as the monster broke free from control and started swinging its whip to attack Suzaka, who was protected by Subaru's blood control and remained unharmed. As they were about to counterattack, a voice echoed from the monster, demanding to know from whom Subaru received that power. He felt a chill, Unsure if he had heard it right, the monster had just spoken, confirming Subaru's suspicion. The skull muttered that no one could give power to a mere mortal. Subaru quickly figured out what the skull was referring to. It seemed to be talking about Vanquish. He hurriedly spoke up, telling the skull to calm down and take it easy if it wanted to talk. But the skull did not listen. It went berserk, tearing its own flesh, and began to transform. This was a boss ultimate skill, using all its MP to shift into another form. The skull started activating its skill, and Subaru wrapped both of them in his blood void. The skull kept shooting out spikes during the transformation, causing Subaru's blood shield to boil and evaporate if he did not keep replenishing his blood. He would soon be defeated. Watching his MP gradually decrease, he did not know what to do. At this rate, his MP would run out, and Suzaka was right behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth, transforming his blood void into a blood shield and advancing, while the skull raised its hand to attack him. But it was too slow. Subaru extended his blood shield into a spear, piercing through the skull beast and causing its head to fall off. The skull beast gradually disappeared. Still unable to believe it had been defeated before vanishing, Subaru successfully defeated the boss and reached level 20. But despite the victory, he was not satisfied. Although the boss seemed to know about Vanquish, Subaru was only able to finish it off, leading him to wonder if the owner of the door was one of the underworld monsters. Seeing Subaru succeed, Suzaka jumped up in joy. At the last moment, she decided to hide behind him and also leveled up to 21. Subaru was happy to see Suzaka level up too, thinking that now they could say they had achieved their goal of becoming stronger, and if they met the boss again, next time he would try asking. Suzaka exclaimed that they had defeated the boss but still had not received the notification to open the gate. Subaru panicked, wondering if that meant they could not get out, and Suzaka was at a loss, having never encountered this before. Then suddenly, a rainbow gate appeared behind Subaru, who turned around in shock, while Suzaka gasped in surprise. This was the first time she saw the rainbow gate, and Suzaka happily said it was Subaru's second gate. Subaru found it strange. Was it unusual for so many gates to appear? But Suzaka did not see it as a bad thing. Each gate has different conditions, and she heard you can gain new skills after completing the challenges. Subaru rubbed his hands together and asked, "What conditions? Is it because I reached level 20? Suzaka excitedly added that she heard the strongest Golden Lord, Harasaka Renji, has currently opened 7 gates. Subaru was amazed by that number, which showed they were doing incredibly well, and at this rate, they would become the strongest duo on Earth. Subaru looked at his hand, realizing he could go this far using only blood control. If he could gain another skill as strong as this, he could rival the golden rank. Suzaka urged him to hurry inside. And startled, Subaru snapped back to reality, feeling warmth as he met Suzaka's hopeful, shining eyes. Subaru turned and twisted the doorknob, but as the door opened, it cut off his left hand and slashed across Suzaka's body. Subaru watched his hand fall and saw Suzaka's eyes losing focus as she weakly apologized before collapsing. Ignoring his bleeding arm, Subaru rushed towards Suzaka, but after only a few steps, he collapsed, staring at the sword-wielding figure standing at the rainbow gate. The bloodthirsty smile on the stranger's face made it clear he did not care that he had just struck someone, leaving Subaru stunned. "Sikio, this feeling is exactly like the overwhelming terror you felt at the beginning." Subaru rushed to Suzaka, holding her with his remaining hand, shouting her name repeatedly, but she did not respond, and both of their blood kept flowing. The demon standing by the rainbow door casually apologized, saying that a weak bug who could not withstand a single blow did not deserve to live. Subaru's face darkened as he heard the demon insult his friend. He stood up from the ground, and as the angry rainbow energy swirled around him, the demon began to laugh with interest. Subaru was extremely angry, ignoring the blood flowing from his arm, while the demon showed peak interest, introducing himself as one of Vanquish's high-ranking subordinates, the Demon Emperor, and declared he would be Subaru's challenger. Subaru stepped through the rainbow door to face the Death Apostle Emperor, who was Vanquish's subordinate. Subaru closed his eyes and looked at Vanquish inside him, shouting to question why Vanquish's subordinate was attacking him. What on earth was going on? Subaru was furious, but Vanquish remained completely unresponsive, and the Demon Emperor laughed heartily, saying that the Vanquish inside Subaru was not real. It was just a guide for using blood control, and beyond questions about blood control, it would not reveal anything else. The Demon Emperor licked his lips, his focus now on the battle. Politely, he asked if the condition to pass this trial was to wound him. He wanted to see how much Subaru had grown, but Subaru did not wait for him to finish and charged straight at the Demon Emperor. But the demon easily raised his sword to block Subaru's attack, clicking his tongue at his impatience, saying he should at least listen carefully. The Demon Emperor stroked his sword and said if Subaru succeeds in the trial, he will receive one of Vanquish's treasures, the very divine thief sword he was holding. But Subaru paid no mind to the Demon King's words. He was bloodthirsty and furious, and all he wanted now was to tear that demon apart. Subaru activated his blood control, sending out several tendrils from his back toward the Demon King, but with a simple leap, the demon easily dodged them. The Demon King sarcastically praised Subaru for using blood control well, but said it was still too slow to catch him. Just as he finished speaking, another bunch of cords rushed at the Demon King, who easily dodged and burst out laughing. Realizing that the blood cords were a technique Subaru had copied from the boss earlier, it had been watching Subaru fight with Vanquish for quite a while, and from what it saw, Subaru could turn the enemy's fighting style into his own. Subaru grew even more frustrated when he could not defeat the ghosts. So he shouted at them not to run away but to fight him, saying he did not have time to waste here because Suzaka was still waiting for him. The Demon Emperor laughed with delight. Jokingly, Subaru flared up. He began to fight seriously. The demon easily jumped up and cut all of Subaru's blood whips. Subaru was stunned. He did not know how that demon could hurt him. Subaru touched the wound on his face. The last strike was the power of the god of carving. The Demon Emperor raised his sword proudly. Vanquish has also upgraded this chisel. It is the ultimate blood sword that can pierce through heaven itself. And with this, Subaru's shield is as thin as a sheet of paper. The Demon Emperor was jumping around gleefully when suddenly the ground shook, and sensing some fun was about to happen, he was overjoyed. Another cluster of blood spikes rose from the ground, but the demon quickly twisted away. Letting out a grunt of amusement, "This is truly interesting." Subaru struck the spikes from beneath his feet, and the demon laughed like a monkey. He was so amused he burst out coughing and laughing. This kid can come up with many ways to attack. He might just become an exceptional warrior. The Demon Emperor kept bombarding the thorn trap Subaru had set up, and Subaru gritted his teeth. Unable to believe it, he could dodge every single attack. In an instant, the Demon Emperor stood right in front of Subaru, surprised himself that this kid Subaru was actually skilled. Before Subaru could react, the demon punched him in the stomach, making him cough up blood. The demon slammed the sword into the sky, then struck Subaru again, nearly knocking him out cold. The Demon King clasped his hands and sent Subaru tumbling, flying 8 meters away just as the divine axe fell, which the perfect Demon King caught. With a sneer, he said, "You think you are stronger now, so you look down on me. Frog sitting at the bottom of the well. My challenge is no joke." The demon looked at Subaru lying motionless in the sand and urged him that if he did not get up and attack again, he would not be able to defeat him. Before he could finish speaking, the demon healed himself, but on the other side, Subaru had already stood up, blood still flowing, and continued to activate his blood armor. Subaru ignored every word of the Blood Emperor. Suzaka's life was in danger, and he could not waste any more time. Subaru activated the blood armor once again, this time transforming it into a blood shield that enveloped his body. Subaru followed Vanquish's advice and had to reignite the guiding flame. He charged to attack the Demon Emperor, but once again, he easily dodged without wasting a single thread. Subaru shot a pair of blood whips from his back, but the Demon Emperor dodged by spreading his legs. Subaru seized the chance to charge forward. He would not let this beast escape. The Demon Emperor laughed again, raising his fist to block Subaru's strike. This time, Subaru managed to defend against his punch. The Demon Emperor was pleased, stepping back but ready to see if his opponent could withstand his next blow. Saying that, the demon swung his sword, ready to strike down. Just as Subaru raised his fist to attack, the blade sliced through his arm, cutting it in half, but Subaru's arm immediately healed in the blink of an eye, and he punched the demon in the face. The Demon King swung back and severed Subaru's other arm, but he reattached it in the blink of an eye and punched another barrage at the Demon King. The Demon King struck several more times, cutting off Subaru's limbs, but he quickly reconnected them and kept fighting. The demon instantly realized the problem. No matter how many times he cut him apart, Subaru would heal himself with his own blood. At this rate, once his MP ran out, his body would simply fall apart and ascend. The demon felt extremely intrigued by the cat's recklessness. Realizing it had encountered a true madman, the demon recalled the conversation with Vanquish. Vanquish praised Subaru as an interesting kid. While in pain from receiving the power and biting back at him, Vanquish promised that the demon would like him. At first it did not believe, but now it does. The Demon Emperor laughed wildly. "It is starting to like you, but hurting it with that weak attack is not enough." The demon was grinning foolishly when he realized the opponent was tense. Subaru was close, and as his anger flared like a rainbow, he barked something. Subaru grabbed his arm and continued to transform, turning his left arm into a bloodied spear. The new Demon Emperor was the one who underestimated him. The demon was pierced through the body and blood blew blood. Subaru frantically urged him to transform quickly. "You rotten bastard." The demon was stabbed in half, its upper and lower body falling in different directions. It let out a scream. "Is this for real?" Instead of injuring it, Subaru wanted to kill it outright, trying to level up fast. That bastard. Subaru had no patience to listen to its nonsense anymore, urging it to transform quickly. The demon was easily provoked. Truly unbearable. Subaru knew very well that if the demon did not die, the gate would not open, so he had to get Suzaka to the hospital as soon as possible. The Demon Emperor sighed deeply. Time outside was frozen inside the gate, and the demon asked Subaru how he planned to survive. "You used a special technique to seal the wound. But when your power runs out, your body will fall apart and ascend." Subaru did not care about himself. He could not think of any other way to defeat the demon. Although it was his challenge, Suzaka was involved, so at least before dying, He had to take her to the hospital. Subaru kept urging the demon to heal quickly. Even though time outside was frozen, his power was still steadily draining. The demon felt a chill. Talking about Suzaka this and Suzaka that, are you smitten? Little brother. Subaru's face was streaked with tears. It is not love. He promised her they would never abandon each other. She was his first true friend. The demon lord froze, recalling the past when he was on the brink of despair. Vanquish reached out to save him and swore on the honor of the dragon lord never to betray or abandon him. The demon lord then withdrew his mocking expression, feeling he had been too harsh, and pointed to the swirling sword over there, offering it and its skill to Subaru as a level-up reward to apologize. Subaru was confused, wondering how he could still die no matter what. Yet they let him do it. The demon gradually disappeared, assuring Subaru he would not die because the rainbow gate was inside the portal, so when Subaru leveled up, all wounds would be healed. After defeating the demon emperor, Subaru jumped straight to level 26, receiving the divine carving and the shock absorption skill, and his blood control also reached level 6. Subaru seemed to remember something and loudly asked the Demon King if all the masters of the gates were monsters from the underworld. The Demon King confirmed that they were all the same, and Vanquish was one of them. The demon saw it did not have much time left, raised its hand to point, and told Subaru that if one day his friend fell, he should use blood stealing to save them. Before vanishing, the demon was extremely satisfied, as Subaru's spirit just now was exactly like Vanquish. The system announced the mission complete, and instructed the player to leave the gate. Subaru hurriedly carried Suzaka out of the gate, ignoring the 2-hour mission limit, as he kept calling 911 all morning. At another gate, the hideout of Moby Dick, Julietta's team led by Hijaki Julietta was being utterly defeated, and Julietta stood frozen facing the massive whale. The whale shot out jets of water, sending Julietta's subordinates flying. And yet this creature was not even the boss. A subordinate grabbed Julietta, begging for orders on how to defeat the boss now, saying they could not escape unless most of the gods were dead. Julietta frowned and asked the subordinate how many people were left, but he did not understand what she meant. Suddenly, she turned to him with a stern look and asked again, how many more had to die before they could escape? The subordinate was stunned, unable to believe Julietta intended to abandon his comrades and escape, even though Julietta had taken on this mission. Before he could finish speaking, Julietta pierced his head with a sword, changing his expression. His life is far more important than those ordinary subordinates. The useless and ugly ones do not deserve to live. Suddenly, the system's red alert sounded. Most of the gods had already fallen, so the gate would open immediately. Julietta laughed loudly, kicking the corpse of his subordinate aside just as the others came rushing over. They had also received the warning that if the gate opened now, the monsters inside would flood out, but Julietta did not care about that. He turned to the angry subordinates crawling out and told them to go back and stop the monsters. The subordinates were scared after being yelled at, not knowing how to stop the monsters, but Julietta did not care. He just shouted and stormed off. The subordinates have now realized their captain's rotten ways, but as divine masters, they cannot let this monster escape and harm the civilians, so they continue to fight back. Outside the main gate, Julietta strains to push it open and escape, just as he sets both feet outside. Before he can rejoice, he receives the news that no one inside the gate has survived and the monsters will soon break free. Julietta's eyes widened. It had not even been a minute, when a powerful force struck from inside the gate, sending him flying 8 meters away. He fell hard to the ground, tears and snot streaming down. Clenching his fists in frustration, those useless damn subordinates could not even hold them off for a minute. The giant whale slipped out from the gate. Julietta received a warning that the monster would target the gods inside. He cried out desperately and started running for his life. On the other side, the rescue team reached Subaru and were treating Suzaka. Subaru stood nearby with a burning heart, silently praying for her safety. Suddenly a red notification appeared. Mission failed. The 5-star gate, Moby Dick's hiding place, was abandoned. Time remaining 5,837 hours. Penalty. The remaining time will be reduced on the big clock. Immediately the time on the giant clock was reduced by 240 days, leaving 49 days. Subaru was stunned, not knowing who caused this. Suddenly Julietta ran at full speed. Subaru recognized him as part of Julietta's team, and he shouted for someone to give him the ambulance. Subaru did not understand what he was saying, but Julietta grabbed Subaru's shirt, saying the whale was chasing him, and told Subaru to hold the monster back as long as possible so he could escape in the vehicle. After saying that, Julietta went to the medical staff demanding the vehicle, but they were confused, saying they had to prioritize the injured first. However, Julietta ignored them and dragged the medical staff into the car, believing his life was more important. Forget about that injured girl, she is just a minor divine lord. The real priority is this silver divine lord here. Julietta kept pushing, grabbing the medic's shirt without letting go. Subaru frowned and grabbed Julietta's shoulder, telling him to wait, but Julietta snapped back asking what kind of cage he wanted. The whale has completely escaped the gate and is flying closer to the city center. The Divine Lords Federation has begun issuing a warning that an underground world monster has appeared in Meguro City. The danger level is 5. and the preliminary alert has been assigned to Meguro City, Setagaya, and Shinagawa City, requiring all residents currently in these areas to evacuate to a safe place immediately. Subaru turned to the medical staff and told them to go ahead, entrusting Suzaka to their care. Seeing the tense situation, the medical staff did not hesitate and quickly loaded the person onto the vehicle and left. When Julieta saw him raising his hand to save her and then just leaving, she started to get angry and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? I will beat the crap out of you." Before she finished speaking, Subaru activated his skill and grabbed Julieta's shoulder with a powerful grip. "If you are tough, come at me." Even Julieta knew he was done for. After a while, Julieta was beaten to a pulp and hung upside down from a tree by Subaru. He struggled but could not break free. Now Julieta sees Subaru like a father, obediently answering and urgently revealing everything he knows. That whale is targeting him, and the monsters are after the gods who have been inside the gate. After witnessing Subaru's power, Julieta is terrified Subaru defeated him without breaking a sweat, and he has never met this guy before. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. As long as Julieta was alive, it would not harm anyone, and he would not let it chase Suzaka. He had to defeat it right here and now. Subaru clenched his fist, controlling the blood whip to snap at Julieta's face, asking him what skills the whale had, and Julieta honestly confessed, the whale can heal and create water pillars. Its speed and power so overwhelming they had no choice but to give up. As soon as he finished speaking, the whale sprayed a bunch of water bubbles. Julieta scared out of his wits as each water pillar shot toward him. Subaru did not move a step. He transformed his blood control into a rhododendron flower that blocked all the water columns shooting toward him. The water evaporated in an instant, and Julieta was stunned. He could not believe Subaru had withstood that attack, one that could easily pierce any shield of a silver god. Subaru braced himself, relieved that the whale was floating in the air, allowing him to fight at full strength. He surrounded himself with blood armor and launched straight up, striking the whale from above with a blood fist. But the attack had no effect. The whale only grew larger. It realized there was a new target attacking it, opened its mouth wide, and let out a thunderous roar that shattered the glass of the skyscrapers. Subaru gritted his teeth, realizing this was a 5-star monster, and the level gap meant his attacks were ineffective, so he decided to try out his new toy. He summoned the divine chisel just as the whale opened its mouth wide, releasing a swarm of eyes and firing a barrage of rockets at Subaru. Holding the chisel, Subaru used a third of his MP to slash through all the rockets the whale launched. Julieta could hardly believe her eyes. The whale was actually pushed back. Subaru was now reading the instructions for the divine chisel, which used the user's M to execute slashes. The more MP invested, the more slashes and greater the effect. Subaru considered whether to use less MEP, still unsure how much to use. Of course, the previous strike was not enough to defeat the whale. It returned even more aggressive, gathering another large water mass in its mouth, ready to spit. Subaru roughly understood the power of the attack and knew he had to stop it from being unleashed. He gripped his sword and decided to use a third of his remaining MEP to launch the next strike. The whale shattered into many pieces from the hit. The large water mass fell and turned into heavy rain. After the foam cleared, a rainbow appeared. The system announced the whale was defeated, and Subaru was soaked like a drowned rat. Julieta witnessed the entire fight in full aid, stunned and unable to believe that this guy defeated the whale with just one strike, let alone that it was the Golden Lord. Subaru checked his stats again, and as he expected, defeating the boss outside the gate did not level him up, but thankfully it did not cause much damage either. Subaru clenched his fist. He had to get to Suzaka immediately. Subaru created a shield of blood under his feet and took off flying, unaware that an old man with a camera had recorded everything he just did. He was just as surprised and immediately posted the video on the Bluebird app, promising to cause a social media storm. At Shinagawa Hospital, Suzaka is in critical condition. When Subaru arrived, Suzaka had already been taken to the morgue. He lifted the cloth and saw her lying still. Falling into despair, he collapsed to the floor and began checking his own status, blaming himself for everything. Believing it was his fault that Suzaka got caught up in this, Subaru felt annoyed thinking about that rotten corpse. But then remembered what the dead guy said before dying: if one day your friend ascends, just use bloodthirst. Subaru snapped back to reality, opened the skill menu, and quickly activated the skill he had just unlocked. The resurrection of a deity close to you works by turning them into a relative for 1 hour after death. The current target Amiya Suzaka has 17 seconds left before time runs out. Subaru adjusted himself, meaning Suzaka could come back to life, the countdown growing shorter. With 15 seconds left, Subaru did not hesitate and activated the blood-stealing skill, silently hoping to make it in time as a red aura enveloped Suzaka, the timer still ticking down by the second. As the final second ended, the red aura surrounding Suzaka faded. Subaru turned pale, and just then 2 others suddenly rushed in, shouting and calling out to Suzaka. These 2 were Suzaka's older sisters, their faces streaked with tears as they pushed Subaru aside to get closer to their sister. The eldest sister bitterly exclaimed this was why she told Suzaka not to become the deity. The second sister still could not stop crying, unable to believe her sister was gone. Subaru was speechless, and only then did the eldest sister notice him and ask who he was. Subaru hesitated, his heart aching at the thought of Suzaka, tears streaming down his face as he claimed to be her friend, the eldest sister. Seeing this, flew into a rage and attacked him, and without resistance, Subaru listened as she tearfully accused him of dragging Suzaka into a dangerous mission. They never intended to abandon Suzaka. They were just waiting until they were strong enough to come back and protect her. They were so close, but then someone like Subaru appeared and took their sister's life away. The eldest sister was about to strike Suzaka again when suddenly a noise behind them caught their attention. The cold, lifeless body that had just fallen to the ground suddenly rose into the air, a red mark appearing on the back of its neck. Suzaka gradually transformed into a different form and landed on the ground before the astonished eyes of many. She looked at her furious sisters and demanded they take their dirty hands off Subaru. Saying that, Suzaka lunged forward to attack the eldest sister, who froze in confusion, but luckily Subaru quickly blocked Suzaka's strike without him. The eldest sister would have been done for. Subaru blocked the blow with trembling hands. Wondering how she could be so strong, Suzaka immediately let go and knelt down apologetically to Subaru. While the two sisters looked on suspiciously, Subaru turned pale with fear, wondering what the hell was going on, and asked Suzaka if she was really herself. Suzaka confirmed that she was resurrected as a family member thanks to Subaru's skill. She no longer has any memories of the past but will obey Subaru absolutely. Subaru stood frozen in fear while Sasuke's two sisters darkened their faces and activated their skills. One of the sisters called Subaru a sick bastard and demanded to know what he had done to their sister. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat, confused and unsure of what to do. When Suzaka added another question, asking if he really was that sick bastard, Subaru shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Suzaka was now his subordinate. She drew her sword intending to attack the two sisters, but Subaru quickly stopped her. Shouting loudly, and with no other choice, he used his skill to pin the two sisters against the wall behind them before pulling Sasuke and running out as fast as he could. Subaru was running while complaining. What the hell kind of skill is that? And is that even Suzaka anymore? Suzaka, dragged away completely confused, wondered if Subaru did not plan to take out those two just now. Subaru ignored Sasuke's question, unsure of what to do next, and had to ask her about that strange relative involved in the blood feud. When they reached the main hall, Subaru shuddered seeing himself exposed on the big screen, his face drained of blood, unable to believe someone had recorded his fight with that whale. Just as they were about to confront him, someone suddenly approached, saying Subaru seemed likely to become a celeb soon. The two who came were Shikushima Ryu and Yudu Ryusei, ranked second and third among the Golden Divine Lords. Shikushima gritted his teeth in frustration. I already knew Tega had a brother. Subaru grew even more alarmed when he saw the two approaching. It seemed there was not just those two but another person as well. The important person always appears last, and that person is Harasaka Renji, the leader of the Golden Divine Lords. Harasaka Renji politely informed Subaru that he was suspected of damaging commercial property in Shinagawa City and attempting to assassinate a classmate who is also a Divine Lord, and they invited him to join them for further discussion. Subaru of course knows this person. He is the idol from his childhood, the strongest deity in Japan, and he never thought in his life he would meet him like this. Subaru tenses up, ready to protect Sasuke behind him, while Harasaka smiles and explains that all their issues have already been taken care of. Subaru and Suzaka were invited to get in the car with the three others, and he recounted everything that had happened to him over the past 2 days. He told them everything he knew, but he was still puzzled about why he was no longer under suspicion. Shikushima tossed the tablet to Subaru and asked if he knew how many surveillance cameras there were in Tokyo since the sabotage around the shopping area was recorded from start to finish. Subaru was the victim targeted by the accident, followed by the suspected assassination of Kunisaki. The door that turned him into a Divine Lord appeared, and Kunisaki split and the two others at the scene also testified for him. Subaru never expected the two bullies to testify for him, and now it is clear he is no longer a suspect. Moreover, news of Subaru defeating a 5-star monster without any casualties has spread everywhere, so he has become a hero. The words hero felt so unfamiliar to Subaru, who had never thought of himself as one before. After hearing Subaru's story, Shikushima realized many things, and the mystery of Tega was also solved. Ariketai's only special skill is the Golden Ear, a godlord who steals a door from another godlord. Regardless of rank, the second door will never appear. That is how they came to know Subaru, and this is probably why the Taiga kept holding onto Subaru tightly to steal again when another door appears. It is only now that Subaru understands everything. No wonder the Taiga would not let him go. That is what it wanted to do. The Golden Godmasters group took Subaru down to the basement beneath the 6th floor of the main building, which was the solitary confinement prison for those opposing the Godmasters. Taiga was furious when he saw them arrive, but he called Subaru in a tone full of affection. The guy was chained with golden shackles, so he could not do anything. Shikushima slammed hard on the prison door. He never liked that bastard anyway, and with Subaru's story, he would keep investigating based on the testimony. The bastard went crazy, banging on the prison door, constantly asking about Subaru's parents. It swore to tear apart Lolith bugs like Subaru. claiming that all of Subaru's doors belongs to it. Subaru was insulted like a slap in the face by Taiga but showed no reaction at all. Although Suzaka beside him was already furious, Subaru remained calm as still water, and he found it strange too. Despite standing before the aggressive and hateful Taiga, his heart did not stir at all. Taiga grew even angrier when Subaru did not react. He could not accept a lowlife like Subaru daring to look at him that way. Subaru did not want to listen to Taiga's nonsense anymore, so he turned and walked away, leaving Taiga behind still shouting nonstop. Udo watched Subaru leave and asked if it was okay for him to go like that. Harasaka glanced at the computer and said he was also planning to give Subaru some privileges, since they needed him to get stronger because there was information that a 6-star gate had appeared. Subaru took 2 stars to the front desk to exchange for money, and the guide confirmed that Subaru exchanged 2 stars for 300,000 yen. In addition, he was given 20 million yen for defeating a 5-star monster. Subaru got goosebumps as the receptionist handed him a black card, granting him additional privileges from the Federation. With this card, places like hotels and convenience stores under the Federation could be used for free. Subaru still did not understand anything when the people behind him started whispering they admired him for single-handedly defeating the blue whale and instantly gaining special privileges. Subaru could not quite believe he had become famous. And it was the guide who told everyone about him. Now Subaru had grown stronger. Power, wealth, and fame all are in his hands now, and the guide asked Subaru what he wanted to do next. In basement level 6, Tega was still going wild, endlessly asking about many people's parents. The elevator door opened again and someone came down. She swung her arm, releasing golden chains that immobilized Tega, who fell to the ground. The newcomer was the 4th Golden Lord, Kinokawa Sakura. The receptionist from earlier. Her real name and face were secrets, and she worked as a receptionist by her own choice. Tega nearly lost his grip as Kinokawa squeezed the chain tighter, preventing him from moving his hand at all. Tega now realized a bitter truth. Subaru had become overwhelmingly strong, having surpassed 2 gates, and that indifferent attitude too. Like you do not even see Tega, which to Tega feels like a deep insult. He can't accept it. Gritting his teeth, he starts to curse the world, believing it no longer chooses him, wishing everyone would just go to hell. Tega's resentment toward the world had summoned a door of darkness. Kanokawa, seeing the dark door materialize, was stunned and sharply demanded what the hell Tega had done. Tega only then noticed the door behind him, which emitted countless sounds of bitter resentment that struck at his pain. Fueled by his anger that the world had rejected him, a hand reached out from the door, pulling Tega inside, promising to wipe out everyone. A multitude of hands emerged from the door, grabbing Tega and trying to pull him inside. Kanokawa, of course, would not let that happen. She activated her golden chains to hold Tega, but the chains were shattered in an instant by the cursed energy from the door. It attacked Kinokawa, gradually corroding her limbs, and Tega felt thrilled seeing her easily defeated. What kind of monstrous power was this? The door scratched Tega's itch, promising him this power as he slowly sank into it. Subaru and Suzaka are training on the rooftop of a building, and when Suzuka sees her master looking downcast, she asks if something is troubling him. Subaru rests his hands on his chin, reflecting on Kinokawa's question. Wealth, power, and fame are all in his hands now. So what does he want to do from here on? Subaru sat up abruptly, glanced at Suzaka beside him, and asked what he should call her from now on. Saying calling her Saka felt a bit strange. Suzaka told him to just call her Seiya, and Subaru then asked if there was any way for her to become the Suzaka she was before. Seeing Subaru lost in thought, Seiya closed her eyes and understood that the body she was using belonged to someone important to him. Seiya asked if she could see the stats of his blood-stealing skill, because their souls were connected so she could see the stats. Seiya looked at the stats and pointed to the unopened level 35, guessing that the third door would likely appear when a new skill was acquired. If there was a way to bring the real Suzaka back, it would be best to ask those beyond that door. Subaru had also come to understand that it was best to meet Vanquish, the one who gave him the skill to ask questions. Subaru regained his composure, stood up, and knew he had to focus on leveling up first. Currently at level 26, he needed to hunt more monsters. Subaru used a special skill to exchange for a new coat. Now he has to find the new gate. He must meet Vanquish as soon as possible. And the two arrived at a gate on a street where the shop owner thanked him, and then left. A mysterious gate appeared in front of the shop, causing the owner's business to decline. And he could not believe that the famed savior Subaru had come here. Subaru scratched his head awkwardly, opened the door, and asked C if he wanted to come in. C explained that since he is your relative, as long as you live, he will serve you. C showed Subaru the detailed stats. Subaru let out a grunt, surprised that C could also use blood control, and wondered why his EMP was 0. C explained that relatives live off their owner's MP and can also use it to unleash special moves. Subaru realized that C was now twice as strong as Tega and 20 times stronger than Suzaka. The two of them began to step through the gate, a 3-star gate called the Underworld Mountain. As soon as they entered, C suggested borrowing Subaru's EMP, and he wanted to see her strength, so he let her do as she pleased. C activated blood control, Upgrading the blood ring, a large circle appearing in midair, C seemed to transform into a completely different person. Once obedient but now fiercely overpowering all the demons, Subaru admired her. Thinking she was quite impressive, C retracted the blood circle. This skill was useless against high-level opponents, so it was only moderately effective. All the small demons were wiped out. The boss appeared, and this time Subaru volunteered to fight, summoning a god to swiftly defeat the boss. The two completed the mission and stepped out of the gate in just 10 minutes, surprising the old man who saw them come in and leave so quickly. After clearing the 3-star gate earlier, Subaru leveled up to 28. Just as he expected, the 3-star gate was not that hard, and he was ready to tackle the 4-star gate next. Just as he was hesitating, someone called out to him. Subaru turned around and saw Shikushima from the Golden Divine Lords group sitting there waiting for him for a while. He confidently boosted, breaking the 3-star gate in 10 minutes. Not bad at all. Subaru asked why he was here, and Shikushima replied, scolding him for not even checking the announcements. Shikushima informed him of a crucial update: the rookie had escaped. The incident happened late last night and has not made the news yet, but one of the Golden Lords has been crushed. Subaru panicked. No way. Who got hurt? Shikushima said she was the 4th anonymous Golden Lord, the one who used the golden chain to suppress the chicken hand. Shikushima kindly gave him another piece of information. The real name of number 4 is Kinokawa Sakura, someone he had already met. It was only now that Subaru realized the pink-haired girl always sitting at the reception desk was the Golden God Commander number 4, and she was currently unconscious. The cameras, surveillance, and all the data in the prison had been destroyed, so there was no evidence left. Based on the level of danger, the Golden God Lords formed teams of 2 or more to break through the gates. Subaru pointed to himself, meaning he must be a Golden God Lord now too. Shikushima crossed his legs and said Subaru's Rainbow Gate was probably even stronger than the Golden Gate, telling him to pick whichever gate he wanted to break and team up with him for a while. Subaru obediently followed orders. Shikushima, out of compassion, volunteered to team up with Subaru for a while, telling him not to disappoint him because the first target of that damn rookie would definitely be Subaru. Every time he mentioned that guy, he would get so angry he crushed the water bottle in his hand. The two of them arrived at the 4-star gate called the Saw Pit. Shikushima was the Golden God Master, second only to Harasaka Renji in strength. Although each time the star rating increases, the enemies become 10 times stronger. For him it is still as easy as pie. Subaru smiled awkwardly, unsure if he was really needed. Theoretically, Shikushima has the skill to shoot invisible bullets from the tip of a finger, but they do not seem that invisible yet, as the devastating attacks from his 50th skill Leo Hien turn the sky blue. After clearing this gate, the two moved on to the next, with Shikushima taking down several monsters in one strike. According to Subaru, none of the monsters in this gate were weak anymore. The victory announcements kept sounding off repeatedly, and even Shikushima found it annoying as Golden Lords. They had to follow certain rules. In the real world outside the gate, we are strictly forbidden from using any skills other than the first one because the others deal extremely high damage. After clearing out the small monsters, Shikushima led the group confidently to take down the boss. All the Golden Lord Masters in Japan, after learning they were the owners of the Golden Gate, were given the title of 7th Knight, and the one who granted Shikushima his power was a technician. Shikushima told Subaru to get ready to choose the next gate to enter, planning to clear 3 more gates by the end of the day. With a breath, Shikushima had cleared the big boss of a 4-star gate, and the 3 of them got back in the car to move to the next location. Shikushima grumbled, 52 minutes. Not bad. Subaru thought he had become stronger like the true Golden Lords at a different level, but Shikushima wiped out the 4-star boss in an instant. People call that outing. Shikushima told him he would handle it later, and the two of them arrived at another 4-star gate, the Glass Waterfall. This gate had a special terrain, and Shikushima, annoyed, warned Subaru to be careful at this stage. Even low-level Divine Lords could not move. Only the boss could navigate this unique terrain. As soon as he finished speaking, a cat jumped out from the glass shards, Subaru ready in a defensive stance. The cat ambushed from above, leaping straight at Subaru's head, but he quickly summoned the divine sword and cut off one of the cat's legs. Shikushima perked up. That is the sword from the video. Turns out it can cut the 4-star boss. The kid's impressive. Subaru was struggling after just one hit, blood all over his face, his complexion pale. This boss was even stronger than Thema, maybe many times stronger, and without the divine carving sword, he would be in serious danger. Just as Subaru was about to strike again, he noticed the cat's severed leg slowly healing, growing a new one. Subaru froze. What the hell? It is regenerating. The cat swung its paw at Subaru again, but this time he jumped up to dodge, quickly assessing the situation. The divine carving tool no longer works. It drains too much meep and is useless against this boss now. Seiya sees the situation looks bad and tries to help, but Shikushima stops him, sitting still watching how things unfold. Seiya glanced sideways at him and asked if he had no intention of abandoning Subaru. Shikushima clicked his tongue, saying he was not going to crawl on all fours and would step in when the kid was about to lose. Shikushima felt lucky that Subaru was facing a sub-boss. even though the Rainbow Gate was stronger than the Golden Gate. But if the Godmaster uses him as a fool who only relies on stats, it is completely meaningless. He needs to see Subaru's true potential. Meanwhile, Subaru is trapped. This terrain counters his blood control, and there is nowhere to hold on to when using the rope. Using mist will be blown away by the strong, constant wind from the waterfall. Traps are useless, and this enemy is too big, so using them all would waste a lot of mep. Subaru jumps, trying to blind the cat with blood control, but the cat still perfectly attacks him. It targets with incredible precision and does not rely on its eyes to see. The cat knocked Subaru down hard, making him fall to the ground. And Shikushima started to feel troubled. What the hell is going on? The situation does not look good. This kid is too inexperienced. Facing such a strange boss for the first time is bound to end like this. Maybe I expected too much from him. Kara still wholeheartedly trusts its owner. She tells Shikushima not to underestimate him. Subaru has found a way to counterattack. On the other side, the battle is gradually shifting. Subaru connects a wire to the cat. If he can't use the terrain, he will just target the cat directly. This cat has no joints or senses. It is like a blue fiber in the shape of a cat, so attacks and slashes without divine power will affect it. Subaru uses the skill the demon gave him the other day, a secret technique, the snapping punch, which can destroy the target from within. Subaru still applies his knowledge in practice, combining the void strike with the crushing fist to attack the cat. The cat is destroyed from the inside, and Subaru wraps blood threads around its neck, using the spring force to smash its face. If it were regeneration, you would have already regenerated your body, Subaru said seriously, looking incredibly cool, using EP to regenerate. Right, sorry, but I won't let you do that. I will keep crushing you. Shikushima was also surprised. This kid figured out the enemy's traits in a short time, and more than that, he combined the first and second techniques. I heard you can control blood, but Subaru has an even more unique way of attacking. Shikushima exclaimed, this guy is crazy. While Sia was extremely proud, Subaru and the glass cat exchanged hundreds of moves. Both the man and the cat were exhausted. Shikushima stood below and called up, saying if Subaru could defeat the cat, he would treat him to sushi. Sia scoffed, thinking the owner was easily swayed by food like that. The truth proved it after hearing about the food. Subaru's spirit soared, springing forward at the cat, making it yowl in surprise. Subaru successfully broke the 4-star gate, leveling up to 31, and his accompanying skills also improved. Shikushima took Subaru to eat sushi as promised, telling him to stop staring and eat quickly. Subaru's eyes sparkled as he looked at the sushi on the plate, wanting to admire it a little longer. Subaru was so moved he was crying and sniffling. This was the first time in his life he had seen sushi, and he was truly happy. Sia, who was wrestling with the cat nearby, also sighed. Subaru must have had a really tough time. Shikushima suddenly felt a headache coming on, watching Sia's sharp glare. This is a bar for the elite after all. Who would have thought that Subaru would tame the crystal spirit after defeating it? After defeating the boss, you can receive rewards like Harasaka's earrings and the jacket of that flashy guy. Subaru's red sword is something like that too. Subaru, craving food, suddenly remembered and looked at the cat stretching and yawning, wondering what use it had. Shikushima suggested he name it since it was rare to have an underworld monster as a pet, and Subaru hesitated for a moment. He hesitated to name the cat Sushi, and after hearing it, the cat looked just as clueless. Its fancy name of Crystal Water Spirit suddenly turned into Crystal Sushi. Shikushima urged him to eat quickly, saying sushi is best enjoyed fresh and not just stared at forever. Just as Subaru was about to take his first bite of sushi, the ground shook violently. Shikushima grew annoyed. What was it this time? Sure enough, a monster had escaped from the gate. Subaru jumped up, ready to fight, while Shikushima adjusted his outfit. No wonder he told me to eat quickly. This time the monster was a hawk that had captured a girl and flown into the sky. Just as it was showing off its power, the eagle's wings were suddenly shot and broken by Shikushima and Seiya using golden guns and blood rings, and Subaru jumped out from nowhere, landing on the bird's head and using blood control to stomp through its skull. The bird, still struggling with its pain, let go, and the girl taken hostage fell freely, but Subaru caught her with blood control. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her rescuer. Subaru landed gently and asked if she was hurt, and she said she was fine, shyly thanking him. Just then, someone familiar to Subaru ran over. It was Sawatari, the same guy who had led the bullying before. Subaru was surprised to see him, even more so when he realized the girl he had just saved was Sawatari's sister. Seeing the two seemed acquainted, she asked if her brother knew Subaru. Shikushima also recognized Sawatari and shouted out, "That is the kid who was interrogated the other day," and he knew Sawatari was one of the bullies of Subaru, so he pushed him, asking why he was not thanking Subaru. Sawatari, feeling provoked, was about to say why should he thank a stinky bug, but quickly corrected himself and did not call Subaru a bug anymore. Sawatari's sister, on the other hand, smiled happily and thanked Subaru, while Sawatari, quick to flare up, asked why his sister should thank this guy. His sister angrily retorted that he just needed to thank him for saving her, so what was there to be ashamed of? Sawatari was speechless, then turned to glare at Subaru, threatening to post a video of him wetting himself online if Subaru wanted revenge. However, Subaru did not react at all. His gentle smile silenced Sawatari's words, who grabbed his collar and blamed himself, wishing his resolve was stronger. Instead of blaming, Subaru thanked Sawatari for proving he was not the culprit and then walked past him. Subaru eagerly urged Shikushima to come back for more sushi, and the three of them stormed off again. Sawatari's sister, noticing her brother acting strange, tugged his shirt and asked what was wrong, but Sawatari hung his head in shame, blaming himself for being pathetic. The three of them returned to the sushi restaurant only to find it closed due to the monster's appearance. Subaru's spirits sank, and Shikushima quickly promised to bring him back to eat there next time. The next day, Sawatari sat dazed in class, watching the videos of him bullying Subaru from before, and without hesitation, he deleted them all. His blue-haired friend curiously asked if he had deleted the videos of bullying Subaru the other day, and he thought about it and agreed if Subaru came back for revenge now, it would be terrifying. Sawatari frowned and muttered that it was not the case. The blue-haired guy asked why, and when he looked out the window, he suddenly saw something shocking and pulled his friend to look too. Just then Subaru received a call from Shikushima. When he answered, he got the news that the scooter thug had appeared at his school, and they had to go there immediately. Sawatari was happily replying to a message from his sister, promising to hang out, when his blue-haired friend pulled him to look out the window, and when he peeked out, he saw a familiar face. Arieks. Immediately, a series of dark gates appeared beside them. Tega announced to all the Divine Lords at the school that these dark gates would grant them new powers, strong enough to rival the Golden Divine Lords. He lures everyone to quickly enter the gate, promising they will gain new power and join his team. Meanwhile, Shikushima, annoyed, holds up a photo of Tega acting arrogant. He just got the notification from the school 3 minutes ago, and this guy shows up as a side issue, but the main point is he dared to mess with his hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black door behind Tega was. Shikushima understood immediately but had a bad feeling about it. They had to get there as fast as possible. Meanwhile at the school, Sawatari and his friend stood watching the dark gate, still unsure after the announcement, wondering if entering it meant joining Tega's army. Sawatari remained silent, and suddenly Tega appeared behind him, asking what he was still waiting for, causing everyone else to react loudly at Tega's sudden appearance. Tega started the literature class again, saying it is your fault for being weak. Do not you think it is unfair that there is a gap between the Divine Masters even though you all passed the same trial? Have you never wondered why it is not you when you see the Golden Divine Masters being loved by everyone? Tega urged them to quickly step through the door to show the Golden Gods what a festival really is. Sawatari froze, memories of the past flooding back. When they were young, he and his sister were abandoned by their parents in a cramped room, and the two siblings relied on each other to survive. He did not want his sister to cry, so he did everything he could to find food, enduring all the fights and beatings in the marketplace to bring food back for her. In the cold winter, Sawatari walked alone in the snow, his gaze stopping at a house where a family of 3 was celebrating their child's birthday. The mother saw Sawatari, openly despised him, feeling disgusted, and hastily pulled the curtain to block his view inside. Sawatari sighed in despair, exhausted and collapsing, wondering what would happen to Kana if he were gone, why it had to be them just as he fell, and why the bronze gate appeared before his eyes. Confused, he asked why Tega would do such a thing when he was also a Golden Lord, and Tega openly admitted he had stolen the gate, saying Subaru was the true chosen one. The gates choose those with pure souls, so there is no way its soul is weaker than Subaru's. And that is not all, that bastard even got the Rainbow Gate. No joke, Subaru should be beneath it for life, which is why it will overturn this world with the Dark Gate that chose it. Tega asked Sawatari if he also wanted to take revenge on Subaru and urged him to come along to crush Subaru completely. Sawatari thought to himself that if he refused, Tega would definitely attack him. Sawatari thought of his sister's message, telling himself he was not done yet, then turned to his friend and said, "Let us go in together." Suddenly feeling his pocket vibrate, he pulled out his phone to check the message, a reply from his sister to the earlier text. After reading, Sawatari froze. His sister thought he was a good person, and he remembered when he received the bronze door. Thinking he could finally give his sister something to eat, Sawatari began to walk arrogantly through the school, determined to show everyone not to underestimate him. After hearing that Tega was coming to school, he realized he could no longer be the boss of the school, but at the same time, he learned that Tega's older brother was in their grade, just an ordinary guy, and Sawatari began to bully Subaru. He painfully denied it, saying he was not a good person, because he was weak and did terrible things to those weaker than himself. Sawatari saw himself as pitiful, knowing that although Kana was a good girl, she had a terrible older brother like him. Sawatari turned to his friend and told him to take care of his little sister tonight. The blue-haired guy did not understand what his friend planned but agreed anyway. He opened his eyes wide at Sawatari, who used a special move toward Tega, then turned to the blue-haired boy and asked him to pass on an apology to Subaru. Tega felt like he was witnessing something incredibly funny as Sawatari urged the blue-haired boy to hurry up, who quickly grabbed his bag and dashed out of the classroom, repeatedly reminding Sawatari not to give up. Tega held the stick listlessly, wanting to hear why Sawatari did not follow him. Yesterday Subaru saved Sawatari's sister, but instead of blaming him, he thanked him. He hated this pitiful side of himself, but at the same time he thought, no matter how many bad things happen in the world from now on, as long as Subaru is there, everything will be okay. Tega scratched his head, jumped down from the windowsill, confused and embarrassed that Sawatari wanted to befriend the guy who used to bully him. Sawatari did not care how shameful he was, but he was sure Subaru's heart was so big that he did not mind it at all. Sawatari smiled with satisfaction. Ari Tega. Truly pathetic. Indeed. After hearing those words, Tega rushed forward and grabbed Sawatari's head. In his final moments, Sawatari thought of his sister. Proud that he had made her smile, that was the only good thing he had done. Subaru rushed it, bursting through the window into the classroom to attack Tega, stunned to see Sawatari lying in a pool of blood. Enraged, Subaru punched Tega, sending him crashing through the wall. Tega raised his golden arm to block the blow, smirking as he clashed with Subaru, who came at him faster than expected. Subaru slammed Tega into freefall, then demanded to know why Tega sent Sawatari to his death. He thought about the girl Kana, not caring about Sawatari, but no matter what kind of person he was, there were still people waiting for him. Tega felt extremely motivated, shouting with joy as he unleashed all his power. Determined to erase him himself, Tega used his golden arm to block Subaru's strike, shattering Subaru's armor under the blow. While Tega's golden arm also began to crack, he stepped forward slowly, planning to use something more, even if it was a bit early, wanting to finish Subaru as quickly as possible. Just as it was about to finish him off, Shikushima's bullet whizzed past its face, stopping it in its tracks. Shikushima and the other two from the Golden Lord group had arrived. Shikushima's blood boiled as he challenged Tega to prove his skill. Tega smirked, recalling the past with the Ole. This was the second time he had been ambushed by these Golden Divine Lords, and he burst out laughing at the foolish faces of the Divine Lords. Tega laughed harshly, sure that defeating the Golden God number 4 woman had shattered the fragile hearts of the remaining gods. Shikushima was even angrier than before. The other two were better too. And Harasaka, as fast as lightning, slashed off Tega's golden god arm. Tega had not even wiped the smile off his face before he was racked with pain, blood spraying everywhere, but he did not care and turned to mock Harasaka, saying it was the first time he would ever seen that confused look on his face. Harasaka's face darkened as he thought of Kinokawa, seemingly so angry now that even he was surprised. Harasaka was full of fighting spirit. Subaru could not read any of his moves. He was like a fleeting flash of light. This was the true power of Japan's top Golden Lord. Harasaka turned to ask Subaru if he was hurt. Subaru said he was fine, but little Tega ignored Harasaka, his pride wounded. He focused his strength to create a giant arm from his severed one and attacked Harasaka. His sword shattered to pieces, and at the same time, the third Golden Lord Yuju activated his second skill, the Golden Wall, isolating Tega inside it. The Golden Lord is strictly forbidden from using any skills outside the gate, especially the first skill, but Udu knew this and was ready to accept the punishment. Shikushima raised his gun and told Subaru to dodge Tega. Then he and Sia simultaneously activated the Golden God skills, the gun and the blood ring, to attack Tega. But the bullets vaporized and the blood ring was crushed in an instant. The Golden God wall Yudu just created also shattered, and Tega strode out boldly surprised. Even a 5-star monster could not break through Udu's golden wall, so that thing must have defeated the fourth Golden Lord Kinokawa. Harasaka landed beside Yudu and said the blood and smoke Tega used were not just simple attacks or defenses. Its skill definitely has a special effect, but if we can't figure out its nature, we will be doomed. Yudu turned grim and asked Harasaka for permission to use other techniques, warning that the situation would only get worse if things continued like this. Harasaka raised his hand to stop him, warning that if he allowed it, countless civilians would be caught in the crossfire, and Tega definitely wanted that to happen. Shikushima also felt a sharp pain in his head. If there was no other choice, he would break the rules. But first, he could not do anything when he saw the special effect in its skill. His bullets evaporated as if burned, and Sia and Yudu's techniques were crushed. According to the quacks, Kinokawa's limbs shattered in an instant. Shikushima seemed to realize something, his pupils dilating wide. Tega on the other side grew even more frenzied, releasing a cloud of black smoke, determined to go down in human history as the one who spread the most fear. Its original plan was to hang all the golden gods up for the world to see and tear every last one of them apart. Subaru suddenly rushed forward in front of the admiring eyes of many. Having realized Tega's special skill, it can control time. Time moves faster for anything it touches. Shikushima loudly warned him not to enter that smoke village, but Subaru charged straight in anyway. Tega was extremely satisfied, ready to fight, confident that as soon as Subaru charged in, he would be defeated in an instant, just like a lowly bug should be. They exchanged blows. A loud explosion rang out. Shikushima tensed up, worried for Subaru, but Subaru was unharmed and punched Tega straight in the face. To use blood control, the user must convert imp into blood to manipulate it, and right now, Subaru is constantly renewing the blood flowing through his body, making Tega's technique useless against him. Tega stood frozen, clutching his nose that kept bleeding, unable to believe he was hurt by a punch like that. Subaru is now in a new position. The times he feared Tega are over, and he will show Tega what it means to unleash his full power. Subaru's entire body is wrapped in a cool new armor. Blood Control version 2. Invincible. Tega went berserk, summoning a series of dark doors that surrounded the Golden Divine Lords. The doors emitted a black smoke that could crush anything it touched, and it was the first time they had seen a skill capable of repairing the doors. Tega laughed harshly like a fool, unable to defeat Subaru, so it switched tactics. Even if he alone could block the smoke, it was useless. Tega would turn the others to dust first. Subaru looked at Sia, then thought of Suzaka wilting before him, closed his eyes, then opened them again, radiating a powerful rainbow aura. Subaru looked at Tega as if staring down death itself, daring him to lay a finger on his friend right in front of him. "You bastard." From deep within Subaru's heart, a flame of rage ignited, and he unleashed a powerful ultimate skill, one of the 3 strongest techniques Vanquish gave him. All abilities increase by 30% when the user is angry. In the first battle with Tega, this move had no effect due to the level gap, but now Subaru has grown stronger, and this technique has taken effect. Both sides charged and punched fiercely. Tega was somewhat overwhelmed, forced to raise its hands in defense. Tega was panting heavily, its arm broken in 7 places, writhing in pain, unable to understand why it could not block the blows. Subaru used blood chains to tightly bind Tega's arm, who struggled fiercely, continuously emitting dark energy. Even if Tega were reborn, it could not believe that this weaker opponent could overpower it. Tega was stomped on the head by Subaru, then caught a hook punch that sent it flying straight into the sky. After gaining the version 2 blood armor, Subaru's skills improved significantly. He enhanced his nervous system to make the tentacles move more naturally than when controlled by his fingers. Tega was relentlessly attacked by the tentacles, falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. A roar suddenly came from the shadow gates, lamenting that the owner using blood control was neither Karen nor Judith, but Vanquish, someone Tega could actually beat now. Shikushima realized things were bad and told Subaru to stop fighting and capture Tega. They still had a lot to extract from him. Subaru snapped back to his senses, unsure how to deal with the black smoke over there. Shikushima told C to use blood control like Subaru to disperse the smoke, and they successfully escaped the siege of the shadow gates. In the blink of an eye, Shikushima analyzed everything. To make the black smoke disappear, it needs to come into contact like a chemical reaction. Once the reaction between the mist molecules and the smoke occurs, both will evaporate completely. The dark gate on the other side sneered, an eye peeking out from the portal, its goal to destroy the giant clock hanging in the sky. Shikushima pressed to know how it would do it, but the gate chuckled, refusing to say, teasing that if Tega were a bit smarter, things would have been easier. The dark gate comes bearing a prophecy. Harasaka Renji, Shikushima Ryu, Anudu Ryusi will all be defeated by Tega in the near future. No one knows what the future holds, but right now Tega is unconscious and clueless about anything. Shikushima remained arrogant, acting like he was not scared at all. Subaru believed that prophecy was nonsense because he would not let it come true. The door of darkness giggled again, moving closer to Subaru to see him more clearly. It knew he was the incarnation of Vanquish, a rare and difficult opponent. Subaru asked the door of darkness its identity, and it replied that was Kokugiji, the Dark Emperor of the Abyss. Kokuji has the ambition to be the one who changes the world, so it decided to destroy the current world including its inhabitants. Subaru could not listen any longer. Kokujiji's words were as noisy as barking dogs. He raised his hand to attack the door, but it suddenly disappeared. All the black smoke flew toward Tega, enveloping him. Only then did Subaru realize he had been tricked. The other golden deities quickly unleashed a barrage of attacks towards Tega, but it was too late. Both Kokujiji and Tega had already escaped without a trace. C sneered in disbelief that 3 golden deities let them get away. Shikushima stood up, shouting that he could not move was just a restriction. He had been watching the 2 enemies who appeared on the rooftop during Subaru and Tega's fight. Those 2 are among the ones who have passed through the door of darkness, and he could sense their power surpassing even Tega's. After Kokujiji helped Tega escape, it kept tormenting the kid, whispering into Tega's ear, calling him pathetic, weak, stupid, and ugly. It can do anything it wants. Kokuji knows the thoughts inside Tega's heart. Tega wishes it were stronger, smarter, and more handsome. Kokuji both mocks and soothes, first hurting Tega's pride, then promising to grant it power and reshape the form Tega desires. Kokuji held Tega in his hand, then drifted off to meet new subordinates. Their only goal here was to become stronger. Kokujiji laughed harshly, a hand reaching out, promising to transform them all to a new level to destroy everything. Sawatari died. His funeral was held in silence. His sister was like a lifeless shell, standing still while clutching his portrait tightly. Edoshima conveyed Sawatari's final apologies to Subaru, and after a few words, he could not hold back his tears, feeling deep sorrow for Sawatari's sister Kana, his tears flowing endlessly. Since Tega appeared, no new shadow gates have emerged, But now there are only 5 gods left at school and a few people missing in the city, suspected of joining the enemy forces. Subaru's current plan is to keep getting stronger and ask about Suzaka during the next inspection. And he will also prepare to break through the gate again. Shikushima took a sip of water and teasingly brought up the kiss, while Subaru boldly declared he would become stronger and protect them. Subaru blushed awkwardly, and Shikushima looked at him fondly, telling him he would enter the gate with Harasaka tomorrow. The next day, in Asakusa, Taito City, Tokyo, a radiant Harasaka was already waiting for Subaru there. Since Shikushima and Subaru fight differently, he had nothing to teach him. From what I see, Subaru's close combat skills are solid, but his swordsmanship still needs work, so I asked Harasaka to train him. Subaru was overjoyed. He could not believe the day had come when he would break through gates alongside Japan's strongest client. He was sure he would learn a lot. Subaru tried to compliment Harasaka's hairstyle today, but he just replied that he had just woken up, making Subaru feel extremely embarrassed. After walking for a while, they reached a gate and ran into another team, a platinum team from the cheerful Yamada Club, who said they had already claimed this gate. Harasaka checked again and smiled brightly, saying he had gone to the wrong gate. The gate he reserved was in Nerima City. Subaru groaned stiffly, saying from here to there it takes a whole hour by train. An hour and a half later, the two arrived in Nerima City, ready to conquer the 4-star gate, the mysterious forest. Harasaka smiled warmly and reminded Subaru not to let his guard down, saying the star rating on the gate was just an estimate of the difficulty. This advice would have been really useful if Harasaka had not just started sinking into the swamp while talking. Subaru panicked, unsure whether to save him or let him get out on his own. Harasaka sank into the mud, and after a while there was no sign of movement. Shikushima had warned Subaru countless times to be extremely careful with Harasaka. He looks smart and like the kind of person who can do everything, but except for strength, he can't do a damn thing. Subaru feels life is really ironic. How could his idol since childhood be like this? Subaru was about to use blood control to pull Harasaka up when suddenly a giant iron ant appeared. Harasaka looked up from the mud, used his giant sword technique to take down the iron ant, and sighed in relief. Thankfully he escaped, thinking he was about to meet his ancestors. Harasaka Renji is the strongest deity lord in Japan, known for his good looks and kind behavior. And anyone who has known him for a long time would surely think like Subaru. It is a relief that Harasaka became a deity lord. From childhood to adulthood, Harasaka had no special abilities. At first, his parents expected him to be a smart child, but even though he did not meet their expectations, instead of being disappointed, they continued to give him boundless love and care. One day in 4th grade, Harasaka defended a classmate who was being bullied. The friend cried and thanked him, and Harasaka felt happy. But the next day when he became the target of the bullies, instead of worrying about their cruelty, he was even more shocked to find that the friend he had protected was one of them. People often betray others because of their own weakness, and from that day on, Harasaka decided he would never betray anyone, believing he could truly be a loyal friend. After walking a bit, Harasaka slipped into the mud again, and Subaru had to use blood control to pull him up. Harasaka laughed because the opponent's intuition was too sharp, so he thought it was better to use himself as bait to defeat it. Subaru pulled Harasaka up, followed by a giant monster. Subaru gradually began to understand Harasaka, who always made sure he was the first to fight the enemy to protect his teammates. He may seem full of weaknesses, but that is not the case. And it is not because he is distracted but because he is very agile and open-hearted. Subaru quickly handed him a towel to wipe himself with, a towel that was in the bag Shikushima had forced him to carry. Inside, Shikushima had packed towels, drinks, and some other essentials to survive alongside Harasaka, sharing his tattered mat. Among Harasaka's friends, Shikushima is the one struggling the most with him. Right now Shikushima is probably drowning in work, and sure enough, Shikushima is juggling a million tasks, getting frustrated because that damn Harasaka can't do anything useful. Konokawa, get well soon and come back to help carry some of the workload. The Golden Lords are very close, especially Harasaka, Shikushima, Voodoo, and Kinakawa. They have been members since the Golden Lords were founded, and have journeyed together for 8 years. So there is only one thing weighing on Harasaka's mind, Tega, the one who seriously injured Kinakawa. And he will never forgive him. He told Subaru that even if he and Tega are brothers, he will still choose to defeat Tega. Subaru grew serious, thinking about Sawatari and little Kana. He also had his reasons to defeat Tega. No matter what happened, he was always ready. The two went deeper inside and stopped. Standing on the cliff, Harasaka used his secondary skill, Hawk Eyes, to spot the boss 20 kilometers away at 6 of the clock. The boss of this map is a level 81 gun-body tree spirit, a giant tree with eyes growing on its trunk that sprouts defensive thorns when it senses someone approaching. Harasaka summoned a giant mirror to block the tree spirit's attack, but his sword shattered, and its attack spread out, devastating the entire area. Fortunately, Subaru quickly used blood magic to pull Harasaka up into the sky when the attack came, but Harasaka was still passionate about explaining that, as he said earlier, the difficulty rating at the gate is just an estimate. Subaru grimaced, What kind of fire is this? The attacks from this tree are as strong, if not stronger, than Shikishima's. This one is truly on a different level compared to the 4-star bosses. Harasaka raised his golden sword. The soldiers at this gate were equivalent to 4 stars, but it seemed only this boss was a low-level 5-star. Harasaka remained calm as if nothing was wrong, sighing that this must be the hardship of constantly fighting unknown enemies. Harasaka even had the mood to comment on Subaru's flying skills, not expecting him to fly that high. Subaru was on edge. If Harasaka had not blocked the blow with his sword earlier, he would have been fatally hit, and now he was almost out of MP, barely able to keep flying. Harasaka swung his sword in the blink of an eye, splitting the gun's spirit in two with a single strike. This was his 6th special move, the 7 curve slash, allowing him to curve his sword strikes to any point within range. It is likely that after using the special move, the sword blade will be lost, and although it requires a lot of MEP to activate, if used well, victory is almost guaranteed. Subaru was stunned, unable to react before the boss was already defeated. And the two of them left through the gate. It was already late afternoon, and as they said their goodbyes to head home, Harasaka told Subaru not to mention today's events to Shikushima. But it was too late. Subaru had already sent him the full report. And Shikushima, looking like he was collecting a debt, dragged Harasaka off in a huff. In his final moments, Harasaka remained cheerful, promising Subaru they would meet again tomorrow, and that he would wait at the gate next year. Subaru returned home, cleaned up, then lay in bed reflecting, remembering the spirit boss from today. Subaru closed his eyes and imagined Harasaka's fighting style, knowing he had to adapt in his own way. Meanwhile, Kokuji was gathering forces, with 20 casualties so far, and they kept splitting their troops to recruit more. The Graves Graveyard team entered the Julieta Graveyard residential area, but they all refused and were determined to fight to the end. However, the Kokugaji group did not give up and continued to expand their hunt. Shikushima annoyedly answered the call from Hijaki's idiot son, thinking he should have been detained until his punishment was decided and the suspicion of him harming his teammates was still unresolved. Hijaki smiled reassuringly, saying he was the one attacked and had no other choice. The attacker identified by the host is named Kishikawa Soji, a host of the same type, clearly connected to the Shadow faction. Hijaki senses something unusual in his insect control skills. Shikushima looks at the information on the computer screen. The skills are completely different from the initially registered ones. Just as he suspected, the Shadow faction can grant new abilities to users. Last night many people were attacked, but Hijaki's idiot son was the only one who fought back. Shikushima warned Hiki to be careful. Hijaki's idiot son said yes and hung up, but as soon as the phone beeped he got angry and scolded the annoying glasses-wearing lackey. Elsewhere, the Dark faction members communicated to update each other. The blonde-haired one reported that everything was still going well on their side. They had defeated the 6-member Grex team, lost to Julieta, and the other side responded that they had finished wiping out the Platinum team. Both sides discussed moving forward. Next they planned to kill the Golden Gods. In Marunouchi, Chiyoda City, Tokyo, in front of the new Marunouchi building, Harasaka and Subaru met the survey team before breaking through the 5-star gate. The survey division is an intelligence unit established by Shikushima for those with movement and analysis skills. Their job is to provide information about the gate and increase the survival rate of the gatekeepers assigned to that gate. The head of the survey unit is Kosaka Masago, who is married and has withdrawn from the front lines to return to the survey unit. Her husband and child live in Meguro, where Subaru defeated the whale, so she feels extremely grateful to him. Kosaka now takes out her iPad to show everyone the information about the gate. This gate is called the Thunderstorm Gate, a very small place consisting of 2 locations, a garden and a palace, with 2 thrones on the top floor of the palace and a boss inside. It could be that one or both are bosses. Subaru felt a bit uneasy. He had formed a team before in a 2-star gate and faced 2 bosses, but he could not believe he was encountering them again in a 5-star gate. Harasaka waved to get his attention, smiling brightly as he asked if he was okay before leading the way inside. Subaru felt calmer, and although it was a bit different from what he imagined, Harasaka was still amazing. As soon as Subaru and the other person stepped in, the gate closed, and the Shadow group immediately arrived, injuring one of Kosaka's subordinates. The Shadow group were the cultists who worshipped and licked the Dark Gate. Extremely arrogant, Kosaka recognized the arrivals from the list Shikushima had given her. She could not let them do whatever they wanted, so Kosaka fought back, but she was no match for them and was quickly defeated by one of the Shadow faction. He took out his phone to report the situation. Harasaka and Subaru have entered the 5-star gate. Proceed to open the dark door in 10 minutes. The recipient was the thug, whose appearance had leveled up this time, with a shaved head now replaced by long flowing hair, looking much more handsome and human. Inside the storm gate, the scene is peaceful and picturesque. With palaces, lakes, and greenery, anyone would prefer to relax here rather than stay home stressed by deadlines from the boss. Harasaka stays alert, wondering if the boss locked the door after the gate was sealed, and then the process of breaking through the gate begins. Suddenly the wind howled, dark clouds gathered, lightning cracked, and the palace before them lit up. The gate's change of mood was faster than a lover's betrayal. and the enemy would soon reveal themselves once the gate was locked. Both of them could sense the presence of the bosses on the mini-map, but what they felt went beyond their expectations. They quickly realized that the two bosses they were about to face were definitely among the top tier next year. They are Storm Denta, level 89, and Thunder Killam, level 93. The two bosses have also sensed the presence of Subaru and Harasaka, recognizing someone familiar. One is a Golden Knight mercenary and the other is an assassin they never want to face. That hateful demon. Killam and Dent exchange chuckles, sharing their sinister plans. Knowing this demon is still weak and wondering how long it can hold out. After a moment, a group of knights appeared before Harasaka and Subaru. Although they were just soldiers, each one was stronger than the whale, averaging level 60. Subaru immediately ordered C not to hold back with his powers. Confident he could handle it no matter what, she had to protect Saka's body. C began using blood control to transform into the extermination force form. Seeing the soldiers charging forward, Subaru immediately switched to serious mode. If he had not gone all out from the start, he would not have been able to win. Immediately, Subaru transformed his blood control into an immortal blood armor. Harasaka snapped his fingers twice, and the giant gum sword pierced through the soldiers. But more than half of them were still alive, their agility surpassing his. A soldier tried to attack Harasaka but Subaru blocked it, kicking the soldier in the head. Yet this soldier was no pushover. It grabbed Subaru's leg, threw him to the ground, and punched him, causing Subaru to lose health. This is not a joke. This soldier alone is on par with Suzy and Karen. The attacking soldier was even fiercer. Subaru tightened his abs, raised his leg, and kicked him. He was not here to block Harasaka but to fight alongside him. Subaru used blood control to blind the soldier and then crushed him. The system announced the successful defeat of a level 54 Thunderstorm Knight, but Subaru was already exhausted after taking down just one. He was panting heavily, unable to level up at all, and had wasted too much energy just to defeat one of them. 4 other soldiers surrounded him. Subaru summoned the divine carving. He could not slash normally because it used too much EP, so he had no choice but to slash directly. The soldiers raised their hands to use the diamond sword technique. Unbelievable. These guys have really leveled up, even using special skills on their weapons. Reaching 5-star rank like that. Although Subaru had faced the challenge, his eyes remained determined as he exchanged a glance with Harasaka, telling him not to worry, that this was nothing. After thinking all night, Subaru realized that no matter how much he admired Harasaka, he could never be like him. When Shikushima said he wanted Harasaka to train him, he was not talking about Harasaka himself but about the fighting style, not just leveling up but always being ready for battle. Staying calm, and feeling like you will never lose. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to become stronger. No matter how hard or humiliating it was, he had always been waiting for this fight. Subaru radiated an aura even stronger than before. Charging into the fray, he knew that fierce battles were what made him stronger. Subaru used his divine axe to block a soldier's sword, while another took the chance to strike from behind. Gritting his teeth, Subaru endured the pain. He did not stop, kept charging forward, using his blazing blood to grip a soldier's arm and then sliced him to pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32, his health and mana restored, and he plunged back into battle, using his divine axe to strike down 2 more soldiers at once, successfully reaching level 33. Subaru charged forward with fierce determination. Harasaka stood on the other side without intervening, recalling Shikishima's instructions. When entering the gate next year, do not help Subaru until the very end. And do not try to teach him anything, let him struggle on his own. In the near future, Subaru will stand alongside them. All he needs is experience, so a fierce battle could push him to the edge. Shikishima also figured that someone like Harasaka can't really teach others anything, so he just told Harasaka to show off all his coolness to the juniors. Harasaka smiled faintly, easily slashing 2 charging soldiers with his sword, wondering if Subaru could become the hope to illuminate their dark and desperate future. 8 years had passed since the first gate appeared, and despair began to grow within the strongest divine lords, with the most powerful gate at that time being 3 stars. But 3 years later, the 4-star gate appeared. Then 3 years after that, the 5-star gate showed up, and with each additional star, the difficulty increased tenfold. Harasaka once discussed this issue with Shikishima, saying that if the difficulty updates every 3 years, it means the 6-star gate will appear next year and the 7-star gate 4 years after that. But going back 2 years ago, the Golden Lords could not become 10 times stronger. When the 6-star gate appears, all the Golden Lords will have no choice but to work together to overcome it. If this keeps up, the gods who give up won't be able to keep up with the increasing number and difficulty of the gates. This is a truly difficult problem. Who can handle a gate 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate? If the time for the 6-star gate is 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate, it means that if they fail to break the gate, the clock will shatter immediately. They also cannot ignore the lower level gates. But the number of divine lords is always insufficient. Does that mean humanity can only accept defeat? No matter how many times Harasaka tried to find a way, one problem after another kept arising. He feared the day he would lose the true friends he finally got to meet. In a moment of despair, they suddenly received a call from Kinakawa, who was with Yudu interrogating suspects in the God Lord murder case. and she got news that the circular gate had appeared. Harasaka silently watched Subaru fight the soldiers seriously, realizing that he could only use swordsmanship directly to fight the enemies. On the other side, Subaru gradually took down the soldiers, slowly realizing that he only needed to focus on the mirror blade as the divine body of strikes hit the enemies. This way, he could defeat foes with high defense while also reducing the MEP required. Harasaka nodded in approval. Subaru did not learn from what was taught. He learned from his own battle experience. After defeating all the soldiers around him, Subaru turned to check on C, who was using the Annihilation Force skill to fight the soldiers. This is a type of ultimate skill that sets a simple trigger command for blood cells from a large mass of blood essence. Her trigger command is touch to explode. However, with C's current level, no matter what she does, her attacks won't be effective. But that is more than enough. Even if just a little, C will reduce the number of enemies around Subaru and Harasaka, prioritizing protecting Suzaka's body. C tried hard to dodge, but she ran into another soldier who raised his sword to strike, only for Subaru to arrive just in time and cut the soldier down with a divine strike. Subaru was moved to tears, thanking C for staying safe, and C blushed as her heart pounded. Then they split up to take down the remaining soldiers. Subaru ran over to Harasaka to tell him that he felt leveling up here was quite difficult, and only then did Harasaka notice. He thought it was because his current level was too high, but if Subaru felt the same, then this probably meant it was a special stage. These soldiers are no different from puppets created by the boss's ultimate skill, which is definitely why they give so little experience points. That means from the start, there were only 2 bosses sitting on that throne. Subaru was stunned. No way, he could still level up so he was fine. But Harasaka would get more and more exhausted the longer he fought. Harasaka raised his sword and struck another soldier, saying it was not entirely pointless. Killing these soldiers would weaken the boss's power. However, the enemies definitely won't let things go so easily. What they want to do remains a mystery. Killam and Denta have also realized that Harasaka and Subaru have seen through their trick, and they laugh with delight, now eager to join the battle. The moment he saw the enemies, in a split second of hesitation, Harasaka wondered if he should use the sword bending technique right now. Costs 80% of the user's maxim, can reach the enemy instantly, and cut them down. But would it be enough to slice through these 2 in front of him? Harasaka made up his mind. Whether he succeeded or not, this was his only chance to use it. He decided to use his 6th skill. But just as he was about to strike, the rain suddenly stopped and the sky cleared. The 2 bosses standing behind Harasaka suddenly reminded him not to try any tricks, they just want to fight. The blonde one introduced himself as Thunderstorm, the green-haired one as Killam Thunder, and they wanted a fair battle. These 2 bosses are like the boss at the Gate of the Dead soldier Subaru passed through. Most bosses are mindless like wild animals. They kill all intruders. But these 2 can control the weather and even strategize on the spot. This fight is intense. Harasaka tried talking to the 2 bosses, and they politely took some time to listen. He clenched his fists tightly. He had billions of questions for them. What exactly were those gates and doors? And why did those monsters come to this world? Dento and Killam asked Harasaka if the kid Lewis had told him yet, and Harasaka was startled. Lewis is the owner of the golden gate he possesses. These 2 bosses know about Lewis too. Do not tell me they are the entities closest to the central incarnation. These 2 bosses are easier to talk to than I imagined. After all, they have been locked up here for too long, so they will tell us everything they know. Subaru was stunned. Is revealing earthly secrets really this easy? Harasaka quickly took out his phone and asked permission to record, not trusting his own memory very much. Killam happily agreed, cleared its throat, and said that basically the gate is what. Then suddenly the audio cut out at the important part, saying this is a security issue and can be revealed. Harasaka still has not given up. He pulls out paper and pen, pressing them on the 2 bosses, begging them to write, knowing that if he returns empty-handed, Shikishima's gaze will strip him bare. This time Killam refuses, saying they have waited long enough and that if the 2 can defeat them, they will come closer to the answers they are seeking. Killam and Denta took their fighting stances, itching to get started, and just when everyone thought the 2 bosses would show off something impressive, they ended up playing rock, paper, scissors. After a few rounds, Denta won and got to choose an opponent without hesitation, picking Harasaka. As soon as the words left his mouth, Denta lunged at Harasaka, and the 2 exchanged a fierce, non-stop barrage of attacks, with Denta feeling ecstatic to have caught a good fight. Harasaka also switched to serious mode. Denta was stronger than any opponent he had ever faced. On the other side, Subaru was barely standing under the pressure of the attacks from Denta and Harasaka, when suddenly Killam appeared beside him with a grim expression, startling Subaru into jumping back. Killam was upset but did not say anything, wondering why it had to fight the host of that damn ghost bug. Subaru politely apologized, and Killam chuckled, saying it was not his fault. For some reason, Subaru felt very comfortable. Being able to talk to Killam normally without any discomfort made him feel no pressure from him at all. Even though they were enemies, Killam said it would try to have fun with Subaru, to see how many times it would have to beat him before he breaks. Killam stomped on Subaru with its foot, sending him flying from the palace entrance all the way to the gate. Subaru thought that when someone steps on a bug on the road, they do not even bother to use force because they are so weak. Killam was frustrated. It only kicked once, but Subaru could not dodge. It did not know exactly who he was the host of, but he was too weak. Subaru was burned to a pile of Denzi Lulu on the ground. Harasaka on the other side panicked and worried for Subaru, who lost focus in Zila and got hit by Denta, losing an eye. Meanwhile, Killen held Subaru's divine axe up to examine it, and the sword showed no damage from its thunder strike. This must be why it sensed the imbalance in Subaru's power during the first half of the battle. Killam felt the weight of this sword and began to doubt whether Subaru was the host of the immortal god Vanquish. Seiya stood behind Killam with tears streaming down her face. Killam kindly warned Seiya not to do anything reckless. Interfering in a one-on-one fight like this would only end badly. Seiya gritted her teeth, repeatedly calling Subaru's name and begging him to wake up soon. Killam stood with arms crossed, feeling sorry but thinking you can just stand up on faith and hope after your leg's blown off. That is exactly right. The pile of blackened Subaru behind gradually stood up, using blood control to reconnect his body, and Subaru told Seiya to get out of the way and not interfere. Earlier Subaru used a defensive move he once used to avoid the black smoke from the biker, creating a large amount of semi-solid blood to cover his entire body. Despite losing both arms and legs, he somehow survived, with only a little blood and EP left. Killam is definitely the strongest opponent he has ever faced, and he can't even guess the extent of their physical differences. But if he survives, he will definitely grow stronger quickly. Killam clicked his tongue, noticing Subaru had wrapped his limbs in blood, but he did not like it. It was terrifying. The brat just would not die no matter how much he fought. On the other side, Denta threw a flurry of punches, laughing wildly, truly enjoying himself. Although Harasaka had lost one eye, his right eye still kept up with him, even shining brighter than before. Harasaka swung his sword and cut one of Denta's arms, but Denta did not back down, laughing gleefully as he kicked Harasaka backward. Harasaka gripped his sword tightly, knowing he had to thank Denta. No one starts off strong, and when he was a rookie, he faced many dangers like this. If he could defeat Denta now, he would become even stronger. Harasaka used his fifth skill, a golden aura radiating, boosting all abilities and the skill's effect by 130% while consuming extra MEP. Denta also switched to serious mode, charging forward again, and Harasaka swung his sword to defend. Elsewhere, Subaru was chased by Killam, who kept striking him with lightning, forcing him to run with his pants down. Lightning moved at 100 km per second on the wire, a third of the speed of light, making it no easy feat to dodge. Subaru needs to predict the movement patterns of lightning while constantly moving without stopping, because one hit will turn him to dust. Killam calmly stands with arms crossed, controlling lightning to chase Subaru, and the situation is getting worse. If this keeps up, all the soldiers will be wiped out, and with Subaru's current AP and EP, one hit from Chop means instant death. Though it is nearly impossible, Subaru still has to try to defeat the soldiers to level up, so he swoops past a soldier and decapitates him. Successfully leveled up to 34. Stats increased, Ancient restored, and his lost body parts fully regenerated. Killam noticed this but did not care. A simple flick of his hand was enough to block Subaru's attack and strike back. Subaru has joined the disabled club once again. Killam blocks and twists his ear, knowing it is hopeless. So why does he keep stubbornly fighting? Subaru used blood control once again, shooting spikes at Killam, but Killam did not even bother to dodge. Don't you waste your kicks and punches now. It knows why Subaru was chosen as the host of the Cursed Immortal. He hates losing. He desperately clings to life. And because of that, Subaru always does meaningless things. Killam lifted his foot and lightly kicked, shattering the sharp spikes flying towards him. Subaru shielded himself against Killam's kick, knowing that if this kept up, he would be crushed by Killam's overwhelming strength before he could even aim at him. Killam kindly warned that Subaru's tricks were nothing compared to his power, and if he planned to fight, his current strength was not nearly enough. While Killam was distracted, Subaru's cat Suzy had already caught the sacred spear, but Killam struck and killed Suzy. As Subaru was about to rush to save her, a system notification suddenly appeared, saying Suzy the glass cat is using MEP to revive. Subaru suddenly remembered that Suzy has the ability to regenerate. She understood his strategy and was trying to help him. Suzy threw the sacred carving stick towards Subaru, who caught it successfully, but before he could even celebrate for 3 seconds, Killam closed, and this time Subaru was no longer caught off guard. Behind Suzy, now giant, claws swiping at Killam. Killam turned and kicked, shattering Suzy into pieces. While Killam was distracted attacking Suzy, Subaru was ready and lunged underground at the spear, killing the soldiers. He will use up all his MP right now. The soldiers have all been wiped out. Subaru successfully leveled up to 35, and his leg has grown back. Killam lunged from above to attack from behind, stabbing through his arm. No joke. Killam got burned. It was extremely angry at Subaru's actions. He threw away Suzy's sacrifice to escape and recover. Why cling so desperately to life? Didn't you come here to defeat it? If that is the case, you won't stand a chance even in your next life. Subaru's vision blurred. He had no strength left to resist, recalling all the people in the past who humiliated him, calling him a bug, incompetent, and useless. Yet there were also people like Suzaka and Kinokawa who wanted to grow stronger with him and understand what he wanted to do. Subaru truly wanted to see Saka again, even if just for a short time, because the time they spent adventuring together was very joyful. Subaru shed tears, willing to accept it being the last time, even if Suzaka did not want to forgive him. He just wanted to see her again to say thank you and apologize for dragging her into this. If she is willing to forgive me, I want us to grow stronger together once again. Subaru became emotional. Killam did not understand what he was babbling about. Subaru had reached level 35 and had won the gate. The third gate appeared, cutting off Killam's hand. From the door stepped out a cool and handsome version of Vanquish, speaking in a tone that deserved a good scolding. "Hello, little brother. I have been watching you from the other side, and hurting my host is a serious offense." Subaru lay sprawled on the ground, eyes half open watching Vanquish appear, who used a blood skill to shoot a blood beam, then lifted Subaru onto his shoulder and stepped through the gate. Not forgetting to warmly tell Killam they would meet again. Subaru would return stronger than before. How could Killam just let it go? He will never forget the day Vanquish killed him in Denta. Now the mortal enemy stands right in front of him. How could he just stand by and watch? Killam flies into the gate after vanishing Subaru in a rage. Inside was a sea of thick smoke and dust, and on the other side Vanquish was healing Subaru's battered and wild body. Every time this kid appeared before him, he was on the brink of death. Subaru's consciousness was still unclear, unable to believe Vanquish was standing in front of him. After a while, the healing was done, but Killam over there suddenly shot a bolt of electricity. Furious as ever, Vanquish shooed Killam away, telling him to mind his own business and get lost back home. Killam screamed, claiming Vanquish was the real master in its duel with Subaru, promising to burn Vanquish alive after dealing with him. Vanquish sighed, telling him not to impose a warrior's rules on a king, breaking into the human world and forcing him into a duel. How shameless is that? Vanquish thought to himself. Killam wants to defeat both him and Subaru. Huh. Suddenly, he came up with a brilliant idea. Vanquish touched Subaru's body. By entering his body, he would borrow it for a few minutes to show him how he uses blood control. Vanquish gradually merged with Subaru. This kid's body is pretty good now. Level 35 is enough to defeat someone drained of power from being sealed in the gate like Killam. That is more than enough. Killam's blood rushed to his head, unable to bear the humiliation, wishing he could return to the underworld so he would not be this pathetic now. Before he could finish, Vanquish inside Subaru slapped him hard. There is no one with an ugly face, only those who do not know how to use it. Indeed, Vanquish inside Subaru has taken his appearance to a whole new level, making the girls swoon, looking incredibly cool. Killam reattached his head. Vanquish focused his power in his hand and shot back at Killam, sending him flying 8 meters away. Killam gritted his teeth in pain as Vanquish locked his gaze on him and used the blood curse fusion skill. Killam's body twisted and contorted, shrinking into a tight ball. Killam still tried to hold on, kicking at Vanquish, who tilted his head like a deer to dodge. Killam escaped from the round ball earlier, and Vanquish slapped his blackened thigh in praise. Both sides exchanged blows without hesitation. Killam's attacks were all blocked by Vanquish, who even managed to punch a hole through Killam's body. Subaru watched the entire battle from inside, unable to believe how strong Vanquish really was. Vanquish will bounce back, that is obvious, so do not judge others by appearances. He just embarrassed himself and should look at himself wearing glasses and a jersey. How lame. Subaru had nothing left to say. He wondered why Killam was so strong yet still took damage, having fought enemies who could regenerate but never suffered serious injuries until their MP was depleted. Vanquish eagerly explained that it was because of the original curse. He had infused it into his blood, and the curse could deeply wound the opponent's soul. This technique works against enemies who can regenerate in spirits without a fixed form, something straight out of a villain's playbook. Killam clenched his fists tightly, shouting not to underestimate him. Damn annoying brat. Subaru was puzzled, wondering why Killam hated Vanquish so much. The thing is, in the underworld, Vanquish killed Killam and locked it in a gate. On the other side, Killam got serious, throwing powerful punches to attack, and Vanquish blocked them. Killam's body was bruised in several places, and it was unwilling to accept defeat. If only it had its full strength, it would not have ended up like this. Kind Vanquish advised that this would not have happened if Killam had killed Subaru earlier, whether in a one-on-one fight or a double match. As soon as Vanquish's door was restored, Killam had already lost for sure, and it was a convincing victory for Subaru, who had used all his strength to surpass his own limits. Killam screamed, "Do not mess with me," as it slowly began to vanish. Vanquish calmly advised Killam to take things more seriously. The system announced the boss was defeated. Killam gradually disappeared, unable to regenerate or maintain its soul form anymore. Killam kept asking about Vanquish's parents. Subaru was stunned. Vanquish defeated Killam so easily. He was truly too strong, and Subaru had never paid attention to underground creatures before. But what kind of being was Vanquish? The system just showed a notification that the boss was defeated, but another message appeared saying the boss has resurrected. Subaru panicked and looked at Vanquish, who remained calm as ever, saying it was just a remnant now. Killam was recreated by the Storm Perusia skill, which can revive the user with 5% of their maximum health before death, usable only once every 240 seconds. Killam tried to charge back into battle but was struck down by Vanquish's piercing finger. It struggled to break free but could not. Killam's soul is on the edge, so it can activate the resurrection skill, but the side effect is losing consciousness. Subaru worries that if it were Vanquish, he could easily defeat Killam, but if it is him, he will probably have to risk everything to beat this 5%. Suddenly Subaru remembered, if Killam had this resurrection skill, could it be that Harasaka's opponent had the same ability? Vanquish also recalled this, escaping from Subaru's body, still troubled about how to handle this challenge. But luckily, the solution seemed to fall from the sky. He pointed at the 5% Killam and told Subaru to defeat it. Just as Subaru was about to resist, Vanquish seriously warned him that if he could not beat Killam, he would not need him anymore, and if anything happened to him, he would leave him to die. Vanquish told him he needed to ignite the fire within, but Subaru had no reason to hate Killam. However, Vanquish did not mean that. He meant that anyone with a goal always hates their own weakness. Perhaps that is why Subaru is always treated like a worthless bug by those around him. So deep down, Subaru has always accepted that he is a complete failure, and that is also why he is not afraid to risk his life for others. He always blames himself for being too weak and useless to protect them. But Subaru is wrong. He should not blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate his own weakness, a hatred that cannot exist to keep him trapped in the past. It will appear to protect you and allow you to step out of the past. That is the true strength for Subaru to move forward. After listening to Vanquish's words, Subaru's eyes welled up with tears, and he gripped his sword tightly and advanced. Vanquish watched his shadow like that of his own son, encouraging him to be strong, and one day, he would love himself and truly be happy. Subaru and Killam fought each other with all their might at 5%. On Harasaka's side, the fight was just as intense, both exchanging blows evenly, and even Denta could not believe Harasaka could use enough power to overpower it. Harasaka used his second skill, the dazzling rope, blinding one of Denta's hands and pulling it toward him. Gripping his sword tightly, he silently calculated. The overwhelming aura consumed a lot of P, leaving him with about 48 seconds before running out. The enemy's HP was estimated around 300,000 to 400,000, and Harasaka had decided to use it the 7th skill, Itoi. After copying the Demon Slayer Rex, the flying slash cut Denta into pieces, and it could not believe it. The slash suddenly pierced through its body. Denta fell to the ground gasping, realizing that the accuracy of Harasaka's attacks had increased rapidly. This was not a power skill but a technique skill. Harasaka struck several more times, consecutively using different skills, crushing the monster with a double-headed slash, shattering the storm. After these continuous attacks, Denta's regeneration speed could not keep up, and it gradually faded away. Harasaka's 7th secret technique, Itoi, allows the user to employ skills from famous warriors who trained under the Golden Knight leader Lewis. The higher the technique level, the more secret techniques from famous warriors are unlocked. The notification that the boss was defeated appeared. Harasaka collapsed to the ground, his HP and EP nearly depleted, and his crushed eye began to ache. Unsure if it would heal with the next level, he looked toward the Rainbow Gate, wondering about Subaru and the others, when suddenly the Rainbow Gate shattered, and a notification appeared that the boss had resurrected. Denta 5% stood towering over him and lunged forward. Harasaka struggled to get up when suddenly a rainbow crack appeared in the air, and Subaru burst out, using his full strength to smash Denta 5% to pieces. This time the boss was completely defeated. Subaru successfully leveled up to 45. The two finished the storm gate early. Harasaka leveled up to 85. His eye was healed, and he thanked Subaru for saving his life. Harasaka found it strange that Subaru did not level up because the rule inside the gate is that if the total damage dealt to the enemy is less than 20%, no experience points are awarded. Subaru only defeated 5%, so he did not get any. Harasaka was stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard of that mechanism. Even though Shikushima had explained it to him 10 times during his 8 years as a god master, he had forgotten it all. Subaru called C and Suzy to head back. The two walked out of the gate to find someone waiting outside Yuju and Japan's #1 headler, Hishizaki Ryuji, the younger brother of the Osaka reconnaissance chief. They had come to clean up the dirty-mouthed member of the night team from earlier. This guy is a key player. Once a co-god lord, Yudu received an anonymous report and rushed here immediately. He was caught by Yudu after being unexpectedly attacked by this brainless guy. They brought the night team in for questioning. Yudu turned to Subaru and asked what was wrong. Harasaka replied like he was about to die. Yudu carried the tree like a sack of rice and told Subaru to fill out the detailed report and go rest. Harasaka thought he was being told to leave, happily getting ready to go home, but Odu pulled him back to meet Shikushima. Subaru said goodbye to the two of them and told Seiya that he had found a way to see Sayaka again. The two climbed to the rooftop, pulled out the instruction board, and read that Subaru's blood-stealing skill had leveled up. This skill now allows the exchange of the original soul with a soul granted by a relative's ability, which can be activated anytime but cannot be used if the body is still weak until it recovers. That means Sayaka's soul is still inside Seiya's current body. This body is severely injured but recovers little by little over time, and the soul can be exchanged once the body is healed. Subaru was overjoyed. After all, Sayaka's return was only a matter of time, and he happily jumped up and down. Sorry, theme of the beast hunter. You were right from the start. I doubted you. My bad. But then he hesitated, wondering where Seiya's soul came from, and Seiya excitedly asked him what the reward for breaking the gate next year would be. Subaru pulled 2 items from his pocket. Thunder earrings that could add weak thunder to any strike, and storm earrings that could add weak wind effects to any action. He gave both items to Seiya, and after that battle, he realized the truth that there would come a time when he could not use his power to protect Seiya. He would grow stronger quickly, and when that time came, he wanted Seiya to use these 2 earrings to protect herself. Seiya shyly took the 2 earrings, blushing as she thanked him, and Subaru told her to try them on right away. Delighted, she put them on, her face turning bright red as she flew high into the sky in embarrassment. Subaru was dumbfounded, unable to understand why Seiya was flying so high. Suzy sighed in frustration, slapped Subaru across the face, then jumped down to sleep at Subaru and Tega's house. Subaru's biological father and Tega's stepfather, Arya, leisurely sipped his wine, wondering where his foolish son Subaru had gone off to. Just then, Arya Kiko, Tega's biological mother, told him not to stand by the window like that or the neighbors would see, while she focused on her iPad screen, calling to order 2 necklaces, numbers 4 and 51. Subaru's father was about to pour himself another drink, never expecting Subaru to become a divine lord and even a savior. He proudly believed his bloodline was truly exceptional, thinking that life would only get smoother from here and that he should invest more money into this house. Before he could finish speaking, the front door burst open and the handsome version of Tega walked in. With this appearance, his father did not recognize him and asked who he was and why he had the keys. Without even glancing, Tega reached out and strangled his father. Tega's mother at home kept asking to bring her more champagne, saying the manager had left for the day, and as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tega place a glass of wine on the table for her. She squinted for a moment, then recognized her son, said welcome back, and went back to scrolling on her phone. Tega smiled with satisfaction, surprised that even with this appearance, his mother could still recognize him. Tega's mother did not take her eyes off the phone screen. Of course, she gave a casual compliment on the makeup on Tega's face, saying it looked great. Tega tried to explain, but his mother cut him off, pointing at the necklace in the machine, saying she already had the necklace she wanted. Only 20 million for 5 pieces. So cheap. Tega sneered, radiating dark energy. That is right. His mother, no matter how much her son changed, she still did not care about that lowly thing. Glad he came here. He should not have been born. As darkness gradually enveloped Tega's mother, she turned to stone and ascended, and Tega dropped the champagne glass in his hand to the ground. This world and he were equally worthless, so they might as well be buried together. The next morning, the news reported that around 7 p.m. last night, a building collapse accident occurred in Shinagawa City, confirming 2 deaths believed to be Eric Ryohei and Eric Kiko, the couple living in the collapsed building, with severely injured bodies. Subaru saw the news and straightened up, then returned to the rundown house where Yuju and Harasaka were also present. According to Yuju's assessment, the injuries were similar to King Okawa's, leaving no doubt that Tega was the culprit. But what shocked him was that the bastard had killed both his parents. Shikushima noticed Subaru's silence and told him he did not have to force himself to come with them for the investigation. Subaru stood looking at the ruins, feeling no sadness at all, because no matter how many times he tried to recall memories with his father, there was nothing worth remembering, and that was what made him sad. Subaru sat down, staring at the X nameplate, wondering what that disgusting Tega was thinking and where he was now. Tega is now standing in front of the Divine Lord Federation headquarters, boldly stepping inside. Ignoring the rumors about him killing his parents, he walks straight to the reception desk, says nothing, and releases a burst of black energy. Before long, the federal headquarters shattered and collapsed, the dark energy radiating from it even more intense. Power. Intelligence. Beauty. Tega, once clumsy, foolish, and weak, had always longed for these things. But now, having everything, it feels truly hollow inside, unsure if existence still holds any meaning. On the other side, the furious Harasaka group received news of the Federation headquarters being destroyed. Shikushima snapped and shouted into the phone. How could he know if everyone was safe without any information? He told the person on the line to quickly send the Tachikawa branch, the largest branch, to rescue them, while the other branches should continue as usual and not let the clock break. Now they will use the vehicle as a command center to gather information. Staying in one place is too dangerous. Yudu has to admit that Tega is quite formidable, and if there is any trace of Tega, they will have to disperse from the headquarters to conduct searches. Unable to predict its target, it murdered his parents to distract them while it destroyed headquarters. At least 100 godheads have been killed, and the total number of victims, including civilians, is unimaginable. Shikushima swore. Damn it. Who would believe he dared cause such a disaster? They should not take Subaru home. He was about to call Subaru when suddenly a call came in. Shikushima answered the call, swearing that a surprise call like this was 100% from the Shadow faction. The caller was that damn AZ, who casually asked a question without getting angry. Did he like the little declaration of war they had prepared? Aze announced that from now on, 6 locations will be attacked just like the Allies' base was destroyed, and Tega is at one of those places. Harasaka, who had been silent until now, suddenly radiated an overwhelming golden aura, said nothing, and stood up, walking to the roof of the car. Yudu called but there was no response. Shikushima said not to interfere. It is better to let Harasaka fight so no one else has to die. Shikushima asked if Aze had been watching them at school, and if he wanted to join. Could he trust him? If I run into him and clash again, I guarantee I will tear AZ apart. Aze left a very expectant remark and then hung up. Shikushima also guessed what the Shadow faction was aiming for. Kokujiji said they would destroy the clock. Tega's time accelerating technique can crush anyone in an instant. In other words, they plan to use the gate's time to reduce the clock's time to 0 as punishment for failing to break all the gates. And the best gate to choose now is the 5-star gate with the most time left. Currently there are 870 days left on the clock. If they manage to break 3 5-star gates, they are doomed. Shikushima ordered the gods to be sent to each 5-star gate in Tokyo, and as soon as enemies are spotted, everyone must relay information to the higher-ups to deal with them, especially if they encounter Tega. They must report to the Golden Lord immediately. The war has begun. On the dark side, Hameno Jumino was admiring her nails while on the phone. Is this serious? They could have launched a surprise attack on 6 locations at once. Why declare war now? Aria Kohei from the Shadow faction eagerly replied that they have to fight the Golden Lords head-on. A surprise attack would make the game too easy. They talked among themselves, saying the guy Yudu caught earlier had escaped successfully, and according to orders, their team is now targeting Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru was sitting on the rooftop when a group came up behind him. 3 guys. Kozuki Tachi, Kagashingo, and of course Mekeano. The guy had been beaten badly, told that if he wanted to fight Harasaka, he had to defeat Subaru first. Even though he had no grudge against him, he still had to kill him, but he was still playing fair, one-on-one. Subaru stood up from the ground and told the 3 to come at him. He had heard everything from Shikushima, so he would not let any of them escape. Although he had no grudge against them, he would defeat all 3 and make them tell him where Tega was. Seeing Subaru so reckless, Shingo got annoyed and used his dark stone protection technique, surrounding his body with earth and rocks. He could not accept Subaru's contemptuous attitude. Shingo charged to attack but was lightly punched by Subaru, shattering his armor. Shingo was thrown 8 meters away, stunned and bleeding, unable to believe he had been defeated. His armor blown away by the wind. What had just happened? Earlier Subaru injected blood into the gaps of Shingo's armor and destroyed it from the inside. The leader sneered, fiercely charging forward with black smoke swirling as he swung several strikes. Subaru rolled to dodge. Assessing the leader's attacks, the ground shattered as if corroded over time, and the leader coated his blade with the black smoke before striking, making a direct hit extremely dangerous. The other one, Kujuki, seemed uninterested in fighting. He just sat still watching the show, while Ka also needed help and was extremely confident in his own skills. Subaru asked Ka what he wanted, why he kept insisting on solo fights, but Kaio did not answer and charged to slash at Subaru, who blocked it with a blood shield. The 3 of them have been playing together since they were kids. The tree is the leader, Shingo is its right-hand man, and Kuki always watches them from afar. For the tree, this kind of situation is just an everyday occurrence. Subaru was stunned for a moment, wondering what nonsense this guy was talking about. Were not they from the Shadow faction here to break the clock and destroy humanity? The tree gave a straightforward answer, wearing a beast mask, saying it joined Kokujiji's faction to become the gang leader and to grow stronger. He is determined to prove that he can defeat Japan's strongest god Harasaka Renji. And then the 3 of them will rise to the top. That is his dream. Subaru looked dumbfounded. He was clueless about hobbies because he was not raised well, unsure how to process this information. But Kei is the type who thinks of himself as a tough guy like in manga. Subaru realized that the Shadow faction did not seem very unified. The 3 people in front of him seemed quite different from the others. Subaru could understand Kei's dream and asked why he attacked Kosaka. Kei remembered they were the 3 people it met at the 5-star gate, and innocently replied that it was not the God Lord's fault for retreating from the front line because of love. But before finishing the sentence, Subaru punched its face. Kei fell and hit the railing, blood flowing from its mouth and nose like a stream. What kind of lantern was that? Even faster than before, Subaru was truly furious. Those 3 were from the reconnaissance unit. They had families and children, yet they continued to serve as the divine leaders to protect the world, and that damn tree dared to attack them. Subaru shouted. They were not the kind of people the tree could discard for its selfish dream. Subaru activated his conditional ultimate skill, the Knight's Aura, boosting all abilities by 45% while enraged. The relentless warrior kept swinging his sword, telling them not to mess with his dream. Subaru was about to use blood magic to fight the tree when suddenly Kujuki jumped out from nowhere and kicked the tree down, telling it to stay here and admit defeat. that the three of them would try their best next time. The tree fell to the ground unconscious, and Kujuki had no intention of fighting. He explained that while the three of them were childhood friends, he had another identity. Kujuki showed Subaru a chat message with Shikushima, revealing he was Shikushima's subordinate and a spy planted by the God faction within the Shadow faction. He was formerly a scout team member and came to inform Subaru about the 6 gates the Shadow faction planned to destroy. Tega approached a gate just as Shikushima arrived. Honestly, he hoped to face the glasses-wearing guy directly, but he hit the unlucky jackpot running into Lin Tega, who was ready to fight to the death today. Shikushima knew that Kyujiji had predicted he, Harasaka, and Yudu would be the first to go down, but he is no coward. Do not underestimate him, not one bit. Shikushima uses 5th skill, Rain of Bullets. A hail of bullets rained down from the sky aimed at Tega, who calmly dodged them. Looking back, Shikushima was the first to show suspicion towards him. Tega recalled that 3 years ago, Shikushima asked why he was leveling up so slowly. The truth is, the door that Tega stole from Subaru is a fragment of the Gilia fortress, but he refused to cooperate with it. Even when Tega surpassed level 20, the second door usually appears at that level, but in the end, there was nothing at all. At that time Harasaka had surpassed Tega. Some people received the second door at level 25 or 30. Maybe Tega was in that case too. He told Shikushima not to doubt Tega too much. Shikushima did not want to hold others back, but the truth was Tega's door did not appear and his level up was too slow. Saying he stole someone else's door was not baseless. Tega outside the door felt twitchy. Quietly calculating, wondering why they were so careless, but decided to let it slide since there was no proof. Back then Shikushima mentioned someone in Osaka with the skill to expose lies, and they could discuss this further at the upcoming meeting. Tega was extremely bitter, asking a lot about Shikushima's parents, wondering why that bastard kept causing trouble for him, and he was determined that one day he would tear Shikushima to pieces. Tega's foolish and childish assassination plan back then would become a reality, as he had fully unleashed the power of Gilia. Using the skill received from Kokugagi will boost Gilia to a shard wall, making death inevitable. Tega threw out black smoke and sneaked behind Shikushima, who stiffened in an instant. He used the clairvoyant skill to see Tega's position, so there was no way he could lose track of him. It could only be said that this bastard Lin Tega used some skill that allowed him to teleport instantly. Shikushima did not bother to move an inch and told Tega not to underestimate him foolishly. He used his third skill, the Fuzu Flame, and Tega's fist was burned to ashes before it could touch him. In the blink of an eye, Shikushima realized Tega could only teleport within the smoke and was quite good at escaping. He estimated Tega's power to be about that of a level 50 Golden Lord. But damn, Tega is not on the same level as me. I am already level 82. That guy is no match. Tega is bleeding heavily. Shikushima was about to continue fighting when suddenly a huge explosion went off. Tega knew the gods would send their strongest to the 5-star gate, so it extended the time of the 4-star gate and pushed the last Fuzu down. At this moment, about 200 monsters were released, and because the gods could not anticipate Tega's team's attack moves, they lost a large number of gods. Shikushima looked at the raging fire over there and wondered if this was still Tega. How could he be so clever? Tega looked at his regrown arm, and although his soul and consciousness coexisted, the Eric's Tega from before was gone. Everything he once longed for was now completely meaningless, leaving only the small desire of the old Tega in his mind to take revenge on a world that never loved him. So now the one holding Tega's body will fulfill this wish for him. Shikushima was silent. He had always sensed fear, recklessness, jealousy, pride, and a desperate desire for recognition from Tega. But now he no longer felt any of that from the Tega before him. In other words, Tega might be hiding a trump card capable of destroying the golden gods. Shikushima felt a strange mix of amusement and pity. Tega truly hated himself so much that he wanted to become someone else. Shikushima truly values Tega's current feelings but won't let them hold him back any longer. He unleashes his 6th technique, Lord of Fire. He is determined to kill Tega and protect this city. Tega also got serious, and the two charged at each other, exchanging heavy punches. Aikse, high on darkness, watched from afar. He saw that Shikushima had reached Tega, but there was no time to worry about that now. His opponent was Harasaka. Harasaka was bleeding and kindly told Aikse to drop his weapon and surrender before he lost his temper. But Aikse stubbornly refused, having his own reasons. An hour ago, Aikse said goodbye to his wife and children, promising to return before dinner, then stepped through the gate of darkness. Aikse's wife and children, to put it nicely, were just 2 walking corpses controlled by Kokugiji. Aikse faced Harasaka, now only 3 golden masters, including Harasaka, were active, and the others could not participate for various reasons. He thought this would be a good opportunity to challenge Harasaka. Harasaka did not wait for him to act recklessly. He charged forward with his sword, but Aikse showed no fear. Today his luck was good. Wielding his weapon, Aikse struck Harasaka flying. To him, Harasaka was the easiest prey to handle. Aikse's weapon was the boundary spear, capable of piercing any space within 150 meters, and physical counterattacks had no effect against its thrusts. Harasaka was pushed back and realized the person in front of him was very strong. He understood Ike's ultimate skill well because it was so complex, but in short, it bent the strike similar to his own skill that bends sword attacks, meaning he just needed to strike faster than Ike's hammer swing. Harasaka charged again, but halfway through he suddenly felt his body freeze. Hit by Ike's hammer and thrown to the ground, he got up once more, wondering what that lantern was, a symbol that stopped movement on contact with the hammer. And the problem was he only saw it at the moment of impact. Ike seemed to realize his trick had been exposed, so he used another ultimate skill called the defensive symbol. This skill must be preset and can freeze anything it touches for 1 second without exception. But no one can see the symbol before impact. The area where Ike is standing is already equipped with many symbols, so every time Harasaka charges to attack, he gets frozen in place and hit on the head with a hammer, falling face down. Just as Ike expected, Harasaka is extremely confident in his abilities, so he chooses to attack head-on. Although the heap loss with each hit is very small, it does not matter, as long as he can hold Harasaka back until the other gates are broken. That is more than enough, if he is lucky enough to defeat and kill Harasaka. Even better, 10 points. Harasaka switched to ranged attacks, throwing his sword at Eze. But it still had no effect. Those symbols could block and repel the techniques. Harasaka grew even angrier and demanded to know why all those with immense power did not use it to protect the world. Ike did not understand. Should not that question be asked of Harasaka instead? Why does he protect this world, and why is he so angry? Is it because so many people have died, or because this is his job that Harasaka's anger is only directed at their dark faction? Harasaka is angry, but Eze is 10 times angrier, swinging his sword in a strike from above toward Harasaka without understanding why. Those willing to sacrifice to protect this world like the gods are truly righteous and noble, but he has lost what he cherished most. Eze has forgotten the value of this world, which is why he questions whether he or someone else is the real madman. Eze went mad, swinging his hammer again at Harasaka, but he did not dodge. Harasaka raised his hand and blocked the blow. Eze struck repeatedly, but Harasaka did not budge an inch. Eze recalled the past. He had lost both his wife and child, and the culprit was a young godlord, making it difficult to accuse him. Eze became like a lost soul after their deaths. When the door of darkness appeared, sympathizing with his pain and promising to resurrect his wife and child if Eze helped it, Eze kept hitting but saw Harasaka did not react. Suddenly it was not fun anymore. He clicked his tongue and asked if Harasaka was just going to be defeated and disappear like that. Ise was about to kill Harasaka and send his comrades to hell. Harasaka closed his eyes, thought of his comrades, then swung his sword, using his 6th skill to break Ise's attack. Blood splattered everywhere. Ise tasted the blood and dropped his weapon, laughing with satisfaction. Harasaka's legendary 6th skill, which consumes 80% of the user's MEP, had finally been triggered. Ise had drained both Harasaka's CPM. His mission complete. As Ise fell to the ground, his tired eyes looked toward Harasaka. Unable to understand why he was crying, Harasaka approached Az, unsure if it was because his senses were dulled from battle. He felt his opponent's emotions flowing into him bit by bit, and now he cried because every time Azi struck him, he felt an endless sadness washing over him. Harasaka smiled at Az. Just as he said, he did not fight for the world. He wanted to protect the world to protect his friends, because he wanted to stay with them as long as possible. So Az was not crazy at all. He was sure that everyone had their own reasons to fight, but that was the reason Harasaka could never give up. Az laughed out loud, closed his eyes, and told Harasaka to go quickly, admitting he had lost, watching Harasaka fly away. In his final moments, Az thought he could not resist Kokujiji's tempting offer, and just wanted to do whatever it took to bring his family back. Harasaka is truly relentless. He is almost out of energy. How dare that plastic pig Kokujiji exploit others' weaknesses and manipulate them? In the amniotic fluid, Kokuji received news that Az was defeated, but it barely cared. Harasaka is almost out of EMP too, so he is not using the 7 sword paths anymore. Just keep going like this, and in the end, he will win. Kokujiji reached out to reclaim Azai's 2 puppet family members. Laughing uncontrollably, Subaru received news from Kujuki that he was in Oda City, facing a member of the Shadow Faction. With 19 Shadow Faction members including Tega assigned to different locations, they have all been upgraded with new powers and skills from Kokujiji, their abilities related to space and time. Kujuki warns him that the enemy is about to use their skill. Subaru's enemy is a woman. Oda uses a combined beast technique, turning into a cat before growing huge and roaring in Subaru's face. The cat tries to leap at Subaru but gets slapped down by Suzy the Glass. Subaru gently stroked Suzy and thanked her, then took out his phone to call Sia and ask if she was okay. She was in charge of eliminating underground monsters in the city. The two agreed to meet later and hung up, but suddenly Sia felt her heart skip a beat, stunned by a sense that something was wrong. Somewhere else, Suzaka's older sisters were facing an enemy from the Shadow Faction Himeno Jumeno, a former silver rank. Suzaka's eldest sister used the power of the Dragon King, delivering a strike from the sky. This skill can unleash the Dragon King's power through a portal onto the target, temporarily increasing attack power by 500%, but the previous attack did nothing to Himeno. Suzaka's second sister rushed toward the scythe, unleashing the Death Goddess skill that can cut an opponent's AP in half on contact. Unfortunately, the scythe did not hit Himeno, who dodged and kicked back at the second sister. Mizuho took a hit and could not believe it. She vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Like some kind of lantern, Himeno's skill is to disappear and reappear, erasing the user's presence from the world for a few seconds and allowing action while hidden if she uses 5 times the EP. Eldest sister Hazuki attacked from above, but Himeno disappeared, then appeared behind Hazuki and kicked her back a good distance. Himeno kicked Hazuki in the face again, making her stagger, unable to react in time. This girl's disappearance time is not only continuous but also appears right when she moves, and she can even move while vanished. This technique combines bending and invisibility. Hazuki's kicks aimed at the charging Himeno miss, and she gets punched instead. Hazuki was hit so hard her face hit the ground. Himeno laughed with satisfaction, feeling a bit smug, realizing these two were Amamiya. The eldest sister had a cooler style and the second sister was much cuter, both incredibly strong and had several times more followers on social media than him. Himeno jumped up in joy, having once been evenly matched with the two sisters but now possessing overwhelming power and ready to torment them both. Himeno did not care how many had died for her happiness now, feeling glad to have turned her back on humanity. Hazuki and Mizuho grit their teeth in frustration. This kid is rotten to the core. Beyond saving. Earlier, they received a call from Subaru, who said he had found a way to bring Suzaka back. He told them not to worry too much. It would only take a little more time, and he was sure he would bring Suzaka back to them. Hazuki and Mizuho were determined. They had to wait for their little sister to return. So this world, until Suzaka came back, they would never let the shadows destroy it. Himeno had seen Saka's introduction blog, thinking she was just a loser, never expecting these two in front of her to be Suzaka's sisters, and in her eyes, Suzaka was nothing. Just as she was about to insult her, C suddenly appeared from behind, telling Suzaka to remember it is only for 3 minutes, then began the soul swap process, transferring experience points accumulated by the immortal to survive, updating other skills within the soul. Suzaka was determined, using her electrified crushing fist to punch Himeno's mouth, making her two sisters burst into tears of joy. Suzaka told them to leave it to her. Even though there was not much time left, she had trained thoroughly and was now in a new position. She has reached level 40, possessing the Blood Seal skill, the Electric Punch, and even equipped with Thunderstorm earrings. Suzaka moves her body, now able to freely breathe this air, feel the ground beneath her feet, and protect those important to her. She feels truly happy, seeing her two sisters covered in wounds. Suzaka grew even angrier. How dare that bitch do this? On the other side, Himeno got punched, mixing up her teeth and lips. Some teeth were knocked out, and Himeno freaked out. That bitch smirked. Before she could do anything, Suzaka landed another punch that sent her flying 8 meters away. Now she would show her the results of all her training. With Suzaka's return, Subaru could feel it too. They were connected through the soul link. Suzaka punched Himeno relentlessly, the girl unable to fight back, her face beaten into a bloody mess. And Himeno wondered what kind of freak she was dealing with. This was no ordinary punch. She could feel an electric shock and a sudden force coursing deep within her body, and if she did not escape quickly, she would be finished. Himeno jerked back, trying to use her vanish and appear technique to escape, but the system showed an error, saying there were too many impurities around and to try again in a cleaner environment. Furious, Himeno cursed the useless thing as Suzaka landed another crushing punch. The reason she could not use her skill was because of the red smoky bone impurities surrounding her. Suzaka used blood control to create that bone barrier and nullify that annoying disappearance skill of hers. Himeno tried to attack, but Suzaka dodged and landed another punch to Himeno's chest. The two older sisters watching from outside were also surprised, unable to believe their younger sister had that skill, with martial arts skills even higher than the eldest sister, remembering the past when they asked Suzaka to stop taking missions for a while. At that time Suzaka's level could not keep up with their missions, and they wanted to fight to their last breath, so they could not protect Suzaka. At that time, Suzaka was very frustrated and determined to become stronger on her own. She stormed out of the house, determined to prove to her two sisters that she was useful. After a while, Haruki asked Mizuho if she had heard any news from Suzaka lately. Mizuho said she heard Suzaka was hit by some bosses with skills that downgrade targets to level 8, making her even weaker than before. But it seems Suzaka has not given up and is still trying to get stronger. Mizuho is certain that once Suzaka gets stronger, she will come back. The reality proved it true while two stood outside cheering for Suzaka. She felt encouraged and fought Himeno with even more strength. In the end, Suzaka still got along with her sisters. Unlike Himeno, grew up in a family full of discrimination where everyone only cared about us younger sister and always ignored us little sister gets hundreds of thousands of likes just by saying good morning, while us selfies get drowned out. Even though they wear the same outfit and say the same thing, why does Himeno always get hateful responses? Everyone told her to stop taking her sister's position. She is different now, but that is not the answer Himeno wanted. A sister is truly amazing, so why did not anyone teach her how to love herself? Himeno bit her nails until they broke, and then the door of darkness appeared, giving her the answer she wanted. If someone is above you, just pull them down. Himeno used her claws to kill her own sister. Things were supposed to go the way I wanted, so why is this little Suzaka now one step ahead of me? I won't accept this. Himeno struggled to fight back but could not, and Suzaka knocked her flat on her face. Himeno struggled to get up. I had escaped the mist. Himeno used the vanish skill to disappear, promising to harm what Saka cherished most. Himeno teleported close to Mizuho, despised Mizuho's cute face and vowed to tear it apart, but Himeno's slash was blocked by a shield created by Suzaka, who used blood control. Himeno went berserk, wondering why the world did not work the way she wanted, and why everyone else was useless. Damn it. Suzaka stepped in front of Himeno. Her body stiffened. Raising a giant fist, she would not let that damn girl touch her family. The massive fist slammed straight into Himeno's face, unleashing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Himeno lay motionless on the ground, completely blackened, while Suzaka's two older sisters were protected by her blood shield and remained unharmed. Haruki and Mizuho were very proud of their younger sister. She had finally grown up, even if she was a bit too strong. Suzaka happily waved to her two sisters, bragging that she had won, but before long, she started bleeding again. Her time was up, and she and C had to quickly switch so C could restart the recovery process. Suzaka understood that. She said goodbye to her two sisters and promised to see them again later. But now she needed to rest a little longer. She vowed to return, and when that time came, they would form a team again, and her sisters understood this and were ready to wait. Just then Subaru arrived, and Suzaka could feel how much he wanted to see her again, bringing tears to her eyes. She was the one who should be thanking Subaru, for he had always protected and saved her, yet she caused him deep pain by dying before his eyes. Suzaka clenched her hands tightly, her form gradually breaking apart. She thanked C for always taking good care of her body, but now she had to leave before her soul shattered. Suzaka asked C to convey her message to Subaru, and then she disappeared. When C woke up, she saw Subaru in front of her. He asked if Suzaka was here, but she had returned to avoid worsening her wounds. To protect her family from pain, Suzaka forced herself to come back for a while. Subaru happily sighed in relief as C conveyed Suzaka's message to him. She would wait for him at the red table. Suzaka returned to her place, eagerly stepping through a door where they fought without a single scratch. Here C has sworn allegiance to the Demon Emperor as his master, who covered up Suzaka's fight and gave her a score of 13 points. Delta harshly criticized, saying why be so strict? 30 points would have been fine, while Killam was extremely annoyed and scolded them. What the hell? 4 points. How do you spend 3 whole minutes using my power? It is just ridiculous. Suzaka was frustrated. These people were too slow. Then she went back to training. Subaru was still frozen, not knowing what to say, when eldest sister Hazuki rushed over, gripping Subaru's hand tightly and thanking him profusely for helping them reunite with Suzaka. They apologized for doubting you before and said they would never forget this debt. Subaru also teared up as Sasuke's two older sisters left. They needed to continue hunting monsters. Subaru looked at his hand. Vanquish told him he had to become truly happy, but he still did not know what could make him happy while the world was slowly falling apart. Subaru burst into tears, thinking if he could truly be happy, then being with everyone would be wonderful. Even if far beyond the horizon, he will stand by everyone as long as this soul of his remains here. Sasuke's body has leveled up to 40, partly due to the soul's memory retention. Seiya's original skills have reawakened, and Seiya can now use Seizeki to act. On Shikushima's side, he released butterfly bombs to fight Tiger. They vanished and reappeared in the smoke to ambush Shikushima. But it was useless. Shikushima's 6th skill, Flame of the Day, the Fire Mouth Trap, can automatically track targets. In terms of power, this skill is weaker than the Falling Rain technique but more energy efficient and never loses track of its target. Tiger also found Shikushima's skill annoying because every time his smoke bombs exploded, they were scattered, narrowing his teleportation range. Shikushima, both powerful and smart, has fought for 8 years and is an extremely tough opponent. Tiger Drill is unsure whether to unleash his trump card now. Behind Tiger, Harasaka has arrived. Using his 5th technique, the Golden Aura skill, more than 15 minutes have passed since the battle between Shikushima and Tiger began, and Harasaka has finally arrived. Though it is a hopeless plea, 8 years ago, when they and Harasaka were just 18, the first time he became a Golden Lord, he awkwardly tried to start a conversation with 14-year-old Shikushima. Shikushima arrogantly refused to answer, telling Harasaka not to bother him unless it was important. Harasaka, still unbothered, kept pestering Shikushima for advice about the new computer he had just received. He barely touched it before it started overheating, triggering all the emergency shutdowns. Shikushima was stunned. He ran out of words and told Harasaka never to touch the computer again. Right now, Tiger is facing 2 top golden gods of Japan alone. Being attacked from both sides by the two golden gods should have been the worst-case scenario, but Tiger was still confident it would win. Suddenly, a dark door appeared behind Shikushima. Thinking it was releasing gas, he jumped up, only to find the door sprouting a bunch of hands grabbing him. Trying to pull him in, Shikushima tried to activate the third skill, the Wandering Flame, to escape, but it did not work. He could not activate the skill. Things were getting worse. Tiger had realized the weakness of the golden gods, each possessing extraordinary power that allowed them to interfere in others' battles when nearby. But because they had unwavering faith in each other's strength, they hesitated when deciding to assist. Tiger has put Harasaka in a difficult position, believing that if Harasaka has good instincts, he will understand that the decision he makes now will determine the fate of everyone here. Will Harasaka kill Tiger and end the battle himself, or will he throw away that chance to save Shikushima right before his eyes? Harasaka decided to use the 7th skill, Lotus Piercing Slash, cutting through the arms surrounding Shikushima. Harasaka knew and did not dodge. Tiger took advantage of Harasaka saving Shikushima and swung his blade across Harasaka's body. Harasaka had no regrets. He smiled as he fell, grateful he had saved Shikushima. Harasaka was cut in half, and Shikushima was overwhelmed with pain. In the past, they had worked together to pass through the notoriously difficult 3-star gate, promising to grow stronger together. Later, Shikushima discussed with Kinokawa to establish a reconnaissance unit specialized in surveying the gates, so that at least the number of gods dying from traps would decrease. He decided to protect everyone, because it would be a waste for them to die in battle. And when the day comes that all the gates disappear from the world, he wants everyone to celebrate together and then disband. Shikushima desperately held Harasaka close, calling his name over and over with no response. People can truly give their lives to protect what they cherish, and Tega ironically congratulated Shikushima for being Harasaka's true friend. Shikushima clenched his teeth, eyes red with anger, swearing he would never forgive that bastard Tega and that he would kill him. He would stand up and fight, but he could not leave Harasaka's body like this. Shikushima cried endlessly, asking why Harasaka would die for someone like him, even though his reason for fighting was to be with everyone. Tega approached from behind, ready to strike with his weapon when suddenly a beam of light shot down from the sky. The one who arrived was Subaru, who told Shikushima not to worry and promised he would never let Harasaka perish alone. He used the blood-stealing technique, and fragments of Harasaka's body floated up to the core. Shikushima realized this was Subaru's special skill. He recalled the first time he met Subaru. When the Rainbow Gate appeared in the world for the first time, Subaru used it to revive Suzaka by his side. Blood seizure is a skill that can transfer the soul of the owner, turning those connected to the user into their family. Subaru has now reached level 35 and the soul transfer skill has been unlocked, so he can bring in a second family member. Subaru tells Shikushima that he can bring Harasaka back here right now but will protect his body intact until he returns. Shikushima wiped his tears and kept thanking Subaru. Shikushima's body gradually healed and transformed. Harasaka chuckled hoarsely. He flew into the sky, and the person possessing Harasaka's body was extremely excited. Witnessing the human world for the first time, Subaru recognized this familiar type of person and wondered how many others like him were here. He was one of Vanquish's servants, an old acquaintance of Subaru. Thema the Emperor. From today onward, he will be a close ally of Subaru. Thema Emperor is one of the 6 immortal emperors under Vanquish's command. After tormenting Subaru in the previous trial, he has somewhat regained his original appearance thanks to Subaru's progress. But with his current strength, he is not the same as during the challenge. With such skill, you summon many more shadow gates, ordering them to eliminate all obstacles. A swarm of hands emerged from the gate. But Thema the Emperor showed no worry. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the Emperor. Thema the Emperor realized these arms belonged to that withered old woman, simply Kokuji's caretaker. Thema the Emperor used Blood Void and Jade Blood Severance. A ring of blue blood appeared in the sky, turning the rain into a sudden downpour. These arms would need 100 million years to defeat him. Thema Hongdi transformed the shape of the rain pouring down into a divine earthquake, breaking all those arms so painfully they had to retreat back into the gate. But Thema Hongdi did not stop there. He grabbed the scissors from the middle seam and threw them straight at the gate, cutting the white beast master of those arms in the gate in half. Thema the Emperor flawlessly defeated Kokuji's caretaker, laughing as he clapped Subaru on the shoulder, while Tega stepped forward. He looked at Thema the Emperor, realizing that the next opponent he had to face was him. But Thema the Emperor waited patiently. There was no way he would fight unless Subaru ordered him to, otherwise he would just disappear. Tega clenched his fists, saying he would kill Shikushima. But this was Thema the Emperor, not Harasaka. He definitely did not care about Tega. What nonsense is this? Your real opponent is standing right in front of you. How strange. Why have you always avoided fighting Subaru? Thema Emperor urged Tega to hurry up. His master has a lot to do, so move it. Tega was stunned. Did he avoid fighting Subaru? No. He just did not want anyone interfering with his plans involving Subaru. He recalled the first time they met. Subaru was very friendly to him and even hoped they could live in harmony in the future. From that moment, a fear arose inside Tega, a feeling he remembered even after reincarnation, and Tega clenched his teeth tightly. Alright, let us go. Tega opened a door. Shikushima realized Tega was inviting Subaru inside and stopped him from going. The Emperor whispered into Subaru's ear, telling him to leave this place to him and go fight. Subaru called Suzy to come along, telling Shikushima to wait a moment. He would go for a while and then jump into the gate. Subaru sank deep down. Today he would end their relationship, and because of that, he could move forward. Kokyuji praised Tega for defeating Harasaka. Renji and Loi were brought here by the Vanquish entity, and the Dark faction had won completely. The two stood in a black space, and Tega told Kokyuji not to interfere. Kokyuji had no intention of doing that either. The condition in the contract Tega signed was that Subaru must be killed by its own hand, and the contract at the door could never be broken, so there was no need to worry about anyone else interfering. Kokyuji was full of schemes, knowing that no matter the outcome, it would still benefit whether Tega killed Subaru or it killed Subaru after Tega fell. But it could not get through. Harasaka was taken over by that Thema Emperor, and if Kokyuji kills Subaru, his loved ones will also appear. Perfect. Just as it thought. No one else but itself, whether golden or silver 2 copper. But it is all theirs. The king of the dark realm. Outside, Shikushima kept struggling and shouting at Emperor Thema to let him down, calling Harasaka an imposter, saying it was too dangerous to let Subaru charge into the enemy base alone. They had to follow him. Emperor Thema snapped back. It is fine. Damn it. There is a plan. Suddenly a red alert appeared. The remaining time of the 5-star gate at the secondary line upstream has been breached. The clock will decrease by the gate's time. It dropped by 8,000 hours at once, and a crack suddenly appeared on the clock. The warning shows less than 100 hours remaining on the clock, indicating a serious problem with maintaining the system. Shikushima is tense. This has never happened before. It is not just the 5-star gate. Tega controls over 200 gates, and if even one more gate hits 0, they will definitely lose. What should they do now? Emperor Thema tapped Shikushima on the head, telling him to calm down and not to stress too much. If Harasaka means that much to him, he should protect what he truly values. Shikushima closed his eyes, took a deep breath to regain his composure, then told Emperor Thema to shut up. Being lectured by someone with Harasaka's face made him unbearably annoyed and ordered him to fly straight to the hospital. The two went to the hospital to see Kinokawa, but she was not there. Shikushima was furious. That damn girl. Elsewhere, Yudu was fighting a shadow faction member, Aria Kohai, who was getting beaten badly. He keeps attacking relentlessly. What the hell is this guy? Kohai charges again, but Yuju uses the golden wall break to hit Kohai's health bar. He can't believe how strong someone using rings like Yudu can be. He defends himself like a turtle hiding in its shell, barely holding on. The late Dunheen once spoke about his skills, saying that if he used his strongest ring to attack, it would become the most powerful strike. So there is no need to worry about his offensive strength. Yudu received a call from Shikushima, answered it, and Shikushima briefly explained the situation, emphasizing that Kinokawa was now missing. Shikushima asked Yudu if he knew where she had gone. At that moment in the sky, Kinokawa fiercely fought with golden armor, using a cannon to take down a monster. Yudu told Shikushima that Kinokawa was fighting there, and Shikushima shouted, "What the hell are you doing there?" while seriously injured. Kinokawa landed. How could she calmly sleep when the water clock was leaking like that? Kinokawa grabbed the phone and shouted, asking what they needed to do from now on. Shikushima made the decision to sprint forward. They are the gods of war, and their job is to break the gates and protect the world. Shikushima announced to all the gods of war that no matter how many stars the gate has, they need to make up for lost time by attacking any gate. Kinokawa, fired up and ready for battle. It is time for her to explode after a long hibernation. Shikushima turned to Thema Emperor, asking once again if they no longer need to worry about Subaru. Emperor Thema chuckled. If even Subaru can't do anything, then no one else can. Inside the dark gate, Kugaji could not believe her eyes. How the hell was Vanquish here? Vanquish chuckled harshly, saying he heard about some rotten little kid who came here. Tega realized Vanquish was the owner of the Rainbow Gate who gave Subaru his power. But now his opponent is not Vanquish, it is Subaru. Let us see whose strength is greater, Tega's smoke or Subaru's blood. This will be the first and last battle between the Eric brothers. Miss Kugaji could not believe her eyes. How could Vanquish appear in this world? Vanquish called out, praising Subaru for doing well and revealing the exact location. Kugaji flew into a rage, shouting at Subaru to look over here. But Subaru did not care at all. Vanquish used blood magic to blind Kugaji, telling her to think ahead, calling her hopelessly stupid. For the first time, Kugaji was insulted like that. She refused to accept being called stupid and went berserk, knowing that even an immortal god like Vanquish could not defeat her in this world. Kugaji enveloped Vanquish in black energy, while Tega kept an eye on the commotion over there. That Kugaji was losing patience and trembling in fear. Unexpectedly, Subaru was the one causing this. Subaru is the one it once feared, yet it never expected him to go this far. Subaru says this is a battle between brothers, but Tega wonders how Subaru plans to defeat it. Subaru gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It did not matter if it was big or small. Tega was his younger brother, and he should have done this long ago before becoming the God Lord. The first time he met Tega, Subaru was very closed off, and after he became the God Lord, he was very scared, but he realized that was wrong. When a younger brother does something wrong, the older brother has to do the same. Tega frowned. He had said it 1,000 times. Do not act like you are his older brother. They do not share the same blood, and he won't care about Subaru's wishes. Tega swung his axe at Subaru, who ducked and punched Tega in the face. Tega stepped back and unleashed black energy, but Subaru countered with blood magic, remaining calm as Tega's moves had no effect. Then spun and kicked Tega several times in the face. Tega was pushed back a little, then swung his fist back at Subaru. The two rushed in, exchanging hundreds of blows, Subaru punching Tega and Tega returning the hits, until both their faces were bruised and they finally stopped after a while. Blood dripped from Subaru's mouth as he glared at Tega, as if finally you are ready to do this. Tega. Tega exhaled, and they charged at each other again, punching until their faces were bruised and bloodied, neither willing to back down. On the other side, the battle between Kokugagi and Vanquish was just as intense. Kokugi's ultimate skill was death reigning supreme, extending the lifespan of any object or being that came into contact with the black amniotic fluid without exception. However, Vanquish here is the boss. A few moves from that brat mean nothing to him. Kokugagi could not believe it either. It was infuriating. Vanquish should have been gone in an instant after getting hit by his attack. Kokugagi flew into a rage and decided to fight fire with fire, activating his strongest skill called the Moment of Destruction to swallow Vanquish's lifespan by billions of years. Vanquish sneered, using freezing techniques to immobilize Kokugagi, stopping his attack before it could even begin. Toying with him like a child, time cannot kill him, which is why he is immortal. Even now Kokugagi still can't figure it out. Truly pathetic. Kokugagi could have devised a much better winning plan if he were smart enough. From the start, it did not realize that the more doors it used, the more traces it left behind. Vanquish was able to pinpoint Kokugaji's location immediately because it kept opening doors recklessly like an idiot. Moreover, fortunately Subaru chose Tama as a close one. Tama used to be Vanquish's subordinate, meaning they were connected by soul until Tama became Subaru's close one. Vanquish laughed like a fool. The moment Tama became Harasaka, he informed Subaru of the plan he came up with. Planned to crush Kokugagi with a single blow. Thanks to Subaru, he was able to easily find this place and slap that fetus in the face. Kokugagi still does not get how it has been alive all this time in this amniotic fluid place. Its contract with Tega was that he had to kill Subaru himself and it could not be broken. Kokugagi gritted his teeth and cursed Subaru, knowing he could not kill him himself, so he came down and led Vanquish to his location. Kokugagi screamed insults, but it was all talk with no action. Now it is tied up by Vanquish like a bundle of sticks, unable to move. Vanquish approaches Kokugagi and asks where it heard such foolishness. Who told it that breaking the clock could take control of the human world? Stop dreaming, kid. Mess with my host and you are done for. Vanquish carved a deep gash into Kokugagi, who screamed in pain as dark blood splattered everywhere. Vanquish sneered, ugly but with a loud cry. Kokugagi shut his eyes tight and desperately called for a certain Safina to save him. A golden bell appeared above, revealing the face of a woman. Vanquish recognized her as Safina, the golden bell and mastermind behind everything. Kokugagi saw Safina as the party's ultimate truth, but before it could rejoice, Safina slapped it down with her hand. Worthless as hell. How dare it ask for her help? She opened a gate she called the weakest, ready to shove it inside. Kokugagi screamed desperately, not wanting to enter that gate. It was an emperor, and losing its memory and ability to speak made it no different from a beast. But no matter how much it cried out, Safina ignored it and let it slip through the weakest gate. Safina then turned to greet Vanquish, who laughed and waved. Safina's golden bell shattered, and they parted ways, agreeing to duel another time. Now Vanquish's part was done, and it was the protagonist's stage. He stood watching from above but did not intervene, seeing this as a challenge for Subaru and Vanquish, believing Subaru could overcome it. Meanwhile, Tega and Subaru continued exchanging blows, bloody but neither falling. Tega saw the determination in Subaru's eyes and suddenly felt afraid. He remembered 10 years ago when his mother beat him like a dog just because he ate the pudding in her fridge. That is what her mother did to her after leaving her home alone for 3 days, until Tega fainted from hunger, having only eaten one pudding. Someone from the Child Protection Center arrived. Tega's mother insisted she was just disciplining him, that there was no abuse, then slammed the door and refused to see anyone. Tega's mother needed a house to nag in. She gave birth to him and then raised him. That is right. Her mother is a burden on life and he is her son. Just a filthy bug. The person she introduced to him as her new marriage partner is also a piece of trash living off her mother's affection. And the trash it calls its family also has a child who will become its older brother. Tega is sure that no matter what kind of person they are just a bug like him. But the first time it met Subaru, it saw the difference. How the hell did Subaru have that look in his eyes? Why was he so happy? Subaru was supposed to be a bug crawling out of the same trash bin as it. So what the hell was he smiling about? At that moment, Tega's heart felt icy cold and impatience coursed through its body. It felt what could only be called fear. It realized from the moment it met Subaru that there was someone in this world who was truly happy, and sadly, that person was not it, which made it bitter and resentful. Clearly, Tega and Subaru were in the same situation, so they should have been the same. But how the hell was Subaru never bitter or desperate, never giving up? It made Tega feel ashamed. There was no way it was the rotten one by nature. The only damn bug here was itself. Tega's soul was cruel and filthy, and it knew that, but it accepted it all. It feared Subaru would become happy. So when the Golden Gate appeared before Subaru, it clung to him and beat him mercilessly. If Subaru becomes even a little happier than it, the distance between them will never be the same, so it must make sure Subaru stays beneath it forever. Subaru was hit in the face, and every time they fought, he could feel Tega's memories and heart flowing through him, allowing him to see her past and understand why she became so fearful and twisted. Tega struggled to kick down. Subaru jumped to dodge, then struck from above, knocking Tega down and making her bleed. Subaru kept attacking relentlessly, leaving Tega unable to react. In the end, Tega lay exhausted and motionless on the ground, feeling the light of Subaru flowing inside it. Seeing Subaru's memories, when Subaru was little, his mother abandoned him and his father, and he always clung to his father to ask about his mother, but his father cruelly pushed him away. When Subaru found out he had a younger brother, he was truly happy, and he had stopped Tega's mother from hitting him many times, only to be beaten by her in return. But even so, he still cared for Tega, encouraging her to keep going. Yet each time Tega felt he was unbearable and pushed him away, Subaru could only watch silently, quietly determined never to give up. Tega saw again the scene when it took Subaru's golden door, as if the intelligence of the soul was truly the key to open the gate. At that moment, Subaru thought he must have the strength to protect the most important person to him, and that person was Tega. Tega slowly stood up, realizing long ago that Subaru was the one who truly loved him. When Subaru was brutally beaten by his father, Tega just stood outside the porch, watching silently, not understanding why Subaru was so stubborn and what he was hiding. After his father beat him and left, Subaru struggled to get up, then smiled brightly and handed Tega the pudding he had. At that moment, Tega just thought Subaru was out of his mind. It felt like no matter what, it could not win against Subaru. Tega wondered how wonderful it would be if it could live the way it wanted. Looking back, Vanquish could easily tell the fight was over. Tega's body was no longer human. Once it reaches its limit, like every other underground monster, its soul will shatter and die. The blessing received from Kokugaiji has also vanished, so its soul will wander forever in the void. Tega stared blankly at Subaru, who kept crying, knowing Subaru was not at fault. It was afraid of him, admired him, could not sever their bond or ignore him, and only held resentment toward him. Once Tega revealed his resentment, he pitied Subaru only because of his own petness, and later repeated the same pattern. Knowing he was about to disappear, Tega closed his eyes, and in the final moment, Subaru saw Tega as a child, who said he wanted to eat pudding someday. He wanted to eat with you. He truly regretted not being able to thank you back then. But the truth is, Tega was really happy. Subaru could not stop crying because in the end Tega disappeared with a smile on his face. The boy thanked him. After so many years of life, only when he disappeared did he finally feel happiness. Subaru tried to catch Tega's fading soul but could not. He knelt down in pain, crying nonstop. He blamed himself, wondering what kind of savior he was when he could not even save his own little brother. Subaru sobbed with each breath. Vanquish stepped in front of him and asked if he could still stand, but Subaru did not answer, holding his final position with his face down on the ground. Vanquish continued. The greatest misfortune of Ariak Tega was that it knew what it was doing was wrong, but it did nothing to stop it. Every time it did something bad, it hated itself more and more, and the more it did, the more its soul rotted. This ending was inevitable from the day Tega snatched Subaru's door. Subaru clenched his hands on the ice and asked if there really was no other way. If this was the only path, Vanquish told him he had to spend his whole life finding the answer, carrying that question and thinking about it until the end of his days, and never forgetting it. Vanquish told Subaru to cry, cry, cry without hesitation. He would still be here waiting for him to stand up again. The system announced that the sub-boss Ariak Tega was defeated. Subaru leveled up to 48, and he received the title Demon Hunter. The reward item, the Black Flaming Katana, the Golden Arm sub-skill, and the Galia Shard are ready to be claimed. 3 hours have passed since the watermark appeared on the clock. The Divine Lord has broken through all the gates, with a total of 195 gates destroyed. The remaining time on the clock has increased to 10,000 hours. The system has stabilized, and emergency mode has been reactivated. The clock has turned green again. Shikushima called to inform the others that the crisis is over, and now they just have to wait for Subaru to defeat Tega. Sazias Group and Emperor Thema stood guard outside the Gate of Darkness, when suddenly a chilling scream erupted from within, and Vanquish cried out in pain, unable to believe it. He did say he would wait as long as it takes for Subaru to finish crying, but somehow Subaru cried himself to death and then just fell asleep, probably a kid. Vanquish was furious. He went through all that trouble to come here and help, and Subaru dared to treat him like that. They could not wait any longer, so they called Suzithoitin to carry Subaru out. Saza and Emperor Thema were very happy to see him okay. But Vanquish was still bitter. Subaru is sleeping soundly now, dreaming of the beautiful moments he shared with Tega. The system announces a program update, adding the version 2 gateway. The 6-star gateway has officially appeared, and the chances of the 3-legged shore returning are very low. Then there was another long and intense story segment before the system started updating from 0%. The Dark Gods fed on Kokugaji's power, but after it ascended, the granted skills also disappeared. Even though they knew that, they still stopped to chat, and this will cause the 3 emperors to start taking action. But take it easy, no need to worry, the system is updating, so for now just wait and see how things unfold. Everyone returned to the main base, and Hishizaki personally came to treat Shikushima, using the celestial revival technique to quickly heal the wounds on Shikushima's face. Shikushima was fine, but Subaru was still in a deep sleep before waking up. Emperor Thema said he was okay, just trying to heal his soul. Emperor Thema asked everyone that when they first entered the gate, they were unconscious for several days. Shikushima said he slept continuously for 5 days. Hishizaki was about the same, and Harasaka could still move right after entering but stayed bedridden for 3 days afterward. Emperor Thema said the stronger the covenant, the longer the soul takes to adapt. If an ordinary person makes a covenant with Vanquish, their soul could die or fall into a coma for decades. But Subaru can still operate continuously for a month, which means his soul power is fundamentally different. Of course, there are still limitations, but he will probably wake up soon. Subaru, lost in a trance, sees himself somewhere like a galaxy, where a figure appears and says this is the realm of the universal unconscious, where all souls are born and return. Right now Subaru's soul is asleep, so he can meet him maybe for the first and last time. Subaru does not know this man, but somehow he feels a deep nostalgia. The man tells him to prepare for battle. The situation has completely changed. An emperor from another world, though weak, will invade and create a rift to the human realm, and above all, the hosts of Vanquish have become very famous. Gold, silver, and bronze. All other nations will seriously invade the human world. The man warned that a storm is coming, a destructive storm that will make the battle against the shadow seem like a gentle breeze. A cold and ruthless wind will arrive, indifferent to human life and feelings. Everything will be lost and no one can stop it. The man said the only one who can stop it is Subaru. This is a storm that even Vanquish cannot stop. Subaru asked what he needed to prepare, and the man only said a few cryptic words. Red table, half-state, Dawn Apostle, and that he must become the emperor. Subaru still did not quite understand. The man continued. He had failed and now only existed to return to the sea of unconsciousness. But he was glad to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru asked who he was, and the man smiled, answering that he was Ariak Subaru, the Emperor of Dawn. He is you, the strongest human, the one who could not protect the world and was defeated by the future. Right now he can tell you everything about the future, but he can reveal a few things. Future Ariak Subaru raised his hand, sending a message to his past self. Please do not lose the world, your friends, and those precious to you. Future Ariak Subaru closed his eyes, shed a tear, and gave Subaru a ring. This ring is called the Twilight Half-Day Sun, allowing you to see the memories of the deceased Dawn Emperor and respond to disasters. The future Subaru gradually fades away, telling you to wake up quickly. The first calamity is coming. Subaru woke up in bed. In front of him were 3 doors guarded by gold, silver, and bronze. The ring on Subaru's hand glowed, and the 3 guardians of the doors stepped forward to question him. They are Safina, the Golden Emperor, Ruin, the Silver Emperor, and Vorden, the Bronze Emperor. All 3 greet the Emperor of the next generation, the savior of the divine blood. The first of the 8 calamities is the 3 gates. Subaru clearly realized he was not dreaming. He had spoken with the Dawn Emperor. Or rather, himself from the future. The half-dust sunset ring had been in his hand for some time, and countless detailed memories of the future poured out from it. He knew who these people were and why they came. And if the memories from this moment on were unfolded as they did, he would lose all his friends within the next 3 months. In his final moments after losing an arm, Shikushima called you, urging you not to die and to take good care of Harasaka. Suzawa and Thema, the Emperor, sacrificed themselves to save you, as did Yudo and Kinokawa. One by one they fell, and in the end even Vanquish was gone. Everyone kept dying one after another, entrusting the future to you. And then, Emperor Dawn was defeated. The apocalypse came. Meteors stained the sky red, and Subaru could not save anyone. He lost everything forever. Emperor Dawn wept in despair. Everyone had placed their trust in him, but he could not protect it. If he had not made that mistake back then, if only he could go back to that day, how great it would be. The Emperor of Dawn used his last strength from the infinite galaxy of the universal subconscious to find the present Subaru. Subaru bowed his head in gratitude, determined not to let the Dawn Emperor's sacrifice be in vain, and vowed to protect everyone. The 3 before him were the Tri-Emperors, rulers of the largest territories in the world. Humans called the Underworld, the strongest goddess of the Underworld, the undefeated leader of the Golden Legion, Queen Trang Van, Safina, the beast deity commanding all the monsters, the platinum-tailed Q, Ruin, the holder of the nature spirits and leader of the half-human tribe living on Earth, the lawless and wild, all recognized Subaru as the rightful next emperor, and he successfully completed the mission to repel the invasion of the Shadow faction. Safina invited him to her Golden Kingdom, and Ruin was not to be outdone, tempting him to break his contract with Vanquish and sign with one of the three of them. Simply put, Subaru's soul is unlike others, and as long as he teams up with the right master, he will become the strongest. Ruin also emphasized that suitable means the strongest. The three of them are the strongest in the underworld, meaning they are much stronger than Vanquish. Emperor Tenma was furious but could not argue. Ruin hit the mark by telling Subaru his goal was to protect the world from his own threat. He lied that the spear was also the target of his gatekeepers, so Subaru would be better off switching masters and saving more people. Emperor Tenma could not hold back anymore and exploded, but Ruin liked having troublemakers. He changed his expression and directly used pressure to suppress Emperor Tenma's soul. He intimidated Emperor Tenma to stop babbling and then turned to Subaru. They did not come here just to tell Subaru to change masters. Instead, they came to create the ultimate opportunity for exceptional people like him. Safina said if Subaru becomes her host, she will give him a spear that pierces everything and command over the Golden Legion. Ruin said if Subaru becomes his host, he will give him a spear with endless light and 100 high-level dragons. Voden said if Subaru becomes his host, he will grant him the Spear of Annihilation into the 20 forests of the magnificent spirits. All three offered unimaginable benefits to tempt Subaru. Before Subaru could answer, Emperor Thema interrupted, telling him not to respond to them. They said Subaru should choose them because they are stronger than Vanquish. It is funny how they are scared, but really they are just afraid Subaru will grow stronger and regain his power. And then who knows who will be the one left empty-handed. Seeing Ruin about to lose it, Subaru quickly stepped in to urge Emperor Thema to be sensible and calm down. Thema the Emperor, on the other hand, did not understand and kept getting aggressive, leaving Subaru speechless. He is not afraid of strong enemies, only foolish allies. Why does not Thema use his brain and read his mind? He won't team up with anyone but Vanquish. So the Dawn Emperor stayed away from this temptation and they took their revenge. In other words, that choice was not enough to save everyone. The Silver Emperor Ruin tried to meditate and regain his composure while he silently called Thema Emperor for Subaru to choose. But Thema the Emperor was more reckless than rational, still arguing face to face and even directly calling Ruin an idiot. Who could stay calm hearing that? Subaru interrupted, saying he was willing to trade if it was a fair deal with good conditions. Thema the Emperor, furious, called him a bastard, and Subaru told the three emperors that if they were so sure, they should make him believe it. They thought he wanted to see their power, but Subaru did not want that. What he wanted was not for them to prove their strength. If your soul is truly different from others, it means many other emperors want it too. Subaru wants to meet all the other emperors. Maybe one of them will offer better terms. The three emperors were annoyed right away, but Subaru remained calm. Soon there would be a meeting of all the emperors of the underworld, and he demanded to join it. This was the first step toward Destiny Ruin. The Crimson Moon Emperor Thema. How on earth did humans even know about that meeting? But the Thema Emperor had a blank expression and did not say a word. Subaru was determined to change their resigned fate. At the same time, as Subaru accepted the invitation from Tamhong, in the underworld, Vanquish's domain, the seat of souls, the sea god's realm, Vanquish sat alone at a table observing the situation outside. Tamhong acted sooner than he expected, but what he feared was Subaru's actions. Information in the underworld is top secret, meaning he could not have known about the meeting. So how on earth did he find out? Vanquish looked at the half-day sunset ring and realized it was actually dawn. Suddenly, Suzaka and Harasaka appeared above, watching the screen. Happy that Subaru had woken up, they were on a break, so they came out to listen in. They asked so many questions that Vanquish had no choice but to explain a bit to them. The Golden, Silver, and Bronze Emperors came to tell Subaru to end his contract with Vanquish and switch to them. Suzaka and Harasaka were amazed, but Vanquish raised his hand threatening to cut his throat if Subaru really switched. His connection with him would be severed too. You will also lose your loved ones, and then Harasaka and Suzaka will be doomed too. As expected, the two turned pale with fear upon hearing this, and they desperately urged Subaru not to be deceived. But now not knowing is hard. If Subaru refuses, the three will take revenge. The three emperors will show no mercy to anyone who rejects them. And Vanquish has heard that the witch who appeared at dawn stole some dangerous items from the treasure vault. That item is called the Victim, and if used on land, it will wipe out everything within a 70 kilometers radius from the center, potentially killing at least 10 million people. Suzaka was shocked and confused, asking why it was so cruel. Was not the owner of the door supposed to be an ally? If Subaru decides to choose their lives without knowing about the Tamhong, they will take revenge. Harasaka and Saka anxiously asked Subaru if he was okay. Vanquish remained calm because he did not know either, but he thought he would be fine, as if someone had already helped him. Harasaka and Suzaka felt a bit relieved and asked if he was sure. Vanquish vaguely replied yes. The first calamity of the three gates. Difficulty level up. Scenario. The Underworld Emperor is interested in you, and they demand you break your contract with Vanquish, and make a new one with one of them. If you refuse, there will be a terrible revenge. But if you agree, the future is uncertain. You must protect the contract with Vanquish and avoid conflict with the 3 emperors. If successful, you can face the second calamity while maintaining the current status. If you fail, case of the accept the offer and break the contract with Vanquish. The inherited skills from Vanquish will disappear, and you will lose loved ones. Amemiya Suzaka and Harasaka Renji will die, becoming enemies of Vanquish. Failure. Case B. Refuse the offer and face revenge from the 3 emperors. 50% of the Kanto region will disappear, and over 10 million people will die. Many powerful clients will die and become enemies of the triumvirate. And after staying silent all this time, you finally exploded at the meeting of the Supreme Emperors. Even an ordinary person like Subaru dares to demand to go. Subaru remains calm. Is not it about fairness? Anyone who wants him can negotiate there. Taking the calamity from the 3 emperors, Subaru's strategy is just to delay it, so you want to answer them right away. Instead, you will buy more time until the meeting of the emperors. Your opponents here are the 3 strongest in the underworld, impossible to defeat or negotiate with. Furthermore, the second calamity will come immediately once you choose. So this is the only way to avoid the first calamity and safely face the second. But the problem is, even if you choose to appease, you can still provoke the 3 emperors. Ruin has lost patience. He cannot stand to see a person with an extraordinary soul act so recklessly. He turned to tell Safina to use it, his eyes reflecting the tragedy about to unfold. Safina quietly pulled the jewel from her skin. It was the victim. One of the rare treasures in the Golden Kingdom's treasure chest. It can cause an explosion with a destructive force proportional to the amount of soul the owner pours into it. The memories from the Dawn Emperor in Subaru's hands are sending warning signals if the victim receives more power from the Tam Hong and explodes. That future will repeat itself. Safina held the jewel in front of him, praising him for not being foolish enough to refuse their offer, warning that she would have used it immediately if he had, but he was not so shallow and bravely negotiated with them. Safina said she would consider his presence at the meeting. Ruin and Vorden calmed down when they saw Safina make that decision. Safina asked Subaru if he could overcome the upcoming challenge without the power, weapons, or army they were willing to give him. The clock outside has finished updating, and as the number 99 shifts to 100, a streak of red flashes across the sky. The system announces in red that penalties for having less than 100 hours remaining will be applied before the update. Although it was a memory shown to Subaru by the bracelet, he never expected it to appear alongside the 3 emperors. The second lucky star, the 6-star gate of the Imperial Palace of Flesh Trade. The remaining time is about 7 days. The maximum time inside the gate is 3 days. The maximum number of people is 10. Special rule. The gate cannot be locked. An alert sounded throughout the city after 6 p. Today, the largest gate in history appeared at the Idabashi intersection in Tokyo and is currently causing chaos at the scene. The director of the Japanese Divine Lords Federation, Hijaki, announced that this is the first level 6 gate to appear in Japan and that he will gather the higher-ranking Divine Lords to close the gate as soon as possible. The deadline to close the gate is 1 week later. Subaru asked Sajo and Emperor Thema to read his mind first. After they finished, everyone was shocked to the core. Emperor Thema swore outright, unable to accept that Vanquish would die in the future. Now he understands why Subaru knows about the 3 emperors and the meeting of the emperors. Subaru asks Emperor Thema if he knows where he can meet his future self. Emperor Thema said that in the universal subconscious galaxy, the galaxy is where all egos, consciousness, and souls return. It is the final destination of every soul in every possible world. Looking back now, Subaru had sunk into it as his soul was about to disperse but then returned to normal. A strange illusion. Subaru asked who the Dawn Emperor was. Thema Emperor said that he is the emperor of a super tiny nation and to Vanquish. That was all. He was about to say more but the security layer would not let Thema Emperor explain. If in the future Subaru can inherit the power of the Dawn Emperor, then for now the Dawn Emperor can be considered on their side. There are 2 reasons why Subaru wants to join the meeting of the emperors. One is to stop the 3 emperors from using victims, and the other is to meet the Dawn Emperor and turn them into an ally. Subaru felt sad and apologized to Emperor Thema and Suzaka for showing them that terrible future. He could not save Tega. He did not know if his choice was right or wrong, but Vanquish told him to spend his whole life finding the answer. And he believed that was true. So this time he does not want to make the wrong choice. He does not want anyone else to die, so he needs the strength of Suzaka and Thema. Just as Emperor Thema was about to say okay, the goat, Suzaka solemnly bowed and vowed to devote all her soul and strength to accompany and obey him no matter where the horizon or the ends of the earth. This time, he will definitely overcome the unavoidable fate. First, they will break through the 6-star gate without anyone having to sacrifice themselves. Subaru pulled out his phone to report to Shikushima but realized there were many scary calls. Emperor Thema snatched the phone from Subaru, saying that in this battle, the Golden Lord would not approve them. Thema the Emperor explained it like this. The Golden Knights who made contracts with Shikushima and the others are subordinates of the Golden Emperor Safina. That means if they tell others about the situation, the Golden Emperor and her subordinates will know their plan. The same goes for Silver and Bronze. In other words, Subaru cannot tell the other gods nor ask for their cooperation. So now, The memories of the future are a secret shared by the three of them. And Vanquish, Suzaka, and Harasaka also know. They can see it from the other world. After finishing, Subaru called Vanquish and told him to talk when his next gate appears. He promised to level up and stop the disaster, and if Vanquish can get out by then, he can do whatever he wants. After finishing, Subaru felt much more at ease, but Emperor Thema did not feel the same. He was annoyed because of Subaru's volume, which was making Harasaka's eardrums scream in pain. Suzaka and Emperor Thema took Subaru flying, and now they are searching for the gods who can break the Star Gate, but all they see are mountains after mountains. Subaru confidently heads out to the sea. At the same time, in the spirit world, Suzaka is being trained by Denta and Killam, who are very proud of her progress. After Suzaka defeated all the soldiers, Killam told her to rest, and after resting, they would fight to the death. Harasaka and Vanquish went to the prison, where Harasaka begged that person to become his master and train him, but that person suddenly refused because he was a traitor, so Harasaka knelt before Lewis and begged her once again to train him, saying he wanted to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle. Lewis is the commander of the Golden Legion, the guardian of Harasaka's gate, the second Calamity, the 6-star gate of the Golden Palace. A brutal challenge. The situation and penalty of the clock is the earlier than usual appearance of a higher level gate. Please break through the gate within 1 week without anyone sacrificing themselves. Success will bring new allies, bringing us closer to the truth of the world and expanding the red table. Failure. Case of the means failing to break the 6-star gate. All participating gods will die, and all underground monsters from the 6-star gate will invade the human world. The 3 emperors will use the victims. Failure. Case B. The 6-star gate is broken but with casualties. Many powerful gods will die, and the 3 emperors will use the victims. In Itachi City, Abaraki Prefecture, Subaru comes to meet Sunio Morijinga, the Silver God Lord, level 67. He swapped for a bag that easily covered his face, only leaving one eye exposed. Standing with his arms crossed in front of the skill test area, Subaru approached him and introduced himself, and Jinga jumped up in surprise. Subaru asked what he was doing here, and Jinga said he was testing whether his skills were working properly. Such mysterious power could unexpectedly backfire at a critical moment, and all the gates and skills felt like something out of a fairy tale. Jinga has been the God Lord for 5 years, but he still feels like this is just a dream. Subaru thinks about his future dream, feeling a bit sad, and Jinga asked why he came to find him. Subaru bluntly said he wanted to borrow his power to break the 6-star gate. Jinga thought Subaru wanted him to support like a scouting unit. Subaru said he wanted him to be the main fighter and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star gate. Jinga snapped, saying there was no way he could do that. The main fighter to break the 6-star gate is the duty of the Golden Lord, but he is just a silver-ranked lord who has never defeated a 5-star boss. Subaru tells Jinga to stay calm. He is sure he can do it. The current situation is indeed impossible, but once he reaches level 70, Jinga's next door will appear right before his eyes, and the skill he receives will be effective against the 6-star boss. Hearing Subaru say that, Jinga still did not believe it. How could Subaru possibly know? Suddenly appearing out of nowhere and talking nonsense, Subaru pushed to the edge, put on a scary face and invited Jinga to break the 5-star gate that would appear in a minute. Once he levels up and reaches level 70, he will immediately know whether you are right or wrong. Jinga trembles in fear at Subaru's intensity. Jinga was far from believing Subaru, saying the population density corresponds to the number of 5-star gates, so there is no way there could be so many outside the city area. Just as he finished speaking, an announcement appeared that a 5-star gate had opened in Hitachi City, Abaraki Prefecture. Leaving Jinga stunned, now he had no choice but to believe. Subaru is too suspicious, not only knowing the time but also the exact difficulty. Jinga twisted his thoughts to convince himself. He demanded Subaru show him the deity registration card and Ed, needing to verify if he was a member of the Federation. Subaru sighed helplessly, still not convinced, so Jinga promised that after checking, he would go with him to break the 5-star gate. Subaru jumped up excitedly like it was New Year, and Jinga found him strange but did not understand why he decided to go along with him. But even though Subaru acted very naturally, he could sense the urgent desperation from him. Whatever his motive, this behavior probably stemmed from that desperation. Jinga still could not believe he had an effect on the 6-star gate. He told Subaru up front that he was very suspicious and did not easily trust anyone. Subaru was completely at ease with it, fully trusting Jinga. His attitude even scared Jinga. How could someone so suspicious exist? Clearly this is their first time meeting, but why do they seem so close? Subaru sweats, realizing he has become too familiar with him without thinking, because Jinga is his last teammate in the future. Sunio Morijinga, 19 years old, mainly operates in Abaraki Prefecture. In the future of the Dawn Emperor, he is known as the Late Blooming Flower, who will explode at level 70 as the client with the strongest freezing skills. The group entered the city and made their way to the amusement park, the place with the most beautiful flowers. When the autumn roses are in full bloom, the park lights up at night, making it even more beautiful. Jinga kept moving relentlessly as they entered the 5-star gate, where inside were all roses, but these were man-eating thorned roses. Jinga used his first skill, Ice Spear, and his second skill, Frost missed. To freeze the flowers, the cold wind blew away the bamboo paper bag on Jinga's head, and he seriously activated his third skill, which swept away the frozen flowers with crystals. He leveled up to 68, just 2 levels away from his goal. The next gate will appear when Subaru reaches level 50, so he will join the battle. Subaru wields the divine hammer in his right hand and the black katana in his left, igniting the fight. While the Demon Emperor and Suzaka are stunned after witnessing Jinga's skills, he uses his skills with no wasted movement. Unlike the kill-on-sight style of the Golden God Lord, this is the fighting style of a former Silver God Lord with 5 years of experience. Subaru also steps in, swinging his katana and divine hammer to slash the roses, which wither and vanish instantly. The sword Subaru is using is the soul-reflecting sword of Tega, the Black Sword Ignis. The Black Sword Ignis is a black sword that embodies Kokogaji's power through the soul of Ariak Tega. Featuring 2 effects, Neijo Ignis can quickly destroy anything the black flame touches and allows the user to teleport a short distance. It can be used multiple times, but each use consumes twice the MEP of the previous one. Saza also wants to help Subaru because she swapped souls with Suzaka during the battle with the Shadow faction. He is a loved one who has even become stronger. Saza activates the Blood Fury skill, coordinating with Lamp. Blood Frenzy is a unique skill etched deep into Saza's soul, allowing her to revive creatures with powers similar to the Maka lineage that she controls and commands in battle. If upgraded, the skill can merge them into one. She ordered the summoned creatures to devour everything except Subaru. Emperor Tenma was no pushover either. His mood was terrible and had no outlet, and this unlucky place had the misfortune of encountering him. Emperor Tenma used a fierce punch that swept through an entire area. Watching Subaru and the other 2 fight, Zinga could tell all 3 were very strong, especially Emperor Tenma, who seemed to be on another level. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. If Subaru had such strong allies, why would he bother to come meet him? Suddenly, a knight appeared in front of Zinga, swinging his sword down. Zinga jumped back to dodge, and even with his knees, he could sense that this opponent was stronger than him. Han is a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Zinga transforms the Frost Spear into the Lance Frost Spear and thrusts at the knight. The Black Rose Knight's shield side is frozen, and Zinga seizes the chance to strike the frozen spot, but it has no effect because the shield prevents even the cold from penetrating. The Black Rose Knight swung his shield at Zinga, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. The knight then jumped up and attacked from above, but Zinga dodged just in time, narrowly escaping death. The knight used a Dark Wind skill, shooting black orbs at Zinga, who blocked them with his Frost Salt skill and was unharmed. The knight pointed his sword at Zinga, who realized he wanted a one-on-one duel like a true knight. It looks like that knight acknowledges Zinga as a worthy opponent, but there is no such thing as spring. He is just trying to distract him and then attack from behind. Zinga swings his arm and easily takes down the lower-ranked Black Rose Knight sneaking up from behind. Zinga considers himself a skeptic and above all, he does not believe in things like chivalry. If he did, it would be pointless. This fight between them is a battle for survival. Nothing more. Zinga shot a challenging glance at the knight to duel solo. He charged forward, but this time Zinga turned the tables. He did not fight solo but took on 2 against 1. With Subaru joining the battle, the knight reacted swiftly, raising his shield, but Zinga quickly warned Subaru about the knight's defense. Undeterred, Subaru wielded the Ennis halberd and unleashed his first skill, rapidly destroying the knight's shield. The knight swiftly swung his sword using the wind strike, but Subaru was just as fast, wielding the divine hammer in his other hand to strike down. This time he imitated Zinga by calling for a solo duel with the knight but then turned it into 2 against 1. Freezing the knight with Zinga's ultimate skill, Subaru bowed his hands in apology to the Black Rose Knight, truly having no other choice. But the flat strike was completely forbidden. Zinga annoyedly stepped in front of Subaru, telling him not to imitate him, and although Subaru praised him generously, Zinga remained grumpy. The 2 of them joined forces to crush the knight. Zinga used his 4th skill, Ice Bullet, and Subaru wielded the Divine Chisel. Together they defeated the knight. Zinga trusted Subaru a little more, leveling up to 70 while Subaru reached level 51, and their Guardian Gates activated. By now, Zinga believed what Subaru said was true and knew he was the legendary Rainbow God, so he asked Subaru how much he knew. He remained silent, knowing everything about him, including the reason he left, but of course, he would not say it now. The master of Zinga's gate comes from the Platinum Empire, so they can report back to their emperor. On the other side, a thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth. Sanjay and Emperor Thema had finished cleaning up over there. Still, Emperor Thema showed no improvement. His face remained terrifyingly grim, and that pile of knives was utterly useless and frustrating. Saja saw the door behind Zinga, just as in Subaru's memory, meaning the fate of the world had been decided by the ultimate technique, and Zinga would receive it. Subaru fully trusted that Zinga would obtain the technique capable of breaking the Stargate. Zinga did not know where Subaru got that confidence from either. He told him to wait and then stepped through the gate. Subaru felt a bit tense, knowing what the gate's challenge would be from his future memories, and he stepped inside. The sky was bright blue and Saja was waiting for him. Subaru was so moved he nearly cried. It had been a long time since he last saw her. Saja had been caught up in his challenge and lost her life. She was his first teammate. He had always wanted to meet her and say sorry for dragging her into this and thank her for being his teammate. But now that she was right in front of him, he could not find the words. Subaru asked where Vanquish went. Suzaka said he ran off to give the two of them some time alone, and he also said he would come back after the challenge is over. At this point, everyone understands that the challenge Subaru must overcome this time is Suzaka. Suzaka focuses her strength, activates lightning, and in the blink of an eye closes in on Subaru. She uses the Thunder God's fist but does not strike Subaru. He appeared somewhere else. That is the ability of the Ignis sword, bending in a short distance. Suzaka struck lightning at Subaru, but he easily countered with his blood curse. Now it is Subaru's turn to counterattack. He teleports close to Suzaka. A single strike from the Ignis sword cracks Suzaka's blood-cursed glove. Subaru intends to swing the divine chisel, but Suzaka reacts, using the giant cloud technique. A charged golden cloud appears from her arm to block the approach. Subaru smiled, happy that Suzaka had truly grown stronger. As the two fought fiercely, Vanquish and Killam watched from the side. Truly, youth is something to admire. Vanquish never expected Killam to seriously train Suzaka. Killam grunted, not exactly when he pierced Subaru's heart. He only heard Subaru say he wanted to grow stronger with someone, and at that moment Killam was just curious about who that person was, and now that he has met Suzaka, he is thrilled, praising her endlessly. Suzaka's great potential and incredible determination. Even Vanquish did not expect Killam to be so eager to train a disciple, but it is truly good for both Subaru and Suzaka. Their wish has come true, and no matter where they go, they will grow stronger together. On the other side, after a fierce battle, both were exhausted and collapsed on the sand. Suzaka raised her hand in assurance, promising she would definitely help Subaru prevent disaster, vowing never to betray or abandon him. Just as he never gave up on her life, they will always be teammates until their souls wither away. Subaru was moved to tears, truly feeling relief on Zinga's side. He entered to meet the master of the Silver Gate, the mystery behind the white wings. After a tough trial, he gained a new skill called 9 Strikes. Vanquish saw the two of them talking for too long and jumped in to interrupt. After overcoming the challenge, Subaru grew stronger once again. His power and Vanquish are sensing, and the day he truly gains his strength is not far off. But Vanquish died in the future, Subaru saw. So now they need to seriously plan their strategy. After Subaru left the Rainbow Gate, everything outside was frozen solid. He looked around in confusion, but seeing Thema and Saja safe eased his worries. While Subaru was busy in the gate, Zinga had already defeated the boss of this gate, using a skill called 9 Bank. With this new skill, as long as the conditions are met, it can work on a 6-star gate. This skill is terrifying the boss Marilyn Black Rose. The boss of the 5-star gate died completely after being sealed. The two completed the 5-star gate. Zinga leveled up to 74. In Tokyo, at the Utabashi intersection, the 6-star gate in front of the Royal Flesh Market Gate, the Shikushima group had gathered there. Among them is Hishizaki's Yuji, a silver-ranked deity lord from the Happy Zamata Club. Level 6. The head of the Happy Zamata Club, silver-ranked deity Lord Zamata Rokuru. Level 74. Silver-ranked deity Zamata Kanan. From the Zamata Fun Club. Level 79. Carlos Rose Zamata. Level 71. Golden Divine Master Yudo. Level 80. There are also two others who traveled from afar. Golden Divine Master Negos Akira, in charge of the rural western region of Japan. Level 82 in Fujigami Mei, the Golden God in charge of the rural eastern Japan region. Level 70. Honestly, Negos did not want to be here either. He is a Harasaka fanatic, so what is the point of coming to Tokyo without Harasaka? Shikushima was at a loss for words with this reckless guy and began to explain from the beginning. This gate cannot be locked due to special regulations, so everyone can come and go freely. But unlike a normal gate, the enemies have already been roaming inside before they entered, and they will go in without any information. Negos felt like his words were falling on deaf ears. He just wanted to break the gate quickly and finish it. But this gate is not that simple. It is 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Negos kept rambling on, saying this gate is also time limited to 1 week, so the slower we are, the more time we waste. Or do we want to wait until the time runs out? Of course, facing an opponent is easier, but if the gate is a special prison and the boss escapes as soon as time runs out, the city will suffer greatly. We are not prepared for that situation. The evacuation area will have to be significantly expanded, which will impact the economy even more. Has the Federation been informed about this yet? The board of investors who lost billions due to the destruction caused by the Shadow faction will strongly oppose it. Negos kept asking Japsukishima nonstop. He talked so much that Kinokawa punched him in the head, and she only regained control of her limbs thanks to the repair technique Mei brought back from the US. Kinokawa told Negos to be quiet for a moment. There is another Golden Lord Kinokawa assigned to wait outside in case an attack team at Gate 6 gets injured. She is Beer Hut, level 73, from the United States, the repair specialist. She is bored sitting on the bench who would want to enter Japan at the worst possible time. She wants to go buy a figure, but Gate 6 has only just appeared in Japan. In the US, all the golden deities, including her, fought with all their might and half of them died, so who knows how many will survive here. Just then Subaru's group arrived, and Shikushima, seeing him, got angry and asked where he had been without answering his phone. Subaru lowered his head and apologized awkwardly. It was the first time Mei and Negos met him, and they had also heard rumors that he was the Rainbow God Lord. Shikushima exhaled and asked if he wanted to join the campaign. Subaru put on a blank face, hesitated, and did not want to answer because no matter what he said, it would just backfire. Shikushima asked what he meant. Subaru hesitated for a moment, then said he wanted only himself and his team to break through the gate, because maybe no one else could do it. The other gods were surprised, some angry, and some intrigued. Emperor Thema laughed harshly like a madman, while Zinga was disgusted. Who would dare say that to Japan's top divine masters? Shikushima could not believe his ears and shook Subaru, wanting him to repeat what he just said. Negus was furious, thinking Subaru meant that the golden gods were weaker than him, and that he could do better. But before Subaru could explain, Emperor Thema interrupted. He used Harasaka's face to trick you, then deliberately added fuel to the fire. You petty little man. Listen up, you will only be a stepping stone for Subaru. Negus, or rather a fan of Harasaka, could not hold back anymore and suddenly exploded, threatening to kill. Thema the Emperor still shows no fear, challenging Negus to come at him if he is brave enough. Negus quickly draws his golden weapon, ready to take down that fake Harasaka and his allies. Shikushima could not stop him. Negus was about to strike when Subaru punched him in the face, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. He won't let Negus join because he is one of the first to die in this campaign, and losing him would put them in an even worse position. Not joking, Subaru was flustered. He never dared to think he could do better without Negus, but he could not lose everyone. So instead, he decided to enter the gate. Negus was hit hard and knocked unconscious. Jinga saw a bruised face dripping with sweat. What kind of cage was this? Just as he finished attacking Negus, the other gods also pointed their weapons at him. Shasha tried to rush forward but was stopped by Emperor Thema. Shikushima asked what he was planning to do, and Subaru calmly explained that Negus was about to use a secret technique in the middle of the city, so he was stopping him. Negus was very strong and furious, unlikely to listen, so Subaru decided to knock him out in one blow. Fortunately, she was about to do the same after waiting less than 5 seconds. With just a few brief lines, Shikushima could vaguely guess that, even though this was their first meeting, Subaru seemed to understand Negus well. He asked if this was the answer you had prepared beforehand and also knew that the person Subaru brought was Zingar, the silver client specializing in ice. He could vaguely guess that bringing Zingar here meant you had a clear plan for a combined force in mind. Shikushima was certain Subaru knew something about this gate, and at this point, no one could fool Shikushima, so you just had to say yes. Shikushima thought there was no way Subaru would betray them, so he asked directly if there was something she could not tell them, and Subaru was touched. Feeling reassured, unable to believe Shikushima could deduce that much from so little information, she did not hesitate to say yes, proving he trusted her deeply. After hearing Subaru's confirmation, Shikushima pieced everything together. Subaru not answering his calls was for that reason. He must have known something and was trying to act. Of course, they would not betray Subaru. So the reason he did not want to say was probably because this matter involved those world creatures. Shikushima glared irritably at Emperor Thema. Gritting his teeth, feeling suddenly annoyed, he asked Subaru one more question. Is it really true that we can't help you at all? Subaru denied it, saying they would have to fight through this gate 3 times. So this would be the only time he would go in alone. Shikushima told everyone to put down their weapons, deciding to leave this gate to Subaru. Once Shikushima made his decision, the other gods trusted him completely and had no objections. Subaru was thrilled and happy. The other gods were very relaxed, but only Negos was not. He was punched awake and is furious now, yelling at everyone if they have lost their minds to trust a kid so easily. Shikushima has great faith in Subaru, who has always risked his life to protect his friends and always comes out victorious. Shikushima told Negos to step back quickly, warning him he would be punished for using his special skills in the city. Negos was unwilling but had to grit his teeth and retreat. Subaru's group opened the gate and stepped inside. As the gate swung open, a wave of heat scorched their faces. Just as the door was about to close, Negos still tried to call out, saying he would never acknowledge him. Subaru said they would talk once he got out and apologized for hitting him. Ark and Maya from America thought they were crazy for entering the 6-star gate with only 4 people. 30 golden lords entered and 15 died inside. How could anyone enter with just 4 people? It would be a pointless sacrifice. That place is true hell. The 6-star gate of the Royal Flesh Trade Palace is divided into 3 areas, with the 3rd area inside the Palace of the People's Chamber. The 2nd area is an open space, where the Hero Memorial is locked, while the 1st area is in the garden, named the Flame of Glory. Subaru's group is currently in the 1st area, where the minimum temperature is 290 degrees. The boundary between the 1st and 2nd areas is the entrance to the open space, where the heat can turn its zone into a blazing hell. The boss of the 1st area is the Fiery Lambda, while the boss of the 2nd area is the Hero Slayer who can emit light waves, the Cassinus Radiation. Other underground monsters cannot inhabit the 1st and 2nd areas because the 2 bosses emit burning heat and light that dissolve everything. Subaru recalls the future memory passed down by the Dawn Emperor, A memory of the tragedy in the first area of the 6-star gate that should never have happened. In the future memory, the first assault team led by Shikushima at the royal palace was greeted by a baptism of 290 degrees Celsius. The space was filled with air hotter than the melting point of wood, scorching the god lord's eyes and burning their lungs in less than a minute. A fairy hell where the weak could not survive. At that time Subaru used blood control to create a blood dome, allowing everyone to breathe a little. His skill converts him into blood, so he could withstand the outside heat somewhat. But the blood started to dissolve as soon as he activated the skill, and if he did not fight, he could only hold out for about an hour. They planned to use a Shizaki's skill to recover, but Subaru's blood shield could not hold. The blood temperature rose and exploded. Despite the intense heat, Nagos kept pushing forward, and just 1 minute after entering the gate, the boss of the first area appeared, Lenda of the Flames. When it reaches an even higher temperature than the environment, this heat is not from the area's surroundings but from the body heat radiating from Lendo itself. Just its body heat alone turns the surroundings into hell. The 6-star gate is on a whole different level compared to the 5-star gate, and without Subaru's skill, they might not have made it through. Currently, both their attack and defense abilities are very weak, so Tsukishima made the quickest optimal decision. He used the afterimage technique to attack the monster, then ordered everyone to retreat. They can enter this gate a total of 3 times. This time is very precious, but given the situation, they can't do anything. They slowly retreat back toward the gate, with Subaru bringing up the rear because he is the one carrying the device. Carlos turned to dash outside, but before he could take many steps, Lenda's flames struck, directly severing his head. Lenda held his head like a toy, and soon the head was burned away, leaving only a skeleton. Mei and Yamada Kanan saw their comrades killed and became furious, ignoring Tsukishima's urgent warnings and fought on. In the end, Kanan's arm was burned off and Mei was pierced through the body. Lenda is far too advanced compared to them. Yudo used the golden wall to cut Lenda in half, but it did not affect him. Physical attacks have no power against him. Kinokawa took the chance to use her special skill, the 30-pound cannon gun with 6 rounds, attacking Lenda while she used golden chains to bind him. Tsukishima kept shouting for them to retreat and stop fighting, saying if everyone died here he would be the only one left alive. Nagus used his skill to pull Yudo and Kinokawa straight out of the gate. He could not let them die, they were essential for the upcoming battle. Nagus used his golden arm to pull Subaru out, staying behind to fight Lenda alone, holding a photo of Harasaka. He thought this was what Harasaka would do in this situation. He activated the 5th skill, Hike Tunchi God, which can restore 1 arm of the owner for every 10% EP. The power MP consumption depend on the skill level. At level 10, it only costs 1% EP per arm, restoring up to 100 arms. Combined with his weapons, he can restore up to 8 arms. Nagus activates his first skill, Golden Weapons. Nagus stays behind to fight Lenda alone as the dungeon gate closes. The first attack in the Flesh Market Palace killed 3 people and seriously injured 1. The second attack defeated the flaming Lenda, but the casualties rose to 5. Back in the present world, they were not equipped with protective suits and masks. 1 minute had passed since entering the gate at the same time as in Subaru's memory, and the fiery Lenda was approaching, eagerly greeting the guests. This time is different. They will contain it in one go without sacrificing any teammates. Lenda the Firewing is a spirit of unknown level. Inside the gate, his presence is like a fire attack. He also permanently possesses various resistances such as fire, ice, explosion, physical, and divine resistance. Because it is so boring inside the gate, his daily habit is playing with the light spirits, and they fight each other all day to pass the time. Earlier, while they were playing as usual, they realized someone had intruded. Lenda initially did not plan to come out, but since someone survived more than 10 seconds in his territory, they postponed the fight and Lenda went out to meet the guest. The kind-hearted truck was defeated because he also wanted to go to battle. Lenda told the star to not fight the one inside the palace. The new Cassinus radiation line refuses to fight that reckless brawler. Fighting someone who already knows who will lose makes no sense. The boss of the 3rd area, the Shelter, is the former commander of the Golden Knight Corps, the Demon Slayer, Thangam Daikai. You luck. Outside Area 1, Subaru's group still stood waiting, equipped with masks and blood armor featuring extreme heat resistance. This armor was entirely heat-proof, created by Subaru from memories of past defeats. It can continuously circulate fresh blood throughout the body, cooling the armor and dissipating the heat. Thanks to that, body temperature stays stable while also cooling the air for breathing. Subaru referenced astronaut suit designs to create this armor. It works well, but its efficiency is the worst. If they can't defeat the boss within 10 minutes, the suit will self-destruct and they will be done for. Zinga was stunned. The Demon Emperor said they do not even need 10 minutes if they can't hold out for 3 minutes. It is definitely over. Their opponent is overwhelmingly strong. They have only 1 chance, and the battle will be over in the blink of an eye. Zinga also fully understands that in that blink of an eye, everything depends entirely on his skill. Subaru told Zinga to stop using until he gave the signal. Lenda had arrived, bringing an incredibly terrifying pressure, even though Subaru had warned them before. Seeing it with their own eyes was a whole different story. After meeting this guy, the Demon Emperor realized he could not defeat Lenda while using this borrowed body. But they came up with a plan to beat him. Lenda knew they were scheming something but did not care. Just as he was about to attack, the Demon Emperor and Subaru dropped to their knees, crying and begging him not to strike. Lemda did not understand what was going on, while Subaru and the Demon Emperor kept acting, pretending to be passionate fans of Lemda the Firestarter. Those two are definitely from the underworld, even though they live in the human world. Subaru and Emperor Thema kept chatting away, saying they brought useful information to Lemda about his brothers. Those were Killam and Denta, and Lemda was indeed tricked after hearing that, 12 hours earlier, Subaru's group had discussed this plan. And according to the Dawn Emperor's memory of the battle at the 6-star gate, the enemy could kill even the Golden Lord instantly. Suddenly the Demon Emperor saw something and flew into a rage, grabbing Subaru by the collar. In that battle, Subaru did not bring Sasa and the Demon Emperor along because he feared for Suzaka and Harasaka's safety. The Demon Emperor was so furious he wanted to punch Subaru a few times, but then he held back and gently advised him that family is not just to be cherished. You need to trust your teammates more. Subaru apologized and promised not to do it again, so the Thema Emperor released his grip on his collar. He said he had fought Lemda in the underworld before, and would kill him no matter what it took. Sure enough, when Lemda heard news about his brothers, he lit up and came closer to ask. The Demon Emperor was certain of this. Knowing that mentioning his brothers would trap him, the Demon Emperor still enjoyed the drama, crying and lamenting with Subaru that Lemda's terrifying power would melt their bodies away. Lemda finally looked around, and it seemed they was right. He lowered the temperature. As the heat dropped, the sky cleared and it became much easier to breathe, and Subaru tearfully praised Lemda for his compassionate heart, although it was a bit overacted. Still, with so many of them, they broke through the scorching heat. Lemda suddenly asked where Killam and Denta were, and the Demon King pointed to Zinga, saying he was the one carrying the message from Killam and Denta. The Emperor kept lying, saying Zinga did not know how to fight, but he had a skill that let anyone he touched see someone else's memories. If Lemda wanted to see the message, he had to let Zinga touch him. The secret technique given to Zinga, the Ice Gate, includes strict conditions such as a 5 cm range and 100% EP consumption. This is a mandatory requirement to ensure the enemy is killed upon contact. At the moment Zinga passed the trial of the Gate of Judgment, the owner of the gate, Axe in the Ice Wing, explained that to tell the story without being blocked by the security layer, he treated it as a secret technique explanation for Zinga. The emperor of the once vast Steel Land was killed by a rebel. He gathered the remnants of small countries destroyed by powerful nations and became an emperor who threatened the great powers. That person was none other than Vanquish, the Rainbow Emperor who could transcend life and death. The power of Vanquish and the 6 emperors standing by his side was truly overwhelming, striking fear into the rulers of the great powers. The 9 sects is the ultimate technique created by the Crimson Ice sect under the Silver Emperor's orders to destroy Vanquish. It is a supreme masterpiece capable of completely eradicating the conqueror, surpassing even death, and Zinga absolutely cannot use this ultimate skill outside the gate. If he does, he will die. Zinga tried to raise his hand to touch Lemda, while the others watched with their hearts pounding. Just as the hand was about to touch him, Lemda shouted stop, beginning to suspect why could not the person speak instead of using a technique. Emperor Thema quickly explained it was because the map was in his mind, so he had to show it directly rather than convey it by words. As Thema finished speaking, Lemda pressed his burning finger against Thema's face, sensing hesitation in his words, and suddenly he saw Thema as the one who had killed them in the underworld. At first, they were weaker than Lemda, but they grew stronger through techniques that allowed them to fight on par with stronger opponents. Lemda fully remembered Emperor Thema, and his blood boiled with rage because he had underestimated Thema back then, was betrayed by a conspiracy, and was killed alongside the hateful Vanquish. Lemda gritted his teeth as flames began to engulf everything. Emperor Thema felt a deep sorrow. Lemda still remembered the rage he felt when he died. But enough, the standoff has gone on long enough. Emperor Thema turned to Zinga and said they only had one chance, do not fail. Subaru, holding the sword, swiftly circled behind Lemda like lightning. Lemda could not keep up with his movements. He did not expect Subaru's group to close the distance for close combat instead of retreating. The warrior's instinct to kill the enemy as quickly as possible led Lemda to make a mistake. He had to turn around and kill Emperor Thema in one strike, but Lemda realized Subaru was behind him, and to kill both of them in one blow, he accidentally stepped back 2 steps. From that moment on, no matter what Lemda did, Subaru's attack would always be 10 milliseconds faster than his, and above all, another miscalculation, the unexpected appearance of someone who should not have been there. The arrival of a formidable opponent who had killed him in the underworld, a veteran warrior. Emperor Thema and Subaru simultaneously used blood curses and crushing fists, attacking Lemda from both sides. Their combined techniques formed the ultimate skill of superhuman warriors. After being hit by the new attack, Lemda painfully realized that Subaru and Thema were not from the underworld, but from that damn rainbow country. They tried to strike to stop Lemda's advance in a flash, but from that distance and with this attack intensity, it was far from enough to defeat him. Now it is Lemda's turn to make a move, but before he can, Zinga has already touched him, the one and only chance that Thema, the Emperor, and Subaru risked everything for. Zinga will not waste it. He activates the ice curse on Lemda. Lemda realized this freezing move was the real trump card. mocking Subaru's groups, thinking he was supposed to be completely immune to ice. So how could it freeze him, as he scoffed at their foolishness? He was shocked to find the ice still freezing him with no sign of stopping. Overconfidence and blind faith only lead to failure. Kubang is not a freezing skill. Lemda tried to burn the ice to escape, but the ice did not melt and continued to freeze him. He could not believe it. A freezing skill that could affect him. Unbelievable. Stunned, Lemda was completely frozen. Zinga was also hurt by Lemda's fire, and so tried to stop the bleeding with blood magic. The 9 ice is not freezing, it simply turns the target into ice. There is an absolute skill called petrification, with many ways to activate it, such as looking into the eyes or touching the body, which can completely turn a person to stone. The 9 freezes are not just freezing on the surface but a form of petrification, a transformative skill that can turn the target entirely into ice, and the process of turning to ice cannot be stopped. Even if it burns, the ice will melt and turn into water along with the body. Lemda is doing that and he realizes his body is turning into water. He has never seen this kind of ultimate skill before, no rules at all, and it can't be stopped. He can't even produce fire anymore. As Zinga flew up, he warned Lemda that the ice strike would penetrate every pore, every particle until he was completely erased. The 9 ice would let no one escape. This technique cannot be broken, and Lemda has been fully turned to ice. Axel once said he was imprisoned behind the gate because he created the 9 ice technique, which was too powerful, and he was not allowed any contact with Trantha. He deeply regretted that his research achievement, his brainchild, was completely eliminated. Axel asked Zinga, his beloved spell, to show the world the power of the Supreme 9 Ice technique on his behalf. And now Zinga has done it. Axel must be very happy. It seemed Lemda was defeated, but he broke free from the ice and fired a shot at Zinga, piercing his stomach and causing him to bleed. Lemda was completely enraged. He could not accept being frozen, and as long as part of his body remained, revival was not a problem. Lemda charged to attack, but the 9th ice continued to chase him and cut his body in half, despite being seriously injured. Zinga still taunted Lemda, warning him not to underestimate the 9th ice. It is the ultimate technique created by a stubborn and skeptical person like me, and there is no way anyone can escape it. Zinga's coughing worsened, so Saru used blood control to help him stop the bleeding. Subaru and Emperor Thema rushed forward to stop Lemda from firing wildly. He had weakened significantly from the endless cycle of destruction and reconstruction by the 9 ice blades. Before Zinga could no longer hold on, they were forced to kill Lemda. Lemda fought alone against everything, shooting fire at the two of them. Emperor Thema used the deadly punch technique to counter Lemda's attack, while Subaru shattered Lemda with a divine strike. Without pause, they launched continuous assaults, inflicting numerous wounds on Lemda. Lemda was unwilling, gritting his teeth as he kept asking about the parents of the two, trying to fight back. The combined attack of Subaru and Emperor Thema, the blood cheek and the deadly punch, created a move called the Deadly Spring that completely crushed Lemda. Until the very end, he deeply regretted being deceived once again by the one who used his younger brother as bait. Subaru spoke his final words to Lemda, telling him that he truly knew where Killam and Denta were, and once Lemda was freed from the gate, he would reach the place called the Sea of Miracles and reunite with Killam and Denta there. Lemda gradually faded away, which was good news, but this time he was not sure if he could trust Subaru's words anymore. The group had defeated Lemda, and Emperor Thema warned him not to let his guard down because Lemda still had a resurrection skill, but this time was different. Lemda's resurrection skill was nullified by the side effect of the ancient ice. Emperor Thema turned pale after reading the report. What kind of skill is that? So ruthless it kills instantly. That was a skill that left no one escaping. They defeated the boss in the first area, and their wounds were healed. The Casinus radiation in Area 2 is just watching in disbelief. Lemda, fueled by fire, was still defeated. Even a giant can easily die from the venom of a tiny insect. Underestimating the weak leads to a fate like Lemda's. The Casinus radiation stream will stand here waiting until that group returns to fight it. From the moment the intruders set foot on its territory, it will annihilate them all with the largest wave of radiation they have ever seen. Outside the gate, Shikishima's group sat in a line waiting, none of them wanting to leave. They stubbornly stayed to guard the gate, waiting for Subaru to come out. Shikushima was at a loss with these people. It had only been 5 minutes. No need to get so worked up. Shikushima advised everyone to take a break since no one knew when Subaru's group would come out again. But before anyone could say more, the gate opened and Subaru's group returned. The 6-star Royal Palace Gate of Torment. First area, the Flame of Glory, has been cleared. The total clearing time was 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to 63. Jinga leveled up from 74 to 79. Shikushima shouted, asking why Subaru came out so early and what had happened. Meanwhile, Jinga quickly covered his face and ran around looking for a bag to hide his face. He asked Mia if she had a bag, and she lent him a hat. He can't live without covering his face. If his face is revealed, he will be seen as different. Shikushima looked up and down and saw that no one was injured. The necromancer emperor pointed angrily at his stump, asking if he was blind. A close relative cannot level up until the body is returned to its original owner. Negos was ready to blame him. His anger like a splash of cold water on Subaru for all the time they wasted waiting because of him, but Subaru did not mind, holding Negos' hand firmly. He knew he had succeeded. Subaru thought about Negos dying and tears fell, but not anymore. He had done it. He had not let Negos die. Subaru knelt, held Negos' hand, and cried loudly while Negos had no idea what he was doing. Negos suddenly fell silent, thinking, he is not even dead. So what sacrifice are you talking about? Then the demon emperor hit Subaru on the head, telling him to stop babbling nonsense in front of someone without memories, and Subaru finally remembered to stop crying. Negos was stunned by what had just happened. He turned to Jinga and whispered, "Is Subaru out of his mind?" Subaru wiped his tears and said he had defeated a boss in the 6-star gate. The others froze after hearing it. Negos did not believe it and insisted Subaru was lying. Negos was quick to react that boss was 10 times stronger than a 5-star boss, so how the hell could he defeat it so fast? Just as they were complaining, a system notification appeared announcing that one of the bosses of the Royal Flesh Trade Palace had been defeated. With 2 bosses remaining, everyone who read the message was stunned with shock. While over there Maya Hot had finished healing the fallen arm of the demon emperor. The owner of the Yamada club smiled happily as Yamada Rokuro asked how they could defeat a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Everyone knew the power of a 5-star boss, and even with 6 golden divine lords, defeating a 6-star boss in 5 minutes was impossible. Subaru said they relied entirely on Zinga's ultimate skill to defeat the boss, a skill that can kill with a single touch. Rokuro burst out laughing, saying that is perfect if they have such an amazing skill. They could form a team centered around Zinga and then defeat the 2 remaining bosses together. The plan sounds great, but unfortunately it can't happen. The second boss is a casinous radiation stream that can emit radiation beams from all directions, so they would vaporize before even reaching it. The others in the Yamada club also realized how tough the game is, and in the next battle they have no choice but to engage in a prolonged fight against a monster at least 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate boss. Yudo and Kinokawa turned to Shikushima, relying entirely on him. Shikushima snapped at the 2 of them. Friends or not, they were truly a gang, Subaru thought silently. The problem was not the casinous radiation line, but the one behind it. They needed to find a way to defeat the weakened boss of the 3rd area. Shikushima asked Subaru if they had any chance of winning, and Subaru said the chance was extremely slim. Shikushima immediately made the decision to transfer full command of this operation to Subaru, giving him the authority to issue orders and choose personnel. And if he needs anything, just tell them they will obey at all costs. Everyone else was surprised to hear Shikushima's order. They could not believe he trusted someone he had only known for a month. Subaru did not refuse either. He accepted Shikushima's delegation of command. Kinokawa also had to admit, the first time she met Subaru, she saw a special aura around him, but she never expected Shikushima to hand over command to him so soon. They had been teammates for at least 8 years, so they understood each other well, and they were all waiting for someone to shine for the next generation. Subaru gave the first order, and the 6 stars appeared for the first time yesterday, Wednesday at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed and now it is Thursday at 9:23 am. The deadline to break the gate is 6 days and 9 hours from now, until next Tuesday at 6 am, so temporarily disband. The other gods all had question marks over their heads after hearing Subaru's order. The Emperor Thema laughed wildly when Subaru said to disband, while the expressions of the gods looked like a pile of soaked dung. Then Subaru hurriedly explained again that disbanding did not mean going home but going to level up until Tuesday. Subaru painfully realized he had a problem with expression and needed to learn more, while Subaru told the others to go upgrade. Their group was on the way to the prison holding the god lord Panopson. This facility was designed and built by many god lords, incorporating numerous traps and mechanisms. This place can completely nullify the abilities of the gods, so it is used to imprison prisoners with special powers, with a capacity of about 300 people. Kwanguk Kwai arrived at the cell of Karyu Ize, deputy commander of the Night Alliance, and ordered Ize to move out because the Rainbow Patron wanted to see him. After some time under the prison's care, Karyu Ize had visibly weakened. At the main gate, Kwanguk Kwai received prior notice from Shikushima and introduced himself to Subaru's group. He knows Kwai's name is funny, but in this line of work, he has to hide his identity or else he is as good as dead. Kwai led them in, explaining as they went, that the term panopson was coined to mean the ability to see everything. It was conceived by a great thinker in the 18th century with the purpose that a small number of people could manage a large number of prisoners, because manpower capable of capturing other divine beings is very scarce. This prison was established as a solution and has been maintained until now. While we have been talking, Warden Gokwai has been using his skill to seal Kuryuasi's abilities. His ultimate skill is called the Violin Bow, which allows him to apply various controls on targets whose abilities are sealed. With the effects distinguished by color, they can rest assured. Quan Gokwai can easily control the prisoners when they try to escape. The red seal, when placed on a target, seals their abilities, making them no different from ordinary people. That skill is quite strong. But unfortunately, Warden Nugokwai can no longer boost any stats because the gatekeeper is an elderly woman named Zola. An alchemist. Kwai Kia's gatekeeper challenges to give Zola 10,000 neck and shoulder massages. It sounds easy, but Zola is a forgetful old lady who can't even remember if she has eaten or not. When breaking through the gates, Kwai's skills are not very effective, but as a warden, he can make good use of his abilities. Kwai led Subaru's group to the visitation room where they could meet the prisoner for a maximum of 30 minutes and were not allowed to exchange anything with the prisoner. After Kwai explained the rules, Subaru was allowed in, and Ize was already waiting inside. Ize is the deputy commander of the Night Alliance. He was previously defeated by Harasaka and had his arm cut, but it seems he was treated and recovered after being imprisoned. Subaru met Ize during the 6th disaster, and after the terrible earthquake, Subaru saw Ize desperately crying in the rain while holding his child's shoes. You can't stand seeing him like that, empty and with nothing left. Meanwhile, at the 5-star gate, the ghost ship has arrived, and Shikishima's group is rocking out here. Shikushima was still annoyed, saying something about only returning when reaching level 90, which made his hands itch. He channeled all his frustration into fighting monsters, using his first skill, Golden Bullet, to take down a swarm of small crabs. The Captain Nemo monster attacked Shikushima, who leaned back to dodge and then used his third skill, Fire Strike, to hit the captain. Shikushima grew more frustrated, thinking how hard it was to level up after 80, and yet they expected them to reach level 90, even if you defeat monsters in the 5-star gate. Leveling up is still very difficult unless the monster is the strongest type in that gate, and even then, defeating a high-level monster is quite challenging. You can even lose your life easily, as the monsters in the 5-star gate are divided into different levels. Some like Geese, some like Zat. The gate that holds the strongest monsters is the Peak Gate, which only has bosses, but its difficulty is 10 to 15 times that of the 4-star Peak Gate, and there are very few of those gates. Slightly weaker is the Upper Gate, about 10 times stronger than the 4-star Gate, then the Middle Gate, 5 times stronger, and finally the Lower Gate, only 2 to 3 times stronger than the 4-star Gate. Yudo and Kinokawa are also doing their best to level up, with no other choice since Shikushima is the one who gave Subaru command, so they have to follow orders now. Kinokawa used his third skill, Battleship Assassin, dropping a series of explosive mines into the sea. The boss was forced to surface. It was a level 90 Giganto Merman, but unlucky for it, as soon as it surfaced, it ran into Shikushima and Kinokawa. Shikushima used the 4th skill, Centrifugal Cannon. Kinokawa used the 1st skill, Anchor Strike. The two launched a combined attack, and the boss could not withstand a single hit and was defeated immediately. After taking down the monster, they argued over who dealt more damage, neither willing to back down, and as a result, both leveled up. It is not good at all if Shikushima forms a team because the others won't gain any experience together, so they have no choice but to split Shikushima and Kinokawa into 2 separate teams. There is also another stubborn person who insists on going alone, and that person is none other than Negus, who is currently at another 5-star gate, the Cornfield. Just after defeating the monster and leveling up to 73, their wounds healed and the boss appeared, a Hanfaz, level 90. This one must be on the same floor at least. Negus activated his 5th skill, Hike Tunchi God, gripping the Harasaka Renji model tightly in his hand, encouraging himself to keep going and not give up. On the other side, Harasaka is singing a bit off-key. Not sure who mentioned him. Right now he and Suzaka are undergoing training with 3 Killam members, Dento and Lewis, preparing to face the upcoming disaster. Hopefully Subaru can convince Kiryu, but it won't be easy. Indeed, after Subaru spoke, Aze refused, saying he did not want to help them break through the gate. He did not want to talk anymore. The meeting ended, and he stood up to return to his cell. When his wife and child were killed, this world did nothing to help him, and he saw no value in it, so he had no reason to try to save this miserable world. Subaru knew Aze was lying. He just said that, but in reality Aze still had hope for this world. When he heard Subaru's group had visited Aze in prison, the old member of the bandit faction was furious at the thought of Subaru's group trying to convince Aze to help clear the 6-star gate. Yumeno, on the other hand, kept quietly reading her book since she was not as eager to escape as the others. Meanwhile, 4 hours had passed since the group took Azai out of prison, but the atmosphere remained tense as no one dared to speak. Fortunately, Aze suddenly spoke up to break the heavy atmosphere. Subaru, where are you taking me? Dondi, tell me we are going to the place of the one who hurt my family. I do not want revenge because it won't bring my wife and child back. Do you really think I can help with clearing the Star Gate? Aze asked curiously, and Subaru gently nodded in agreement. He knew that although Aze's wife and child were cruelly harmed, justice would not side with him because it was just a trivial matter not worth attention. Standing before all humanity and the entire world, deep inside he was overwhelmed by despair to the extreme. That is why Subaru decided to use psychological tactics to successfully negotiate with a man as troubled as him. I do not have a complete family either, but I have many people I love, so I will always protect them no matter what. I thought Aze would change his mind after hearing that, but he remained calm as if nothing had happened. It is really hard to move a man who has no intention of revenge like this. The car carried the whole group from Niigata Prefecture, Ichigo Plain, down to Tokyo, stopping by the meadow in the evening light. In front of them was a group of kids playing soccer. A Kazaka FC, the team Aze's son once played for. Aze stood dazed, recalling the past, catching glimpses of his son's lively, energetic smile on the field, imagining his gentle wife pouring tea for him nearby. AC went numb, Junjin talking to himself like a madman, making Jinga unable to watch any longer, immediately shouting at Subaru why he brought Aze here. Unexpectedly, Subaru only replied briefly, "Not yet the time," leaving Jinga very confused, crying with tears streaming down. Aze's son's friend saw him there and quickly came over to greet him. Aze looked at their innocent faces and felt even more heartbroken. It had been a long time since his son passed away. In the crowd, a boy holding Siji's photo stood strong as if Siji was still with them, bringing Aze to tears. The boy and his friend said there would be a match next month and hoped Aze could come to watch and cheer them on. Aze wept like rain, collapsing in anguish as he thought of Siji. His son. How could he forget the boy's smile and face when he told him he was accepted into the team? The past could never return, and Aze could only scream in despair, washing his face with tears in the silent sunset. Once again, the future had shifted a little, Subaru thought to himself, the sixth talent. Right after the super earthquake struck, Subaru met Aze who had just returned from Tokyo after the prison collapsed. Aze, battered and soaked by the rain, holding a pair of shoes in his hands, mourned the loss of all the kids on the field who were gone forever. He wept in silence, blaming himself for causing such a tragedy that broke Subaru's heart. But today's tears were not like the tears of that day. Subaru and Jinga also felt relieved for Az. "Please let us borrow your strength. Please. Join us in protecting this world," Subaru gently pleaded. "For the kids, I want to create a world where they can freely play soccer." Subaru. "You are kind of like a con artist, you know how to reach the depths of a person's heart. It is unfair, but I will help you on one condition." Before Az could finish speaking, Subaru immediately agreed to take his place in the match next month to cheer on the kids. And just like that, the gate-clearing team for the 6-star gate was complete. "We need to level up right before entering the gate. Karen and Sasas experience points will be transferred to Harasaka and Suzaka to avoid any waste. Jinga Mir, Az, please open at least one more gate. Because those skills will help us in the upcoming battle. Let us give it our all to defeat the 6-star boss." Subaru assigned tasks to the whole team, then Song 6 set off with everyone. 6 days later was Tuesday, October 31st, the day of the final battle. At noon, Shikushima stood on the balcony observing the situation, telling himself there were only 6 hours left. He had done everything he could, now all that was left was to rely on Subaru. Shikushima thought to himself, and just then, Hijaki suddenly called, giving Shikushima a bad feeling while Emperor Thema and the group on this side were sitting comfortably eating cakes and drinking tea. Suddenly receiving a call from Shikushima about going on tea, Emperor Thema panicked, not understanding what was going on. There was no other way. "The news of Harasaka's death has not been made public yet. I am on my way. Get ready to get in the car and change plans now," Shikushima shouted into the phone, causing Emperor Thema to panic. Before I could even finish, the call ended and Shikushima somehow had already driven the car right up to Emperor Thema, dragging him away urgently. Emperor Thema was lifted into the car with no chance to resist, only able to scream and shout as he was cornered. Though no one really cared, Sasaka's group remained calm, drinking tea and eating pastries without paying any attention to the recent chaos. When Jinka asked about Subaru's situation, Sasaka said the two boys were still at the gate. So today the group would take charge of the meeting with the gold-ranked gods themselves. After a few days of interacting with Subaru, I realized one thing: he truly is a strange person. Gods like us heal wounds by leveling up, but that only works for physical injuries. It means that mental damage remains unchanged. No matter how many stars a player has, as long as the battle continues, their energy and alertness will gradually deplete, making death inevitable. But he went completely against that. For the past 6 days, while we took turns leveling up, he locked himself in the training gate without resting even once. And he still has not stopped. I finally understand why he, a newly joined God Lord, can stand against even the top God Lords. Subaru, he is a monster, Singa said gravely. Subaru is outside right now after defeating the boss, leveling up to 90, setting the record for the fastest level up in human history. Subaru timed it perfectly to meet and duel Vanquish one-on-one. Suzaka's group had just reached the rooftop when they found Harasaka sitting there, with Kinokawa pinning down Nagose, who was extremely agitated and aggressive, still yelling wildly despite being blinded. The TV station arranged a helicopter to film the whole group from above in detail because the appearance of a 6-star gate right after the incident involving the Tri-faction has everyone around the world buzzing about it. Harasaka. Shikushima, thank you both very much. After the losses we have suffered, we will now delve in uncovering the secrets of the new leader of the Japanese Divine Master community, the savior Subaru Ariek. The cheerful reporter spoke up, making Jinga avert his eyes at the mention of the new leader of the Japanese Divine Master community. It seems that after defeating the 6-star boss, Subaru's fame has skyrocketed insanely. Nagos, pinned down on the other side, quietly wondered why Subaru still had not come out after 18 hours. Before anyone could answer, they suddenly heard the loud screams of the people as a monster from the underworld appeared. Everyone immediately panicked and rushed to get ready to deal with it, but was stopped by Harasaka, calm as ever. Harasaka told the two to just sit back and relax because Subaru was already on his way. Just as expected, Subaru appeared like a god under the monster's claws, surrounded by a 7-colored aura, fiercely fighting to save the people in a desperate situation. Seeing that this boss was only 4 stars, Subaru effortlessly bent his sword strike and swiftly chopped the monster to pieces in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone amazed and admiring. Everyone applauded and cheered for their savior Subaru. Suzaka and the others also approached Subaru, praising his recent strike. Since everyone is present, this is the perfect moment for the group to enter the 6-star gate. The helicopter camera crew quickly follows the attack team to capture the most important footage, while also hoping the group will return safely. As soon as they stepped through the gate, a fierce light dragon appeared, dazzling everyone in front of them. This is the boss area, so no one ever passes through without taking a hit. The monster saw Subaru dare to enter its territory and fiercely charged at him, but unexpectedly was beaten nearly to a pulp by 9 white magic strikes from the arena boss Ulox. Thanks to AZ's timely defense, Subaru escaped without injury. Don't worry, if the opponent is a swordsman. Just leave it to me, AZ said firmly to Subaru. The barrier can freeze the movement of all targets that touch it for 1 second. However, based on Ulox's attacks, it was fast enough to disappear within a second. A Seikarius approach in this battle is an optimal defensive strategy. Shikushima knew Subaru was strong, but to the point where just one special move turned an entire area into giant stone blocks like this, he really is a monster. Aze, fully armed, stood beside Shikushima, waiting for the moment to fight that knight. He was not sure if Subaru was confident the whole team could take down that knight, since the barrier could not defend against attacks of light or physical force. If the enemy here was a light dragon, Ace probably did not expect to make it back. It seems he has a vision even beyond that moment. After all, what does he know and what is he thinking? Aze asked suspiciously. At that moment, Subaru suddenly spoke up, asking Shikushima to continue advancing according to plan. And so, the final assault the entire melee team officially began. Everyone quickly slipped inside Susie's soft, gelatinous body, Subaru's close companion. Susie charged full force at the knight and suddenly used invisibility magic, startling the knight completely. Meanwhile, Shikushima, Aze, Harasaka, Konokawa, and Nagos took their positions, ready to defend in close combat. They just needed Shikishima's signal to simultaneously unleash their first, 5th, and 6th special moves on the knight. In an instant, a blinding light surged toward the knight's position, but it also made the earth and sky seem to collapse with each of his swift, chaotic strikes. Luckily, Udo arrived just in time to help, or else they would have been buried here, lost in the smoke and chaos for years to come. Az worried that losing track of him would be bad, and he had no idea when or from which direction he would strike next. Shikushima immediately used clairvoyance, shuddering as he saw him rushing toward the group at breakneck speed. The slashes spreading everywhere along his path. Udo and Aze finally combined their swords to unleash the 4th ultimate move, shattering the golden wall in a desperate attempt to block the slash. The dazzling light burst forth, turning the entire stage into chaos. Susie desperately struggles against the force crashing down behind her. Subaru grits his teeth, tensing with frustration as Euless' movements and actions are even faster than he remembered. Each slash spiraled wildly in rapid succession, overwhelming Shikushima to the point of dizziness. With a terrifying explosion, the cut lunged straight at Az, and a deafening roar reduced everything around to a pile of shattered ruins. Fortunately, Udo and Aze are still alive despite the bloody head, which really scared us all. What are you still standing here for? Shikushima, Matip Tuko Tro Subarvang Ngoy, Dai, Chung Defachak Chan Gip Kip Kan Duok Boss Chu. I believe in Subaru. And the reason I have always wanted to know who he really is because he gave me a perfect reason to keep living. Aze said calmly. Do not worry. I can clearly see with my own eyes that Subaru and the others have reached the boss. Aze, you have done your job, Shikushima replied softly. For Subaru's group right now, this is just the beginning. At the moment of the direct solo with this night boss, while Suzaka and Karin were still transforming, Harasaka swiftly unleashed a flying river slash at the boss with his own fierce power. Nice to meet you, Senior, Harasaka said with a swing while speaking to the boss. I'm Harasaka Renji, the owner of the Golden Knight Lewis. Harasaka sneered, causing the boss to instantly rage and roar. Taking advantage of its distraction, Suzaka unleashed a thunderous lightning strike that turned the scene into a sea of overwhelming power. Emerging from the thick smoke, Suzaka saw that Harasaka was unharmed and let out a quiet breath of relief, just as our information indicated. It seems that thunder attacks can only slow him down. Suzaka observed the situation and said, seeing the boss recover his strength and struggle to get up, Suzaka suggested that Harasaka let her handle him. While Subaru, caught in the chaos, quietly called Zinga and Meima to join Suzaka and Harasaka in the fight. Both sides were fiercely clashing, the dust and dark energy roaring and shaking the air. Just as I expected from a former knight commander, his majestic sword curved powerfully like a giant whale. Even if I used both the toy transformation and the royal aura, it still would not be enough. If I were alone, then maybe this would not be a contest. Monster slayer, I will defeat you. 6 days ago in the underworld, at the radiant shore where souls gather, Subaru informed everyone that he had failed to clear the 6-star gate in the world of the Aurora King. The losses we suffered in the battle against Lemda were too great, so we spent a lot of time healing and leveling up, and as a result, the demon that killed Casinus was released when the time expired. Each of his sword strikes left a trail of blood across Tokyo, causing numerous casualties. In my memory, to protect the city, Yudo and Kinoko. Just as Subaru finished speaking, Harasaka clenched his teeth and looked away. Harasaka decided to ask Lewis to guide him one more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lewis approached from afar, offering to help Harasaka destroy that person even though doing so meant challenging her country. Back in the present, Harasaka realized that relying on her own strength alone was not enough to defeat the demon, so he relied on his knowledge to compensate for his shortcomings. The third technique combined with Harasaka's stone crusher blasted everything around in a blinding light, making the boss dizzy. Zinga simultaneously unleashed his fifth skill with a fierce crush, mixing it with Harasaka's double slash. The deadly punch combined with the sacred mark from everyone around created a force that grew more and more intense, shattering everything nearby. Harasaka took advantage of the boss being surrounded to fiercely strike down with a brutal light sword attack alongside the stone crusher, forcing the boss to fall face first into a cloud of thick dust. Zinga and Mei stood outside, watching the grim scene, sweating nervously and unsure if their hearts had truly won yet. No. Do you think it is that easy? He will wake up any moment now, and he is definitely trying to lure us into another attack, but I guess this might also be an opportunity. Subaru, I will go head first, Suzaka shouted fiercely, immediately unleashing a summon of 8 thunder gods in various colors. Negas blinked his eyes, stunned and frozen in place, unable to look away from the light ahead. The Shikushima, seeing Negas quietly shedding tears, hurriedly called him to quickly join the group and meet the leader. Harasaka was now recalling Lewis' advice that to defeat the Golden Knight commander, they had to destroy his armor first. Their armor not only halve the damage taken but also restore AP just by wearing it. It is a valuable and precious item. Moreover, the Monster Slayer possesses the highest AP compared to previous commanders, which also makes him much stronger in prolonged battles. Of course, this will lead to a brief intense period focused mainly on fierce attacks. In summary, you must destroy his armor first, then Renji will have to use the strongest technique I have granted you before, combine the 7 sword paths and the royal aura to unleash a powerful attack. Be careful with their remaining EP. Lewis warned, so right after a fierce attack, we have to either land a decisive blow or join another battle at the same time. Right, I will take on the support role next, but if possible, I will also help break through the armor. I am pretty good at delivering those decisive attacks. Suzaka confidently said that as a disciple of the Thunder God, no one could surpass her in speed. After unleashing the Thunder God's ultimate technique, she fiercely shot 7 lightning bolts across the 7 rainbow spheres in just under 10 seconds. Powerful force, she relentlessly pounded the boss nonstop, leaving everyone around stunned in disbelief. Suzaka truly lives up to being Subaru's first teammate. Able to face the boss alone, she was once trained by the Thunder God Killam, so in the current dazzling underground world, Killam is also watching her through the screen. In fact, Suzaka's development is truly impressive, enough to astonish Killam. However, her enemy comes from the Golden Country, known as the strongest. That means dealing with him won't be easy. If I had not used this ultimate skill, I probably would have died already. Even with damage reduced by 60%, his attacks are still too strong. This guy really is powerful, Suzaka thought as she gritted her teeth and fought the boss with all her strength. Following Lord Van's orders, Subaru's trump card must be used sparingly for the next fight, so she can't rely on Subaru. Harasaka on this side can only brace herself and hope for Suzaka. She was still desperately trying to unleash thunder strikes, using all her strength to charge at the boss with her own power. After 10 seconds of intense thunder strikes, Suzaka shattered part of the boss's mask, causing green fluid to continuously flow from his eye. Suzaka gave it her all, and the rest was up to Harasaka. As the swift strike shattered the boss's mask completely, the green fluid on his face poured down like rain. After Suzaka's armor-breaking strike combined with Harasaka's strongest blow, everyone present and those watching the fight in the underworld believed victory was certain. Yet the Golden Knight commander at that moment, after taking several heavy hits from Subaru's heart, was furious and enraged. On top of being suppressed by other knights, constantly attacking recklessly is simply fulfilling his duty. This is an unavoidable order. Sir, your aggression is far from normal. If you keep this up, you will surely wipe out the entire Silver Kingdom. While what our king desires is peace, Lewis replied coldly. Yet Yulak remained stubborn and reckless, determined to wipe out the Silver Kingdom completely until it is extinct. After endless warnings, he still refused to listen, so Lewis decided to carry out his execution. You have taken too many lives. Brother, not just enemies but even allies who opposed your massacre, Lewis declared, raising his sword high. She could not accept that her best friend was forever lost in the massacre Yulak called his victory, only for him to say it was just a normal thing. I can no longer see you as my beloved brother die. Monster Slayer. Lewis grew up and acted decisively, instantly beheading Yulak. At that very moment, in the real world, he also officially fell. Harasaka tried to rush in and finish Yulak off, but unexpectedly, his demonic power returned once again. Shocking everyone, blood-red energy filled the air. Yulak, covered in blood, smirked and limped forward step by step, saying, "So I have been betrayed by my own country and sent down to the gate." That guy, you just said you are Lewis' owner, right? So that was the gate's plan, and the master's words have been put into action. But wait, even in that case, I never expected you to send your own owner away. Haha, how pitiful for my little sister. Your plan has completely fallen apart. Yulak just pointed at Harasaka, his mocking laughter at Lewis making everyone here boil with anger. Oh, and you trash over there. Do you know that those sealed behind the gate can return to the underworld? The first way is to be killed by the owner, Yulak said, then suddenly lunged forward, stabbing Suzaka in the stomach, leaving her no time to react as she immediately bled out and collapsed. The second way is to possess someone with a certain level of strength. Yulak once again attacked Harasaka, who was flying towards Suzaka at that moment. Under the overwhelming power of Yulak, Harasaka was kicked dozens of meters away into the chicken coop in the blink of an eye. With the combination of royal radiance and the deep blood cloak, his attack power increased by 360%. Moreover, the 12th secret technique, fully unleashed with every beat, will boost his next attack to 1800%. Seeing Yulak now brimming with unmatched power, Suzaka and Harasaka could only look on in despair. Subaru quietly approached Yulak, urging his teammates to run quickly because if they got hit by this strike, they would definitely be blown away like leaves. Subaru never expected Yulak to regain consciousness and said, "I have lost, I have to retreat," Subaru Junjin said, leaving Jinga a bit confused, unsure of what he intended to do. "You already have my gratitude. Human, thanks to all of you, I have become stronger and can return to the underworld, where I can examine my sister who tore me apart. As a way to show my gratitude, I will allow you to die by my ultimate technique." Yulak narrowed his eyes and decisively drew his dragon-slaying sword filled with dark magic. At the same moment his technique was activated, a silent conversation took place between Subaru, Suzaka, and Harasaka. Subaru spoke up, saying he would be the one to defeat him, which greatly alarmed Suzaka and Harasaka. "If I use my trump card here, are you sure we can defeat the Silver King in the third disaster?" Harasaka asked worriedly. "I do not know, but even so, it is still better than losing a friend." Subaru's eyes were filled with determination as he boldly replied, which only made Suzaka and Harasaka more anxious because they knew Subaru was only concerned about their lives. In the dark space, a glimmer of light startled Suzaka, who said there was still one thing they could do before using their trump card. Outside, Yulak was frantically searching for his chaotic energy when suddenly both his hands went numb. From afar, Issei approached like a god, his body covered in blood yet still looking cool and handsome, wielding a sharp blade in his hand. Seeing Aze and Suzy appear, Harasaka was overjoyed and accidentally collided with Aze's blocking technique in his excitement. "Nice to meet you, Exterminator. You may not see it, but you are completely surrounded by my ultimate technique. Sorry, but now I have to defeat you," Aze said with a nod to Yulak. So you are the one who stopped in Bien." Yulak glanced at Aze. Actually, Aze's mana was almost depleted and his bluff would not last much longer, so Subaru's group had to act quickly. Shikushima grew impatient and urged Subaru to quickly tell everyone what to do next. Recalling Sayaka's words about something they could do before using that option, Subaru's mind began to churn intensely, focused on the possibility of defeating Yulak while saving the trump card for the battle against the Silver King. Shikushima. Nagos, I have a proposal for both of you. Please become my family. Right here. Right now, Subaru suddenly spoke up, his whole body already radiating a strong spiritual energy that made Shikushima and Nagos, though not fully understanding, quickly agree. Rakuta Sanana is a sub-skill of persuasion that Subaru obtained after reaching level 50. This skill can turn living beings into relatives. Unlike Parivara, which requires a connection through the soul, this skill can only transfer from one individual to a new family member with that person's consent. After hearing Subaru's proposal, Nagos hesitated slightly because he did not want to be both a relative and a subordinate to Subaru, but in the end, Nagos agreed because as long as he could save Harasaka, He was willing to give up everything he had. Yulek on this side is still surrounded by the invisible technique of Subaru's group. They have not launched any attacks since earlier, which means they have run out of options. Maybe he is waiting for someone, but it is truly pointless. Yulek thought to himself, then fiercely unleashed his power, forcefully activating his ultimate skill with the bullet. Izzy could not believe Yulek understood the nature of his ultimate skill so quickly, feeling a slight panic inside. Yulek's cold, bullet-like gaze calmly unleashed 7 sword strikes combined with 7 claw marks, causing one of his ace feet to be severely wounded and bleeding. His thunderous strike even made the peak crack and shake. That skill only lasts for about 1 second. Right. Instead, my 7 scratches remain in place and continuously activate for 20 seconds. Yulek sneered and immediately unleashed a light attack that engulfed both Izzy and Suzy. Seeing that, Harasaka immediately tried to sneak attack Yulek from behind but was unfortunately spotted. Don't be so full of yourself. I am the one running out of MP here, so just die already and save me the trouble. Yulek arrogantly taunted and unleashed his 7 sword strikes, but unexpectedly Shikushima ambushed him from afar with a precise shot. Thanks to the golden rifle combined with cursed power, Shikushima successfully eroded Yulek's soul. Negos has now taken the liberty to enter Harasaka's mind to help him use his ultimate skill. The trait of an individual who has become a loved one is the ability to add cursed power to their ultimate skill. In other words, the weapons stored in Negos's golden arsenal have reached the point where they can directly harm the opponent at soul. Subaru has truly made everyone his close allies. The transformation from a living being into a close ally for Subaru is an incredibly painful decision. Once they become close allies, neither Tsukishima nor Negos can be resurrected through Pararara anymore. Even if they die later, those are things Subaru is deeply worried about and blames himself for. You do not have to worry about that. Subaru, if there is a fight, there has to be losses. That is what fighting is. You did the right thing. You can also share your memories of the future with us. Sorry for being such a burden to you until now. Leave the rest to us. Shikushima and the others reassured Subaru with strength. They coordinated closely, striking in perfect harmony without needing to discuss or signal, leaving the demon stunned and unable to defend. The benefits of becoming a close companion are incredibly diverse for both the master and the follower. However, in this case, the most important thing now is complete coordination through soul communication. Shikushima used all his strength to snipe and stop the demon from using attacks that made him furious. Our way of thinking is basically like being cut from the same mold. You know, destroying the enemy's attack is better than just defending, so do not even dream I will let you cause trouble. Shikushima laughed loudly at the demon. Just then, Aze suddenly appeared in front of the demon. Leaving him in disbelief, he clearly remembered having struck Az directly. It turned out that just before the enemy's ultimate move could land, Az instantly enlarged his body many times over, using that to block the attack. Sorry, but I am not done here yet. I still have a plan I can't afford to miss. Az said that. Then together with Suzaka and Harasaka they coordinated their attacks, successfully defeating the boss demon slug in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just as the demon slug vowed that one day he would return, Harasaka quickly crushed that ability by stabbing the herb straight into the demon's stomach, causing him to split open and die on the spot. All thanks to Lewis's instructions to Harasaka to use this herb after the final strike. This herb is called amnesia. A soul, after being destroyed at the gate, can usually return to the underworld, but this will break that cycle and burn them to ashes in the unconscious world. The unconscious world is the final destination of a soul and also where Subaru met the King of Aurora. Harasaka felt it was a bit extreme, but Lewis had pleaded. It was all for dignity and to soothe her friends as well as the hundreds of thousands of souls slaughtered by the fiends. So at Lewis's request, Harasaka shattered the fiend's soul into 100 fragments before it turned to nothingness and returned to the dust. In this way, the hatred of those who were harmed will be somewhat eased. Lewis watched the fading silhouette of the demon and softly spoke, remembering the memories of the 2 brothers in the past. She could only hold back her tears and bid farewell to the demon. Everything has finally come to an end, and Harasaka praised Negos for his great efforts. Negos stood dazed, recalling the advice to find their own star, so moved that tears welled up. Perhaps today, Negos has come a little closer to their star. Shikushima and Harasaka were finally reunited after a life-or-death battle, but their calm and indifferent attitude made Negos look away in awe at their infinite coolness. Just as they were about to leave, private notification from the system was sent to Subaru, acknowledging the intervention of your loved one in the system. The boss's soul has disappeared, so no experience points will be added. Intervening in this way is not recommended. All the unexpected twists of this incident have caused us huge trouble. Lord, please play by the rules we set. Subaru skimmed through it and quietly pressed the agree button. Everything happened just as Subaru expected. That future was unfolding faster. With the mission complete, the group immediately left the underworld through the gate before it disappeared completely. At exactly 6:15 tonight, the entire team led by Subaru successfully passed through the 6-star gate. At the Idabashi intersection, A large crowd gathered to witness the collapse of the gate, causing significant traffic disruption. Subaru stepped out boldly with the team, surrounded by a sea of people and flashing lights like headlights. I focused solely on commanding, so this victory belongs to everyone standing here. From now on, our deity will continue to protect you all from entities of the underworld, even if it costs their life, Subaru boldly declared amid the roaring applause of everyone around. Harasaka suddenly spoke up, saying the two of them had to return to the dazzling coast. But no one expected him to leave immediately. Instantly make it disappear right now, leaving Shikushima speechless. Suzaka also thought about coming back here after visiting his parents. As they were chatting, the group suddenly realized someone was still missing. At that moment, Jinga stepped out from the towering gate and stood before AZ, still wearing the sealed signature box on his head. The goal of passing Subaru's 6-star gate has been achieved, so my role is over. In the end, I did not contribute much, but I guess I did my best as a silver rank. AZ. Thank you for your efforts. I bet Subaru will keep his promise to you, Jinga said, then bowed respectfully before AZ, as if he also believed in Subaru. AZ spoke up curiously, but Jinga felt it was not quite like that. That night in Hitachi City, a Baraki prefecture, Jinga turned on the TV and saw the interview news of the whole group from the day before. A long but rather interesting week for Jinga. While staring intently at Subaru's face on the TV, suddenly a bright door appeared right behind him. As soon as he opened the door, Jinga realized his whole body was numb and unable to move. Behind the door was Ruin, the silver nine-tailed king, grinning wickedly as he asked Jinga for a favor. The next day, November 1st, at the Divine Lord Federation headquarters, a grand celebration was held to mark the recent success at the 6-star gate. Jinga declined to attend the party, citing the excuse that his home was far away. Ace has returned to prison but is still allowed to watch the boys' match. Everyone here is happily eating, drinking, and chatting. Suzaka happily recounted how she visited home yesterday. Everyone cried, but they were very happy to know she helped clear the 6-star gate. Giant Subaru told Shikushima that he would meet Jinga at 6 of the clock later. Shikushima nodded happily, then suddenly narrowed his eyes, leaning close to Subaru's hand and fiercely urged him to hurry up and buy a house now that he has become famous. The lobby of the hotel where he is staying is packed with that crowd. The cost of staying has skyrocketed to VIP ticket prices. You can choose a house or an apartment. Just buy it and move in right away. Living in a bad place just because you are famous is not for show or bragging. It is really necessary. If Subaru stayed in an ordinary place, it would only bother those around him, Shikushima firmly stated. So while waiting for Subaru to buy a new house, Shikushima took him to temporarily stay in Harasaka's luxurious apartment. Subaru was amazed the moment he stepped in by how spacious and fancy it was. Shikushima said Subaru would stay here temporarily until he got his own house, and Harasaka had already agreed through his spirit. Subaru sighed, unsure if this was okay because he was just afraid Nasuz would get angry with him. Through the soul, Nasuz did warn Subaru, but at the same time, he also asked him to take a picture of Harasaka's house for him. After handing the house key to Subaru, Shikushima quickly pulled him outside so he could freely admire the city he was protecting. This peaceful and clear scene was so different from the tragedy that awaited the Aurora King in the future, and Subaru was moved, vowing to stop it before it happened. As soon as he arrived at the train station, Subaru saw Zinga already waiting for him and eagerly asked if Zinga wanted to come with him to the underground world starting next week. The underground world? You mean the enemies of humanity? Zinga asked suspiciously. Enemy? Ah, yes. I knew you would say that. A lot has happened, and I need to attend the meeting of the kings, Subaru calmly replied, leaving Zinga stunned by the information he just revealed. Kings. Meetings. Participation. You know, do you realize you just made a statement that could shake the entire world? No one has any detailed information about the underworld. Do you know that? Of course, no one is there to witness it either, and now you are. Zinga was so shocked he stumbled over his words. Yes. That is why I think we can go together. Subaru smiled charmingly, leaving Zinga speechless. Zinga felt like Subaru was trying to invite him on a dangerous adventure. I can't talk to him anymore. And also, how do you plan to enter that underworld? And why are you inviting me, someone who has only reached silver rank? Aren't you supposed to have many teammates stronger than me? Zinga shouted in frustration. Of course, I will bring others along with me too, but I am sure there will be times when your strength, Zinga, will be absolutely essential in the future. That is my reason. So will you officially become my teammate? After returning from the underworld, I plan to form a team and I want you to be a member. Although the team is not yet recognized or named, its motto is that I will never betray or abandon my friends. What do you think? Subaru explained calmly, making Zinga hesitate a little. From the very first time I met you, I could not believe someone like you would choose me to help clear the 6-star gate. However, your decision was absolutely right, and with your strategy, we were able to clear the gate. I bet you must possess an incredibly mysterious power. I still can't believe in my own strength, But I will believe in you because you trusted me, Zinga said firmly and immediately grabbed Subaru's hand tightly. Together they created a power like ice flashing brightly across the entire river surface. Sitting on the boat drifting slowly on the water was Ruin, calmly sipping tea and quietly bidding farewell to dear Subaru. My dear Subaru, you have become incredibly dangerous in just a few days. You defeated that cunning villain in minutes, and even managed to defeat the monster slayer using only your loved ones. Those gold and bronze guys might only know how to warn, but I am different. If things stay like this, there is definitely a chance that Vanquish will come back. Every threat must be eliminated at its root. Ruin growled in his mind, but the moment Subaru and Zinga shook hands, Subaru briefly realized that Ruin's soul technique was contained within Zinga's body, along with full control over its target, just as I suspected. Right now Zinga is the target. Ruin's goal is to approach the nearest silver-level target. Subaru thought to himself, then suddenly asked if the Silver King was there, making Ruin's heart skip a beat. Unable to believe he was discovered by Subaru so quickly, the one who had made 3 mistakes. First, whenever Zinga goes outside, he always wears a paper bag. Second, Zinga calls me Ariak, not Subaru. And third, Zinga would never say I trust you until the very end. Subaru shouted in fury, then tore off his shirt to reveal the prosthetic arm, leaving Ruin frozen in shock. It turns out Subaru had already cut off his own hand and replaced it with a prosthetic that he could control, showing he had planned to counter that type of attack from the start. Such a thorough countermeasure could only be carried out with conviction and determination. After stripping off his upper body, Subaru swiftly struck the blood fist right in the center of Zinga's chest, causing him to collapse on the spot. Seeing that Subaru had removed the ban ray from Zinga's body, Ruin turned furious, guessing that Subaru must have planned for this, which is why he could handle it so perfectly. After gently laying Zinga down on the crack, Subaru's bag suddenly burst open, revealing a bloodied arm that swiftly and forcefully attached itself to Subaru's shoulder, leaving Ruin increasingly bewildered and alarmed. He is not only the owner of Vanquish but also possesses precognition. This guy is too dangerous. I do not care if the other kings notice me. I have to kill him right here and right now. Ruin sweated as he watched Subaru's aura-filled back gradually advancing toward him. The world we have reached now is completely different from the future world I saw that day. In a harsh world like this, there is only one certainty: the failure of man. Subaru fiercely warns Ruin. Your mission this time is to stop Ruin's plot and defeat him in a direct battle. If you succeed, you will gain new allies, get closer to the truth of the world, and unlock the red band. But if they fail, Subaru and Zinga will have to log out and accelerate the destruction of the underground world. Meanwhile, Shikushima, Sayaka, and Karian are busy observing Subaru through a soul connection. Everyone remained calm, confident that Subaru would win quickly. On the other side, after being provoked by Subaru, Ruin immediately unleashed his power and charged towards the shore. Sukuna barely showed his head when Subaru unleashed a fierce water attack, successfully leaving Ruin unable to fight back. Not stopping there, Subaru used the Shikushima technique to aggressively engulf Ruin in the deep water. His entire soul was surrounded the moment he was hit by Subaru's move, leaving him no choice but to use his beak to desperately defend his home. This is the final technique of the 3 I received from Vanquish the first time. Those who travel under the sunlight can block the rays. Makazong's weakness, but in return, lowers its stats to their limits, and I have unleashed the true form of Makazong. Subaru area. Subaru spoke coldly, causing Ruin's face to turn pale. He never expected that ever since becoming a possessor, Subaru had been struggling with his true power all this time. Ruin, still standing strong like a living legend, refused to give up and unleashed a thunder strike combined with a wind blast straight at Subaru with all his remaining strength. Seeing him go mad with his own power, Subaru immediately countered with a swift move. Basically, you have no intention of letting anyone rest in this battle, including yourself. This is truly a fight where it is hard to tell who will win between Subaru and Ruin, as both are equally strong, almost evenly matched, in the human world at this moment. Shikushima, Suzaka, and Karin had already fallen asleep while watching Subaru. Meanwhile, in the spirit world, on the radiant shore, the god of life Kilum, the storm god Denda, the fire god Lemda, Luik, and Harasaka were also gathered, observing and commenting on Subaru's recent attack. Everyone hopes Subaru will win because if he does not, this whole place will be wiped out by Ruin. Just as I was sitting and watching the battle, Serzan, the queen of martyrdom, suddenly appeared and interrupted. She is confident that Subaru will fulfill everyone's wishes. On this side, after unleashing a fierce strike filled with the energy of 7 rainbow spheres, Subaru successfully triggered the wrathful gate of the Silver King Ruin. The sparks created by Subaru were torn into pieces and collided in midair, causing endless explosions. That night, seawater kept falling continuously over Itachi City. A Baraki prefecture. The Silver King completely stopped thinking for a few seconds and only continued before the rain stopped. His sacred silver thread had been torn into 1,000 pieces. Not only that, it was also sliced lengthwise. Did it inherit that special technique from Vanquish? So you have been hiding the true power of your lineage all this time, have not you? Ruin's eyes burned red with rage. The one who hid it is Vanquish. He told me not to tell anyone about this. That old man also said if people knew my true power. A coward like you would not dare set foot in the human world, Subaru arrogantly responded, making Ruin so furious it felt like his brain was bleeding. Baring his teeth as he launched a sacred flame attack straight at Subaru, Subaru leaned to dodge, and the fierce beam hitting the seawater instantly caused it to vaporize. So if it targets us, Subaru, you are definitely done for. Maintaining such a powerful technique will cost quite a lot. This will be a heavy burden for him. Subaru thought. In any case, Ruin has never had more than 1/9 of his soul. The heavens always forbid the main body of a soul from entities in the underworld from entering the human world, but Ruin has the skill to divide his soul into 9 parts. With that skill, he can completely bypass the system, even if he only carries 1 part. Just that 1 part is enough to gain ultimate power when the main body also comes to the human world. That is because the gate does not impose any limits. But if this soul is destroyed, the main soul will also lose a part of itself, that weakened Ruin's main body in the underworld. That is why he must be completely subdued right here, so I can negotiate later. Vanquish was on the edge of his seat as he thought to himself. Subaru kept running away nonstop, making Ruin chase him until he was exhausted. He was furious because Subaru was just a coward who only knew how to run, but Ruin never expected that Subaru had been deceiving him all along to lure him into a trap. While running, Subaru suddenly stopped and unleashed a swift strike that caught Ruin off guard, trapping him in a barrier of blood and pain. Ruin flew into a rage and tried to shoot Subaru but missed every time due to his incredible speed. Like a rocket from afar, Subaru charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to Ruin's face, knocking him out instantly with blood and teeth flying everywhere. Subaru's punches kept coming nonstop with no intention of stopping, even though Ruin's face was now completely distorted and battered. Until he was completely destroyed, Subaru would keep hitting Ruin like a punching bag until he won. Ruin was beaten by Subaru until he was barely recognizable, his entire body collapsing under Subaru's final punch. He is surprisingly tough. If it had been Lambda, he would have been done for 5 times over by now. Just as I expected, he is truly strong, Subaru exclaimed, then quickly channeled his cursed blood to strike Ruin, leaving him dizzy and collapsing on the spot. Everyone witnessing this scene in the virtual world was left stunned, never expecting Ruin to be truly defeated by Subaru. Saja and Harasaka smiled proudly at what Subaru had accomplished. Well done, kid. It is time for you to start negotiating and turn that Silver King into one of us. Vanquish eagerly suggested it, leaving everyone stunned, unable to understand if it was really necessary to do that to him in such a pitiful state. On November 1st, 1 hour before the fight with Yulak, Subaru was asked by Vanquish to turn Ruin into an ally, to appear at the meeting of the kings. You must lay the foundation for your future interests. Negotiate with him and bring him to our side. First, beat him up a bit. You have to show him your strength. That is the only way to make the strong listen. Moreover, Ruin is also one of the easiest to negotiate with once he surrenders. That guy is cautious and fierce, but deep down, he is just a coward. Vanquish quietly led Subaru. Ruin, in a fragmented dream, recalled the moment he first met Vanquish as a child. At that time, Ruin was still following the 9-tailed fox spirit, his ancestor, and Vanquish approached him carefully, telling him that the reason he ran away was because his fear of failure was much greater than the happiness of winning. If you are just a person, that is fine, but as a king, you can't always be afraid. Take a good look at yourself. Coward. Every word from Vanquish struck Ruin's pride, leaving him frozen in place. But then Vanquish gently patted his head and told him that if he could do those things, he would become a good king, leaving Ruin confused about how to react. Watching Vanquish's cheerful back blend into the crowd in the virtual world, Ruin also hoped to one day become a king like him. Blinking awake, Ruin found Subaru sitting in front of him, which only made his anger flare up once again. Give up because the person is just a separated part of the soul, so it will be a bit difficult to return. This battle is over, Subaru said softly. You are also suggesting that I want Ruin to become an ally. Cooperate, and convey the request to the meeting of the kings. To do that, become my close person. What Subaru just said not only shocked Ruin but also left the gods stunned and amazed like thunder crashing nearby. Only Vanquish seemed to have anticipated it, smirking slyly as if waiting to see how the chaos would continue. After hearing Subaru's bold proposal, Ruin naturally opposed it fiercely. If the one who is to be destroyed falls, the power and status of the original entity would significantly decline. The balance between gold and copper will be shaken, and that alone will cause many troubles for the living. Subaru spoke up again. Do not think that is enough to make me your ally. The biggest worry we have is when Vanquish regains his power from the Golden Age. Any action that benefits him is simply unacceptable. Ruin shouted back. Subaru refused to give up and promised him that if he agreed, he would provide information about the future through their soul connection. Hearing this, Ruin began to waver slightly, no longer as agitated as before, but quietly pondering. Subaru had already foreseen Ruin's response today, thanks to the teammates who had completely changed the two futures. Inside the soul right now, Subaru's teammates were noisily arguing, giving him a headache. Why did he say that? Just a moment ago you said the future can no longer be trusted. Does that mean becoming your ally serves no purpose at all? Ruin asked suspiciously. The memories I hold now are of the 8 disasters that will strike the human world. And the one causing the 8th disaster is the manager from the parallel light, Subaru explained solemnly. Ruin almost fell over hearing this, surprised that Subaru's enemy was none other than that supreme being. The manager. As the waves surged and shifted, Subaru guessed that the manager he mentioned had probably appeared. The real negotiation session is just beginning now. Zinga rubbed his eyes and sat up, startled to find himself lying on the shore, clutching his head aching like a hammer blow. Zinga was about to look around for the Silver King but was instead met with a pair of enormous bloodshot eyes looming over the sea, nearly giving him a heart attack. Those eerie eyes belonged to the manager, or in other words, the supreme entity who created the Silver Light. Ruin only knows of his existence but has yet to see his true form, so right now he is just as panicked. Why are you here? We have not even broken any rules. We only mentioned your name. Fall back, Subaru ordered coldly, and the manager obediently retreated immediately. But Subaru knew it had not completely disappeared from this world, and was still watching everything. Subaru said that the two of them had fought it before but lost, but next time, I will be the one to win, and to do that, I need you. Subaru proposed. Is he serious about making me one of his own? He knows everything that will happen, and the only way to join his forces is through a soul contract. I will definitely become the enemy of the manager. The risk is high, but if I let this chance slip away, I will never be able to access that information again. Wait, I want to be a king anymore if I do not make a decision right now. I should not fear losing anything, so my people can live in peace. Ruin thought for a moment then quietly agreed. Perhaps Vanquish's guidance had reached him. But are you okay with that? I used your comrades against you, and you accepted it so easily. Ruin wondered. You did it to protect your country. Right. You showed it with your soul shard and 1T appear until you are about to lose. You did it for your country, so your people would not have to suffer. Vanquish praised you for that. So there is nothing to worry about. My teammates and I will use all our strength to protect you. Subaru's firm declaration deeply moved Ruin, who looked at him with eyes full of promise to become his comrade. The two quickly shook hands firmly to seal the deal. Zinga watched Subaru and Ruin hugging each other like brothers returning home, feeling a bit puzzled but not really concerned for Cam. Zinga just wants to ask Subaru one thing earlier. In the sky, what was that giant eye appearing above the sea? That thing is a global crisis, expected to arrive in about 2.5 months or later. Subaru quietly told Zinga the truth, knowing he could no longer keep it hidden. Zinga remained silent, realizing that everything seemed to come sooner than he had expected. 3 years ago, on that day, Zinga was on his way to catch the train home after being urged by his sister, and everyone back in the village was waiting for his return. But no one expected that on that day. The gate silently appeared on the sea, in a place where no deity was present at the right time. When it broke open, not even an alarm sounded. By the time Zinga got home, it was already too late. The house where Zinga was born had turned into a pile of rubble, burying the loved ones beneath. Standing in the chaos where his home once stood, Zinga was so overwhelmed with pain he could barely cry out. This time, he had truly arrived too late. Zinga looked up at the sky, crying like rain, filled with hatred and resentment toward the monster that took his family away. Later, when the house was rebuilt exactly as before, Zinga looked around at the photos of his family members, still blaming himself for not arriving in time. Zinga had become a god lord, stronger than before but still unable to be there at that moment to protect his family. Tears flowed endlessly as Zinga knelt on the ground, crying and apologizing desperately. Looking utterly pitiful, faced with the neighbors' whispers, Zinga chose to hide behind a box and live a withdrawn life. Since that day, Zinga decided to stay in his hometown, watching the sea every day to see if a portal would appear. To me, nothing is trustworthy, not even myself. I will never allow those entities from the underworld to appear on this land again. The regret of not returning at the right time is something I will never feel again. Zinga told herself this. So today, in front of Subaru, Zinga vowed to become someone close to him so they could fight together and protect everything until the end. And this fierce determination moved Subaru deeply. January 2024, a memory from the future, the 7th disaster. Dimnasho Memorial wiped out all humans on Earth, as well as the gods. At that moment, Zinga approached Subaru, wanting to know why he was sitting alone, sad by the shore. I fought my enemy here and won, but I could not stop him from activating his ultimate skill. I was too late. Subaru replied sadly. You could not do it either. You are just like me, are not you? Zinga stared blankly at Subaru's words. The two sat side by side, gazing out at the shattered coastline before them, each harboring their own unspeakable emotions. It is still November 2023 now. Subaru is currently performing a spell to make Zinga his kin. Immersed in the power created by Subaru, Zinga felt a flow of energy coursing through his body, his senses awakening, and from this moment on, Zinga became Subaru's kin. Everyone inside the soul shouted questions at Zinga in unison, making his head ache. This is the soul's way of communicating, so just think of it as a conversation between close ones. You can share your true thoughts here, so everything you hear is 100% the truth. Shikushima explained, finishing the spell on Zinga. And now it is Ruin's turn. Every time Subaru gains a new relative, his power increases. But he never expected it to surge to a whole new level just by touching Ruin. I get it now. Subaru, after becoming your relative, my real body in this world has grown significantly stronger, so this is the 45%. As the master, you can receive 10% from your relatives. Right? Ruin whispered, and Subaru finally realized that this power did not come from Ruin's fragmented soul but from his true body. This is truly the pinnacle of Chopper. Turning others into your own kin is Vanquish's ultimate technique. It is the one and only skill that can strengthen both your kin and yourself. That is the main reason why the Rainbow Kingdom reached such a pinnacle. It was truly unbeatable in the years that followed. But now I can completely overpower both Safina and Vorden with this new power. But I won't do that. I have allied with you for a much greater purpose. Ruin said, then told Subaru and Zinga to quickly sit on the Solastar so he could return to meet Vanquish. They sped off like the wind and in no time reached Harasaka's apartment, where the whole group had already gathered. Subaru quickly took out the blood key to unlock the door to the Radiant Shore and immediately slipped through with the others. As soon as he stepped in, Ruin's eyes widened. Realizing this, the place where souls and ultimate techniques converged to create a space in the underworld of incredible sophistication, something Hansi had never been able to find despite searching for Vanquish. The manager cannot see us here. Before being defeated by the manager, I created this place with my last bit of strength and have been hiding here. Although I have lost my power and status, I am still here, and I have recovered 30% of my strength. Vanquish approached from afar, his entire body surrounded by countless powerful auras. Ruin hesitated slightly while asking, but Shikushima was bolder, stepping forward to shake Vanquish's hand immediately. In this solemn atmosphere, with the others still noisy and chattering, Shikushima and Vanquish, already annoyed, quickly spoke up, urging the group to quiet down and focus. Thanks to Subaru's blood-stained cushion, everyone finally sat down in a serious line, ready for the meeting of the kings. Vanquish chuckled and said that not only Subaru and his relatives, but also the Rainbow Kingdom would participate. Although Ruin did not really like the kids from the Rainbow Kingdom, he reluctantly endured it. Subaru, at Vanquish's request, quickly stood up and explained to everyone here why they all had to attend that meeting. This is the main reason for this meeting. I demand the complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld, Subaru declared firmly. Everyone was stunned as if a gunshot had gone off by their ears. Unable to believe Subaru wanted to abolish the gates right in front of the kings at this meeting. The most excited was Jinga, who jumped up and shouted, wanting to know if it was even possible, seeing it invade the Earth day by day. This request is completely reasonable. We will discuss the negotiation timeline with Ruin and the others soon. But before doing that, I will explain once more how we will deal with the upcoming disaster, Subaru said firmly. We have delayed 3 disasters but still have 5 more to go. We can avoid the 5th and 6th disasters. Although we can't stop them, we know where they will happen and how to defeat them, so it is no problem. Anyway, right now we are stronger than our future selves. First, I will talk about the 5th disaster that happens after someone reaches level 99. As soon as Subaru mentioned this, Suzaka clenched his fists, vowing to stop it at any cost. Seeing that Naru still did not fully understand the disaster, Subaru patiently explained it again. It is a divine lord who will have their body taken over by an automatic skill as soon as they reach level 99 by creating a gap through a control skill quite similar to Ruin. The owner of the gate can obviously enter the human world, and it also faces no difficulty when confronting the gate's limits. It can be said that it is stronger than a 6-star boss and Ruin's soul by 1,000 times. The one whose body was taken over is Amamiya Hazuki, Suzaka's sister. Everyone was shocked when Subaru said this, while Suzaka on this side had already become frenzied and full of fighting spirit for some time, after losing his sister and being seriously injured. Instead of waiting for Hazuki to heal, he continued to travel everywhere to level up until she reached level 99. The royal automatic skill was born and began absorbing her soul and experience points to heal the Dragon King Gale. Poor Hazuki was turned into a monster from that moment on. The owner of Hazuki's door is someone who only cares about the Silver Gale Kingdom, but Ruin does not think Gale will listen and stop. Now, the real issue is that the 6th disaster cannot happen. The 6th disaster, the super earthquake, was supposed to be caused by my younger brother, Ariak Tega, Subaru said with his head bowed. During the battle against the cult in the time of the Aurora Envoy King, we could not defeat Tega and Kokugaji. Then Tega unleashed his power and accelerated the timeline of the continental plates beneath Japan, causing the super earthquake. Although Tega died in the timeline where the 6th disaster occurred, the most important thing Subaru could not explain was why they were able to defeat Tega and Kokugaji in this timeline. Shikushima explained that it was probably because the path connecting to the future was split into 3 timelines. The timeline was divided after Subaru gained the memories of the Envoy King Aurora, and Tega had died before that happened. That means the timeline split happened even before Subaru met the Aurora Envoy King. Simply put, it means there was a factor that changed the future before Subaru, but right now we still do not know if it is an enemy or an ally, so that factor must have been very close to us already. Subaru speculated. That is enough for today, Sayako said after swapping with Sazza. Then happily returned with the group through the earlier door. Vanquish quietly asked Subaru to stay a little longer to check in, saying this team is really lively. Meeting the kid for the first time. I never thought we could become such a big family. Anyway, we were both pretty down at that time. Vanquish recalled. You are right, looking back now, we have made a lot of progress in a short time. At first, I only opened the door to reclaim the money, fame, and status stolen by Tega, but after he told me to love myself and love happily, I began to think differently. I cherish my friends and teammates, and I love myself when I am with them. I want us to always walk the same path together. This strange adventure all started from that rainbow door. Just a little longer. I want to continue this journey, Subaru said with a smile. Vanquish also happily said that he believed one day Subaru would achieve things even he could not. This strange attitude from Vanquish left Subaru a bit puzzled. Vanquish spoke and then turned his back to bid Subaru farewell, promising to meet him again in the dream world. In the dream world of the Golden Kingdom. Safina, the Queen of the Twilight and ruler of the Golden Kingdom, was soaking in the bath of clarity. She is interested in Subaru because of his unmatched power. Safina quietly instructs her maid to send Subaru an invitation to the meeting of kings as a guest after a week has passed. On November 1st at 11:30 am, Subaru was sleeping in bed when he suddenly woke up startled by a dazzling light appearing before him. After the light vanished, it left Subaru an invitation to attend the meeting of the kings. 3 days later, in the backyard of the Harasaka apartment building, the whole group had gathered, dressed in wax-a-lake winter clothes that just looking at them made you feel the heat of the season. Subaru was not sure if wearing them was right since the memories of King Aurora did not mention this meeting at all. Other than the gate and that seat, Subaru has never been to the underworld before. Carrion and Sasa are also at a loss when it comes to the underworld. The whole group stood there stunned and confused, when suddenly a dazzling golden door appeared, clearing up all their doubts. From inside strode a striking golden knights full of grandeur. Subaru, I am here to take you with me. Isis, captain of the Guardian squad under the direct command of Queen Safina. It is an honor to be your escort, Isis said as she introduced herself. Carrion saw that she looked younger than Safina and Lewis guessed she was probably a member of the new generation. After Subaru asked, Isis quickly urged everyone to step through the golden door, saying just one step would take them straight to the underworld, and it was indeed true. The underworld appeared before them vast and magnificent, entirely covered in pristine snow. Unlike your world, here you will see that the lands all orient themselves toward the core kingdom. They are scattered next to each other like a broken egg, each one a different kingdom. The climate here is warmer as you get closer to the sun core and colder as you move away from it. When a kingdom lies close to the sun with overlapping lands, blocks the sunlight and causes darkness there. Isis explained this in response to Subaru's group's questions. Shikushima noticed it was quite cold here and guessed correctly that they were far from the center. This place is called the Outer Rim, and true to its name, it is the farthest area. It goes very far and beyond. It is the final territory. Isis said, so this is not the Golden Kingdom. Nagus wondered, haha, of course not. The Golden Kingdom is the largest continent. The one floating up there, the underworld consists of over 200 kingdoms stretching along its core. However, contrary to the expectations of the third king, unfortunately, all the other kings opposed Subaru's presence at this gathering. You people are nothing more than sacrifices to resurrect their souls. Many even say your existence is lower than that of a slave. Isis was laughing happily but suddenly turned 180 degrees, sneering arrogantly at Subaru's group, making them furious. She could not accept the idea of allowing Subaru's people to appear at the meeting. Then suddenly, her eyes flashed as she shattered the golden wall, causing the group to fall helplessly to the ground below like ripe fruit. Iz's powerful 14th technique melted the icy barrier, sending Subaru's group plummeting from a height of several meters. Because you are honored guests of the master, I will not kill you. However, you must prove to me that you deserve to attend the meeting. The meeting will take place at the Palace of the Golden Kingdom. Be there on time. You have 72 hours left. We shall meet again. Try to survive. Iza spoke her final words as Subaru's group was transported 1,000 kilometers away. Subaru showed no fear, smirking as he promised to see Isis again, which annoyed her a little because of his foolishness. Subaru had just said he would see Isis soon, but now he found himself separated from everyone, and this place was too far to communicate through souls. Staring blankly at this strangely familiar place, a beast suddenly swooped down from the sky right at Subaru. He gently swung his sword to counter its powerful force, and the two struggled for a while, shattering the ground and rocks with a loud crash. Although the monster kept charging at Subaru, he did not sense any bloodlust or hostility in its attacks, which was really strange. As Subaru kicked back with a powerful force, the monster suddenly burst out laughing, praising him, leaving Subaru stunned and curious about who it was. Come on, have you forgotten? Even though you were the one who stabbed me in such a terrible way, the monster sneered and laughed out loud. Subaru still could not remember who it was or what he had done to it. The monster could not blame Subaru for his forgetfulness since its appearance had changed as well, but no worries, since he forgot, it would gladly reintroduce itself to Subaru. It is the giant kobold from Canyon Valley. Fong Lam. Gasama. Hearing this name, Subaru finally clearly remembered that it was the boss of the 2-star gate he had entered before. No wonder it was so easy to defeat. How could he have recognized it? Kobold saw that Subaru recognized it and happily chuckled, then carried him on its back as they sped past the cliffs of Canyon Valley while explaining that gate too. In other words, is a prison for souls where criminals from the underworld are banished. Inside the gate, there is still a chance to be returned outside with your powers, but only in the place where you lived before you died. The lower the number of stars, the lower the chance of revival. Kobold kept explaining tirelessly, but Subaru did not seem to listen much, too busy admiring the scenery around him, which really made Kobold want to punch him. We were banished to the 2-star gate and lost both our voice and ability to reason, Kobold said. Subaru finally understood everything, thinking to himself that the chance to exist again depends on the number of stars, like a phone's storage capacity. Future memories did not give him any clue about this. Maybe it is because I am in the underworld that there are no protective features. Subaru wondered where Kobold was taking him, and it said it would bring him to the one who told it that he was here. Kobold is kind of Subaru because it once possessed the strongest owner, allowing it to return to its original form, so it wants to repay Subaru. Kobold also reveals that the leader Goppen is dead and has been banished back into the gate again, but that punishment is truly strange. Why would they bother to put souls into the gate? Subaru asked in confusion because in the underworld, souls can be exchanged for energy and vice versa. If I were to say that the civilization of the underworld is one of ultimate techniques and such, then all feasible techniques act as catalysts and functions of a soul, but high-quality souls do not return to their own world. Instead, they provide greater benefits to those who use them. Is that really true? A girl with long snow-white hair suddenly replied, startling Subaru, jumping down from the back of the kobold. A surge of energy squeezed through the bracelet on Subaru's wrist, catching him off guard with this strange sensation. As he got closer to her, Subaru gradually realized she was the owner of the bracelet he had received, the one who gave him strength during the broken time loop, the Queen of Aurora Cebu. Iz's unique skill is to take each person to a place based on their luck, but it seems Sasa was not very lucky to be sent right to this scorching volcanic ash region. In front of her stood a long-necked fire monster, also known as the Dragon King and the cause of the 5th disaster. Roaring fiercely, I will make you erase that damn skill from its owner, Amemiya Hazuki-sama, Sasa said through gritted teeth. The monster was a bit surprised to see Sasa knew its name and owner, then smirked and asked who she was. My name is, well, maybe I should start using this name from now on. Sasa smiled faintly, then quietly transformed, instantly donning a flowing crimson outfit like blood. I am one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Lion Queen Mactadum. Judith, Sasa declared. Shikushima was taken to a strange tree hollow where a blue-haired kid and a cold-headed guy named Tabit were also inside an equally bizarre pod. This was the first time Shikushima saw an entity in the underworld that looked human, so he felt a bit awkward and bowed respectfully. The kid noticed Shikushima's eyebrows were similar to his and whispered to Tabit, thinking Shikushima might not be a bad person. Surprised that Shikushima did not know who he was, the boy proudly introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, also known as Aster Maver, while the tough kid was Tabit, the King of Reverence. Hearing the name of one of their 6 kings, Shikushima could not help but be surprised, feeling it was so much like Corinne. Just then, Vanabath, one of the 6 kings known as the Shadow King, and Maria, one of the 6 kings known as the Phantom King, appeared in the cave, leaving Shikushima stunned. You just arrived in the underworld and already ran into all kinds of kings. It is way too sudden. Shikushima, there are not 2 places where you are standing right now is the Land of Bronze, where every meter you meet a king, and it is also the gathering place of the 6 kings. Maria, upon learning that Shikushima is a relative of the Vanquish wielder, grinned broadly and bluntly declared him her junior, leaving Shikushima utterly flustered. Sitting around the drinking table with the group, Shikushima held a glass in his hand, feeling a strange warmth in his body as if he was about to get drunk, even though the drink tasted terrible. Hey Shikushima, you became family while still alive. Right, I can sense your opposite self. Just like Judith and Corinne, they will fight for you by transferring their souls. Esther asked if Master Shikushima knew what the opposite self was, then suggested that since Shikushima was here, he could freely choose one of the 6 kings as his opposite self, but Shikushima has long been out cold, so there is no way for him to choose. Maria told Esther to just let Shikushima sleep because if he can pass out from drinking her wine, it means both his body and mind are extremely exhausted. After asking Tabit to watch over Shikushima, battle-hungry Maria slightly lifted her head at the cave entrance, staring fiercely at the monsters swarming in waves, and fueled by the excitement from the wine, she clenched her fists and in an instant, turned the monster's lair into a blazing inferno. Sarah is still in the Silver Kingdom, the lair of the Dragon King Gale, fighting the monster one-on-one. Using her blazing fire technique, she relentlessly strikes its body with rapid Continuous blows. Gale is the king of the magma dragons, and he is even stronger than me. For an assassin, my weakness is fire. This is bad, but how could I retreat when I see Suzaka-sama so broken? Sarah reassured herself as she unleashed the blazing red king fist. Vasuki's core and her deadly strike surged toward the monster, causing a thunderous explosion to erupt. The monster was stunned, never expecting the Venom Dragon King Vasuki to be Sarah's subordinate. Hoping to turn the monster into her subordinate, Sarah sent Vasuki, the red-blooded warrior, to fight it because she knew dragons were easily provoked when challenged. Watching the two fierce beasts clash fiercely, Sarah recalled her memories and the reason for her unwavering loyalty to Suzaka-sama. Sarah also remembered the reason why she lost her memories when she became the opposite version of Suzaka-sama. That day, right after clearing the two-star gate, Sarah regained the intelligence and body she had lost while imprisoned in the lower-level gate. As she was about to return to the underworld, Sarah discovered Suzaka lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood with serious wounds. When the door of Vanquish with the radiant aura appeared before her, Sarah was wondering why the owner of Vanquish had not turned Suzaka into her ally yet. After recalling, she finally remembered what had happened. Deep down, I had already lost respect for Suzaka-sama after that battle. Her innocence, her recklessness, and her naivety. That is exactly why Subaru connected with my soul, my undying loyalty to him, my deep gratitude for breaking the chains and freeing me from the gate. And now that loyalty is no longer just for Subaru alone. Fortunately, I lost my memories before being taken through the gate. Otherwise, my former arrogance would never have allowed me to form lasting bonds with anyone. I have learned a lot over the past few days. And now, I have learned the meaning of recalling memories. I want to help Subaru and all my friends. From the bottom of my heart, Sarza, full of determination, immediately ordered Vasuki to deal with the monster Gale. But the one who got taken down was Vasuki himself by Gale's super kingly authority and rage. Just as it was about to shift its target to Saza with its ultimate firepower, Saza unleashed the final trump card by summoning the Thunder God, killing. In less than a second, a lightning bolt charged with destiny struck directly from the sky, and Gale was instantly stunned on the spot. Gale trembled all over in the current of extreme thunder fate, furious to know why the Thunder God sided with Saza. The question was unnecessary, for you made my precious disciple cry. Thunder God killing gritted his teeth and replied, a few minutes ago, in the underworld, at the seat of the radiant coastal souls, the God killing kept urging Vanquish to open this gate. But the answer was still no, because if Vanquish opened it, the manager would notice. Killing did not give up and promised to return soon because Killing really wanted to save Saza's sister. It is still too soon for her to face the Dragon King. All living beings always test something. They always intend to break through to a new level. So if anyone has to do it, it will be me with all my mind. I have endured captivity at the gate for too long. But maybe I was wrong. Vanquish's hopes for Subaru, or rather his demands, are the same as mine. Killing wondered. And when Vanquish saw Killing complaining about a headache and ignoring him, he gave in and opened the door for Killing to satisfy his curiosity. That is how Killing reached this place and decisively cut down the threat under heavy guard, preventing a disaster. After everything, Killing returned but did not find Vanquish. Instead, Suzaka was bowing respectfully in gratitude. Seeing Suzaka crying like rain, Killing could not bear it and immediately snapped his fingers, demanding she stand up and act properly if she was his student. Suzaka followed Killing, beaming with joy. After everything, Suzaka silently thanked Saza for saving her sister, but in fact, Saza also benefited from this by turning Gyo into his subordinate through the core mold. Just then, King Rune of Silver arrived flying on a beast from afar. He scratched his head awkwardly when he saw Gyo die before he could persuade him. Saza hesitantly asked Rune if it was okay since she had already sent the people of the Silver Kingdom to meet their ancestors. Gyo was extremely arrogant, so he ended up making a lot of enemies. He died in an unexpected way, which does not sound too bad. Ruin's sly reply left Saza speechless. Now, according to Subaru's memory, it is about to begin. Saza switched to serious mode, and Ruin got ready as if waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, Corinne had arrived at the Asham Fortress in the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 Fire Knights Bajaj politely appeared to escort Corinne to the lounge before the meeting, but just then, a subordinate rushed in to report that Safina was not in the arena, leaving everyone, including Corinne, utterly shocked. Checha, then it is ruined. Even if it started earlier, Corinne said angrily, leaving the people around confused about Motiji. On Subaru's side in the Valley of Rot, he is curious about how many future Shibuko can see. I cannot see beyond a limited scope. Right now, for a person like you, I can only see things related to you. The light Thomas home that I inherited from my beloved mother is limited to those connected to me. It is a technique that allows me to see their future. I have nothing to do with you but with Vanquish, the master of your gate, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom. He is my father, Shibu said, and Subaru felt like his mind was about to explode. This was truly beyond anything he could imagine. The one my father expected to make a breakthrough was not me or my sister but a human. Sounds interesting, does not it? I want to prove it with my own eyes, at the final moment of my life. Shibu said, then summoned the ruthless lawless man. Subaru knew this event was the first invasion, a massacre caused by a large number of entities from the underworld at the hands of the vanguard army of the managers. The reason Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings and its timing based on his future memories was because the meeting never took place, because of the third invasion by the managers. The meeting never happened and the underworld was destroyed once again. That was the beginning of the end, but do not let it be her final moment. Shibu, I will make them continue holding the meeting. That is why we are here, Subaru boldly declared that event caused by the managers. The first invasion aimed at slaughtering the people of the Silver, Gold, and Cooper kingdoms in the underworld, as well as reducing the number of gate masters and gods. Had occurred. In reality, after the death of his gate master, Dragon King Gale, Amisa Hazuki lost her power and became an ordinary person. But what if the death of one gate master affects a whole series of other gate masters? Humanity would lose the only way they have to fight against the power of the gates. And the only thing waiting for them will be death and destruction. The power of the managers is a double-edged arrow. They have sent 30,000 troops to the Gold, Silver, and Copper kingdoms, covering about half of the area. The king of the Red Earth Kingdom, Vorden, will take care of it. His special technique is very defensive. Anyway, I wish you good luck. Subaru, I do not have the ability to fight either, so that is that. Shibu said, then turned away, leaving Subaru standing there with his fierce strength and the promise to protect her. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Cobalt, stirred by the battle frenzy, charged at the enemy troops fiercely, vowing not to let them invade his home. But as his powerful strike landed, it was immediately countered by the enemy's technique, knocking him down and leaving him unable to get up. Subaru could only pull this foolish kid towards himself and then fiercely took Cobalt's place, attacking each soldier and their entire battalion one by one. Subaru's overwhelming power kept unleashing relentlessly, filling the entire space. On the Ashen platform of the Golden Kingdom, Karen is also struggling with the powerful king mode to directly solo the enemy troops. Immersed in the deadly force of her fists, Karen relentlessly unleashes her full strength, shaking the very earth and sky. Lady Gi standing nearby was also quite worried that the kingdom might be crushed by Karin, but driven by Karin's fierce fighting spirit, she had no choice but to unleash her seventh ultimate skill. Watching the soldiers get smashed to pieces like garlic, Karen excitedly continued to unleash a few more devastating explosions that shook the earth and sky, making Isis furious. At the Silver Kingdom, the stronghold of Dragon King Geo, Seiza and Geo's reinforcements are busy unleashing firepower to deal with the enemy troops. Ruin also appears, drawing on that power alongside the aggressive Imperial army of Han. Watching the chaotic battle from afar, Ruin smiled slightly, pleased with his new power, and silently thanked Subaru. Returning to the Scarlet Earth Kingdom, the Royal Garden, Subaru had just in time supported Vorden with his explosive Gaethon orb during close combat with the soldiers, leaving Vorden utterly amazed. Watching the enemy troops crushed under Subaru's power, Shibu finally believed he had received 10% of the Silver King's strength. The devastated scene filled with sacred fire and smoke before him made Shibu feel as if he were witnessing a view of hell. I will take care of the remaining territory for you, but the boss will be here soon. Let us do our best together. King of the Red Earth, Subaru spoke to Vorden. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, the Haido boss Kotetsu truly appeared. He really is a formidable leader. Here he is, Subaru said, surprising Kotetsu, who did not expect him to know him. Of course Subaru had to know him, because he was the one who would kill him in the future of the King of Aurora. Before Kotetsu could say anything more to Subaru, Vorden, hot-tempered like black ice, unleashed a fiery attack on him despite Subaru's efforts to stop it. He is the one who brought destruction to my country. I will bring justice as a king, Vorden declared loudly, drawing a powerful arrow from his mistletoe bow and shooting it fiercely toward Kotetsu. Kotetsu quickly took out a leveled item, a pitiful paper shield, successfully blocking the arrow and the violent attack from Vorden. After using a low-level item to bear the misfortune for himself, Kotetsu finally unleashed his ultimate skill, summoning the fierce war god Mars to launch a direct assault on Vorden. Although Vorden was seriously injured, he remained hot-tempered and defiant, making it difficult for Kotetsu to defeat him easily. Refusing to give up, Kotetsu used a 4-grade sacred relic, muttering a chant while drawing a curse that engulfed Vorden in flames, burning him fiercely. When Ikuhana arrived at the river, he was also restrained by Kotetsu's flame god king in a sea of fire. Master Ikuhana was in danger, and Vorden rushed over but was also engulfed by Kotetsu's overwhelming power. In this difficult situation, Vorden could only weakly ask Subaru for help. With Vorden's consent to join forces, Subaru calmly unleashed Hakatana Ignis, slicing through Kotetsu's giant hand in the blink of an eye. For the first time witnessing his giant hand being destroyed, Kotetsu felt a slight shock. Neither of them gave in, continuously charging at each other fiercely, yet still unable to determine a winner. Faced with Subaru's impressive blood-crafted shortcuts, Kotetsu asked for Subaru's name and then checked the system board to see who he was to understand how he was so skilled. A life-saving serum. It is rare to encounter an enemy who is Japanese. I am not very interested in them. The important thing is how I will defeat you. According to theory, When facing an enemy without any attack information, I can try many different methods to find their weakness. There are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends, so I will take good care of you, Subaru, Kotetsu said with a smirk. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kotetsu was engulfed by Subaru's lunge fugathon and took a brutal punch that left him bleeding from the mouth. You said there were still 5 minutes left. Right, if it were back then, it might have been possible, but in this timeline, the pink-haired one defeated me in such a short time, Subaru declared coldly. The future of King Aurora is bleak, with the entire Kanto region destroyed in the first and second disasters, and the number of divine rulers halved in the third disaster. Under the hand of Ruin's separated soul, both Sazor and Suzaka were destroyed at the same time, and when the fourth disaster approached, Shikushima and Karen both perished. Then the fifth disaster came, and no one could defeat Gi anymore after he fulfilled his wish. Next came the sixth disaster, a direct strike on Japan that paralyzed the entire country. The seventh disaster caused the extinction of humanity, except for the divine rulers. And finally, Vanquish was exiled from the living world. Subaru's connection to the Gate Master was immediately severed, and the divine power inexplicably vanished. Bright Door suddenly appeared before Subaru's eyes. From inside, Shibu painfully informed Subaru that Vanquish had died, leaving him so shocked he could not believe it was true. It seems that the Overseers have chosen our world as their target for annihilation. They are the ones who created the celestial clock to harvest the souls of countless worlds. They are high-level entities that have transcended the norm. It won't be long before they begin invading the underworld. Still, I want to fight until the very end. What about you, Subaru? Shibu asked. And just like that, Subaru decided to fight alongside Shibu and became the owner of King Aurora, until the sky tore open and the executioner appeared with the Gladius army. The remaining gods united and fought to the end. Amid their fierce and violent assault, Zinga had to leave forever to protect Subaru. Left alone in the chaos, Subaru was in pain, unsure of what to do next as even Shibu had left him to follow Zinga. Subaru cried out on the ground. And then Miss Tetsu quietly approached. Surely she must be the boss of this world. There is no way out anymore. You are just wasting your time, Tetsu. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Where did you come from? Why are you attacking this world? Subaru shouted in rage, but Kotetsu no longer has any interest in anything involving Subaru and just wants to finish him off right here. No, I will fight until the very last moment, until my soul completely fades away. Subaru shouted and summoned all his strength and energy. Back in the present, Subaru and Miss Tetsu were face to face, eyes locked, ready to kill each other. Tetsu's Fire God King and Subaru's seal quickly merged into a powerful supercharged force. Tetsu tried to use the Mercurius Thief God to sneak attack Subaru from behind but was countered by Subaru's blood shield. One of her techniques is to increase his speed, something I never saw in the future. Subaru silently assessed Kotetsu's recent move. The core skill of the Fire God King allows him to redefine the concept of gods in Greek and Lama mythology. This skill is quite versatile as he can use any type of attack, but even more terrifying is his secondary skill. The main reason Subaru from the future was defeated by Kotetsu is because he extinguished Subaru's flame with his own blood, so if Subaru speeds up with Mercurius, he might be able to find his weakness. For now, Asesia, Kotetsu's secondary skill, won't be able to harm Subaru anymore. With Kotetsu's genius combat skills combined with Subaru's secondary technique, Kotetsu can easily counter and record any attack. The only way for Subaru to defeat him is to strike with a move he has never seen before. Subaru acted immediately, drawing the Divine Spear Mars to unleash a fierce attack alongside him. Kotetsu was slightly surprised as Subaru's immense energy enveloped her. After unleashing the Dragon Skin's sharp strike, Subaru also harnessed the power of his relative Harasaka to fight alongside him, causing the quality of his special move to soar. I did not expect he was still putting on a show for me. You really are strong, Miss Tetsu said. At the Cave of the Withered Sacred Tree in the Bronze Kingdom, Mario was explaining to Tsukishima about an attack from people of another world. Another world finds the human world, and once it finds one, it will find a second and then a third. Usually, we think there must be others like us, to generally describe the closeness between worlds. The one capable of connecting to the other is your human world, but many more connections will be created. Most likely, the managers and the rest all exist in the same world where they can control the others according to the rules of the game. Perhaps there is a corporation creating and selling various types of games, and all they do is trade. No matter who this attacker is, they almost certainly play by rules similar to your world. Mario pointed directly at Shikushima and asserted firmly, in the past, on one day, the gates that allowed Tetsu to travel through different dimensions appeared all over the world. At the same time, a time limit appeared in the sky. The start time of the game was announced to Tetsu, who had been chosen to become the guardian deity of the world. You are a member of the crime team. You will go through different gates with your teammates. Then please, conquer the other worlds. If you succeed, you will receive rare items. If not, you will be punished. The system set the conditions. Tetsu's team was chosen by the management and called the Divine Lords to defeat the bosses at the gates. The team kept fighting to level up. There were times when they conquered or were conquered, with both victories and defeats. Tetsu continued this game with her life for 8 years. And after everything, she was the only one left as the strongest god lord in the world, invited to the World Conquest Battle event. Tetsu, we have a question for you. Why do you fight? Although the destruction of this world is already destined, the curious game system girl asked Tetsu. Did you just create the game and leave it at that? I just want to see how far I can go in this life, even though I sometimes risk everything for a rare item. For me, conquering is just something I do well and enjoy, Tetsu replied then. Back in the Red Earth country of the current underground world, Subaru, with the power of his relative Harasaka, was more determined than ever. Subaru's plan was to attack Tetsu with a move he had never seen before, while all Tetsu could think about now was perfectly outthinking Subaru. After much thought, Miss Tetsu decided to attack Subaru with an element that could weaken him from behind, so she chose to wield a steel handgun and charged headlong into the mercurious strike launched by Subaru. Both fighters attacked each other fiercely, their firepower lighting up the battlefield, but neither could gain the upper hand. If their strength is equal, then I, the one who adapts best to their techniques, will win, Tetsu told herself and quickly unleashed the Aka move she intended to swing, but unexpectedly Subaru blocked it with countless traditional techniques in an instant. Cornered, Tetsu had no choice but to use the Thousand Kylan machine move that had shattered Ulick's weapon before, leaving Subaru stunned for a few seconds. Just as I thought. Others' swordsmanship skills clearly start from the moment they wield that singing sword, but I have memorized it already, said Tetsu, then continued to fiercely attack Subaru nonstop. His attack was incredibly fierce and sharp, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth and sweat profusely as he defended himself, but in the end, he was struck hard enough to have his face sent flying several meters away. Before finally succumbing, Subaru restrained his katana and gently summoned his second sword. This katana causes corrosion and decay, and right at this moment, Subaru spun wildly, unleashing countless flying strikes across the sky, surrounding Tetsu. At that moment, Tetsu remembered a few techniques to counter the attack, but they were all immediately nullified. Subaru is the most resilient enemy Tetsu has ever seen. Tetsu was sure to capitalize on the previous attack to take another step because she believed Subaru was a strong opponent. And indeed, despite losing an arm, Tetsu still chose to counter Subaru's attack, landing a successful thrust that made Subaru spit blood from his stomach. A complex and tricky attack. You are the first boss to actually make me enjoy this, but it looks like you have to quit the game early. I have seen that move before and remembered it, thought Tetsu, then charged at Subaru with another deadly strike right on his previous wound. Subaru could only fall down in bliss, faint images of the future flickering in his mind at that moment of fate's change. Although Tetsu had defeated Subaru, he still could not understand why the image of Subaru holding two swords had not entered his memory. Then right at that moment, Subaru suddenly surged up and punched straight back at Tetsu, a Vantine strike with a devastating critical blow. This is the only technique that can be used in the vampire state, consuming some up energy and can only be used once by Subaru. The Thousand Arrows is a special technique taught to Subaru by Vanquish to fight against Tetsu, and it is currently Subaru's strongest skill. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Tetsu could only stare blankly in shock as the 10,000 Arrows technique was unleashed. Countless thunderclaps roared across the sky, exploding like fireworks on New Year's Eve, tearing through the void and instantly shattering Tetsu's soul. Watching her die so completely before him, Subaru felt like he was finally the one who had conquered. Before dying, Miss Tetsu only managed to utter wonderful before being swept away by the wind and logging out of Earth. Voden and Ikehana, witnessing the horrifying scene, could not help but marvel at Subaru's power. All of Tetsu's soldiers had long since logged out with him, after dealing with that unlucky Tetsu. Subaru, trembling with wounds, staggered forward to ask Voden to call a healer, looking like he was about to collapse right then and there. Luckily Ikehana was here, and she immediately helped Subaru treat his wounds with great care. Hearing Ikehana recall the old story, Subaru suddenly remembered how he once spared her head with a katana blade, and now meeting her again here felt like fate. Well, I did not expect humans to be this strong, Ikehana said earnestly. According to the stats, the third prince is even stronger than me. I just came here fully prepared. Tetsu is a deity from a different world than ours, Subaru explained. So he is one of the conquerors who sometimes come here from another world. All of their unidentified items are extremely difficult to deal with. I have to admit that if you were not here, I probably would have been defeated. Voden spoke quietly. Subaru smiled awkwardly, because in the future he knew that he had indeed been defeated. Subaru had just been healed by Ikehana when suddenly Tetsu's voice rang out behind him, startling everyone. Whether there is still a chance or not, I have to return to my world now. Tetsu, calm and handsome as ever, spoke as she walked straight towards Subaru, leaving everyone stunned. The fool kept throwing Ganshin strikes straight at Tetsu, but Sukuna had no effect at all because he was simply a resurrection item. Nothing more. Useless. I am already in the invincible retreat phase. Miss Tetsu stood calmly in the middle of the chaos and replied with ease. Now he has to leave because his time limit has passed, and maybe he will be punished for failing to face Subaru. Subaru asked Tetsu about the managers, but he basically knew nothing about them from the start. I look forward to meeting you again. Subaru. I remembered the move that killed me at the last moment. Next time I won T lose. Miss Tetsu smiled and promised, then immediately vanished like a bubble. On the other side, since Tetsu failed to conquer the objective, she would be punished by the system. But the system suddenly triggered a red alert, warning Tetsu to run quickly because a portal from another world was about to open. As she spoke, the system suddenly blurred and shattered into pieces before Tetsu's confused eyes, while the sky cracked open to reveal a terrifying blood-red eye glaring down. Tetsu now understands that she must fight this thing. They seem strong, but that probably won't change anything. No matter who my opponent is, I just need to conquer them, Tetsu arrogantly told herself, though her current fate remains unknown. On Subaru's side, Ikuhana is asking Vorden for permission to repay Subaru by escorting him to the Golden Kingdom. Although grateful for Ikuhana's kindness, Subaru has to decline because the King of Aurora has already given him information through this bracelet, and someone will come to pick him up soon. Just as Subaru finished speaking, Safina rode the giant bird and gently landed to greet him before the astonished eyes of everyone. Shibu had previously warned Subaru to be careful with Safina because she intends to marry him. Safina was giggling and reaching out her hand for Subaru to hold, a creepy gesture that made Subaru break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bird emitting a bright golden light appeared before Vorden, and the moment he saw it, he immediately recognized Safina. The old man's face instantly turned stern. "You? What are you doing here?" Beneath the giant bird, Safina slowly stood beside it. She acted smug, saying that because of her mistake, I had to fly all over to find Subaru and his people. Hearing this, Subaru and Ikuhana both listened quietly, while Safina insisted that she came here personally to apologize. Subaru smiled and said, "You do not look like you want to apologize at all." Safina replied calmly, "Fool. I dragged you into this fight. So no matter what you think, I have to apologize." Hearing that, the old man was startled, his fiery temper flaring up. Her unreasonable nature made her speak calmly. "Don't rush. Xich though, we have a meeting coming up soon." Safina gently raised her hand, smiled faintly, and added, "Besides, having to kill someone like you myself would be boring." The moment her magic activated, it spread quickly with the wind, making Ikuhana instinctively shield her eyes, while Subaru watched and smiled with satisfaction. Staring angrily, "What a stubborn girl," Safina spoke. "Hurry up, Subaru, feel free to ride my subordinate Simon," who understood her command and lowered his back. She was eager for battle and ready to continue this conversation about our future. Subaru spoke firmly. "Let me try it." Safina laughed and said, "Well, that is not going to happen." As Simon took off into the vast sky, Safina's voice rang out. "Subaru, there are two things I need to apologize to you for," she carefully explained. "First about Isis. Although I assigned her the task of welcoming you for 4 days after your arrival, she acted on her own." Subaru remained silent, listening carefully as she explained. Realizing she must have secretly made the plan on her own, Safina seemed troubled. "But since I can sense when the main gate is used, I could guess roughly what had happened. She really is talented but becomes reckless when emotions take over." Subaru also recalled the things Isis had done before. "Now I realize that the things Isis did before were not authorized by Safina but entirely her own intentions." Safina is still polite. Forgive her for me. She cares about me too much and sometimes acts foolishly on her own." She laughed and said, "By tomorrow we will arrive," then looked over and asked in surprise, "Have you forgiven her already?" She uttered a few strange words, then nodded, saying, "Thanks to Isis you were able to protect Vorden and defeat the Conqueror, making him face punishment." Safina lowered her voice. "Actually I should be the one praising her." Subaru nodded, as if being praised for abandoning her orders. She gently stepped forward. "Everything in this world revolves around amusement." Safina spread her arms wide and said loudly, "When you become a king, if you live recklessly according to your own will, you will never improve." She spoke firmly. "And more than that, fate itself is a natural ally of mine." It sounds like you are also feeling good, muttering fate under your breath, at this moment. Safina continued, "Which is bad and which is good, no one knows until they try to explore it in the future." Her tone never changed, and her expression remained cheerful, as if she could foresee the future, which left Subaru stunned. Safina radiated a captivating glow as she carefully recounted what had happened, saying it was fine for her to just enjoy and savor it. Subaru was surprised. Safina? This king, if he was not mistaken, had let him go during the first disaster because she found him interesting. That was when Safina met him for the first time, and said that he seemed more human than a special deity like them. She is exactly that kind of queen. How fascinating. Yet he felt puzzled. Wait, why does she remind me of Vanquish? Suddenly Safina spoke up. "I have found the others and brought them back." Subaru stared in amazement. Safina and her subordinate Seymour went to each place and rescued those who had been taken to different locations. Once they rode on Seymour's spirit, they were brought straight to the Golden Kingdom. Subaru quietly swallowed, holding her back. Thank you. So what is the other thing you want to apologize for? She then replied about Kokugaji, and he listened, startled and alert. Safina explained. You know, we are the ones with the authority to intervene with the gates and doors to the human world. The Golden, Silver, and Bronze Kingdoms all have special techniques to use the gates, so, although Kokugaji was ordered to gather information under a subordinate treaty, it seems like someone has corrupted him. Subaru looked serious and wondered, who exactly is it? Suddenly he thought, do not tell me it is that person. The one who can change the future before me. In Safina's eyes, a flash of light flickered, and I understood it was the one who always craved information the most. Subaru froze. Utterly shocked, suddenly Safina slammed her hand on the chair he was sitting on, startling him, and from now on, she faced Subaru with a slight smile, saying he would exchange information with her. In her eyes, a strange yellow symbol seemed to glow. I can tell that the information you hold is very valuable. Moreover, there are countless other lives in your hands. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. In his bright eyes, a line of text suddenly appeared. Could that be a sign of King Aurora's future? You looked straight at the other person, wondering, this person as if you were amazed. Could she really know that much? No, she is seeing right through me, so that must be her unique thinking skill. At this moment, Safina's lips twitched slightly, something like unique thinking skill. Huh, it is all written clearly on your face. You were startled and quickly reached out to touch your face. Safina suddenly burst out laughing, saying she was just guessing. Subaru was stunned, mouth agape, while Safina waved her hand and said, I do not have any special skills like that. She pointed 2 fingers at her head and added, if I have any special skill in fighting, it is taking risky calculations. In other words, I have keen intuition. Subaru sat there blankly, distant. Intuition, huh? She touched him. That intuition told me that if I married you, things would become much more interesting. Safina blinked strangely, making an even stranger proposal. Become my husband. Subaru, you remained silent without answering, deep thought showing in your eyes. Then you sighed. I politely declined. She laughed warmly. I have not given up on us yet. At the gathering of souls, both Sihai and the young man beside her were surprised as they looked in one direction. It was Van San, sitting there sobbing uncontrollably. And seeing this, they asked Han, what is wrong, Van San? Van San covered her face in tears and said, Siha, what do you think about your little Sai marrying your owner? Seiya was confused. Is it enough just for them to love each other? Van San cried louder. Ah, love. Suddenly, the whole space turned completely white, filled with all kinds of colors. I do not accept it. Seeing something strange. The other two were surprised and did not understand what was happening. And then, in another space, Isis was calmly moving forward when she suddenly heard a sound behind her. It was Subaru and Safina greeting each other warmly, and Isis saw it and forced a smile. And then a whole machine, controlled by Safina, struck her head hard. Subaru, witnessing it, also forced a smile. Suddenly something caught his attention and he looked over. A pair of wings spread across the sky and gradually landed here. On each large bird stood a person, and the separated teammates had gathered at the Golden Kingdom, together with Ariak Subaru. They attended the meeting of the kings with no one missing. The meeting of the kings, an event attended by more than 200 different kingdoms to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld, including politics, economy, society, culture, education, and more. The 3 kings will decide the conference location and it will last for 10 days. Hearing this, the girl paused and asked, is not 10 days a bit long? The young man replied, that is short then. The annual meeting between nations in our world lasts for 2 months or more. One of Ariak Subaru's goals in attending this meeting was to persuade the underworld to abolish all gates connecting to the human world. Subaru quietly followed behind Isis at the production site of the Golden Kingdom Palace, the Eternal Tower. You look up and say this place reminds me of where I fought Yuluk Jia. Isis replies calmly, it seems to be the same place. After all, the scenery inside the gate is based on where the boss once lived. Looking at her, he thought that Isis had been ordered by Safina to act as the meeting's guard as a form of punishment. Subaru also vaguely remembered he did say something like that. The only ones allowed to attend this meeting are the kings. Ariak Subaru's relatives wait in a separate area. One of them just pointed at me. Channon spoke up, saying that since I have soul communication, I can still hear what is going on. The other showed a helpless face, saying luckily for that. Otherwise I do not think Ariak could get through the meeting on his own. Subaru was like, why not? A guy with tired eyes also sighed. That is right. Subaru was a bit disappointed. Oh well. A woman chuckled because you are not good at dealing with others, and Subaru was left speechless. At this point, the pink-haired guy with a half-shaved head said that according to Sibil's upgraded future, Subaru would be allowed to speak on the 10th day, which is also the last day, that kid's speech. Of course, was about abolishing the portals connecting the underworld to the human world. Vine will accept this proposal, Voden will refuse, while Safina remains neutral, so the portals will be closed until a decision is reached. He raised 2 fingers as he spoke, saying there are 2 issues here. First, the managers will likely notice that the gate has been banned, which will lead to a rule change in the game. The other issue is a certain mutation that even the upgraded future cannot predict. Hearing that, Subaru immediately thought of conflict. Right, the guy gritted his teeth and nodded. I do not know if it will happen or not. You replied, Shikushima, so does that mean? Subaru hesitated for a moment. Then asked, I am free to do whatever I want until after the 9th day. Right, Shikushima-san hesitated for a moment. I guess so, behind his glasses. A faint red glare flickered as he silently prayed they would agree to eliminate the gateways to the human world. Subaru happily said, yes, I understand. Hearing this conversation, some others felt uneasy, thinking Shikushima-san, you said those nonsense things just to distract him, right? Shikushima-san seemed hit right in the heart and replied, are you seriously telling the kid to go to sleep? Just then, from outside, the large door opened, revealing 2 figures, Isis and Subaru. He remained silent with a worried expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. Inside the Eternal Tower, there were a few round objects with flower-like patterns carved on them, floating in the air. Subaru was surprised to realize this was where everything happened. A large round object then descended, and Isis carefully gestured, asking him to sit here. The height of each seat is based on the hierarchy of each kingdom, and Queen Safina has already given you a higher position. Subaru hesitated a bit. The height, when suddenly someone spoke up with an unfriendly remark. Hey! Move aside. Human. This caught his attention, a young man with his hands in his pockets. Standing confidently, as soon as Isis saw him, she frowned. Half amused, she frowned and said, is not it rude to tell one of the other guests at the meeting to move aside like that? Your Highness. Subaru's friends were speechless. Did Isis really say that? All the guests were sent away by Isis right after meeting. Verd, the king of the green trees with rank 19, gritted his teeth in frustration, saying his rank was much higher so he should go first. And that was that. Although Isis felt uncomfortable inside and agreed he was right, she still had to be as polite as possible and invited him in. His footsteps were slow as he walked by, and Verdun angrily cursed, calling him undisciplined. His master is sitting on the throne, flying above, and she stands below, wishing she could kill him. That damn rising kingdom. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, making Subaru turn around. There are 3 more guests. So are you the person everyone is talking about, implying they mean you? Among them, Raken is the king of red, rank 25, looking at Subaru with a suspicious face. Is he really that important? Kamina, are you sure? He looks much weaker than I expected. Kamina is the king of blue, rank 23, only frowning darkly and not responding. Lut, the orange king, rank 22, smiled and said, come on, leave it to Kamina. After the other 3 took their seats first and greeted the house, Subaru was startled to turn around and briefly saw Isis looking uneasy. All right, the fire burning inside her seemed to erupt. Sir, please take your seat as well. Ari-sama. Subaru felt dissatisfied inside. She really hated these flashy kingdoms. As the chairs rose and hovered in the tower, each person was present and waiting. Subaru looked at his seat and tilted his head in thought. Each seat belonged to the king of a kingdom, with a few reserved spots as well. It seemed like not all of them could come here. When he heard a voice that startled him, another voice cutting in ruin. Most dragons cannot fit in this place, including Voden. For kings who cannot enter to sit here, they use an item to speak on their behalf. That was the communication item. Silently glowing, at that moment, he nodded in surprise. I understand now. The man leaned on his cane, silent but communicating through the talking item. And now, all those beside him were smaller kingdoms with less influence, under the control of the 3 kings. The kingdom with Kokugaji was one of them. The new king, Kokugaji, ranked 176, sat upright waiting. Next him is the king of Aurora, named Shibu with rank 142. Subaru was briefly surprised. Oh, Shibu is here too. The other person smiled slightly, pointed, saying there are even more powerful kingdoms above you. The blue, red, sky blue, and orange kingdoms are the same. And you also look at those brightly colored seats up there. They are powerful kingdoms with influence over the present, including Veer, Raken waiting quietly, and Kamina with a calm expression, and Lut, with an eager heart. They were a group of cunning youths. The person cheerfully continued the introduction, and then the 3 kings, including myself, sat near the very top. Subaru smiled and nodded. Thank you for explaining it so simply. He gave a subtle, meaningful smile and said it was thanks to you. Sharing about Aurora's future upgrades really helped me a lot too. Honestly, I was really looking forward to this meeting. But when you heard that, you paused and smiled without replying, and I started to feel worried. Suddenly, someone raised their voice. catching the attention of one of the three great kings. Ruin. Above him stood a figure radiating a dazzling light, causing him to momentarily gasp and narrow his eyes. She smirked lightly and teased, "You seem pretty happy." Huh. Ruin thought to himself, if she found out he was Subaru Kin's relative, it would be trouble, so he turned back and smiled sincerely. Just because he was in a good mood today, her sharp gaze swept over him. "So that is it. And yet I thought you were having a great time talking with Subaru." Ruin could only smile it off, while Subaru was amazed by her keen observation. Ruin burst out laughing because it had been a long time since I last saw him. But inside I was thinking, this is scary. However, looking at that girl, Thong thought, she must have already proposed to Subaru-kun. I just do not know. Under Subaru's gaze, the powerful king spoke up. "Now is the time. Let us begin." She sat confidently on the throne, expressing her pleasure to see most of the attendees here for the annual meeting of the kings. Meanwhile, Subaru kept firmly holding his ground in his mind, repeatedly murmuring, "I demand the abolition of the gate connecting to the human world. I demand the abolition of the gate connecting to the human world." Meanwhile, she continued, "At this point, I have a total of 217 topics compiled by the kingdoms. So we need to organize everything in this meeting first, and I ask for everyone's cooperation to." However, Verd raised his hand, cutting her off, and said, "I have an opinion." This made all the kings present turn their attention in one direction. Verd gritted his teeth and said, "I have an urgent request." The three young men Lut, Kamina, and Raken are listening intently, while Subaru keeps muttering that sentence. "I demand the abolition of the gate connecting to the human world." Meanwhile, Vuan is standing firm with a stern expression. The powerful king calmly spoke, "King of the Green Tree, I am still speaking here." But her eyes flashed sharply. "Those eyes belong to Safina. Are your problems really urgent enough to interrupt me?" Subaru kept muttering to himself, nearly losing his mind. "Demanding the abolition of the gate connecting to the human world." Verd nodded slightly, saying that all four kingdoms green, red, sky blue, and orange request the three kings to abolish the gate connecting to the human world. While he was mumbling the exact same sentence, he suddenly gasped in surprise. Safina's lips curled into a knowing smile. Ruin and Verdant's eyes narrowed. Lut smiled optimistically. "Oh dear." Verd stood on the large chair, shouting, "Is there a problem?" "Ariak, Subaru, you standing down there also need to be disciplined because maybe your recent actions were a bit too much." Verd smiled faintly. "Is not that exactly what you humans want?" Subaru hesitated. He knew his name and his purpose too. Suddenly he widened his eyes as he realized. Was he important? Kamina, are you sure?" Raken's words whispered by his side, along with Kamina's reaction and Lut's voice. "Come on. Just leave it all to Kamina. Subaru is dealing with people." Unbelievable. In the room with his relatives and friends connected through spirit beasts. "Hey Ariak. Someone there has a headache. Why is it so different from the future we know?" Another person is completely confused. Why would someone from the underworld want the system abolished? Another person closed their eyes as if pondering something. Shikushima spoke up. "Hey Subaru. Do you think the same as him?" Subaru looked up in confusion. Yes. This situation was almost like a conflict. A clash between two people who could both predict the future. He glanced at Kamina. Someone among the group. None of the four had the skill to foresee the future, so he guessed the king of the blue sky. Shikushima said seriously, "You knowing this much is already good. The goal of these kingdoms is to use my demand to increase their influence, not to actually abolish the law." Their eyes narrowed slightly. Shikushima put on a grim face. "Do you dare to underestimate us? This is getting interesting." Shikushima smiled briefly. "I have been wanting to test my skills. Starting now, we will fight against the king of these emerging kingdoms in a battle of logic versus prediction." At that moment, the guy also turned to Shikushima and asked, "A battle between logic and prediction?" The young man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly flinched. Shikushima looked at the kings through the broadcast, thinking if the king of the blue sky had such a demand to abolish the law, then I must cooperate with them. Right? Shikushima gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait and see." Subaru here wore a serious expression. Verd then raised his voice, calling out to the kings gathered here today. "Although you may know about the existence of gates and doors, I bet you have no idea what their structure is like." Standing on a floating chair, arms spread wide, he spoke confidently. "We, the leaders of the four kingdoms, will explain it to you." Hearing that, Kamina glanced at the two friends below him with a displeased expression, while Raken looked very eager, flashing a triumphant smile. As for Luth, he was blinking as if signaling something. Ruin and Safina remained silent. No one spoke up. Looking at Luth, Verd cautiously said, "First, let us talk about the gate. In the past, the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms were the most unruly when they gathered together. We were created to protect the souls of these underworld beings. The soul is the most important thing in this world, so it must not fall into the hands of the Grim Reaper. Therefore, when someone dies, their soul is sealed and stored away. Moreover, they can only return to the underworld after meeting a certain condition." Even the other kings were stunned upon hearing this. glancing briefly at Raykant, who was wearing a playful smile. Verd cautiously continued, next comes the door, created specifically for the human world, designed to attract humans and invite them in. Once a human has made a contract with the door's master, they become known as the deity. That way, they can attack the underworld entity inside the gate. Then he reached out his hand, speaking with confidence. And so a clash between the gatekeeper and the underworld entity would take place inside the gate. A source of soul energy will be released, and that energy will return to the kingdom that created the gate. Hearing this, everyone grew serious. Only the kingdom that created the gate. They were not convinced and asked again. A whole group of kings fell silent, waiting for the answer. Verd immediately nodded, his voice growing louder. That is right, now do you understand? The three kings are the ones who monopolize the gate and portal technology. They only want to consume soul energy from the human world for themselves. The more he spoke, the more he insisted this was a serious matter. This was a clear explanation for the weaker kingdoms, a betrayal against kingdoms like ours. Safina blinked thoughtfully, and so did Ruin. The tower's space fell silent for a moment. Then everyone quickly agreed, yes, we will not allow that monopoly. Subaru stood there silently watching. A finger was raised slightly. So we propose the abolition of the gates from the three kings. Or else. At this moment, Verd shouted loudly, releasing the gates and doors to other kingdoms as well. Subaru's loved ones fell silent upon hearing this. Sitting in another room, the dark-eyed young man was startled. Release the gate. Shikushima. What on earth is going on? Shikushima gritted his teeth, his expression deep in thought. The Blue King seemed to have a special ability to foresee the future. It was almost as if he had already seen the outcome when Subaru requested the abolition order on the 10th day, along with a future where the three kings would temporarily halt the gates. And they had already considered this. If this topic can move the three kings, then why not use the gates and doors to make them acknowledge us? The four kings of the four kingdoms gathered and said this. Then they practiced their performance over and over. In the end, he saw the future where the order to release the gates was accepted. That statement was an agreement, faced with Verd's opinion. The others thought it was so right that they agreed without hesitation. Release them. Release them? Release the gates and doors to other kingdoms as well. Verd chuckled inwardly. These kings will really be moved. Even if the gates are freed for us, you lowly ones should not dream of having them. The souls of the human world will belong to us. Shikushima frowned, imagining the worst-case scenario if the gates were freed. If all 200 kingdoms of the underworld opened gates to the human world, the number of gates would multiply by 60 times the current amount. Subaru frowned at the explanation, feeling an indescribable discomfort. The dark-eyed guy was stunned, mouth agape 60. However, he held back because of another pressure. The guy standing next to him was furious, magic blazing with anger. Do not mess with me. Something like that absolutely cannot happen. He clenched his teeth fiercely, anger seeming to overtake all reason. Shikushima held back, pondering, still watching the three kings. Suddenly Vorden spoke up, startling the other kings into silence, telling that foolish creature to shut up. Vorden's eyes glowed red as he said, the gate and main door are the devices that save us from the overseers to protect the underworld. Thanks to it, our souls are preserved and can rest in peace. He vented his frustration, insisting we do not monopolize the benefits as claimed, while the other kings sided with him, responding, that is right. However, Karan suddenly burst out laughing, folding his arms. Or in other words, to take the underworld, he made the human world suffer twice the burden, did not he? His eyes lit up across the space as he said, what are you talking about? At the slightest smirk of satisfaction. As for the matter of monopoly, if you open the door for us, we will naturally understand what you mean. Vorden hesitated slightly upon hearing this, a subtle hint of manipulation flickering in her eyes. At this moment, Ruin suddenly spoke up, wait, you all talk as if it is easy. But the gate and door, we also have to bear a lot of burden when opening them. You know, it is not that we think the other kings are unworthy and just kick them out. He sent up a strange tune. And it would not be too wrong to want to share it after all this time. The whole group fell silent, feeling that this was all too true. Kambina now speaks up, then just get rid of it, and speak softly. You always say fancy words like saving the underworld, but what you do is nothing but exploiting us. The underworld should be able to bear those burdens reasonably. Right, Ruin is very optimistic, but I think it is even more than just empty words. You said it yourself, the underworld is a world created from the energy of souls. If the gates disappear, the managers will just take everything from us and leave only decay behind. We do feel sorry for humans too, but it is better for us to use the gates and collect souls from the managers. Ruin, that guy is getting angry at what you just said. Ruin hesitated, gave an awkward laugh, and said, I know how you feel, but just hang in there. There is no way we will free them anytime soon. For now, we can only maintain our position. He is annoyed. Shikushima. If this keeps up, Shikushima whispered softly. Subaru. Subaru remained silent and listened. Shikushima looked at him with determination. From now on, just follow his lead. Verd suddenly spoke up excitedly. Hey lords and sirs, this is the desire of all 200 kingdoms. Liberation. Suddenly Subaru interrupted him, cutting him off. This meeting is taking too long, just cancel it. And everyone turned their attention to the speaker. Verd was quite surprised. Is he still here? What does he mean by canceling? That is not happening anytime soon. Stop talking nonsense. Subaru looked up with a determined gaze. The kings suddenly counterattacked. Knowing their place, get lost humans. Disappear. Over here. Witnessing this, the other two were equally stunned. Shikushima, you are trying to spark a war by supporting the abolition. The king's goal is liberation, so if we suddenly change our stance like this, Shikushima spoke softly. Tsunemori, Naris, listen to me, and both immediately paid attention. He said, in this difficult negotiation, what would you do if you thought you might be overdoing it a bit? The answer is to do it many times over, Shikushima said with a tone meant to astonish Tsunemori and Naris. Verd quickly waved his hand. Come on, calm down everyone. He is just a man who does not know anything. Verd looked down at Subaru and cautiously said, Hey Ariak, we are having a discussion here, so keep quiet. Or else. However, Subaru directly interrupted. If you say that, then compensate the victims of the underworld and fulfill their wishes. Return to them all the soul energy under Shikushima's guidance. Subaru repeated his words. Verd was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Karen let out a strange, eerie laugh, and the other kings could hardly believe it. Humanity. Cursed humanity, a whole group came. Subaru, do not just laugh like that. Do not be so foolish. How do you plan to make amends? Apologize. Apologize. One of them, a king with a demonic appearance, erupted in anger. I will kill you, then throw you into prison. Shikushima was not too surprised. They went inside. Go ahead, Subaru. Suddenly, a noble multicolored light appeared above the head of that king. That was the energy radiating from Subaru. What was said at this meeting should not have been taken so lightly. The one who just spoke wanted to kill me, so I will fight you. The entire space inside the tower emitted a dazzling, miraculous light. Verdi's eyes widened in shock. What is wrong with that guy? I can sense he has power equal to or even greater than ours. Ruin stands here watching with arms crossed. Of course, Subaru has a part of the Silver Kingdom's power flowing within him. It is like he is stepping up himself. Anyone would be impressed. If you want to surpass me in the underworld, first you have to show your strength. Karen is now scared too. It turns out his act of weakness from the start had a purpose. Sometimes he switches back to being serious. And if he is really using another source of power to intimidate us, it is working. The low-ranking kings are acting cowardly. Verd spoke up, saying I should have already subdued them and achieved my goal. Hey Kamina, does your prediction have any twists? Kamina slowly replied, no. Now he seems really scared. Why is that? Why is my prediction so different? Subaru saw the cramped silence of the space, and without any compensation, we would never give up on that abolition. Kamina was startled by this, as Subaru's power surged fiercely from the floating chair in the air, accompanied by the words, humanity completely rejects your soul harvesting. If you still want to open the gate, with that calm expression, you better brace yourself. Though your words are gentle, they carry a threat that terrifies everyone. Karan spoke up in confusion. It is not good, Kamina. The low-level kings have become useless to break this danger. Kamina understood. I know, in his prediction, the difficult situation of his teammates was already depicted, so he used a technique called the poetic realm, creating dazzling paths of light and drawing the best future from them. Meanwhile, Shuba was also preparing to move, a slight smirk on her lips, urging, bring it to me quickly. You did well, Subaru, as she swiftly began to recover her strength. Right now the enemy is probably watching and drawing a better future once again, and I will deal with them using the prediction technique. But Kamina feels something is wrong. Why is the song that saved me from danger missing? Where is it? Why does it feel like it is being broken? The clash with the prediction technique. Shubu is using her power to control the enemy, bringing the most beneficial future and destroying all of the opponent's predictions. A dazzling light attack. Kamina gasps, as if struck by a special assault. Shubu with lifeless eyes. You useless fool. Get out of Subaru's future now. A short time before the meeting of the kings, the four kings of the four colors sat around a round table. At this moment, Verd spoke up, saying that we should enhance our ability to use doors and gates. Verd, with a calm expression, asked, is that your new prediction? Kamina gently lifted the teacup, nodded. Then he said, we will stop the monopoly of the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms in harnessing the energy from human souls. The more energy a kingdom has, the stronger it becomes. If we can achieve that, our influence will surely continue to expand. For a brief moment, he lowered his gaze and spoke calmly. Once it is accomplished, our dream will Reikan immediately continued. Taking another step closer to the pinnacle of the underworld, Kamina then set the teacup down on the table, saying this meeting was just an opportunity for debate, and looked up at everyone and said seriously, if our enemies try to gain the upper hand, there is still a chance something unexpected could happen beyond my predictions. If it really happens, I will guide everyone with the new prediction. Raken squinted at the person next to him, saying we will reap many rewards if we succeed, or become enemies of the king if we fail. What do you think? Verd closed his eyes briefly, then opened them and lowered his voice with determination. Let us fight. I am entrusting this to you. Kamina, your predictions are always reliable. Kamina pressed his lips together and smiled with unease. Back in the present, inside the tower, Verd stands above, making his prediction. Hanyu hesitates and asks, which one is it? Kamina, standing here was just as confusing. Kamina, even Raken kept shouting Kamina's name nonstop. However, Kamina was staring ahead in horror. What the hell is going on? Why can't I see any future where we come out on top? Shubaya over here is gradually casting her magic to expand the barrier. She has relied too much on her prediction skills. She believes that the Blue King has given up. No, all 4 kings have quit improving themselves from the very beginning, but Kamina could not believe it. To the point that when his prediction was dismissed, they could not do anything at all. Subaru stood watching silently. Shikushima sat cross-legged, nodded when he heard it. It seemed like it was over. He gently pushed his glasses up. They had no more answers, not even arguments. Under the tower, so now what? Safina finally spoke after a moment of silence. If neither side has anything left to say, then let us start making decisions. Verd clenched her teeth in excitement upon hearing that. She exclaimed, it really is a violation, which made Verd act on the spot, and even Subaru became alert violation. Safina's sharp gaze swept over each king and Subaru. Everyone was violating the rules. Then a strange, long humming sound came from Safina, making everyone shiver. In an instant, an entire eye opened. But this eye was very strange, looking like a mouth with sharp teeth opening alongside the unusual eye. Soon Mori was startled. What? Shikushima gritted his teeth. What is that? Suddenly someone shouted. Run, Subaru, causing both Shikushima and Sunmori to freeze. It was someone close to Subaru who directly warned him to run, saying you can T, he shouted loudly. You can T fight that thing. Shibu quietly paused to think, wondering why he had not realized this before his prediction had just been updated. Everyone should have decided to pause the gate immediately afterward, and it involved Subaru, himself, and others. With no sign that his prediction had been interrupted at all, the mouth and the eye opened as if in harmony, exclaiming, I should let someone know my name. Right. Shibu replied, I am here by the order of the manager. The eye spoke with strange sounds, and something quickly floated up. A gaunt, deformed figure appeared, its face shapeless and unrecognizable. At the same time, its voice echoed. An executor. A starter. Safina pondered. An executor, one who carries out orders given by the overseers. Ruin stood above, connected through the orb. This is what happened next. Ariak Subaru. Ruin clenched his teeth in excitement. I thought the enemy would not appear in the prediction. Subaru became utterly confused. I do not know either. That thing suddenly appeared and then issued orders into this timeline. Ruin's bloodshot eyes narrowed. An enemy who could block all our predictions. The executor lightly raised both hands. Moving upward, this world has intended to sabotage the system known as the Gate and Door, and to stop supplying souls to the manager. The eye widened, carrying a strange blood-red hue. You have taken advantage of the moment when we looked the other way and even tried to alter the rules against the manager's laws. Verd was so shocked he gaped, his face briefly turning pale. So what does that mean? Karan took a deep breath under the pressure. Kamina screamed in horror. Is it our fault that I did not blink even once? It opened wide, so I came here to carry out my mission, paying the price with your souls. Immediately, a whole group of other kings rushed in, thinking they could do whatever they wanted during our meeting. That demon got all worked up. But you are the one who should die. Bosden only let out a wisp of eerie blue smoke and immediately subdued that king. And then in an instant, that person exploded. Those who witnessed it were filled with horror. One person could not escape and fell right into the flames, their form quickly shrinking. Then, in the silent, pressurized space, a massive explosion erupted, and Abatdan watched with an expressionless face. Another king quickly approached. Do not underestimate us, you hunting dog. She immediately appeared with spinning fan-like wings, unleashing her secret sharp technique. She had to pause in surprise. Unharmed, as the serpent directly counterattacked. Your attack has no effect on me. Now she knows fear. Too late to retreat. Impossible. What exactly are you? It quickly shattered right after that. The snake on Subaru's body moved lightly. I do not think you will understand. But I still want to stay here. It opened its mouth wide, yet I did not, making him grit his teeth in frustration without being able to do anything. Another person waved their hand to signal retreat. However, the snake-shaped figure advanced and crawled onto his pale face. He could not escape, and even if he did, it would be useless. Saying that, a person stretched out his long arms, while 2 shadows held his hands. My teammates are all standing outside there. One person has no head, just a terrifying and bizarre red shape. One was a girl, though her appearance was somewhat more pleasant. The scary part was her strange smile. The other had no head at all, just 2 bulging shoulders, with a head that looked like a floating misshapen lump, with flesh and bones exposed. The last one had a wreath tightly wrapped around his neck, his hair covering half of his face in a bizarre way. Suddenly, a force blew up from somewhere, causing one of the kings to almost be sucked in, his head becoming distorted as a result. Another king was also restless. The other was sucked in so forcefully that his mouth kept opening wide in terror. An entire space exploded apart. Safina sat at the top, observing the situation below, quietly speaking in other words. It was a barrier. Ruin sat beneath them with his chin resting on his hands. That is right. They surrounded the tower, and it seems like they can also blow others up with that snake. Safina's hand grabbed a snake and squeezed it hard. I do not intend to attack that thing, but her gaze never left the writhing snake in her hand. I understand now. We really can't touch them. A one-sided attack from the enemy in a confined space, it probably won't end well. Ruin here kept pondering, thinking that at this rate we are just waiting to die without knowing what is happening. If only I could find a way to avoid its attack. Suddenly Safina shouted, "Silver." Ruin flinched slightly and looked over, a drop of sweat falling. Damn it. A hand tightly gripped the writhing snake's body. Subaru's whole body quickly surged upward, radiating a powerful energy that caught Ruin's attention. He gasped in shock. Subaru. The snake in Subaru's hand writhed continuously, shouting, "Let me go, let me go." It screamed until the last moment, "Let me go," then suddenly spat out a stream of blood from its mouth. Subaru directly used blood curse magic, crushing the snake's body until it bled. Ruin stood dumbfounded. Did he just kill the snake attached to him? Subaru's palm was still stained with blood as he explained that the snake would possess someone else before exploding. He hovered at eye level with Safina and continued, "In other words, it is like a curse." Safina froze, and an overwhelming power radiated from her. Bursting forth, Subaru raised his eyebrows and said, "If it is a curse, then just destroy it with another curse." Safina smiled, pursed her lips, and nodded in approval. She happily praised, "You are really a handsome guy." You smiled sincerely, truly from the bottom. Safina. Abaddon's eye suddenly opened. A client using a curse among them. Ruin is reconsidering. So that is it. Curses have the power to unconditionally erase souls with just a touch. His hand seems to be healing, the bloodstain fading away. It can even resist the one who cast it. But for it to be true, he is still too strong. Ariak Subaru's curse probably is not enough. Even so, I still have to try. Thinking it over, he clenched his palm tightly, releasing a powerful, multicolored energy. Sensing something unusual, Subaru was briefly surprised and updated future. Shibu smiled faintly. What a pity. Why not share the future with your loved ones? Tell them that right now. I do not need to lift a finger anymore. Isis stood below, watching in amazement and exclaimed, "Where is this light coming from?" She could not take her eyes off the glowing aura above and the crowd surrounding the tower. Holding hands, what on earth is happening? From behind Isis, a man who is a relative of Subaru approached, panting heavily and sweating profusely on his forehead. Thinking he must have rushed too much. If it were not for Subaru's latest update, he would not have arrived this quickly. Isis turned around and asked cautiously, "Do you know anything about that light?" He replied, "Oh right. This is probably the first time you young ones have seen something like this, so remember this moment well." A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Oh no. The day has come late." Then a dazzling light appeared, and one by one, a group of mutant-like figures fell down, known as Vanquish Sama. As they're immediately focused, the kings inside the tower were being killed by the executor's ultimate skill. It seemed they could not escape, mostly because of the barrier. It moved in the outer space or between the two. Spying was Esther's ultimate skill, allowing her to see through the walls of a building. The rest you have seen. Those creatures up there are still holding hands and surrounding the tower. Vanquish gritted his teeth and said, "How long can you keep the manager's eyes burning?" Esther replied seriously, "At most 15 minutes. Hearing that, Vanquish gave a sly smile and said, "All right then, I will rely on my insurance package, so clear this mess out quickly." Then Vanquish snapped his fingers, and 1,000 panes appeared. According to the technique, thousands of sharp panes appeared and attacked the creatures, but they quickly dodged with agility. This surprised her slightly. They managed to avoid it. Esther suddenly spoke up to stop and wait. Vanquish. She paused, hearing that Esther immediately warned the tower is still intact. Vanquish was extremely confused. This technique is useless. From his blackened too, a mystical blue light shot out, facing the massive face of that abnormal creature. Vanquish's body directly formed a barrier. Thunderbolt flashed briefly from above in golden light, as if trying to collapse the space. The creature's head just let out a chuckle. The people standing behind Vanquish let out a low growl. One of them gritted his teeth in disgust. "Hurry up. That immortal." Vanquish, with his foot constantly emitting sharp rays of light, sneered. "Why rush?" The barrier formed a shape and hovered within the hollow red blood curse. From the tower, now stained, a vast sound echoed. "Blasphemous. I will make it open soon enough." The murky red hue slowly spread through every corner and pattern of the great tower. Inside, the space trembled even more as the floating thrones held kings who watched in horror at the bloody scene before them. Verd looked up in horror. What is it this time? Subaru remained silent, his face serious and focused. Ruin called your name. Subaru, his expression a bit awkward as he said, "This?" He hesitated. Could it be that he is trying to break the barrier with his own power? Subaru smiled bitterly, a smile full of irony. Maybe that is it. Verd, overhearing their exchange, spoke up, destroying it from the outside. What are you two talking about? Verd, the king of the green, heard their conversation and thought this way. Even the high-ranking kings were killed without being able to do anything. Not even the Three Kings Gate could escape, so there could be no source of power capable of destroying this barrier. Verda thought, his face showing fear. Maybe he had heard wrong. Suddenly, the temple cracked, spraying droplets of bright red blood. Vanquish unleashed his power, a shadow emerging from within. Even Subaru and Ruin were left wide-eyed in horror, while Vanquish politely cleared his throat and greeted them. He kept getting closer, and inside the tower was a dazzling light like another dimension. I am a bit late, huh. Ruin could only force a smile, while Subaru stared at him for a few seconds. Verd did not expect this situation either. Who is this guy? Safina spoke, always the loud one. Just like before, Subaru replied disappointedly. What do you mean by a little late? It should be way too late. Ruin forced a smile to let it slide, while Sabeel thought to himself, seeing father with so much energy is really rare. Abaddon here is watching. He does not understand what is going on. What is this? Ruin squints. And what about the enemies outside? Vanquish flinches briefly. No need to worry about that. The 6 kings of the new Rainbow Kingdom are outside in a fierce battle. They are fighting them already. Denshi's finger lightly pointed at Abaddon and said, of course I will deal with this guy. Do not get involved. Safina whispered. She can land a single hit on him. Vanquish briefly slipped his hand into his pocket and chuckled softly. Well, let us see. Saying that, he immediately landed on the ground facing Abaddon. He let out a triumphant laugh, and Abaddon paused, staring at his opponent. Ruin spoke softly. Subaru whimpered. Subaru nodded in understanding. Just leave it to Vanquish. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang in Subaru's ear, freezing him in place. Are you all idiots or what? This made Ruin a bit annoyed. Verd flew up with frustrated strength. Verd shouted loudly. Everyone fight. We must unite to win. Ruin laughed, not holding back. Hey Verd, we can't even fight him, so if we unite, what do you think will happen? Are you stupid or what? Verd gritted his teeth as if his pride had been wounded, lowering him down. What exactly is the executor helping with? Are they some entity that cannot be defeated by the 3 kings? Safina replied seriously. I do not know the details well, only that if I break the rules, the executor will appear. I only witnessed it once before, when it was my father, killed by the previous Golden King who decided to open the gate, and the enforcer appeared no matter how much my father fought back. He was killed without being able to do anything. Safina recounted to everyone what she had witnessed and how her father was killed. Verd suddenly snapped to attention, and she cautiously urged her to continue, her eyes somewhat downcast. The way he was killed was just like those kings earlier. We could not touch them, yet the enemy could attack us. This is a one-sided battle. The executor truly is an invincible entity. Verd realized the problem and asked anxiously, did they really defeat the 3 kings so easily? Then we will defeat them. Safina's eyes showed no acceptance, and Chanshu just said, but it seems Vanquish has done that before. Verd could not believe what he was hearing. Safina continued seriously, although I do not know how he did it. You will probably find out soon enough. On this side, Abaddon still has not made a move, while Vanquish has already flicked a light. He used the 1,000-blade skill, and the blades immediately wrapped around Abaddon. However, he showed no sign of pain and instead slowly advanced. Vanquish let out a soft grunt. It seemed cutting had no effect, like a barrier. Next, he used another trick. Returning it, so I can check a little more then. A series of lights with blades circled around Abaddon as he stepped forward. Its eyes showed no acceptance, instead widening in shock. As he got closer, Vanquish laughed louder. Clearly it was useless. How fascinating. Abaddon spoke up. It is all useless. I do not know how you can use cutting, but for those who carry it out, all attacks from lowly world beings like you have no effect. Vanquish suddenly pointed, roaring, with both the superior and inferior worlds at his command. Abaddon lightly jumped up, and his power gradually began to emerge. Of course, countless snakes are currently swarming all over Vanquish's body. Verd watches in horror as one of the snakes explodes from within. The hoarse voice of that creature echoed. You are the one who broke my barrier, you wretched beast. So shut your mouth and let me kill. The green smoke quickly swirled around Vanquish. Then a huge explosion erupted from there. It flared up violently, hard to control. The entire group above was silently watching, as the gray smoke villages slowly dispersed. Abaddon suddenly saw the scene before him and was surprised. Vanquish was not harmed or damaged at all. On the contrary, he laughed heartily. Truly resilient. Hem was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief. While he still insisted that cutting might not affect him, Vanquish lightly reached behind his head. But the curse had no effect on me. Verd was completely stunned, still perfectly intact. Safina let out a sharp cry. Abaddon asked excitedly, "Why?" Vanquish kept twisting his wrist. "Come on. Do not you like it? All right. Watch this. I am about to hit you." He clenched his fist and aimed straight at his opponent's face, delivering a powerful punch, saying, "I told you to stop." But before the monster could finish speaking, took a classic kick to the face. Faced with his stance, Abaddon was immediately thrown far away. Rocks and earth fell all at once like rain. Verd was equally amazed, and Subaru smiled with satisfaction, unable to hold back a laugh even though he had predicted it. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. This was Vanquished. When he was thrown far away, Vanquished let out a sound of surprise. He chuckled softly. "Sorry about that, I think I accidentally hit you." Verd watched in amazement, his mouth agape, as he delivered a powerful strike to the executor. Faced with the chaotic space, he exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is going on?" Beneath Vanquished's feet was a huge hole still emitting a cloud of dust. He stood there, looking down with authority. He chuckled lightly. "Hey, that was just the beginning. You are not dead yet." Suddenly, a brilliant light burst from the bottom of the large hole, followed by a powerful explosion. Abaddon shot upward, far from finished, launching out of the hole at incredible speed. Disdainful of me and those lowly worms, Vanquish glanced off to the side with a slight twitch. However, Abaddon grew more anxious. Damn it. That attack. Subaru raised his brow at the curse. Verd listened in horror. It was a curse. Subaru calmly explained that Vanquished had wrapped his fist with a curse that accompanied the punch. A curse that directly affects the soul and cannot be stopped, or at least that is how it seems. Verd grew even more confused, saying he had no idea such a technique existed. Ruin standing nearby added, "Do not you new souls know anything about it? To be fair, curses are like a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom." Safina here is muttering, wishing that his technique is quite strange. She briefly lowers her gaze, lowering her head. After all, the curse and spatial separation are the ultimate techniques against the executor. Subaru turned around, surprised, resisting the executor. Meanwhile, the battle continued as Abaddon lunged forward, his hand clenched tightly, aiming straight at Vanquished. When he unleashed his power, Vanquished immediately used the blood technique to block it. Both forces collided explosively. Abaddon is casting a curse spell, just as I thought, and it is even at a level that could kill me. His fist is coming straight at me. Unbelievable. Right. Abaddon quickly dodged the attack. He was annoyed as he became more alert. Vanquished lightly twisted his arm. "I have not fought seriously yet, but now I will." He clenched his fist, his voice taunting, "Let us see how many punches you can take." On his wrist was the thirsty watch. "Hey Tobit, 5 minutes have already passed." Ether sat on Tobit's shoulder and whispered, "We can only fool the Overseer's eyes for 15 minutes. Vanquish still has not defeated him." Tobit hesitated for a moment, saying he wanted to teach the Lord how to fight, and Ether complained with a headache. "Is he the clueless parent type?" Tobit said seriously. "And even before we came here, he said he was counting on you." Ether was surprised. "Huh. Did he really say that? Really? What the hell?" Then Ether suddenly brightened up, saying, "I have to do my best now." Meanwhile, the two strange creatures charged over, unleashing classic power from their mouths, the Dragon Path technique, but they were quickly repelled. Ether just teased with a playful blade, feeling sorry for the poor soul, saying, "Our family's technique comes with a curse too." Then Tobit's gaze sharpened unusually, and Ether spoke up. "Tobit." Tobit gently raised his arm, and his power erupted. The punch was delivered. Terrance's mace struck with full force right at the large talisman. The two creatures were blasted away by the overwhelming power, rocks and earth rising around them, catching their attention as their expressions weakened. Strange objects resembling throwing knives flew up, and the sword blade technique flared, a dozen blades swirling into a tornado that surrounded the two bizarre creatures. The person watching from behind seemed to think no one needed his healing skills anymore. Lighting a cigarette, he muttered to himself that these enforcers were no fun at all. Aang bit her tongue in frustration and complained, "At least show us your ultimate skills before you die." The person over here hovered in the air, watching with satisfaction. "Well done. My children, once I become a member of Vanquish, I will be able to fight those guys." Right. The two creatures did not move at all, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. "So boring." Someone standing nearby clicked their tongue and said, "Do not pout. Lemda, you no longer have a chance to become Vanquish's kin." And chuckled softly and added, "Besides, there is still a chance for you to be named." Lemda put on a sore face. "That kid still has not decided." Then he turned and asked, "So Killam?" Killam crossed his arms and looked on, casually replying, still stubborn as ever. That creature still had that weird smile. "Killam here is stubborn. Words work on those who obey. But I still need to use my own strength to win." Denta laughed and said, "Is that so? Then I just have to become stronger." Stopping for a moment, Hen asked again, "Are you unhappy?" Killam remained silent as if deep in thought, not responding at all, going back to before. When they heard everything, both were amazed and exclaimed, A contract. Vanquish nodded gently. Yes. Since Judith and Karine have left, I still have 2 close positions to fill. Those 2 positions are Den and Killam. Vanquish held up 2 fingers and cheerfully said, become my close allies and help us fight against the manager. Killam gritted his teeth. So you still decided to fight them? Den kept complaining. Do you want us to work under you? What is so good about that? He spoke softly. It is not that you will be my subordinates. It is more like a contract. A smirk appeared on his lips. Do not lose hope. As Vanquish spoke, he pointed at the 2 of them, asking if the wish of warriors like them was to find opponents stronger than themselves. Right. Both brothers listened and silently nodded. Den laughed out loud, remembering that, though I do not really like working with an assassin, but it is interesting, is not it, Killam? It is hard to believe we were imprisoned at the gate not long ago. The morning sunlight shone on his face, and I could still climb higher and become stronger. Killam's eyes narrowed, followed by a knowing smile on his lips, and then they unleashed the power of thunder, shaking the whole sky. You were right, he shouted with joy as he gathered his strength. This is really fun, Den. Both creatures looked up when they noticed the dazzling light. The divine lightning struck directly and powerfully at the 2 creatures. After a moment, the sky turned pitch black, accompanied by a sharp silence, facing 2 beams of different colors. Killam twirled his hand and said, now I have blocked out all the sunlight for you. Assassin. Vanquish then rushed forward like the wind, clenching his fist and delivering the strongest punch he could at his opponent. He struck Abaddon's face directly, followed by a rapid flurry of punches, fast enough to resemble a colorful fireworks display. Abaddon's entire body below turned into a firework machine. Vanquish lightly licked his lips, his hand still clenched into a fist. Suddenly he realized, this is the introduction. It seems there is not much time left. Abaddon was beaten all over, his body trembling with each breath, uttering each word. Who are you? Vanquish lightly reached behind his neck and said, there is nothing special about me. I am just a weak guy who keeps punching. Who are you to question me? Those of us in the underworld will lose after a fight, but of course, we will do everything we can to take you down. The Rainbow Kingdom has discovered this. We have found 3 ways to defeat you. The original word split space, although one of them seems to have no effect on you. The hand clenched into a fist, slowly raised, and finally, Abaddon cleared his throat. The extraordinary power and radiant aura from Vanquish escaped. Can you guess what it is? Abaddon became more human as he realized that while he was creating extraordinary power, the people above witnessed it without understanding. Safina looked up and asked, what kind of secret technique is that? At that moment Subaru standing nearby cut in. Safina, you did not even bother to glance. You know exactly what it is. Safina heard that and looked over in surprise. Faced with his overwhelming magic, Abaddon instinctively took a step back. He could not believe his eyes. How could someone possess such power? His eyes widened in terror. That belongs to that person. Vanquish cracked a twisted smile, gripping harder. Now it is my turn. He was startled to hear that, and Vanquish quickly rushed in like a gust of wind. Abaddon's challenge was the signal to retreat. The creatures outside were startled and on high alert. Abaddon kept fleeing in fear. Vanquish looked at him running desperately with contempt, as if he no longer felt superior. He spoke lowly. You fools. Then he charged forward with interest. I won't let a single one of you escape. Those who walk under the sun be released. The sun is one of the most obvious weaknesses of vampires. Under its light, their stats rapidly decrease, and they continue to suffer damage similar to poisoning until they turn to ash and vanish. Even Subaru is like that. Although he has not fully become a vampire, he still cannot avoid having his stats lowered. If Haidu can keep fighting after being resurrected, Subaru will probably lose. Those who walk under the sunlight possess a secret technique that completely prevents damage caused by the sun. In exchange, the user's stats still decrease, but Vanquish accepted that disadvantage. That technique reduced Vanquish's stats to 99%, while for Subaru it would be around 80%. In other words, once Vanquish unleashes this technique, his combat skills become 100 times stronger than usual. Inside Abaddon, fleeing from death, to those around him, it only appeared for a moment right after Vanquish vanished. And in the next instant, half of Abaddon's lower body was gone. All 3 Subaru, Ruin, and Safina were horrified by the situation. Verdu was left speechless, his reaction even more stunned. A hand quickly grabbed Abaddon's neck. Vanquish easily seized Abaddon by the throat. His eyes were now clearer, and his face grew serious once again. Abaddon was trembling in waves of fear. Safina watched in horror. She shouted out loud, the way his body was crumbling apart. Subaru continued. Yes, that is the legendary amnesia, he explained seriously. A power technique known to share the same name as the treasured sword of the Golden Kingdom. It can sever the cycle of a soul and return it to the shore of the unconscious world. Safina was stunned. Impossible. Then that sword, if it is even stronger than the wielder, means it is sealed by a superior manager. Her eyes filled with horror. Could it be? Could Vanquish be connected to one of the managers? Every cell in Abaddon's body was slowly shattering with each pulse, emitting sounds of fear and pain. My body and soul are deteriorating. I cannot resist or recover. Facing my unconscious state, Abaddon was overcome by a single feeling. It is an indescribable loneliness when a soul dissolves into the vast and freezing space, never to return to the world of the living again, like an astronaut drifting alone in space, only able to gaze at the faint image of Earth after being sent into the cosmos. An overwhelming loneliness that was why Abaddon cried, so the other astronauts could escape the same fate. His tears were so painful that even those distant kings could not help but feel sympathy for him. Suddenly Verda's eyes widened in horror, but Vanquish showed no sign of sympathy. He directly snapped, "Stop acting pitiful." He grabbed Abaddon's body and kept applying force while he was still crying. Has he ever listened to the pleas of the countless worlds he destroyed? Abaddon could not speak. He was directly destroyed. I will never forgive him. The other astronauts were shattered along with him, disappearing one by one into the air, again and again. Vanquish personally wiped out that group of travelers. The 4 others besides Abaddon did not even realize they were dead. Now only Abaddon's neck and head remain, and Vanquish still holds his head. Growing more terrified, he let out a few pitiful cries, but he showed no mercy at all. It was all hopeless. Vanquish said in a cold voice, "I have wiped them all out." A few tears of pain fell from Abaddon's eyes. Then he closed them as his body trembled. Before Vanquish's icy coldness, he finally spoke, begging for forgiveness. Abaddon now desperately begs, pleading not to be harmed. Not knowing his fate would be this terrible, he cries and begs, saying he cannot be revived and that he will disappear. He cried pitifully. I was so scared, I felt terrified. The Subaru group here remained silent, while Kamina showed signs of fear. On this side, Cebu and the other kings remained equally silent. Abaddon kept begging, pleading for mercy, but Vanquish crushed him outright. Verd watched as Zealot faltered. Vanquish exhaled deeply after setting things straight. In the now silent space, the other kings all fell quiet. Not a single one spoke. Vanquish's back did not move at all, not even a bit. You all. He turned around, speaking low and menacingly. How much longer do you intend to underestimate me? Those kings immediately knelt down all at once. Verd also bowed his head to the ground in fear to pay respect. Vanquish observed and said, "There are many kings sitting quietly and none of them can defeat the enforcer." He turned back and asked Ruin, "Safina, what have you been doing all these millennia?" The power from his hand bursts forth. Without any fighting spirit, one would quickly die. Ruin was filled with extreme terror, and Subaru shouted loudly, "Vanquished." Vanquished froze instantly. Subaru said sadly, "You are too scary." Calm down. Vanquished was silent for a moment. Verdi here did not understand what was happening. Haha. What the hell did he just say? He is going to get killed now. Vanquished lowered his voice, calmed down, and said it was his fault. Both Ruin and Verd were surprised. Why? Subaru was frustrated inside. Really? Vanquished crossed his arms. I already apologized, so do not make that face. Verd could not believe it. Just a few words and he could make that mysterious man stop. The one who just killed an enforcer that even the 3 kings could not lay a finger on. Verda looked at Subaru without blinking, judging him silently. Thinking, why is he staring at me like that? Vanquish stood with his arms crossed solemnly and silently, raising his hand, saying today he had defeated more enforcers. His lips twitched slightly. Subaru was also progressing quite well. In the palm of my hand is a small bean. It won't be long now. This little bean seems very special. Leela. Sunio Mori watched the battle from the beginning and exclaimed in amazement. Truly incredible. He sat there dazed in his seat, realizing that was Vanquish's fighting style. Naru said in disbelief, that is amazing. My eyes could not even keep up. Sunio Mori nodded too. Honestly. Me neither, Naru said confusedly. Maybe we will have to fight those enforcers ourselves at some point. Did you see that battle? Not seeing a response, he asked again in confusion. Shikushima. In Shikushima's mind, Zu no longer cared about Vanquished or the enforcers but had returned to the decision about abolishing or freeing the gate. Everything he does is to free humanity from the gate and to be able to laugh with his friends like before, as soon as possible, remembering his old friends. Shikushima said, this is the best plan we have. Naruz was surprised and said, hush. Shikushima gritted his teeth. A simple oversight. No, the choice to liberate has come to us. This is a proper debate, but also full of deception. Tsunemori was helpless. Shikushima blinked. If we get through this, they still have not made the decision the Blue Kingdom King wants. It is now or never. A sigh echoed through the forest. Vanquish shouted happily, apologizing for scaring everyone. You must all be thirsty by now. Come on. Have some blood, lifeblood. Even the kings turned pale. Their blood thick and heavy. When a golden hand struck Vanquish head hard, do not force them to drink so much. Shafina warned carefully. No one needs to drink that stuff. While Vanquish struck, desperately rubbed his head, the kings here looked at each other, wondering if that was the same person who fought earlier. He was friendly to a scary degree. Vanquish was annoyed. Hey you old hag, Shafina cheerfully said. Come on. rainbow face. He pointed directly at Shifina, gritting his teeth in frustration, saying, I will not accept your marriage to Subaru. Got it. She heard this and gave a cold smile. You are being a bit overprotective of him, are not you? Seems like your brain runs on an outdated operating system. And your whole lineage too. Don't you think you should respect the wishes of the one being asked? Subaru suddenly spoke up. The person you asked has already rejected you countless times. Shifina said softly. Am I referring to myself? She waved her hand. Do not worry. I will definitely make him move after a few hundred years. Subaru could only smile awkwardly. People in the underworld are really patient. Shubu slowly approached, calling out, Father. Vanquish was startled and focused. Shibu asked, have you really made Subaru your possession? Vanquish crossed his arms and replied, just as you predicted. He is a better pawn than I thought. Looking at Subaru Ariek, he smiled and said, just keep protecting that kid for me. Shibu nodded. Seeing those immune to your predictions means I have to stay alert. Then she turned and left. I am heading back now. Vanquish called after her. What about the meeting? Shibu did not care much. I already know the outcome and have met my father too. Vanquish lowered his guard. Shibu, making her pause for a moment, his face darkened. Has the deadly darkness truly vanished from people? Shibu was momentarily stunned. Ariek Subaru has changed the future. So suddenly she widened her eyes in realization. It is not possible. She screamed in horror. No, it can't be. Looking at Vanquish, she could hardly believe it. Why had not the deadly darkness disappeared yet? Vanquish smiled faintly at her words, saying it was good he had not left yet. I can only see its shadow. A future that won't happen until 3 months from now or even later. Shibu worried deeply. Wait. Please tell me the reason. Vanquish turned away gently, waving his hand in response. Forgive me for using the power of a king multiple times in one day. I will return carefully. He walked while pondering. The deadly darkness still lingers, and many enemies could kill him. He let out a triumphant laugh. I will see you all soon. Suddenly, someone punched him straight in the face. It was Esther who kicked him hard in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Even the other kings were left wide-eyed in shock. Vanquish was annoyed and in pain from Esther, who was equally frustrated, saying, I already told you I only have 15 minutes. Do you really want the manager to keep an eye on me? Vanquish was startled. Just 5 more minutes. Esther was not convinced. Hurry back to your place. Vanquish nodded. Oh wow. Well, Verd was so shocked he froze. Are you kidding? That man has those powerful people as his subordinates. Each of them is strong enough to be a rival to the 3 kings. Esther snapped. Hey, help me out here. The next day I learned he was pushed into that door. Before being pushed into the other gate, Vanquish warned and threatened, telling her out there it is best if she does not mess with Subaru. Did she hear what I said? Hey. However, Safina just stood there with a calm face, not afraid at all and even cheerful, which made Vanquish angry. She did not even bother to listen. I will never agree. But before he could finish, he was pushed into that door, and Esther tried to soothe things, apologizing for causing trouble. The door closed silently, and Ruin sighed in relief. They appeared and vanished like a storm. At that moment, Shikushima spoke up. Ruin, Subaru, I am glad you two managed to fend off those enforcers. But can you handle the issue of freeing or dismantling the gate? Ruin fell into deep thought, knowing that dozens of participants had died in the attack, but many others joined from afar. So it might still work. Shikushima nodded confidently and said, I have an idea about the gateway issue in the human world, and I want you to present it at the conference with the 3 kings. Ruin hesitated a bit. Do you want me to do that right after the executor's attack just ended? He nodded. We can't help now. Humans will just follow what we do now anyway. Ruin smiled briefly. So what is your idea? Tsunemori caught on and asked. Were you just mumbling something about the gates? Shikushima replied. Well, if successful, we can immediately reduce the number of gates existing in the human world, since the meeting between the kings was interrupted. The 3 kings will hold a conference among themselves in the meantime to discuss the issue of liberation or abolition. Seeing the 3 of them discussing, Luthir said, so we are back to square one again. I thought it would be simple. We would get stronger, level up, and then be at the top of the world ranks. But, Luth leaned on his staff, looking sad. We are nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. Kamina was disappointed and apologized to everyone, saying if my prediction had been more accurate. Rakan sitting beside him waved his hand. That is not your fault. Those enforcers just appeared out of nowhere. It has nothing to do with your prediction. Rakan insisted that no matter how hard we try, there will always be someone better. Rakan hopes to become stronger. Verda stands by silently gritting his teeth, and Safina falls into a quiet silence. She says, I do not oppose the plan. We are simply sweeping them away faster, so nothing important changes. What do you think? Back. Verdi here can only sigh. It sounds heavier in some way, but I guess we have to accept it. Ruin joked. With your approval I am glad, so let us not hesitate any longer. Safina interrupted. But this plan does not seem like something a guy like you would come up with. Back. Ruin startled. I can come up with a better plan that includes everyone's interests. You know, at this moment Ruin spoke up, surprising the kings. All right. Thank you all for waiting, Ruin joyfully exclaimed. Now I will announce the decision of the three kings. Verd remained silent and waited, as did the other kings. Subaru stood silently watching, quietly moved by every thread. Ruin spoke loudly. First, we will take action to temporarily suspend the gates in the human world. Raken, Kamina, and Luth were all stunned, but Ruin continued, saying that since no more gates would be sent out, the countdown clock would also be stopped. Hearing this, Tsunemori jumped up excitedly and said, Great. Then he turned to Shikushima. This one. Shikushima gritted his teeth. Not done yet. One more thing. Ruin was happy and excited, saying that for the gates, we will release them to other kingdoms as well. An entire group of kings stood frozen. Ruin spoke quietly and briefly, saying that the kingdoms would be allowed to send gates to the human world by dispatching them. Safina added that after these changes, the number of gates will no longer increase, but it will take less time to clear them all, and everyone is allowed to collect soul energy from the kingdoms whose gates have been swept. Safina cheerfully said the growth of the owners will be linked to your growth. Ruin lightly clapped his hands and said loudly with a bright smile, From now on we will hold an underground world fully committed to the gate sweeping competition. Let us win quickly. Everyone give it your all. Karan quickly turned to Verd, who was rubbing his head. Damn it. They support us after all. So that is how they do it. A smile also blossomed at the corner of his lips. I really am a fool for not thinking of that. I will send the gate as soon as I return. Lut, Karan, and Kamina all nodded. Verd said loudly, We will send the gate to the human world as well. And the other three were all delighted. Tsunemori paused, realizing that Shikishima's plan was to free the priority gates. Previously, gates would continue to be sent from the underworld, increasing their number, but gates were only limited to the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms. From now on, the gates will no longer be sent over, and the countdown will be cancelled, so the number of gates will not increase. There will be no limit to the kingdoms that can send gates, doubling the number of people who can bite and sweep the gates. Naruto even touched it, thinking that this way the number of gods will increase and the number of gates can only decrease. Shikishima clasped his hands together, saying I was too focused on abolishing the gates at first that I did not even realize we still had the option to free them instead. Anyway, it was thanks to the emergency situation of the kings that I came up with this idea, Shikishima said firmly. In any case, with this, the entire underworld will ally with humanity. Tsunemori did not expect this, so frighteningly smart. Naruto thought to himself, hurry up, Shikishima is on our side. Thank you. Ruin. Hearing this, Ruin was briefly surprised. He grinned proudly. Well, as long as you are family, I will still help you. Subaru-kan. It is not because I have lost something. Ruin's eyes narrowed. But now the underworld will surely collapse unless we act quickly against the overseers. You will lend us a hand. Won't you? Subaru was silent, not angry but smiling happily. He nodded. I will meet a few people in the underworld to make that happen before coming back. Ruin was surprised. Did you mention that before? Subaru smiled. It was in the future I saw before Vanquish arrived, and I have a request for you too. Ruin frowned. A request, Hup. Subaru solved the puzzle. Please let me meet the three inventors who created the golden, silver, and bronze doors. The three kings each possess a master key that leads to the door of their kingdom. Subaru and the others split into three groups to enter different doors and meet the inventors of the doors, then find a way to fight against the overseers. The first group will meet Tela, the creator of the door for the Golden Kingdom, Subaru, Safina, and Isis. Safina walked in the middle and said that the doors and gates were developed through the collaboration of the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Kingdoms. She carefully explained that each inventor specialized in their own field. For example, Tela was only responsible for creating the limited seating and the door's dimensional crossing system. Subaru was quite surprised, so he is a super genius after all. Isis sighed helplessly. You do not understand anything. Do you? Isis thought that although Queen Safina spoke about them very gently, both inventions required unimaginably sophisticated application skills. How could Tela possibly have done that? The three of them went inside first, and Safina spoke up, apologizing for the disturbance. Tela. In front of me was a large room filled with massive books neatly stored in cabinets. The entire room was lined with bookshelves from floor to ceiling, and on a raised platform stood a chair. Welcoming me, Subaru looked up in complete astonishment. There was Tela, sitting cross-legged with his foot out, asking if he wanted to lick his shoe. Tela was the crazy inventor, sitting in the middle of the room, apologizing, saying he was out of treats for everyone. In Subaru's hand was a shiny shoe, and he said, instead, try licking my latest invention, a shoe for practicing begging for mercy. Isis was speechless. Practicing begging for mercy. Tela nodded. Yeah, when people want to beg for mercy, they definitely have to lick someone's shoes. Right? Isis could only sigh in disappointment. Oh really? He said cheerfully. So if you have already practiced beforehand, then when the moment comes that you are about to be killed, theoretically your chances of survival will increase. It is very safe to lick and it even tastes good. Isis was utterly disappointed. How could anyone want that? Subaru got excited. So let me try it. And Isis could only scream. Ariak. Subaru was both excited and licking nonstop, saying it was really good, even willing to lick it all day long. Seeing him act so strangely, Isis could only laugh and wonder. Queen Safina. Why? Why would anyone want to marry a guy like this? Safina was the same, licking the shoe and praising it, saying it was really delicious. Isis was so shocked she froze. Queen Safina. Tella joined in, saying you two are really good at licking. Isis gaped, thinking if I step out, will they all just lick everything? Safina then spoke up. Teasing. Tella is always like that. Isis could only sigh. All I know about him now is making everyone lick shoes. Safina continued. Most of his inventions are pretty useless. Tella joked. That hurts, but there is still 1 in a million chance to create something amazing. As he spoke, he licked his lips. All inventors carry that burning passion. Isis turned pale. Please do not create any doors or gates fueled by the same passion that led to the invention of those lickable shoes. Tella crossed his legs and said, My king, thank you for creating a place where I can focus on my inventions like this. Is there something you need from me? Safina quickly introduced. The one who needs help is my fiancée. Subaru said. Subaru waved slightly and greeted. I am her acquaintance. Ariak. Subaru. Tella smiled faintly. A guest of the king. I understand. Your wish is my command. Subaru quickly explained. I want a skill or item that can locate the positions of the managers. Isis was completely shocked. While Safina was not as surprised, Tella calmly said it already existed, and both women were even more stunned. Especially Isis, Safina and she were both wide-eyed with shock. Tella still said, Does anyone want to lick more shoes? Subaru cheerfully said, Let me. Isis annoyed. No. You better leave quickly. The second group will meet the inventor of the Silver Kingdom's door, Axen, the owner of Tsunemori's door, Jenga, Shiki, Shima, Seiya, and Ruin, a bird-like creature approaches. Jenga, why are you alone and with the door? Tsunemori lightly pointed. I brought along a special guest with me. Standing in the distance was Ruin. Behind a large ice rock, the other person was briefly surprised. The king of the Silver Kingdom. Ruin here turned pale. Anything but the ice door. Please. Tsunemori helplessly said. Please forgive him. The other person asked. If that is the case, why did you come here? Shikushima spoke up. Pleased to meet you, Aizen. Then introduced himself. I am Shikishima Zhu, a friend of Tsunemori. Jenga. Aizen nodded. I already knew that from watching the video, and like Jenga, you are a close friend of Ariak Subaru. So tell me why you came here. Shikushima smiled faintly. Aren't you the terrorist? Aizen fell silent for a moment. Shikushima cautiously said, The Ice Gate is not the only reason you are imprisoned here. Aizen's faction is as well, an underworld entity living to create powerful techniques and items, always waiting for a chance to be unleashed. Aizen still said nothing. Tsunemori suspiciously asked, Is that really true? Ruin, standing behind, spoke up. That guy has 70 charges against him. He turned back in shock. 70. Tsunemori was a bit annoyed. Aizen kept explaining. I am not lying to you. His tone shifted slightly. I just was not sure about that, and Tsunemori was about to lose his mind. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly remember. Wait a minute. Shikushima. I know you did not come here just to mock me. Shikushima laughed and replied, Of course not. I have a task that only you can accomplish. Aizen's eyes narrowed briefly. Now there are 3 techniques that can counter the enforcers, origin and amnesia, Shikushima said in a serious tone. It seems Vanquish has seen the next possibility in the guild, and Aizen was startled to hear it. I am counting on you, Aizen. I want you to create a 4th technique that can counter the enforcers. Aizen remained silent, lost in thought. As the snow began to fall more heavily, both of them remained silent, waiting for the answer, and after a moment he spoke up. This is exactly why I never feel tired of living. Seiya hesitated. Is he sending a message? Aizen nodded. Understood. I will create a technique so powerful and unbalanced that you will be grateful for asking for my help. Once it is completed I will give it to you. Jinga. Tsunemori frowned slightly. The third group will meet the inventor of the Copper Kingdom skates, Zora, the master of the Kwai. Why do I have to meet with Harasaka-san? Carrion complained angrily. Complaining won't help. We have to meet because you and I are the ones left behind, Mugen Ikuhana said sadly as he walked ahead. They do not seem very close. Carrion retorted, What if I just wait for Harasaka? Naruse chuckled. Then I will never forgive you. Carrion could only feel helpless. All right. Carrion spoke up. The great mage Zora, the inventor responsible for combining the techniques used by gates and doors. Isn't it simply like embedding a skill into an item? Ikuhana replied. That is exactly right. Being the assistant to our king has also been one of Lord Zora's duties for a long time since I met him. Suddenly, Zora was unexpectedly thrown out from inside the house in front of them. All 3 were stunned by Lord Zora, who kept spitting out blue blood as he was thrown out. While Naruse was helping Zora sit up, Carrion stepped forward and said, "What do you think you are doing?" He shouted from behind with a sharp voice. "Why?" Zora shouted fiercely as he spoke. In front of him, a man was slowly advancing with a chilling murderous aura. The man said coldly, "Sorry, old man, but I need you to die." Carrion scratched his head and said, "Is not that the prison warden from the human world?" Naruse recognized him at a glance. "Kai-san." And Ku also recognized Naruse. It has been a long time. Suddenly Naruse unleashed the power around him. His presence was not part of the future that Arya saw. "Your voice grew colder, you ruined the prophecy," or in other words, meanwhile Carrion turned around and surprised Kui slightly parted his lips. "That is right, I am the one." However, he was hit by a force that blasted straight into him. Carrion punched him directly. Carrion raised his brow. "I went right through him. This guy is exactly as Naruse said. He is the one." Kui gently took Carrion's hand. "I am an enforcer." My eyes grew hollow. "I am your enemy." Naruse frowned. "Then we will defeat you." A year and a half ago, at the entrance of the prison for the criminal gods, someone spoke up to thank him. Naruse wisely said, "Thank you for coming here and escorting the prisoners. I have sealed his power with my ultimate technique." Kui said seriously, "Rest now and return to your usual duties." Naruse nodded. "Thank you, sir." Kui spoke loudly. "It has been 3 years since you became the second god." Naruse was surprised. Yes, Naruse looked full of anger. Kui continued, "This question might be strange to you, but do you love this world, in the present?" A loud, desperate scream echoed. Impossible. Ikuhana could hardly believe his eyes. Was he the one carrying out the execution? Kui tightly grabbed Karen's wrist with an icy cold expression. Karen clicked her tongue and gritted her teeth. Thinking, "I am doomed, now I can't use my words. He was going to kill me." But at that moment a large golden hand came crashing down and quickly dodged it. Karen was confused as the golden hand came from Naruse, who silently controlled it with terrifying precision, suddenly raising a cloud of dust. Wakan. Karen angrily snapped back. "Are you trying to kill me? This is Kurosaka's body. Do you even know that?" But Naruse thought otherwise. Calling him an idiot, he quietly said, "Kurosaka won't die from that," which surprised him quite a bit. Kui suddenly spoke, drawing their attention. "I understand now." He walked over slowly, so his relative can use the original words. Naruse clenched his teeth in frustration. It did not affect him much, but if the violin seal touched him, everything would go wrong. However, that thing was not suitable for fighting, as long as he did not get too close. He could keep up the pressure from this distance. Naruse decided to raise his hand and use his ultimate move, the panic weapon. "I am here." If Naruse Arika believes the violin seal is his only ultimate skill, then the noble one carefully considers, his face cold. "I am waiting here, in a large building." A voice echoed. "The victor of all 4,672,321,119 worlds." Kui opened one eye wide, the chosen one to become the executor. "Eliminate all decay that affects the order of this world." Kui sat frozen. "Will you send a new executor on this assassination mission? You have already used too much power to cover the sole cost of recruiting a veteran, have not you?" He slowly stood up, leaning on the computer. "Well then." His eyes drooped slightly. "Those who resist the enforcers must be eliminated." Kui looked at the scene before him to protect this world, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emptiness. Kui is a conqueror from another world, a conqueror being a kind of god who invades other worlds. Like Haiduko Tetsu, executors are chosen from conquerors across all worlds to serve directly under the control of the overseers, possessing the cursed turtle attribute, which means their powers differ from the skills granted by the gates. Kui retained the skill he possessed as a conqueror. It is the blue dai bang, a dai bang of an important technique. Right at this moment, he used it in the battle against Naruse. Naruse was unleashing his power, but was being restrained by the threads from that dai bang. He tilted his head as if he could not believe it, a skill that completely counters his own. At the same time, Karen attacked, wielding sharp swords aimed straight at Kui, leaving no room to hesitate. Naruse timed his power perfectly, the source of Heikiten Chase, the Titan arm. Kui looked on in frustration. All he could do was make that arm bigger. So boring. As that hand lunged forward, Naruse simultaneously slipped past, using his second technique. Catching Kui's attention, Naruse used the golden amplification technique, and Kui was briefly surprised an auxiliary skill. His hand flared like a grasped blue flame. So fast. When Naruse launched the move, Kui easily blocked it, but that was all he had. Naruse was startled and annoyed, seeing the second powerful attack. As the fragments fell, he lowered his guard, thinking the technique was just an exaggeration. His eyes held a soulless look, judging the way used AP was truly wasteful. Suddenly, a large gate opened behind Naruse. Releasing a bright golden light, Naruse unleashed his fury, sending golden weapons toward Kui. But he remained indifferent and showed no fear. The weapons rushed forward like a gust of wind, accompanied by the Reaper's blade, charging straight at Kui's position. His face was cold as ice. Then a thunderous explosion erupted, and Naruse paused briefly to observe. As each ice ribbon swirled, Kui appeared and spoke loudly. "I told you, your technique is useless." He stepped forward slowly and said, "A truly excellent technique is a simple and effective one." Naruse was not afraid, immediately grabbing his sword and lunging forward. Could he really be unharmed after that strike? No doubt about it. That was his technique. As the blade came close to Kwai's neck, a shard of ice swiftly blocked it, the sword glowing green for a moment upon contact. Naruse came up with a plan to eliminate everything he had touched. He kept attacking, as he had been warned about it before, just like Tega's technique. 2 ice bands suddenly wrapped around his arms, while Kwai kicked his leg hard and pressed a sharp object against his neck. In an instant, Naruse was subdued, and Kwai forced him down onto the ground. Ikuhana shouted, "Naruse, Karen is here." "Harasaka," he cautiously asked, "are not you going to help that kid?" Harasaka, who is inside Karin's body, is silent right now. Seeing Naruse on the screen, he hesitated for a moment, then Kwai pointed the needle at his neck. The person still conscious, his eyes gently lowered as he asked, "The question I once asked you before." Naruse spoke softly, "I do." Thinking back, "Do you love this world?" Naruse answered that I do because this world has Harasaka in it. He asked again, what if Harasaka Renji did not exist, which made him widen his eyes in surprise. Kwai smiled. "Do you still love this world?" Naruse hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, "I think I still do. I once had a terminal illness and was cured after becoming a client. But before that, I used to sneak out of the hospital and walking alone." Naruse was panting as he walked, his steps slowing down until he stopped completely and looked up. His eyes suddenly widened, standing alone on a quiet street under a peaceful sky. The sky was so vast and I wished I felt like my heart was soaring free from its prison. It was truly beautiful. I thought so. The world, oh so beautiful. Naruse saw it and his eyes welled up, while Kwai remained calm and listened. He is the guarantee. That is why I want to protect it, even if Harasaka is not here. Naruse turned his back, the sky still as beautiful as that day. Kwai looked up. Vaguely replied, "That is right." He was calm. "So, I also love this beautiful world, a world so beautiful it brings peace." Now, Kwai is losing his voice. Fighting against the manager is like pushing this world toward death. If you truly want to protect it, then try to survive until then. Carrion watched thoughtfully. Kwai ordered firmly, "Do not think about unnecessary things. Live under the command of absolute rulers." The sharp needle touched Naruse's uvula directly. After a moment, he opened his mouth wide. "I can't do that." Hai exchanged a glance. Noticing this, blinded by something sharp, only able to sit and wait for death, Naruse remained unusually calm. "I could not call it living. There are people in the same hospital who share the same condition as Aki, which brings them closer and more harmonious with each other." Everyone was relaxed and smiling. Akira decided to talk to them and become their friend, but by the time Akira and his friends usually talked, they had all gone. He was exhausted by that endless cycle, and then Akira was left to walk alone on a lonely path, until one not-so-beautiful day, when Kwai defeated him and pointed a sword at him. Akira realized that this world was truly beautiful. He spoke his final words, and I realized what it truly means to be alive. Then Akira fell silent, and the sword remained pointed at his neck without moving. Suddenly Kwai looked at Akira in shock, wondering why the sword tip still touched Akira's neck without moving. Why did Kwai's sword retreat as if he was being controlled by another force? Meanwhile, Akira continued, "To live is to keep feeling. It is to keep moving forward on your own feet and discover new things that impress you, rather than being treated like a pawn in the game of the overseers." To avoid being overwhelmed by that power, Kwai decided to swing his sword back once more. Meanwhile, Akira had just recovered a source of strength from behind, but I cannot call that true life. The sixth secret technique, the Temple Guardian, is when Kwai finally realizes why he could not attack earlier. It was his weapon being controlled, not him. The Temple Guardian is a secret technique unlocked at level 90. It can freely manipulate anything belonging to Naruse Akira as long as it is a weapon. No matter what, being surrounded by a skill is no exception. Kwai cannot let go or cancel Sampajita. To break this matrix, Kwai decided to use the move Blue Ribbon. Seeing Kwai struggling to escape the siege like that, Akira spoke up, "It is useless anyway. That technique has directly linked to the target from the moment it touched me. It is now completely under my control. There is no way for you to handle this or retreat now. I have surrounded you." And Kwai realized it was Naruse Akira's weapon that he had cut with the blue ribbon earlier. No, Akira wanted Kwai to slash it like that so he could surround Kwai with those fragments. Then Akira continued to warn, "Obeying someone is a way to survive. I will not refuse your desire for freedom." Kwai tried to hold the sword tightly, but it seemed not to obey its owner. It stayed by Kwai's side. But if he dared to rebel, I would defeat him. Akira stepped closer, face to face with Kwai, but his expression was emotionless. Nothing more. At the Sama Emperor's side, his comrades crossed their arms calmly watching the battle, and only then did Kwai let go, his eyes holding a hint of sadness. "So I have lost, have not I? I won to fight on or retreat because I failed to eliminate you. So I will be finished." Akira gasped in shock because it was not what he wanted. A line of light surrounded Kwai, and then Kwai gradually faded away. Akira panicked because Kwai would be eliminated if he failed to follow orders. Kwai had to work under those conditions, and Akira could not accept the frustration. Shouting, "Kwai, why?" Kwai was speechless. "Why do you listen to the manager? I told you, this world is beautiful, unlike my ruined homeland. A world I could not protect. That is why I want to protect this one. Zora shouted. Kwai did not go. Kwai turned to look at him. Zora frowned sadly, watching Kwai slowly disappear, unable to do anything. Remembering that moment, Zora was sitting and talking to him. Oh, so you will be mine once you have overcome the hardships behind this door. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Kwai was stunned and confused. Then he asked, Are you okay? As he squeezed Zora's shoulder, who replied satisfied. Your touch is surprisingly good. You are approved. Thinking back to that time, Kwai smiled and said, Goodbye. Sorry about that, Zora screamed desperately. No, do not do that. When suddenly a hand reached out to Kwai, Akira was desperately trying to save him, leaving him completely shocked. Kwai gasped. Naru's-kun. And not only Kwai but also Ikehana and even the Demon King were equally surprised. Akira smiled smugly. Just as I thought, it is a curse, a real curse. Those managers. Akira recalled when Subaru used the blood curse. A curse that can be broken by another curse. You will get pulled in and die with me, so let go quickly. Before he could finish, Akira blocked him. No, those damn managers. Those damn supreme beings treat the world and everyone like toys. Don't you dare see death as something noble. I refuse to accept that. I will overthrow it. Despite everyone's hesitation, while Ikohana remained silent and unresponsive, Akira recalled old memories with his friends in that familiar place and was determined. I want to let him die. Then Akira tried his best to save Kwai. While he was amazed by Akira's reckless act, at that moment Akira screamed in pain but was determined not to give up and insisted on saving Kwai. Watching the chaotic scene before him, even the Demon King had to shield himself. A surge of power enveloped Kwai and Akira, then suddenly vanished, leaving the sky clear and blue. The Emperor asked in amazement, Hey, is this human really the one? I am sure I have never seen or heard of anyone breaking the manager's vow like this before. Akira lay down, and Abaddon said he really did it. Lying beside Akira was Abaddon, saying he really did it. Akira looked up at Kwai in front of him, and Kwai called out, Naruskum, why did you go that far? Akira replied, If you are no longer the enforcer, no longer the one opposing the vow, then you are not our enemy. Right? Please live, Kwai. Because you have to. Kwai was stunned by Akira's words, looking into the distance as Zora ran over. Akira said, The one who wants you to live. Zora was deeply worried for him, tears streaming down, and Kwai also looked at Zora, saying, he was thinking of his old friends. Akira said, Everyone has people like that. At that moment, Zora ran over and hugged Kwai tightly, holding him close and crying a lot. Kwai never expected him to have so much affection for him. Moved, Kwai also cried and said, I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Then the Demon Emperor stepped forward and reached out his arm toward Akira, saying, Hey, that was an impressive move. Akira grabbed the Demon Emperor's hand and stood up, replying, Praise from you does not exactly make me happy. The Demon Emperor responded, Honestly, is not your usual bluntness a bit harsher than that compared to your close ones? Akira replied, If it is true then maybe it is because I really have a cruel personality. Then he said, Yeah. Got it. Hey Harasaka, did you want things to turn out like this? Harasaka replied, No, not at all. The Demon Emperor said nervously, You guys scare me. Then Harasaka continued, But I believe Naru's-kun will handle it. He is no longer just a kid who only looks up to me. He is a friend and stands as my equal. The Demon King said, You heard that. Akira smiled and replied, I know, his equal friend. Then Akira clenched his fist. The Demon King asked, So how's everything going? You have been training non-stop since skipping the second meeting. You must have something interesting. Scene change now. Harasaka has crossed into another dimension. Lewis has finished his training. Just a little more until I can also stand against the enforcers. Hira proudly says Lewis has completed his training. Just a little more until I can also stand against the enforcers. Lewis watched Harasaka sweat nervously, about to attempt something incredible right before his eyes. When Vanquish taught him the skill to counter the enforcers, Renji appeared beside him and asked Vanquish-san if he could teach him that skill as well. Vanquish replied, I do not mind, but I do not think you can learn it directly. The soul structure between those in the underworld and humans is very different. The inheritance of the technique through the gate is completed by transforming that structure. Additionally, after mastering the technique against the enforcers, Lewis passed it on to Renji through the gate challenge as well as his 8th technique. And now just a little more. For Harasaka, Renji, and Amiya, because they are assassins without physical bodies, they are not bound by the limits of the gate. In the case of Amiya, at that moment Killam spoke up, saying the kid seems to adapt to me quite well. Since she has a compatible soul, she can inherit the technique from the thunder god Killam without needing the gate. As for Harasaka and Renji, he spoke up, Lewis, and Lewis offered to lend him my power. Following Lewis's guidance, he was able to level up the skill he already possessed. However, this is a completely different matter. Inheritance of a skill from Vanquish, whose soul is completely incompatible with Renji, surpasses even what I know. Lewis paused, watching Renji, who was drenched in sweat after all the struggles, saying I did it. It defied all logic, but Renji finally succeeded. So this is my new sword. Lewis paused, watching Renji excitedly hold the item in his hand. Throughout the time he became its owner, I knew nothing about it. But when it came to fighting, Harasaka had surpassed both geniuses. Even in the human world, at the workshop of the mage Zora in the Scarlet Kingdom, Karen hesitated and said, sorry to ruin the moment, but can I talk to you about why we came here? At that moment, Zora was moved and hugged Kwai while crying. Is that okay? After escaping his grasp, Kwai immediately started a conversation with Aki. Naruse-kun, I also want to tell you about this. He replied, yes. Then Kwai continued, the truth is, it sounds harsh, so Akira exclaimed, huh. At that moment Akira suddenly remembered Siki and Subaru and contacted them telepathically. Shikushima area. Shikushima responded, Naruse, what is wrong? Akira replied, it is urgent. Kwai-san just told me that. Meanwhile Subaru quietly listened. And when he heard what was happening over there, he was stunned. Seeing this, Safina asked, Subaru, he said. Sorry Safina, I need to return to the human world right now. Safina pouted and said, huh. What about our date? Subaru replied bluntly, I never agreed to it. An enforcer appeared at the inventor of the Copper Kingdom's residence. Hearing this, Isis was startled and panicked, while Safina calmly urged him to continue. Subaru explained that the enforcer was a warden at the prison holding the God Lord in the human world. His skill allowed him to control the prisoner's abilities, and although they defeated him, his skill's effects also disappeared, so more than 300 prisoners will soon escape from prison. After hearing this, the two of them remained silent, their hearts filled with unease. Subaru added that they had to return to protect their world. And Safina, understanding his intentions to protect the common people, agreed to prepare quickly. She bowed her head in obedience. Yes. My queen. At that moment, a figure appeared and spoke up. Is everyone leaving so early? Tera appeared and said, right after I just made you some shoes. Subaru replied cleverly, the shoes taste great. Thank you. Then Tera threw something to Subaru. Take this with you. He held it in his hand and opened it to find the Ring of Vows. Tera explained to Subaru how to use it. It can sense the location of the managers from over 10 billion worlds. But it can only sense them, it cannot transport him there. Hearing that, he happily accepted it, thinking that there are many now, and after all, I am not the only one going to them. Tera replied, returning it, hoping it works. Then Subaru waved goodbye. Thanked Tera, and said Theo would definitely come back. Tera stood there watching Subaru's figure fade away, thinking, so I will get to see that cheerful kid again, an item that can transport him to the world of the managers. Maybe I will try making one. Cut to Karen's group where everyone looks tense and serious like in a dramatic photo. Subaru hurriedly stepped through the time gate and called out, Shikushima. Seeing Subaru had arrived, Shikushima announced, all right, let us go quickly. Hearing that, Subaru quickly ran to join them. Suddenly, Safina called out, and Subaru turned around at her voice. Suddenly Safina threw something to him and said, here's a farewell gift. Subaru asked in surprise. Another ring? She replied, you will know once you open it. Just wear it whenever you want to return to the underworld. It is really sad to say goodbye, but we will meet again soon. Shikushima called out anxiously, hurry up Subaru, and he did not forget to wave goodbye to her. Thank you Safina. Then Subaru quickly disappeared, vanishing through that gate, and the scene shifted to the Golden Gate where a familiar voice sighed. Feeling sad, moving as fast as the wind. Ikohana added, they are always in such a hurry, are not they? Unlike the other two. Safina smiled involuntarily. Truly happy. Good luck. Dear Subaru, my future husband. Cut to Niigata District, the sanctuary for the Divine Lord, a place of decay. Inside, prisoners are fighting chaotically among themselves. One of them on the arena floor laughed loudly in satisfaction. Somehow that damn sealing mark was gone. We are free now. But just as he said that, someone appeared using a move. The seal closed by the flow. As long as I am here, do not even dream about it. The spear in his hand thrust fiercely toward the prisoner. Then a set of sharp claws appeared. Hameno Ada used them to strike him down. At this moment, the prisoners were enraged. Some went mad. That bastard. Another prisoner spoke up. I do not like this guy. But at that moment Yasurugi glanced at him. And together with him, they spoke in unison, saying it might help you remember a little back then we were the Night Gang. Hearing this announcement, the other prisoners exclaimed, the Night Gang, you are comrades of Area Kudageso. Kiryu warned with intensity that a new schedule will be released soon, so if the prison collapses and ruins things, it will be a big problem. He is a former member of the Kiryu Night organization. Then the familiar baton was raised again and struck the heads of the other prisoners, who could only grit their teeth and endure. Yasurugi warned, we will meet an old friend after this. Sorry. But you should just give up, along with Kagashingo, a former member of the Night organization. Equally imposing, they overwhelmed them all, the friend in question. Kurukatachi Himeno, appears, scratching a little but making a big fuss. Oh, I am a former member of the night organization Himeno Jumeno, with the level 6 painful claw technique, inflicting a massive 3000% pain when touching a wound, Yasurugi holding a broom said. I thought you would join the escape, but Himeno replied, I just realized I am on the winning side. No matter how many they have, they can beat Kiryu. Kiryu wielding a hooked mop stick uses the technique, the mark of frozen motion, cut to the human world. In Tokyo, at the backyard of Harasaka apartment, 300 prisoners are escaping from the spell prison. Subaru anxiously warned, we have to hurry before someone gets hurt. Karien bluntly reminded, Kiryu is already there. Jiga said he can stop them. Subaru impatiently urged, hurry up. Shikushima replied with a headache. Those guys have already taken care of everything. Upon hearing this, everything suddenly fell into silence. Most of the escapees were defeated by Kiryu alone. Yasurugi looked at Kiryu in amazement, feeling like he barely did anything. Himeno yawned, saying it is time to go home and get some rest. Well done. Shikushima smiled reassuringly at Subaru over the phone and said there was no need to go anywhere. That is what they said. Then silence quickly fell again, and Karien said helplessly, now that I think about it, Kiryu must be over level 80. Right, Akira spoke up, the average level of those prisoners was just under 30. Karien replied, no matter how many there were, they did not stand a chance. They do not need us anymore. So, does that mean we are free to do whatever we want now? Maybe we are just too bored and not used to it. So the whole group went quiet, lost in thought. Shikushima continued to confirm, Kinokawa called me, so I have to go back to the headquarters. They will hear about an event that happened in the underworld, as well as Beidio shutting down before the press conference. Shikushima replied, yeah. Let the world know that from now on there will be no more doors. Shikushima spoke up. Kinokawa also said the clock has stopped at the final hour. Then he waved and left with Naruse. Maybe they will ask about that rule. Akira quickly followed, replying, yes. Watching the two of them walk away, Harasaka suspiciously said, they are both gone. Jinga replied, I am home. Seiya said, I am going to eat some sushi. Karen did not join either. She wants to go for a walk. Each person said their goodbyes to Subaru. See you later at home. And in the end, the only one left was Subaru. So I am alone again. With no other choice, Subaru headed home. He opened the door and announced, I am home. Then he slowly walked step by step into the house. Subaru walked into the house feeling down, wanting to eat with everyone else. Suddenly, Subaru was surprised to see Tezu sitting inside his house eating shi-nek. He saw Subaru and casually asked, oh, so this is your house? Ariak Subaru. He looked at Tezu in front of him, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, is it really Tezu? Why is she in our world? Tezu calmly replied, who knows? I just landed here. Subaru asked confused, where did you land? Tezu replied, it is a long story. And besides, this time I am not your enemy. More importantly, do not you want the information? Subaru asked. Information? He replied, yes, information from me. Like that, then Tezu silently stared at the system screen. He said it included information on each individual, the number and locations of operatives currently active around the world. Subaru was stunned, frozen in place, staring at the images inside the system. Cut to a voice saying, Hazy. What are you looking at? Inda replies, news. Our former comrades clearly put down a riot at the prison. Has everyone arrived? Leon responds, yes, they are my members in this conquest. Hafen solemnly said, sorry to have kept you waiting. Our king. Hearing this, Enda's gaze sank. Scene change. Subaru is surprised. Are there still other enforcers here? Tezu replies, so this world is being invaded from somewhere. If there is an enforcer we can find out. Subaru hesitated, worried the future might be disrupted again. Are the managers interfering? Tezu spoke up. Do you need my help? Subaru exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Then Tezu continued to explain. You want more information? Right. Instead, I take Subaru will provide it for us. Hafen is rambling on right now. You know, this world seems to be pretty well preserved. The atmosphere here is really fresh. Enda also spoke up, saying this place is strange too. The increase in divine beings here has surged since they began cooperating with an unknown world called the Dream World. Bayan added, so that is how they prevented the destruction, which means it will be quite difficult to invade this place. Raven said coldly, you reap what you sow. Right, Leon. Hearing her name, Leon smiled and said, I'll set the reward if this mission succeeds is this very world itself. Hearing this, the group Beb, Hafen, Bayan, Susalos, Raven, Hockney, and Aisho each showed their own expression but ultimately agreed to these terms. Then Indacher explained, that is why I used my soul's value to the limit to summon you all here. Even though the plan to invade them by cooperating with the spiritual world failed, we will use Leon's ultimate skill. Leon brought a stack of phones for everyone. I have prepared phones from this world for you all, and we will overwhelm them completely. And Dacher gave the order. Plan is to start in Siberia. Cut to Subaru, who has also arrived here. This place. There are really many people. This is 2 days after the appearance of Hayato Coat. Subaru asked, Hayato, are you used to using the phone yet? Miss Tetsu replied, it is fine. There is nothing tight about them. Then Subaru asked absent-mindedly, so where are we going now? Miss Tetsu replied, the shoe store, leaving Subaru puzzled. Shopping first. Tetsu explained, I can share clothes with you, but your shoes do not fit me. I do not have any money in this world, so please cover the cost. Subaru readily agreed. Alright, that is fine, Tetsu said seriously with determination. I can fight properly if I am wearing tight shoes. Subaru saw that expression and asked, are you gonna fight alongside us? Tetsu replied, just consider it my way of repaying you for saving me. This happened many years ago, but the enemy I will fight also once attacked my world. They are pretty strong, so be careful. Subaru listened and replied, got it. Then they walked together down the street when suddenly Tetsu turned and asked, what are you doing? Subaru asked suspiciously. What? Tetsu spread her arms coolly as if nothing, saying she would go buy shoes alone and not to come along. Just give her the money. Subaru looked at her hesitantly and said, okay, then silently judged her in his heart, thinking she seemed like a freeloader, recalling old memories about her father. Then Tetsu took out her phone, fiddled with it a bit, and said, I just sent them the latest address. I will let you know when it is done. And you replied, okay. After that, Subaru watched Tetsu's figure fade away and did not forget to say, thanks. I really appreciate your help. Tetsu remained silent for a moment before finally replying, no problem. Speaking of which, it reminded me that it has been a long time since Tetsu had teammates by her side. After a moment of reflection, Tetsu walked calmly into a sports store to shop, greeted with a welcome, while Subaru let out a long sigh. He frowned and said, now then. Subaru then contacted all his teammates telepathically. Everyone. Sayaka, who was shopping nearby, also heard Subaru's words, as did Harasaka. But I want to tell everyone that the masked person is Zingado. On the other side, Shikushima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira heard it too and listened quietly. Subaru contacted everyone and announced that the signal just shared the latest news with us. So let us start moving as we agreed before. Everyone answered in unison. They are already on their way. Suddenly Zinga spoke up. Ariak, are you sure I can trust Tetsu's messenger? The client's window can only be seen by the client themselves. Could it be that he is spying on us? He is the one who killed us in the future king of Aurora and brought our world to the brink of destruction. Subaru fell silent, lowered his head, and hesitantly said, Zingasum. Those words were spoken back at my house. Ariak, Subaru, you will shelter me? Subaru asked in surprise. Shelter me, at that time, as? Tetsu replied, I am not familiar with this world, nor do I have money or a place to stay, so please help me. Subaru was suspicious, his face stiff like a filleted fish. Then he said, that is fine too. Tetsu replied without emotion. Really, you are quite kind after all. Then he continued, were you sent here as the punishment you mentioned in the underworld? Miss Tetsu denied it. No, she explained that someone saved her from punishment, and it might have been the last time she will find a way to return to her homeland, her home. Even if it gets destroyed, abandoning it means accepting defeat. Hearing Subaru's heartfelt words, he let out a long sigh. He hates losing. Miss Tetsu asked if there was something fun, and he replied, no, I will help people. Looking back at that conversation when Subaru met Ajin, I think I can trust him now. He is not as bad as I thought. Really, but if he betrays us, then use the ice door to defeat him. Jiga trusted his understanding and said, all right, if you say so, I will listen. Subaru smiled brightly and replied, thank you. Shikushima said, at least you already have it. Jiga was flustered. No, it is not like that. Ariak's friendliness and openness are what truly define him. He carries both the good and the bad. After that, Jiga felt somewhat reassured. And I understood as well, and Shikushima was amazed to realize. Shikushima looked at Subaru and thought, that was what made Ariak a great king, while Subaru quietly admired the countless books, thinking this bookstore was huge. To Aki, Ariak, I found my target. Looking ahead was Hafin. Akira stared at Hafin coldly. Meanwhile, Harasaka faced Susselis, and so did the two locked eyes, silently staring at each other. At the 10 of the clock tower in Shibuya, we found them. Hockney and Beb are there. They have encountered Jiga. After seeing the enemy, Jiga reported it, and I did the same. So Jiga faced Hockney, and Shikushima faced Aisho. Shikushima said, here too, the two of them have encountered each other. Nearby, someone was reading a book in the bookstore when a voice rang out. That is right, too easy to guess. Subaru met Leon. It is him. Leon looked at him and exclaimed, Ariak, Subaru, I am quite surprised. What is a star like you doing here? He replied, to fight against you. Sorry, but I can't let you have this world. We will stop you. Leon thought, he won't let us take over this world. It is unbelievable that he already knows the purpose and the number of people coming here, but more importantly, is this guy crazy and intends to fight me right here and now? In Shibuya, with tens of thousands of people here, cut to the clothing store where Tetsu is shopping. Alright, he has picked out a pair of shoes he likes. That is good, let us get to it then. Tetsu meets Raven, and looks at Tetsu for a moment, and Tetsu approaches Han. Neither of them saying a word. Then Raven speaks up. Have we met somewhere before? Tetsu said nothing, gently raising her hand toward the incoming punch. A slight dodge, the Shibuya disaster. From a tall building, a piercing scream echoed. Inside, Subaru and Lean stood face to face, radiating overwhelming energy as he called out the name Ariak. Subaru. Two faces met, but Vaishio remained calm. Was he planning to fight us right here? In Shibuya, everyone present was unaware and continued with their own business. The crowd hurriedly passed by. Seeing those here still cheerful and unaware, Subaru immediately confirmed, but with conditions. Yes. But his opponent remained silent. Listening, the condition is that I will not let anyone die. Hearing this caused some confusion and raised a big question. Spell was cast, covering the entire area. Elsewhere, Tetsu charged with a fierce punch but was blocked by the opponent's defense. But the force of the punch was so powerful it sent him flying backward. Though he quickly blocked it with his leg, he smirked and said, Hey, I am in the middle of the street here. Do not you care about the people around you? But unexpectedly, behind him was a golden wall blocking the outside world. He watched in confusion, seeing the people outside still smiling but completely motionless, which was truly strange. Everyone was like walls. He gradually analyzed, the people standing still as if frozen in place. At this moment, Tetsu looked at her opponent and spoke, telling him not to worry, with a chilling gaze. He bluntly declared that the only one to be killed would be him. Raven then grew more serious and turned back. Elsewhere, but in the same timeline, 2 days earlier, all the members gathered for a meeting, and Shikushima scratched his head in frustration, saying, the punishing forces are gathering to invade us. How terrifying. Surprise after surprise, he was provoked by Tetsu's words and looked angry, saying, those managers really have no shame. Huh, geez. Then a system board appeared, showing that they sent a whole bunch of inquisitors to this world. Usually only a few people receive rare items, but Tetsu, just finishing her action, turned to everyone and said that for some reason the current reward has changed to this very world. This statement made the other two members jump in anger and interrogate him. This whole world? You mean they are trying to take over our home? That is exactly what I am saying. He went on to hypothesize that the moment they succeed in invading your world and completely annihilate humanity, the world will belong entirely to them. Kinokawa could not hold back her anger. It was impossible. But then a voice rang out that surprised her even more, saying this was a reward never seen before. Tetsu straightforwardly explained that if we can meet all the requirements, then we will join too. Jinga angrily stood up and shouted, You bastard. Powerful energy surged from behind along with a calling voice. Hyodu. Jinga fell silent and turned to look, and Tetsu was also drawn in, instinctively following the gaze. It was still that terrifying energy he urgently asked about. What were the conditions for those crusaders to succeed? A map appeared along with the explanation. To gain control over all 23 wards of Tokyo, or more specifically, to eliminate all the gods within. The other two continued. Are not we the ones with the numerical advantage? Tetsu recalled Leon and warned, no matter how many of you there are, it won't make a difference. There is someone among the enemy ranks who can brainwash any weaker god unconditionally, and everyone will end up fighting each other. You do. Silent until now. Finally spoke up. Then we have to come up with a strategy to defeat them. A series of character lists appearing is a joint campaign where we can see their positions in real time. We can catch them effectively if we cooperate. He raised a finger to point out the issue. But the problem is, if they want to take over all 23 wards, Kinoko also understood and added, then we will have to fight them inside the city. Adon sighed, saying I think we need to evacuate the people. Shikushima understood the situation and gave the order, Yudu. Without needing to hear it, Yudu immediately agreed. Yeah, I will handle this. Miss Tetsu looked at them with some confusion. Returning to reality, the freezing magic had covered the city, leaving no place for them to handle their business. Inside, Yudo stood firm and unleashed his seventh technique, a golden shield called Crag de Chevaliers. To explain, Yudo Ryu's 7 technique, Crag de Chevaliers, affects all non-divine beings within its radius who lack special skills, putting them into a frozen state. Those affected are completely immobilized. While frozen, the targets cannot move or be harmed. In exchange, the user also cannot move from their position during the skill's duration. At the tall building where the fight is happening, Tetsu adds an intimidating presence. With this, everyone can fight without causing damage to the city or civilians. Then she instructs her teammates through the radio. My mep will only last for an hour, so act quickly everyone. The plan officially begins as Akira picks up the phone and announces, Got it. Let us move out. At this moment, he is also standing face to face with his opponent, Naruzakira versus Conqueror Hafen. Hafen sensed something and asked sharply, tapping hard on the frozen people beside him in confusion, then raised his hand in question. Wondering what the hell was going on, Akira did not hesitate and got straight to the point, saying, "Do not worry. All I know is if you can move, then you are my enemy." Then he gathered his strength and declared, "I will defeat you." Hafen wobbled a bit, scratched his head, and muttered, probably some kind of defensive technique, but then his eyes grew serious. "Whatever." Hetioaza's hand blazed with fierce light, ready to strike back. "Die quickly and hand this world over to us." Hafen took a fighting stance as the ground beneath him began to freeze, turning into an icy wasteland. Then he quickly closed in and threw a punch that caught Akira off guard, his body turning white on the outside. He was knocked far away, eyes wide open staring at his opponent, who was fast but not surprising at all. That strange punch caused Akira pain and confusion as his stomach began to glow. "What is this?" Yes, his body gradually turned icy cold. "Am I being frozen?" But this is completely different from Sunio Morima's ice technique. Seeing the opponent confused, he stood there and explained, "Let me explain a bit." With an expressionless face, he pointed at Akira. "My technique is pretty cold. Simply freezes and shatters anything I touch." The last sentence with confidence, like I have never lost before. Akira is clutching his stomach in pain, a mist piercing through his body so cold he can feel nothing. But once it thaws, he will start bleeding to death. With a helpless face, he woke up angry and clenched his teeth. Damn it. Then he let out a roar, releasing energy. "I am really tired already, and now there is another simple yet powerful technique on the other side." Hafen looked a bit puzzled when Akira said that. Then he sighed, holding his face, saying he did not even use weapons anymore, which did not suit him at all. Hafen urged, eager to see if the opponent still had the strength to fight, and asked him to show any tricks he had left. Then his face turned cold as he declared that my next punch would definitely kill someone. Akira hesitated for a moment before answering, entering a serious state with one eye burning like fire. Replying to Hafen that maybe it was time to get serious, he grew even more confused and impatient. Akira recalled the conversation with Shiki. A rebellion? Huh. He had already made his decision and sealed the contract. But what about you, Naruse? Have you chosen someone yet? When Shikushima asked a difficult question, Akira scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, I am thinking about someone." Back in reality, Akira emerged from the raging flames and said, "I have already chosen the person to be my rebel," then slowly stepped out from the flames with an expectant look. "So do not disappoint me, Lemda." Akira's smile grew a little crazed, spreading wider and wider as his entire body turned a deep red, engulfing him completely. Unfazed, Huffman stood outside watching. Fire hand controlling the flames appeared along with a voice saying, "Next time just say you want my help. Is not that faster?" Even the foot moved forward with a mocking tone. Brad acting all arrogant. Akira's body had completely transformed into a different combat form that Lemda had taken over. So just rest. The opposing self had appeared, its personality changed with a hint of arrogance. Declaring, "I will burn him to ashes myself." Huffman remained calm, looking up with curiosity at the scene before him. He watched Lemda fiercely and remarked, "Another personality of his. Interesting." Lemda waved his hand, focusing the flame in his palm, and slowly said, "My name is..." Hovering in the air, he confidently introduced himself. "Lemda Hellfire." Then Lemda's eyes blazed with fire as if ready to jump into battle, saying, "Hey kid, better start digging your grave now." Ignoring him, Huffman coldly raised an eyebrow and said, "Come on, it looks like you are actually enjoying this." Lemda seems indifferent but is actually troubled, knowing that the stats of the original form are determined by the body they control. If Lemda keeps casting fire as usual, the Epil will run out in no time. After calculating, he let go and muttered to himself, "I have to conserve energy." But before he could feel down for long, Lemda denied himself and said, "Never mind." Without giving his opponent time to react, he quickly charged forward at full speed, which was completely unlike Lemda. Seeing him so eager, Huffman rolled his eyes in disbelief. Then, as if hit in a nerve, he burst out laughing, saying, "You know that fireproof suit is completely useless, right? Are you stupid or what?" Huffman's words full of contempt stunned him into silence. Without giving Lemda a chance to react, he focused his power and said, "I am starting to like you a little." Immediately, Huffman stepped back to provoke, "Let us play." No sooner had he finished speaking than he flew straight into the punch zone, catching Lemda off guard. Lemda quickly rallied and prepared to counterattack. Before he could rejoice for long, he was stunned to find his hand frozen and shattered. Lemda continued to lose himself in thought, wondering if he had frozen Lemda, though it should not have worked on him. While Huffman was seriously launching continuous attacks, Lemda casually remarked that his defense had weakened. After dodging in every direction, Lemda gradually spoke more seriously. "Humans." He lost his temper and shouted as if trying to provoke someone. Truly weak. Huffman was stunned by the scene before him, a person with the ability to regenerate in both places. Stretching his limbs from afar, he issued a challenge. "How many more hits can you take before you die?" Contrary to Huffman's hopes, Lemda replied indifferently, "I do not know, and I do not care." Lemda pointed a finger at him slyly, but then he grew serious and said, "This is fun for now." Immediately after, He burned Huffman's hand without giving him a moment to recover. Huffman relaxed his attacked hand in surprise, wondering if Lambda's fire was hot enough to melt his ice. Staring at his hand, he laughed admiringly. This guy, while surrounded by flames, was even raising the temperature. Then the two transformed into opposing flames and ice forces, crashing into each other, seeking revenge for his earlier injury. Lambda gained the upper hand and punched Huffman straight in the face. But Huffman was not to be outdone and countered with a strike to Lambda's chest, sending him falling backward. Riding the momentum, Huffman kept throwing powerful ice punches at him, but despite the relentless blows, Lambda smirked as if he had discovered something fascinating, then struck back with a devastating blow that he could not withstand. Even though he was beaten until blood flowed down his face and his glasses fell off, Huffman still stood firm, earning genuine praise from him as someone who truly surprised him. Switching to the past, thousands of years ago, in the Copper Chain Kingdom, the underworld, young Lambda screamed loudly as if trying to attract someone's attention. Hey! He stepped in front of young Killam and Denta, fiercely calling out, Demon Wind, Demon Thunder, while Killam sat relaxed and confused, asking, Huh. Lambda struck a confident pose and said, I am Lana, Demon Fire, and I heard you two are the strongest in this area. He gathered the power of the roaring flames to provoke. Come on then. Without mercy, Lambda flew forward shouting, Come fight me. His aggression and enthusiasm left both of them stunned and suspicious. Unexpectedly, Lambda was beaten until his teeth fell out onto the ground and burned to a crisp. Killam stood in front of him covering his face, weak and ready to die. Denta crossed his arms helplessly and explained, You are a demon born from the king of the Copper Chain Kingdom. Right? If you want to fight, go find those who share your elemental core. Lambda immediately sat up and vehemently objected, saying they would never get tired of it. Their fire was not even hot at all. As he spoke, he recalled the playful scenes with his fellow kind. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Lambda reacted fiercely. I will not be used as a tool to light a stove or warm a bath. Pointing at the shining sun, he expressed his true feelings. Those born of fire must have the ambition to be the best. I will defeat the strongest frost spirit. Although he was just beaten to a pulp, Lambda remained enthusiastic, saying, I will become a man hotter than the sun. Delta laughed heartily and asked, What do you think? Killam. He put his hands down and replied, Truly a fool. Before Killam could finish scolding, a cold voice rang out, Killam. Just that one word was enough to freeze him with fear. Soft footsteps and that voice came together. The person must be Diamond is slowly stepping forward to probe. Learn to fix that deceitful attitude. Seeing this, Delta greeted, Big sister. You came with a chilling breath, speaking as if to praise, this kid has plenty of potential. Lambda blushed with thanks. Really? Oh my, you are making me shy. Thank you. But who are you? Then Diamond has solemnly introduced herself as Frost, and icy blasts erupted as she stomped down, freezing everything around Lambda, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. She continued her sentence. Diamond. Frost, the strongest soul in the history of Frost Diamond. Lambda was startled by what he just heard and questioned. Huh, the strongest soul in Asia. Delta cheerfully inquired about the situation. Big sister, how's your fight with Vanquish going? Tubang could not help but scold. Like a fart. You held your ground well, but that bastard stole my ultimate move. Next time I will definitely take it back. Before Diamond could finish speaking, Lambda aggressively charged forward and shouted, Diamond. Fight me. Amid Delta's mockery, Diamond could not understand how this guy could be so stupid. In the blink of an eye, Lambda was completely frozen and shattered into 100 pieces, as if proving Han's words true. Then, she held up a part of the head that had been soaked by Han's water. Diamond genuinely praised with delight. The challenger Lambda, a warrior who wants to face me. Your straightforward and fiery personality is both fierce and admirable. She then switched to a serious tone, saying if you want to defeat me that badly, then become my disciple. Diamond then pointed at Kim and Delta who were staring intently, saying those two kids over there carry the same determination as you. Hearing this, the frozen expression on Lambda's face still showed clear astonishment. Really? So, does that mean we are brothers? Killam snapped angrily. What brother are you talking about? That is disgusting, and smiled sweetly. Guys, Killam attacked without any emotion. A fierce glare, Lambda screamed in pain begging. I'm sorry. Despite the chaos, Delta calmly commented. Good boy. Back to reality after the nostalgic moment. Lambda shouted as if to announce to Hafen, I am a challenger, and clenched his fist and said, with this punch, I will turn everything to dust. Crying with childhood memories, Lambda raised his hand to create a dazzling power. I am the man hotter than the sun itself. Hafen frowned in confusion, and wants to decide this entire fight with just one punch. Then, as if injected with adrenaline, Hafen smiled brightly and said, All right, amid Lambda's confusion. I explained, I have always despised the tricks of those in charge. Hafen is ready to face the fight. So straightforward people like you have my approval. I am in full battle stance and accept your challenge. Lambda was not to be outdone and noticed something strange. It seems we get along quite well, so let us play. And swung his arm forward, unleashing a deadly strike. Fire blast. At the same time, Hafen rushed forward to unleash his strongest strike. White Good City. The two powerful punches collided as if trying to shatter everything around them. While clashing, Hafen got distracted and sighed. Hen is truly straightforward. As straightforward as can be, Hen's eyes reflected Lambda's image. And now Hen understood, recalling his own obedience. Hafen thought to himself that he had always followed the orders of his superiors. And perhaps living like that had already made him honest enough. In the fiery glow in Lambda's blood-stained lair, he realized that is why he longed to meet people like him, someone so sincere and straightforward. As if realizing the truth of life, Hafen smiled sincerely in the blazing fire, satisfied to have found a worthy opponent who could defeat him. Then, Hafen gave up resisting, feeling grateful inside. Lambda, I am very happy. Having just learned to fall from a great height, I declare that you have completely defeated me. Lambda, with one hand frozen. Agreed, Hen was not stingy with praise. The person had already put on a great performance. Hafen, Orlando Naraskirafin was dead. Then the scene shifted to a tall building where Cecilos was questioning Hira, saying, just tell me one thing. Among Subaru's allies out there, what level has your power reached? He answered honestly without hesitation, saying that I am the strongest, and widened his eyes in surprise. Is that true? I am doomed. Realizing this, he asked Aki again, who wanted him to be his opposite. Aki firmly insisted. But do you think you can do it? Cut to the underworld, where the brilliant coastal spirits reside. Hen responded comfortably despite still having many questions. I do not mind. But why are not we closer yet? Akira explained. You know we have memories from the future. Lenda sighed unconsciously but still looked blank. No matter how many times this is explained, I just do not get it. Akira continued recounting the images in his memory, leaving Hen confused and stunned, saying that in the future, he died fighting you, but fearing Lenda might misunderstand. He quickly spoke sincerely. I hold no grudge against you. That was an amazing battle. I lost fair and square. Then Akira immediately added, that is not why I want to cooperate with you. I have a feeling they are connected. After hearing him confess, Hen chuckled softly as if trying to look sly. Then Lenda scratched his head awkwardly and said, sorry, but I do not understand what you mean. After hearing that, Akira's mood went from stunned to furious. Yet you still do not understand that I like you. Hen's direct curiosity surprised him, and he looked up, saying, oh, why did not you say that from the start? Lenda trustedly reached out for help, saying I am counting on you. Naruse. Akira smiled contentedly and agreed with a hum, while they shook hands in agreement. He added, me too. Lenda. Suddenly, Akira's shout echoed in his mind. Lenda, your voice is so steady it gives me a headache. How can you be so calm? He shouted angrily. What are you doing? My muppy is almost gone just because of those flames and your pointless regeneration trick. We have only defeated one guy so far. Lenda suddenly lowered his voice. Half-Fern. Hen looked at Half-Fern lying knocked out on the ground and tried to explain. Fighting Hen is just too exciting. I could not hold back. Lenda regained his excitement and looked up at the map. Who is next? While Akira, all too familiar with this situation, still felt powerless. I told you I am out of power. The others will be fine. They are not that easy to defeat. We should go back and rest to recover our power. Though calm and composed, he still harbors worries inside. He will be okay. Right. Harasaka, returning to the large skyscraper covered by some kind of barrier. Inside the building, Susalos widened his eyes as he introduced Hannah's Susalos. A conqueror, a blue weapon appeared before him, wielding a radiant blade capable of unleashing ultimate techniques. The warning continued, nullifying every strike. This was a perfect counter to any sword-wielding deity. At the same time, a pair of elegant feet slowly approached. It turned out those graceful steps belonged to Hira, or rather the Han he once was. Han, unwilling to accept this, demanded an explanation. Tell me, how could your strike reach me? The one who defeated you, how did you do it? The final outcome was that Harasaka Renji had seriously injured Susalos. He boldly touched the bare shoulder, explaining that the reason the immunity to your slash did not work was because of this rainbow cloak. It reduces the opponent's resistance by up to 70%. Vanquish gave it to him as a reward for mastering his secret technique. Susalos, pale and in pain, realized with disappointment. I see now. So that is how it is. Hen recalled his own analysis. The person who can control my defense ability, with their training skill, even struck me before I could draw my sword. The image of Harasaka slashing straight at Susalos surprised Han. He still smiled gently and said, that is right, ignoring Harasaka's friendly appearance. Hen scolded. You monster. Despite Susalos's annoyance, he calmly knelt down and said, oh, by the way, while Hen lay severely wounded with blood pooling on the ground, Harasaka asked suspiciously if anyone knew where Haji was now. Susalos replied by asking why he wanted to know. He still smiled harmlessly. My ally, saying that when Miss Tetsu appeared, she was stronger than any of you. Then Harasaka stopped smiling, his face truly terrifying, making Hen widen his eyes in horror. So I have to cut her in half before she can harm anyone else. Although he was just terrified by his weakness, Susalos has regained his composure, so it might already be too late, in Harasaka's confusion, and explains that someone is using a strange technique to temporarily stop time in this city. Right. Immediately after, Susalos announced a shocking matter with an expressionless face, saying Haji was already eliminating the source of that technique. Hearing this, Han finally changed his expression to one of worry, as if wanting to contradict Susalos' words from outside the building where everything seemed normal. But suddenly, while Udo was casting the spell, a figure approached from behind. Although busy maintaining the magic, he still turned around and remarked that the person looked quite familiar. It turns out Endacher was watching Udo's back. What a trouble. I thought we could limit her movements by fighting right here in the city. So she is a former member of the assassin organization Anad. Then she raised her hand to cast a spell, and since I was still holding back, these little struggles would be over in no time. Endacher threatened without hesitation, saying Udo Kun's life was doomed. But without a shred of pride for others, he calmly turned his back and said that, Udo kept provoking, but are you sure you can do it? Kanokawa. Right after the words were spoken, someone unleashed a move that struck her down. The golden chain technique. A sudden voice rang out, but it seemed no surprise to Anad, who guessed we would slip away for a moment. Right, Kinokawa is casting magic, so it is nothing unusual. Amid Endacher's indifference, she spoke up again. We have already assigned people to protect Udo and set up our defense locks. But Kinokawa, confident in their plan, asked with bright eyes, does that sound reasonable? Right after that, Mei smiled brightly and warned, do not resist, be a good girl. She winked and said, just move a little and I will blow your head off. Finally Endacher showed a bit of reaction and sighed. I have to fight 3 top-tier golden rank opponents at once without giving them a chance to question it. She immediately said loudly, so I have no choice. A surge of power burst from Endacher's body, startling both Kinokawa and Mei. Even Udo could not believe it, eyes wide and up. What kind of power is this, even greater than that of a spell, standing within the terrifying force? Endacher declared, we will conquer this world at any cost. Right after that came a spell that condensed power to shake the heavens and earth. The privilege of a king, the ground army. That terrifying energy shone directly onto his bewildered face. Elsewhere in the city, pink lightning flashed continuously, as if signaling something. On top of a tall pole, the silhouette of Ek was intently watching, suddenly spotting something and calling out loudly, Udo, right before Ek's eyes. The shadow of something quickly flew past. It turned out to be a black fruit trying to block her way. One of the fruits spoke up, do not leave so soon. There were 3 love fruits hovering in the air. The orange-haired fruit continued to block the way, taunting, come play with us. Ek calmly wondered if the fruits flying near that person were also human. They answered one after another, that is right, we are 3 sisters, and our special skills are all the same. As they introduced themselves, they struck a pose like they were on a magazine cover. I wonder how many people can fight us. Before the 3 sisters could do anything, she quickly struck, making them scream in pain. Thunderclap. While they were still burning from the attack, Ek, overflowing with power, said, let me ask you this. She remained calm but her tone was nothing short of disdainful. Have you ever fought against Thunderclap before? This is a battle between Animecaps, Ek and Nimenmacha and Bem. Ek quickly turned and left, apologizing. Sorry, I can't play with you guys. Despite the apology, she could not hide her cold expression. I do not have time to mess around with you lot. At the same time, a giant tentacle appeared in the city. Seeing this, Ek wasted no time and flew away from the city. She immediately figured out where she needed to go, thinking to herself that his Zivan skill had been activated and hoping Udo was still okay. Ek's footsteps were so hurried they made a sharp clicking sound. Fortunately, she arrived just in time at Endacher and Udo's location. Ek was stunned, mouth agape at the scene before her, seeing Kinokawa badly injured on the ground. She shouted, Kinokawa, and Mei's condition was no different. Fujigami, Udo shouted from behind Ek as if trying to calm her down. Amamiya. He was also seriously injured. Cautious now, she is using an extremely unusual power. Standing before the massive tentacles, Ek calmly replied, yes, I know, Udo. Strangely, she seemed energized as if injected with adrenaline, feeling even stronger than those useless bosses. The huge tentacles covered Endacher's body as she gradually moved aside. Her transformed appearance was revealed to everyone. Endacher announced emotionlessly that the early survivor had defeated Himeno, and she would kill you first. She was a former member of the Hajimiri organization, the conqueror boss of Endrast. After her words, the Ek vehicle seemed even more fired up, and a dazzling aura of power surrounded her, in a deserted city with ruined skyscrapers and a gloomy, terrifying atmosphere. This was the hometown of Endacher Endrast. In a part of the city with ruined and dilapidated buildings, a group of people stood silently watching Endacher, who was staring at a stone head before speaking. The last protector has fallen. Endacher's expression was emotionless and indifferent as she said, this world has no hope left. Susalos frowned and said, now all we can do is watch it be destroyed. The pretty girl standing nearby spoke up angrily, those managers are truly disgusting. And the father frowned too, asking why the difficulty suddenly increased like this. Suddenly a man stepped in and spoke bitterly, saying we have always been their playthings from the start, and Endacher turned her head upon hearing his voice, calling his name. Hafron. The man who just spoke was Hafron, his face full of displeasure, and he asked, "Did Quietus say anything else?" Endacher glanced coldly and replied, "Nothing at all. Maybe he is already dead." She turned and ordered the group, "Contact the King of the East." Endacher calmly glanced at them and continued, "We have to find a new world for them to inhabit." The girl spoke up, asking, "Is it to live together with them or to invade that place?" Endacher kept walking without looking back at the girl and said coldly, "That depends on the decision of the rulers. Endacher Andrist is a queen, so she will do whatever it takes to save her land no matter the cost. The ground troops granted the highest royal privileges of Andraste allow her to endure, recover, and command legendary entities by consuming a large amount of EMP. Andraste's ultimate cruel skill restores a percentage of absolute MEP every second. Cut to another scene where others watch Endacher warily with a massive tentacle looming above her head. Sayaka reaches one hand behind her, ready to strike, her teeth clenched and her left eye glowing. She swung her hand, sending a powerful lightning bolt toward Endacher. A thunder missile. Endacher saw the lightning bolt coming at her, her eyes still calm as water. A giant peacock with double wings appeared beside her, protecting Endacher from Sayaka's attacks. The ground troops. The thunder peacock. The massive peacock swallowed, so Sayaka strikes into its belly like a delicacy. She suddenly watched the peacock swallowing all those streaks of lightning and thought to herself, "It even swallowed my lightning arrows. So if I charge in with the thunder god's heart, I might get swallowed too." The giant double-winged peacock with a round belly glowing with sparks caught Sayaka's eye, and she silently thought to herself how lucky she was to have followed her master's advice. She recalled Killam's words, "When fighting a high-level enemy, always remember to test their defenses first." Suddenly Sayaka dashed forward, her steps quickly emitting sparks as she thought to herself, starting with something she was sure would work. Endacher remained calm without showing any weakness as he watched Sayaka rushing towards him. The peacock standing beside him bowed its head towards her, then Sayaka jumped high and flew past where Endacher and the peacock were standing. Endacher looked on in confusion as she flew up, Sayaka soaring high toward the giant tentacle. She raised her hand, forming a massive fist made of sparks. Sayaka brought down that giant fist with unwavering determination. The great cloud, her fist struck the giant tentacle, destroying it with the sparks from her punch. Endacher watched the scene before her without reacting, silently assessing Sayaka. A punch strong enough to burn the Kraken monster means she is at least strong enough to fight one-on-one with me. Sayaka hovered in the air, looking at the giant tentacle she had destroyed. Satisfied. And said, "All right." Suddenly, as the air around Sayaka turned blue, she smirked and touched the back of her neck, a sign of defiance. With a determined gaze, Sayaka released powerful energy from above toward Endacher and said, "Although it does not quite resonate with me." Still, a strong wind blew past Endacher, making her think, wind. Above, around Sayaka was surrounded by air. Endacher looked up at her and realized something. No. This was. Suddenly, a hand grasped Endacher's body, but she only glanced at the hand holding her and thought, she is controlling the air. Above, Sayaka clenched her hand as if controlling the giant arm gripping Endad, shifting it. Then she punched sharply to one side, causing the hand holding Endacher to move forcefully. Surprising her, Sayaka moved the giant hand in a circle before slamming Endacher into the ground with a loud crash. Dust and smoke filled the air from Sayaka's strike, making Yudu cover his nose, while Sayaka hovered, staring down at where Endacher had been thrown. A giant snail shell appeared where Endacher lay, supporting Endad's body. "Wicked make you," she sighed and looked at Sayaka, saying, "Are you done yet?" Hearing this, Sayaka became even more excited and exclaimed, "Of course not." Another hand appears where Endacher lies, crushing her further as Sayaka grits her teeth, straining to control the giant hand. The giant hand followed exactly as Sayaka controlled, squeezing Endacher tighter and tighter inside, with great force. Endacher, lying within those hands, exclaimed in admiration, "You are strong too." She continued, "If your enemy is someone else." Endacher then summoned a blue head near Sayaka, confusing her, and Endacher's voice echoed once more saying, "You could have already won." The blue head suddenly opened wide, revealing a stream of light inside. Sayaka widened her eyes in disbelief at what was before her, then that head fired an energy ball at Sayaka, knocking her back to another spot. Chibos. Sayaka was slammed against the wall, blood spilling, back at Endacher's spot. She stepped out of those wide, uncomfortable hands, brushed the dust off her clothes, and said, "I have cut off the air, including the person inside." Watching Sayaka being thrown against the wall and falling to the ground, Endacher spoke with a tone full of judgment. "Even though the storm had nullified most of your attacks, if you kept attacking me continuously with lightning-fast strikes, your chances of winning would already be much higher." Sayaka lay on the ground gritting her teeth in frustration, thinking she had misunderstood her. Endacher. At the spot where she stood, a pair of feet were about to land on her. The second special move, the feet stepping down on Endacher, belonged to Mei. He continuously kicks at Endacher, but she calmly blocks Mei's attacks. The golden strike, the second technique. A light appears beside her, catching Endacher's gaze and surprising her. A cannon aimed straight at her fired a shot at Endacher unexpectedly. The 68-pounder. Kinokawa stood beside the cannon, clutching her stomach as she operated it. Kinokawa's head was bleeding, but she forced a smile when a voice called out Kinokawa Sakura. She also looked towards Mei, who was standing with a wound on her face, calling her name, Fujigami Mei. As a pair of feet stepped onto something, a white aura surrounded Endacher as she stood on a giant turtle and said, "You are still able to move." Espada Kalon. Kinokawa was shocked to see Endacher remain calm after the attack and thought, "Am I not hurt at all?" She gritted her teeth in anger. "I do not care if you are a conqueror or whatever, but we have already overcome the threat of the gate, so do not ruin our mood." Mei saw this and also stood ready to fight. Endacher hesitated and said, "The gate, is that right?" She smiled bitterly and added, "A threat." Kinokawa heard that and responded, "Huh." Then suddenly she turned around and cried out in pain. The blue head let out a loud scream that affected Mei and Kinokawa standing there, causing blood vessels to burst and fainting. After hearing the scream of the blue head, Mei was affected, causing blood to flow from her body and making her collapse. Kinokawa was no better. Affected by the scream, she cried out and then collapsed. Seeing Kinokawa fall, Yudu could not help but worry loudly. Kinokawa Fujigami looked over the situation and wondered if he should stop cracking to let Chevalius back in so they could join the fight, but clenched his teeth in anger. Thinking, "No. What am I thinking? I can let them harm the people." Endacher suddenly spoke up with an angry voice, saying, "You have all enjoyed a peaceful life in this world." Yudo opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe it. A red gate appeared and Endacher's voice echoed again. "The game created by the managers in this world is too easy precisely because the gate belongs to the underworld and they have been too lenient." As Endacher's power grew stronger and more imposing, she continued, "I am a king who has fought and survived on battlefields far more terrifying than yours." Kinokawa struggled to stand, gritting his teeth, saying, "That does not mean you have the right to invade other worlds." Hearing this, Endacher's face darkened as she radiated a fierce and terrifying aura, declaring that kings are conquerors. As her anger grew, she ordered the others to quickly surrender this world to her. "You lowly scum." Suddenly a figure jumped down from above, making Endacher look up. The figure was Pantheon, wielding a sword as he struck down Pantheon, the god of war Mars. The giant turtle was cut down and destroyed by the sword. Endacher jumped high to avoid the slash. Thinking Aspidocolon was defeated with just a simple strike, Endacher glanced to the side as if realizing something and said, "I know this technique." "Stranger." She looked over at Tetsu standing proudly. "Hayato Kader," he bluntly replied. "That is a lie." "And the stranger's name?" Tetsu's face hardened. "And Daz." "Right." Endacher glared at him angrily. "A crusader from another world. So that is why the gods of this world could plan against me," she said. "The one who joined forces with them." Tetsu said, "There is no way I would join the weakest group." He continued, Among them there are some quite strong ones." Behind Endacher, a loud explosion occurred, making her eyes widen, and at the same time, slashes struck her, bending the path of the sword. Endacher suddenly exclaimed, her voice turning serious, "Harasaka Renji." Both of them looked toward the crack where Harasaka was standing, and he said in confusion, he said confusedly, "Why not just cut them all down?" Miss Tetsu explained, "She can resist the slashes." Harasaka gasped, "But I am wearing an item that reduces defense." Tetsu replied, "Maybe the person is standing too far away." Hearing that, Harasaka smiled brightly and said, "Oh, so that means..." Harasaka smiled, biting his lip and grabbing the shirt, saying, "Just get close and it is over. Right? Hyodu-san." He looked at Endacher and added, "You will leave this to me." 1tu. Miss Tetsu shook her wrist, her stern face glancing at Endacher as she said, "Do not be so quick and reckless. Are you stupid? I will handle this boss." Blonde man, wounded in the chest, cried out in pain. The young man with a bleeding head gritted his teeth and said, "I remember now. Come on." He struggled to sit up and looked at him. "Oh Shizuya." The blonde man looked at Tetsu's cold face and shouted, "Hayato Kadi." His eyes narrowed as he warned, "Be careful." And cut to a chaotic battlefield where Tetsu moves forward toward Endacher while Pantheon climbs up to take down the giant. Pantheon, the god of thieves. Tetsu quickly moved toward where Endacher was standing, her face cold as she watched him approach. Endacher was holding back a stone monster near where Tetsu was heading. The Alchemy ground troops. Harasaka raised his sword, ready to strike down Twine, the monster slayer. Alack, he swung his sword at the creature, splitting it deeply into 7 parts, causing immense pain. As Tetsu raised her weapon, preparing to move toward Endat, Harasaka's face was serious as he looked at the two. Tetsu glanced at Hira, and Endacher slightly bowed his head to look at Hira. She raised her hand with a sigh, then both quickly moved toward Endat. When suddenly something rushed onto the Kali formation, Harasaka widened his eyes as he looked at the thing rising toward the sky. Endacher summoned a giant multi-headed water serpent monster, a terrifying hydra. The multi-headed water serpent monster is relentlessly attacking the two of them. Endacher stands below, watching these water serpents assault them with relentless strikes. Tetsu slashes off each head of the water serpent, using more than its regeneration speed, and now it is summoning another monster. Harasaka dodges and cuts off the serpent's heads. Osessa won't be able to catch up if this keeps up. A snake can regenerate its body no matter how perfectly I cut it. Indaichi raised his hand covered in a white aura. Tetsu also raised her hand surrounded by a golden glow. Meanwhile, Harasaka lifted his sword, and Indaichi lowered his hand, bending his pinky finger, saying, "Defense skill." Tetsu raised her hand. Fanathon. Harasaka swung his sword down. Imperial Radiance. Abetamak Mahesh and the Soul Leader appeared. Monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying appearances emerged. The true dragon of the deadly blade. A giant fireball appeared where Kido was. Hurtling forward, the battle inside grew more intense, with many red streaks flashing across the sky dragon-slaying blade. The strongest. Harasaka Renji. According to Cyber Catastrophe about 10 minutes ago, a large explosion occurred on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Aisho extended his hand, controlling the falling rocks towards Shikushima, who was dodging his attacks. Shikushima flew through the air dodging the attacks, glancing toward Aisho with a grimace. Aisho closed his eyes emotionlessly, continuing to control the strikes aimed at him. Consular Aisho. He opened his eyes, Aisho's eyes glowing. Seeing him open his eyes, Shikushima frowned in frustration and clenched his teeth. Aisho controlled the light to create a massive energy blast. Bellinus. Shikushima flew through the air to avoid the explosion and watched him carefully, a technique like a daibei gun, moving too fast. Shikushima thought, if this guy is using his power in the form of light, does it really fire at the speed of light? For now, just fight with the mindset that he will kill if I fall into his sight. He raised his hand aiming at where Aisho was standing to shoot. And more than that, the beams of light were fired by Shikushima back toward Aisho's position. He closed his eyes and controlled the stars to block those beams of light. Astoria. Shikushima gritted his teeth. Watching him, he has such a high-level defense technique that it completely blocks my shots, both single and linear fire, he shouted in frustration. Sweating. Damn it. Can you hurry up or what? Shikushima yelled. Udo. A barrier appeared. Surprising Aisho. Aisho looked up at the barrier, and at that moment Udo's crackjacked Valier was activated. His eyes whined as a blue light shot straight into Aisho's eyes. A strong blue light shot straight at where Aisho stood. Flickering wildly, Shikushima put his hands on his hips in frustration and retorted, if I could attack you from the front, you would have been finished long ago. Aisho lay on the ground, his whole body scorched. Shikushima said, stop right there. He looked at Aisho lying on the ground. It was decided by Udo from the very beginning. He frowned. Shikushima glared at Aisho, turning away without paying attention to Aisho. Shikushima said, all right, now let us finish off the rest. He suddenly glanced back. Shikushima raised his hand to aim straight behind him, but before he could react, Payan stabbed him straight in the stomach. Shikushima gritted his teeth in pain. Silently cursing. Damn it, Payan said flatly. Hey kid, you erased your presence with a secret technique, but in the end, you still got recognized seriously. She pulled her bloodied hand out of Shiki's body, saying you are pretty dangerous. He fell down with a hole in his stomach and swore to himself, damn it. Getting ambushed really hurts. Shikushima looked at her with tired eyes. Payan spoke up. Shikushima Zugun. She raised her hand to form binoculars and looked through them. It seems you are quite famous too. I recognized you right away at the train station. But it is really strange. Payan reached out to him and asked why he was willing to reveal himself like that when he knew someone was trying to kill him. Shikushima smiled and said, I do not want to show my face in public either. But if I want to promote myself, I have to accept it. Payan raised her hand in confusion. You are not a politician after all. Huh. Maybe going through an assassination attempt like this will make you wiser. She turned and waved goodbye to Shiki as she left. He sighed without a word, then suddenly spoke from deep inside. Shikushima looked back and replied, I am leaving this matter to you. A woman's voice echoed. Then said, take a rest. Maria walked over to Shikushima, placed her hand on his shoulder, her face twisted into a smile. Time to warm up and stretch those muscles. Back outside, powerful purple aura suddenly appeared, making Payan open her eyes wide in surprise. Shikushima gradually transformed. Zombie powder. Maria merged with Shikushima's entire body and slowly healed, the hole in Maria's stomach gradually closing. Payan turned her head in confusion, wondering if the hole in his stomach was healing. Shikushima's body gradually swapped with Maria's as she smirked, placing a hand on her hip, her jade-like figure. Maria pushed her hair back, smirking wickedly at Payan. She was stunned and confused. Thinking, she even changed her appearance. Suddenly Payan realized something, a transformation technique. Then Maria appeared near Payan, holding a cigarette between her lips, and said, we call that the opposite form. She blew smoke into Payan's face and said, I am Enigok Song bitch. Payan's face slowly melted in horror as Maria continued, one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. She smiled mischievously at Payan. The Death King Maria, or Zombie King Maria x Payan. Maria took a drag from her cigarette and explained. We call that the opposing form. She blew smoke into Payan's face and said, I am Enigoksong bitch. Payan's face gradually melted in her horror. Maria, one of the 6 rainbow kings. She turned around behind Payan, now just a dry mist, and she would create a chemical inside her body. This would be considered a toxic chemical or a poison that could be transmitted through the smoke in her cigarette. Shikushima, sweating as he watched this, thought, she does not show an ounce of mercy at all. What are you thinking? That woman just pierced you through. Drop that knave thought of yours, kid. She murmured, this is an invasion. We are in the heart of a war. Shikushima thought to himself, I know. Maria raised her hand to hold the cigarette and pondered. Now then, she looked up at the giant tentacle and said, from what I can see, the first battle is probably happening over there. According to Shibuya Catastrophe 6, in another place, 3 battles are currently underway to repel the invasion of the conquerors. The battle rages between Ariake Subaru and Leon, while at the same time Harasaka Renji and Hidoko Tetsu fight in Dad. In a large house, Tsunemori Zinga faces Conqueror Hockney, frowning in irritation at the man before him. Hockney spoke up, not dark at all, you must beat Tsunemori Zinga right. Hentaser 2 Sword introduced himself, I am Hockney the Magic Sword. Hockney's body glowed with a blue light as he readied his taser blade to fight among the king's guards. Zinga's face showed surprise at his introduction. Hockney quickly slashed him twice and then said, I am the strongest. Zinga painfully clutched his bleeding cheek from the cuts. Hockney pondered, comparing himself to others who also used the ice element that I knew, and the Huff clan near us was definitely much stronger than him. Zinga collapsed to the ground, blood staining the floor, his hand holding the sword motionless. After hearing Hockney speak seriously, Zinga thought he might be right. Hockney turned his head to look at the man struggling to stand and fight back, saying he might be the weakest among Subaru's close ones. He continued, by the time I appeared, it was already too late, and I had no counterpart at all, but Hockney pondered, with that wound, he should have been dead already. Then small ice chunks began to fall. Zinga raised his hand to wipe his mouth despite the wound on his chest as the ice chunks fell. Hockney stood alert in a ready stance, sure that this guy was using ice to protect himself, using it endlessly without tiring. He was calculating in his mind, just needing to do that move one more time, when suddenly he realized something. Small snowflakes began to fall from the sky, then gradually many snowflakes fell. He thought, snow, Zinga said firmly, I will become stronger. He continued, no matter if my limits are rank or a powerless god, I do not care. Zinga remembered when Axel told him in the snowy mountains, Zinga, since you have not developed your strongest skill yet, this will be a great opportunity to challenge yourself. He pondered the words of the elder. Axel said seriously, step through the door and win with just one ultimate skill. Back in the present, Zinga raised his hand to his serious face. The 6 skill snowflakes mall, towards where Hoji stood. He was attacked by blue snowflakes. Perennial curse. The blue snowflakes grew thicker, clinging to Hoji as if they wanted to swallow him whole and crush him. Ongi thought the snow was freezing everything it touched. Zinga's eyes lit up as he looked toward Honey, who was being attacked by the blue snow, which was slowly freezing him, causing Hongi, terrified, gritting his teeth in fear. What is this feeling? Is my soul being erased? Ongi, thinking, this is exactly the curse Dacher warned me about. Only Ariake Subaru was supposed to be able to use this. Zinga looked at him with a cold, terrifying tone as the blue snowflakes swirled around him and said, I can now fight strong enemies using my divine power. I do not want the managers to find out though. He reached out his hand to create a weapon. Food skill. Glassosphere. Ongi, struggling to resist the snow piles. A strong blue aura appeared around Zinga as he pointed the spear down at him and said sternly, I will use the power of my kin. Blue javelin. Ongi lay trapped in the terrifying blue ice, screaming loudly and waving his hands desperately, his mouth stammering words of pleading, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. No! Wait! Do not! But Zinga paid no attention and prepared to throw the spear in his hand at him. He took a stance and threw it hard toward Hockney, the spear piercing straight into him. Then sharp blue ice blocks with jagged shapes sprouted straight up from where Hogi was. Zinga suddenly spoke up, I am the guardian. He stood before a giant blue ice block with Hockney frozen inside and continued, you should regret trying to conquer this world. Ozunomori Zinga Ki. Zinga pondered, Harasaka-san and the others have already defeated Dacher. He thought to himself. Zinga suddenly turned around and looked back, returning to the massive, solemn skyscraper. Shubaya Sutiya. 6th floor. Standoff unfolds between Ariake Subaru and the Conqueror Leon, who gazes thoughtfully downward, holding onto an iron bar. He speaks, I understand now. Leon tightly gripped the iron bar above the terrifying red water rushing below and continued. So this is how things will turn out. He held on to avoid falling while calculating in his mind. I heard Ariake Subaru can turn mists into blood and control it. If he intends to drown this whole place in blood, then he is already certain of victory. His face calm as he thought. Even the scent rising now is enough to kill just by inhaling it. Leon frowned and thought, wondering if this guy had really only been a god ruler for 2 months. Then he glanced at Subaru standing in the middle of the red water, assessing that he had the courage and resolve of someone who had faced death countless times. Subaru's face showed indifference as he remained silent. Leon smiled and said, I thought this would be over quickly. He looked at Subaru and explained, our world is ruled by 2 kings. Subaru looked at Leon in confusion. He continued, the first is the king of the west, Endature, also known as Anad. Then he said, and the other, raising a staff, is the king of authority. Leon gradually transformed into his true identity, the Eternal One. He smiled at Subaru as the red streams of water were suddenly drawn up. Surprising him, Leon raised the staff and drew the red streams of water upward. Subaru glanced around as all the red water was being sucked up. Leon sucked up all the water until the ground was completely dry. Subaru watched the water gradually disappear and thought, has he absorbed all the blood essence? He spoke up, so that is the power of the second origin. Leon smiled gently and said, I am the king of the east, Leon. Which is stronger, my eternal loop ring or the immortality of Gainai? He looked at Subaru and continued, we have to try to find out. A take Subaru. On a white sandy beach with quartz fragments on the ground, the shore gleamed brightly as Subaru handed the ring to Vanquish, who praised him. Well done, Subaru. He looked at the ring in his hand and continued, an item that can sense the location of the overseers. The ring in Vanquish's palm glowed, an engagement ring crafted by Tega, and Subaru replied plainly, he asked confusedly, are you planning to find them right away? Vanquish explained, we have to wait for the right moment. I still need to prepare a few things. Subaru responded, got it. Subaru fell silent in thought. Then said, hey, Vanquish. Subaru absent-mindedly raised his hand to his chin and asked, what exactly is a king? And Vanquish was shocked, mouth agape, saying, at this point, you are still asking that? He explained, well, after meeting the kings, I found they were quite similar to the kings in the human world, but still somewhat different. And Vanquish finally understood and replied, so that is what you mean. He held up 2 fingers and explained, in the underworld, what makes a king is determined more by nature and the arrangement within the soul than by their actual duty. There are 2 main types of kings based on the positions of sage and warrior. Vanquish further explained. For example, Sybil represents the sage, Killam the warrior, but aside from that, there are exceptions, and the kings are one of those exceptions. He added that the soul of each king carries a great allure, allowing them to lead others and move forward. Vanquish continued. Besides that, they also possess a special skill called the King's Privilege. Hearing that, Subaru asked, is the King's Privilege the power that Ruin and Subble once used? Vanquish crossed his arms and said, the King's Privilege is the distinctive manifestation when a king appears, so strong that it cannot be denied. He paused in thought and reminded Subaru to keep an eye on that during the fight. Elsewhere, Subaru stood silently, looking ahead with seriousness. In front of him was Leon, the King of the East, radiating a brilliant light. Leon hovered proudly in the air, smiling down at Subaru, who thought, eternal. He bowed his head in thought. Was that the thing existing inside Leon's soul? Leon raised his hand slowly. He gathered the red energy and said, so this is a curse. Subaru widened his eyes and looked toward Lion. He rushed quickly towards Subaru, then swung a punch at his stomach, sending Subaru flying back. He was slammed painfully against the wall by Lion's blow. Subaru gritted his teeth, squinting one eye as he let out a painful cry. Thinking, is he trying to pierce through himself to directly harm his own soul? He looked at Leon in disbelief, thinking it could not be true. Leon seemed to know what Subaru was thinking and said, I know what you are thinking. He can also use the original words, right? Lion said, the answer is now I can use them freely. He explained, I have absorbed your blood curse with this king's staff. Leon's status screen appeared, showing maximum level 1. Leon's royal privilege allows him to absorb others' skills with his scepter and store up to 3 skills at once. If he exceeds this limit, the oldest absorbed skill will be lost, but his EMP will be restored instead. Subaru looked at him and said, your abilities are not easy to explain. Leon smiled broadly. Letting people die without knowing why they died is really something. Subaru bowed his head with a thoughtful expression and said, I understand now. As he witnessed Leon's arrogant attitude, the compassion in Subaru's heart began to fade, and the blood curse spreading through the floors until now was just a lure. With the curse escaping the building through the ventilation ducts, it was to block out all sunlight, and Subaru's hair gradually turned white while his eyes glowed red. Since things have come this far, I might as well show them some of these cool things, the ones who walk under the liberated sunlight. You keep talking, but in the end, losing without knowing why is not fun at all. Leon smiled with her lips pressed together. Watching you, blocking the fight on the other side between Harasaka Renji and Haida Kotetsu with Endature bleeding from the head. So this is, she stood among the monsters and spoke, the full force attack of Harasaka Renji. On the rooftop of the skyscraper stood a massive monster. She thought. It was unbelievable that he could kill her strongest beast with just one strike. Endature caught his left arm and exclaimed, strong, but She looked over at the two of them. That is all she has got. Harasaka knelt down, catching him, black marks spreading across his face as he winced in pain. Kotetsu raised his hand, which also had black marks, and said calmly, I understand. His face bore the same marks as his poison, and Daicher saw that he was still standing firm and said with surprise, Hayato Kotetsu, I am impressed you can still stand. She continued, looking at Kotetsu, but soon you won't be able to move a single finger. You have been enveloped by Hydra's poison, the entity I faced before I was restored. And Daicher added, the victory in this battle has belonged to me from the start. Kotetsu frowned, thinking she using her strongest attack as bait. He glanced at his hand. Now Kotetsu's fingers were slowly dropping one by one. He pondered deeply, wondering how to escape this. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait a moment, and Daicher's eyes widened in surprise. Both of them heard the voice and immediately turned their heads toward where it came from. The three of them looked toward Maria holding the cigarette and calling out, Harasaka. Right, she said. You need to learn how to focus if I am not here. Maria recalled grabbing Mei and Kinokawa by the collars to get them out of the fight, then rushing over to Sika and kicking her away from the spot. Maria pulled everyone away from the fierce battle. She said, your wonderful friends have all eaten and rested by now. You know, Harasaka smirked at her despite Raven struggling to endure the poison within. Surely she is Shikushima Kuni's rival. Before I launched my attack earlier, I had already caught a glimpse of her coming here. He recalled the scene of Maria casually walking across the middle hill. Unaffected by the battle, Maria brought the cigarette to her lips, took a drag, and said, so you choose to trust me. She let out a blue smoke sigh, saying how terrifying it was. The blue smoke drifted toward Harasaka in awe, like jade dew. He was amazed as the toxins in his body gradually disappeared, and Daicher frowned upon seeing this. The toxins inside Harasaka vanished slowly, and he suddenly exclaimed that his whole body felt much lighter. Suddenly Daicher lunged at Harasaka before he could react, making a swift decision. Her eyes locked on Harasaka with deadly intent. She had to kill Renji Harasaka before he recovered Washio, and suddenly an arm shot out unexpectedly. And given the situation, her choice of Wachio was understandable. That hand reached for where Indacher was standing. Tetsu thrust her hand decisively into Indacher's abdomen, but judging by the outcome, it seemed like a mistake. Mercurius, the god of thieves, his face was cold as blood splattered from Indacher. To Harasaka's amazement, Tetsu calmly withdrew her bloodied hand from Anat's stomach, leaving the onlooker stunned and speechless. Indacher lay dying on the ground with a look of disbelief, asked why. She glanced at Tetsu with confusion, and asked how even you can move. Tetsu raised her hand, now with only 2 fingers left, explaining that her pantheon technique allows her to possess gods from Greek and Lama mythology. He summoned Asclepius and continued, that also includes the god of medicine. Asclepius. Tetsu rubbed her hands together and added, I plan to kill you the moment you let your guard down. I have plenty of ways to make you die. Indacher lay on the ground, smiling tiredly with her eyes. You have always been like that, have not you? She looked down sadly, wondering if life does not always go the way we want. Right. Indacher glanced at the two standing there. 7 people. Huh. Then looked at the group beside them and added, if so many people have come, you should be doing better. Tetsu and Harasaka looked confused, but Indacher explained that even if the strongest warriors on Earth gathered here, our victory was already predetermined. She continued, as long as the king in the east remains alive. Returning to where Leon and Subaru were fiercely fighting, Subaru rushed toward Leon's tree fist, then suddenly controlled the mystic leader to unleash a blood curse, catching him off guard before he could react. Blood curse. Leon smirked triumphantly, over by Miss Tetsu. He looked at Leon's system board and said, is this Leon, the one fighting Subaru? Indacher lay exhausted on the ground without saying a word. Tetsu spoke up, if that is the case, then you lost from the very beginning, and Harasaka stood behind, smiling brightly in agreement, saying, that is right. Indacher widened his eyes in surprise and asked, how? Kotetsu explained, no matter who it is, they would never stand before a human god master. Back at the fierce battle, Subaru jumped up and kicked Leon hard, sending him flying. The deadly blood curse clenched in his fist. From the south, Leon was shocked by the kick, eyes wide in disbelief. He learned blood magic. This person's power reached a whole new level after the transformation. Subaru said, I was told that becoming a king is determined by the arrangement within that person's soul. His right eye turned into den and started bleeding. Subaru's face hardened with determination. So then I just need to be stronger and defeat the king from another world. Subaru launched an attack that sent Lion flying into the wall, and said I was told that becoming a king is measured by the arrangement of that person's soul. Subaru, with a fierce expression, said if that is the case, I just need to be stronger and defeat you, king from another world. After the strike, Leon, mouth full of blood and gritting his teeth, launched a kick but Subaru blocked it with his arm. Leon shouted, what kind of arrangement is this? After hearing Leon's answer, which surprised Subaru a little, Leon, with bloodied lips and heavy breathing, continued, you are wrong. A king always fulfills his own duty. In a scene at the abandoned building, A voice told Lian that his king's privilege allows him to absorb others' skills and use them as his own. Then take them if any of our skills can help you. Lian thought for a moment. I can only use 3 at the same time, so it is hard to choose. Endacher looked to see whose skill he wanted to take. Lian continued analyzing. He had to keep one to ensure the plan, so he pointed at Half-Wan and said, take Half-Wan's. Half-Wan was startled and asked. Cut to Lian fighting alongside Subaru, using an extreme ice skill. Deep freeze. Subaru, with blood dripping from his mouth, feels his hand freezing solid. Could this be another skill Lian absorbed using Subaru's kingly privilege? Frozen the moment I touch him like this, close combat is probably out of the question, and even if I attack with blood magic, he will just absorb it again. Lian's mouth keeps bleeding as he holds his staff, looking towards Subaru. Subaru thought quickly, but there was one thing he had to avoid at all costs. When Tetsu and Subaru touched hands, a 7-colored light flashed. He could not let him absorb the 1,000 pains. The 7-colored light flashed as Subaru faced Lian, making him suspicious. Has this guy realized he can fight hand-to-hand or use his special skills? Lian smirked confidently. Just keep thinking that. Lian sweated, thinking that if he could buy more time, the Western King, Endacher, would surely turn the tide. Meanwhile, Miss Tetsu said, before I finish you off, I have a few questions to ask. Endacher lay on the ground, blood flowing from his head and mouth. Miss Tetsu asked Endacher, when you came to invade my world, neither of you had become kings yet. Perhaps the one who received power from their predecessor during that time, right? What happened to the previous king? Endacher weakly replied, they are all dead. A blue eye appeared in the sky, surrounded by red rays. The clouds and everyone watched silently, while 3 was speechless. Endacher regretted, thinking that if that had not happened, I would not have had to become part of this black and red hell. The Himeno sisters were smoking all over with blackened faces. Having failed, and Hafen lost most of his right arm, Endacher said regretfully, losing precious comrades and seeing them severely injured. Miss Tetsu just silently listened as Endacher spoke his heart. Endacher asked her, do you really want to know? Tetsu remained silent. Those behind her thought at the same time and angrily shouted a warning. She is trying to drag out the conversation. She has a scheme. Kill her quickly. Tetsu waved her hand surrounded by red energy in response. Is that so? Endacher, weak and bloodied, looked up at the hand aiming at her and thought, this sounds like an interrogation, but my blood volume has already recovered. The cruel lever has a secondary skill of Endacher that helps her recover 1% every second. She endures the healing. The Grand Earth Juice Ground Army. A woman dressed in black appears. Miss Tetsu curiously wondered if the water attack technique was difficult, but Harasaka suddenly stepped forward, cutting in with concern, saying it is not good. Tetsu was surprised when Harasaka said that Yudo Ryusi's technique, which keeps Shibuya in a perfect state, seems to require a certain condition to maintain it. The reason you have always protected him during the fight is because if he moves from his position, the technique will be cancelled. Yudo raised his hand to block the wave hitting him and asked in confusion. Buoyancy. Endacher's goal was not to use water pressure, but its buoyant force. Endacher spoke his final words before closing his eyes, saying that no matter how many lives we sacrifice, as long as Endacher achieves his goal, it is enough. Yudo still struggled with the golden energy surrounding his legs, and Endacher continued, saying that in the end, he has completed his mission. A golden light shown as Grakti Chevalius release unleashed multiple golden shields around him. Yudo gritted his teeth in anger at being tricked by Endacher. Damn it. The shields began to shatter and disappear in many places. Cut to Subaru's side. He is in an attacking stance. Suddenly, Subaru disappears, catching Lian off guard. At that moment, Subaru moved behind Lian while raising his sword high. Feeling the danger, Lian quickly turned around just as Subaru's sword was coming down. Unable to react in time, Subaru slashed at Lian's shoulder. With blood in his mouth, Lian wondered movement. Endacher's report never mentioned this ability of his. Subaru stared at Lian without emotion, wondering if he had really gotten this strong in such a short time. Then Lian weakly closed his eyes, but it seemed she still finished the task just in time. The barriers on Lian's side had also disappeared. Seeing this, Subaru was suddenly stunned, and as the barriers shattered, everyone regained their movement. They resumed their previous activities one by one, as all the barriers shattered everywhere without sparing a single place. At this moment, after everything returned to normal, a sudden sound startled them, and the 2 girls looked up in surprise. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. After regaining movement, everyone was shocked to see the battle between the 2 gods. The guy in the orange shirt shouted, "What is going on? Are they fighting?" Blonde man said. "No," Sammy in the orange shirt replied. "It is the battle of the 2 gods." A man hurriedly ran and shouted to everyone, "Run quickly." Seeing this, Subaru panicked, sweat pouring down his face, and exclaimed, "No, Udo's ultimate skill has been destroyed." Lian smiled faintly, raising his staff and said, "Right now this ultimate skill will affect all of humanity. Loon's staff can store up to 3 ultimate skills at once. Currently, it holds Ariek's Blood Curse, Subaru's, and Hafen's Extreme Ice. Finally, there is a hidden trump card with very strict activation conditions. but it will help turn the tide for the conquerors. A method to summon the Divine Lord from his world across dimensions at the cost of human souls, a supreme skill that brings countless deaths and rebirths, granting Leon the authority of the king as he assumes the throne of his predecessor. At the same time, Loon unleashes the catastrophic skill Catastrophe. Subaru and Ariak Tiger engaged in a fierce battle, and Subaru quickly grew stronger since clashing with Ariak Tiger. After the clash, Subaru returned as an upgraded version with white hair and blazing red eyes. Leon, holding a red staff and severely wounded, greeted with blood at his mouth. He had miscalculated Subaru's abilities. But despite that, the conditions to activate the Catastrophe had been met. Speaking of Catastrophe, it is a secret technique that consumes all human souls within a 1-kilometer radius to summon allied gods from any space. Leon and his invasion plan involve sacrificing millions of Chibor citizens to summon the gods from their homeland. There are 3 conditions needed to successfully activate this ultimate technique. There must be more than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius, the God Lord's imp must be at 100%, and the God Lord's health must be below 5%. They all meet these conditions. The first condition was met right from the start. The second condition will be fulfilled by removing the extreme ice from Leon's storage, allowing him to fully restore his EP. That is a side effect of Leon's former king's privilege. Subaru fiercely attacks Leon. The third condition, requiring the god ruler's health to be below 5%, has been met by Ariak Subaru's attacks. Leon holds the privileged staff, the revered predecessor of Leon, King Bridget, and now it is finally time for him to use King Bridget's royal privilege. Loon began to activate the king's privilege, Catastrophe. But there was still another way. In short, Loon's Catastrophe could not be triggered. Subaru pressed the tip of his sword against Leon's neck. First, Ariak Subaru would behead him before the ultimate skill could activate. Subaru hesitated for a moment before slashing at Leon, who bowed his head to the blade at his throat and cut to the castle of the Seabeer Catastrophe. Bridget lay in a pool of blood with a large hole in his abdomen as Leon screamed. Bridget, Leon let out a painful scream. Damn it. Who did this to you? Lying on the ground is the former king of the East. Bridget said. Those who carried it out. Leon gritted his teeth at him, glanced at the weak Bridget lying on the ground, and continued. The managers know I am trying to escape my game. Leon was shocked and sweating. Impossible. Bridget looked at Leon with full trust and said, Leon, you have all the potential of a king. Take my throne. Leon was shocked. Are you asking me to become the next king of the East? I can't do it. If it were not for you, then I. Before Leon could finish, Bridget interrupted him. Seeing me like this, you must be thinking that hardships always come before you have time to prepare. Bridget's hand was now covered in blood. Take my royal privilege. Leon solemnly grasped Bridget's hand. Powerful energy surged as they held hands. Bridget was passing the privilege to Leon. Bridget slowly grew tired and closed her eyes, begging you to free us from the prison of our captors. With her last bit of strength, Bridget whispered before closing her eyes, everything is for the people of our land. And so, the former King Bridget of the East passed away forever. Tears streamed down Leon's face as he grasped Bridget's hand, crying out in pain. Bridget, light from outside shone into the palace as Leon silently knelt beside Bridget's body. At that moment, someone else approached, saying, I could not make it in time. Leon looked at her and said, Indacher. His face was filled with sorrow. Why are you here? Indacher replied, because I am the next queen of the West. Indacher lowered her eyes and looked at Bridget. Bridget left in great pain, her body covered in wounds and blood staining her face. Indacher clenched her teeth, unable to hold back, and called out, Leon, should we join the forces? Indacher's eyes lit up as she looked at Leon and continued, I have found a world untouched. I will go conquer it. Leon looked at Indacher with hesitation. Does she want to save the world? Indacher replied, it is because of our people. The scene shifts to the present where Leon's barrier is still active. An Ariak Subaru's sword. Subaru swung his sword straight at Leon's neck, faster than the time it took to activate the ultimate move. In the moment the blade was about to touch Leon, he still thought of his people, and Subaru's eyes stirred. Subaru held the sword with one hand at the moment he could defeat Leon. Keeping the blade still, Leon looked up at Subaru with a mix of surprise and confusion. Subaru looked at Leon and said, let us end this, Leon. Subaru kept the sword pressed to Leon's neck as he knelt there, confused for more than a moment. Leon, sweating, said, you just said what? Subaru recalled the memory and replied, before, in my battle with my younger brother, Ariak Tiger. His heart was connected to mine. Leon frowned, thinking to himself that soul exchange can only happen between two people with similar sensitivity. Subaru gritted his teeth and continued, the reason you invaded us is the same as the feeling inside me. Leon stood dazed, wondering how his own heart could feel this way. Subaru winced in pain, on the verge of tears, thinking why did Subaru have to create such a painful emotion because of him? Subaru continued, I know how your technique works. Once it is activated, neither of us has a way out, so stop this now. Leon hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head to think. That sudden proposal stopped Leon's thoughts cold. At that moment, another tremor shook him, leaving him frozen in hesitation. Outside, the energy sources were activated. Yudo's expression was extremely serious, creating enough time for Yudo Ryas to reactivate cracked Chevaliers. By restoring the person to an active state, Loon's disaster was no longer effective. Loon was shocked, watching Subaru's pained expression and wondering, was Subaru just stalling? Leon's instincts screamed that Subaru had tricked him. He really was a fool. Subaru glared down from above as Leon bowed his head and missed it. That was Endacher lying in a pool of dark blood. Loon had missed a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Endacher closed his eyes, painfully remembering that he had sacrificed his own life. Leon laughed. Ha ha ha. Subaru looked at him sadly. Leon slammed his small hand on the ground and shouted, "Damn it." Subaru stepped back holding his sword, bowing his head. "Why did I listen to you in the first place?" Leon lifted his head in pain, realizing that everything was ruined now. His face was soaked with tears, a look of unbearable anguish that could not be hidden. Everything. Subaru glared at Leon, sensing something was off. Confused, was he crying? Leon, who had been sobbing, suddenly stopped. Subaru knelt down to Leon's level and said, "I told you we should not be fighting anymore. Right? I am not lying to you. Try to remember the reason why you all invaded this world." Subaru continued to explain. "Our enemy is none other than the managers themselves." Leon wiped his tears and calmed down, confirming, "The managers are your enemies." Leon now looked up at Subaru. Pause. Leon was amazed, the one who intended to be a guardian. Subaru clenched his fist. "That is right," he said earnestly. "We will defeat the managers." Leon shouted in horror, "No way, their existence is like gods beyond our understanding." Subaru held out his hand to Leon. "We still have a chance to win. Empathy between the divine lords only happens when both have a high enough sensitivity." Leon looked at the hand in front of Subaru and continued, "You should understand my true feelings by now." In another place, a desert of white sand with a mysterious red chair in the center, Vanquish held the ring close to his heart and smiled wickedly. On this side, Subaru continued to persuade Leon. "Listen to us, Leon. We will let others know about our plan." At his position, Vanquish raised the ring and looked at it, a smile both enigmatic and somewhat terrifying spreading across his face. In a ruined and desolate city, Endacher stood on the balcony looking down at the people below and said to the person behind him, "To let our world continue to exist, we must destroy the other world." Hafen stood behind with her arms crossed, listening, and added, "Leoni." Endacher calmly said he would take responsibility for it. Hafen frowned in irritation and asked who would truly be held accountable for what happened here, looking at the ruined city below. Endacher replied, "Do not say that, Hafen. I won't let my people be endangered by opposing the administrator." Below, the people walked happily, not panicked by the devastated city, but rather seeming grateful to have a place to live. Hafen narrowed his dangerous eyes. Finally, he scratched his head and clicked his tongue. "If you need help, just tell us." Hafen showed his loyalty, saying, "If you are our king, we are willing to give our lives at any cost." Endacher glanced back for a moment before responding. "All right," she smiled gratefully. "I will rely on you." Ending the flashback, Endacher slowly opened her eyes, the light outside making her squint slightly. The person standing to her right was Maria, exhaling smoke in a stylish biker outfit. Seeing Endacher awake, Maria glanced over. Endacher lay on the floor, feeling her body and somewhat doubting she had been healed. Seeing she was still alive, she struggled to ask why they saved her. A voice sounded above her head. "I already told you." Tetsu gave Endacher a sharp look and said, "I have a lot of questions for you." Then he squinted, warning, "If you try to run, I will send you straight to hell right here." At that moment, to her left sat Harasaka with a glowing sword. Seeing the three people surrounding her, Endacher went silent among the zealots and whispered, "My life no longer has any meaning." Without finishing her sentence, she ignored the three people sitting around her. Suddenly, Harasaka saw someone approaching Subaru. Maria also saw the approaching group of three, including Subaru. Subaru led them, still with blood on his head. Beside him was Lion bowing his head shyly, and Jin was guarding the rear. Seeing Lion, Endacher suddenly stood up and called out loudly, "Lion." She angrily questioned why he was with Ariak Subaru and what had happened to his disaster servants. Faced with the accusation, Lion remained silent. Deeply ashamed, Subaru had to speak up and clarify, "We have called for a ceasefire." Endacher had never been this angry before. Harshly accusing, "Nonsense, Lion. Have you betrayed us?" She was no longer the exalted Western king but like a displaced person driven into a corner. In desperation, bitter words can be spoken. "Have you abandoned our world?" Hearing this, Lion could no longer stay silent and shouted, "You are wrong." He hesitated as he explained, "I have decided to be part of Subaru's plan." Endacher did not understand. She gritted her teeth. While Maria, smoking nearby, began to exhale a stream of blue smoke. The smoke enveloped Subaru's body as he reminded them, "Hey, you two. The administrator will hear us if we talk here." Then he took out a red zipper and suggested, "Let us talk somewhere more private." Subaru led Leon and Endacher through the red door to a white sand desert scattered with red crystals, where a red chair symbolizing the occupant's status stood before them. Vanquish sat on the chair, a powerful rainbow energy flaring up as he clapped his hands and welcomed the guests, greeting the kings from other worlds. The powerful energy radiating from Vanquish made Lion and Endacher feel intimidated and anxious. Without keeping them waiting, Vanquish smiled slyly and got straight to the point. Today's topic is how to defeat the administrator. He did not let the two of them ask a question and immediately continued. First, I do not care if you think it is impossible or that they can be defeated. What you need to do is follow our plan. Endacher looked around, assessing this strange space and wondered silently. What kind of hell is this? Is this a space where the administrator can find us? Looking at the person sitting on the throne before her, she felt an immense power radiating from him. This must be Vanquish. Endacher also knew from the power rankings between them that even if they all focused here, he could still defeat them in an instant. And she asked the question she had always been curious about. Is there anyone who can defeat the administrator? Vanquish answered frankly. No, I do not stand a chance. Endacher was stunned by this calm response. Then why are we even talking about this? As she hesitated, a black pearl ring was thrown at her feet, and a big question mark appeared above Endacher's head, not understanding the meaning of the ring, since this matter involved the administrator. Vanquish kindly explained that the ring was an item that could locate the administrator's position. He shared his intention. I plan to use it to visit an old friend of mine. Endacher remembered you, paying close attention to the words he used. An old friend? She asked. Does that mean? Subaru calmly listened to what she wanted to say. Leon already knew the plan, so she just stood there quietly without speaking. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. You have an ally among the administrators. Right, seeing how smart Endacher was, Vanquish smiled and praised her. You understand faster than Subaru. Even doing nothing you still get teased. Subaru said embarrassed. Just be quiet. So, a smart and rational girl like Endacher is hard to convince right away. She gritted her teeth and asked for more, saying, Tell me. Vanquish, how much do you know? Vanquish was very calm today and patiently explained that there are a total of 9 administrators. This number horrified Endacher, her face frozen in shock. Vanquish continued sharing what he knew about the administrators, explaining that they divided 10 billion worlds into 8 control zones, and each of them would extract soul energy from the worlds under their management. The clock is actually a system that collects that type of energy, and the game is designed to efficiently extract energy by forcing people to participate. If something goes wrong, they choose an executor from among the conquerors to eliminate the problem, and, before Vanquish could continue, Endacher raised her hand to signal him to stop. Wait, Endacher was confused, waving her hand and saying, Wait a moment, unable to process so much information. She kept sweating, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Vanquish asked anxiously, So what do you want me to say? Subaru worriedly added. Come on, explaining it just once is not enough. Endacher asked curiously. Wait, there are 8 control zones but 9 managers. So is your ally the one without a control zone? Subaru was surprised, thinking to himself that she understood it all in just one go. Vanquish gently placed his hand on the table and explained, I would call them acquaintances rather than allies. They are fickle, and I can only be sure that half of them will cooperate with me. Endacher hesitated before replying but then asked, So there is still a 50% chance that one of the managers will cooperate with me? Vanquish lounged in his chair and answered, Exactly. I plan to use his power to fight the other managers until they agree to listen. If everything goes smoothly, we might be able to escape the game. Not bad at all. Right, not bad at all. Hearing Vanquish's words, Endacher felt a stir inside. Questioning herself, not bad at all. No wonder she immediately chose to call a truce. Nervously glancing over, Endacher thought carefully. This was the first and only chance to win, and she could not let it slip away. She spoke to Vanquish. All right, we will join you. Endacher asked again. What do you want us to do now? Suddenly, she recalled a memory from before. A young man lay still on the ground. Endacher called out, Hafen. Lenda stood with his arms crossed, calmly saying he was a brave warrior. Lenda turned and walked away, leaving Endacher alone. Continuing, You should be proud to have me under your command. She sighed, walking off without saying a word. Endacher gently sat down. She reached out her hand. Endacher's hand lightly touched Hafen's pale face. I am sorry for being such a terrible king. She sobbed, but you did not sacrifice yourself in vain. Endacher hugged him tightly. Not in vain at all. Hafen. She recalled the innocent breath when the two were still together. Leon stepped forward and said, I have lost Paien and Hockney, but the rest of my allies will be healed, and once they recover, they will be brought back immediately. The other allies are together. Tetsu said, What makes you so sure I am going to kill someone now? Harasaka looked up and replied, At this point, what else can we do? Leon stood still, looking at Endacher without saying anything more. She stood up, looked at Leon, and asked, So you and I will stay here to lend our power to this world? Vanquish chuckled lightly. I was quite surprised when the Rainbow King Vanquish made that offer, but Endacher felt it was absurd. She stepped forward and said, The one he chose is Ariak Subaru. What kind of king is he anyway? Leon bowed his head slightly and replied anxiously. About that. While we were fighting, I discovered a connection between our souls. Endacher responded, You told me that when you stopped fighting already, Leon said flatly. It is not over yet. He recalled that moment. After touching his soul, I confirmed this. Leon continued, Subaru's will is not that of a king. Endacher did not understand what he was saying. She asked curiously, What do you mean? Leon replied worriedly, I do not know. I have never seen anything like that before. Something inside his soul. The allies standing beside Subaru were surrounded by a radiant halo. Leon continued, One who was saved by the world. Subaru's eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. Jing called Subaru's name in confusion. Ariak pointed to his eyes and asked, Has not Maria healed his eyes yet? Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. Confirming Jing's question, one of Subaru's eyes was bloodshot and bleeding continuously, each drop falling slowly as he panicked. Then the scene shifted to the temporary client association headquarters. Shikushima spoke up in the middle of the press conference. As we mentioned in the previous report, we accepted the invitation from the underworld to participate in a meeting among their leaders. He continued to announce, based on the information we gathered while there, ignoring the stunned silence of the reporters, Shikushima pressed on. Here, please take a look at the documents we provided. As he spoke, he immediately presented an open book. Director Higasaki watched the interview thoughtfully. A day after the battle to protect Shibuya, the Japanese Divine Sunday Association held a press conference with those who had been to the underworld. Suddenly, she smiled as if she had achieved something, knowing they would be the first to announce the official results and claim leadership among the powerful nations. Back at the press conference, Shikushima continued to explain the best news we got while there. He paused briefly and then added that we have reached an agreement with the underworld. Shikushima suddenly grew much more serious, saying from now on they will no longer send any new gates to our world. This new information shocked all the reporters at the scene. At the same time, Jinga, with his face covered, calmly listened to Shiki to make up for past losses. While Akira smiled softly and spoke of a future where we connect with the underworld, he continued while Sayaka was cheerful, saying we will cooperate and expand connections with all countries. Shikishima's tone remained steady as he moved on to the interview segment. Everyone quickly scrambled to raise their hands. If you have any questions, raise your hand now. The afternoon was fading and the sunset was slowly descending outside the mansion, and Shikushima, returning to his usual self, shouted tiredly, while Jinga was removing the box from his head. Shikushima quickly wiped the sofa as if trying to stick to it. Complaining, I am exhausted. Then Jinga praised him, saying honestly, your way of answering at the press conference was professional, and Shikushima replied naturally, I handled all of this by myself. Harasaka did not hold back but suddenly hesitated, leaving everyone confused. You are really good. I was about to step in and help a bit, but then Shikushima interrupted to ask, Subaru, how are you feeling now? Subaru gently touched his eye to reassure everyone. And my eye shows no more signs. He keeps changing his attitude. Well then, if anything strange happens, report to us immediately. So now, our next concern is the fourth disaster. Kinokoa quickly added with a smile that seemed to mock others' pain. Do not forget you also have to join the meeting with allies from other countries. And there is also the online meeting with the leaders of other countries. Shikushima said pleadingly. Kinokoa laughed heartily but refused. I really can't do it. He scratched his head tiredly and asked, Subaru, are you sure Tsunemori can handle the fourth disaster on his own? Upon hearing that, you immediately announced your plan. Yes, I am planning to let a freeloader join him too. To confirm Subaru's words, an image of Mies, Tetsu shopping appeared, saying I want to pay by card. Ariex. Akira pondered again while Shikushima clenched his teeth. Is it him again? A deep voice echoed. The one who killed me in Carrion. The fourth disaster. The false emperor. According to the story, a flame is falling onto a vast and beautiful mountain range. He, born from Mount Kyosu far from Tokyo, has quietly been increasing his power by absorbing the surrounding souls. A vision of the future slowly appears before everyone. If that emperor is allowed to fully develop, he will become terrifying, yet the emperor still lies calmly. Now we have a false emperor basking in the sun. At 7% development, he was comfortably basking in the sun while thinking, if the emperor keeps absorbing souls from this world, soon he will create the strongest army in history, first turning this place into hell. And then, before the false emperor could complete his plan, a polite voice rang out, asking permission, and he responded very respectfully. Yes. Subaru walked with Jenga and curious Tetsu, wondering if they were the fourth disaster, while the emperor stared at them in confusion. Then Jenga raised his hand as if to cast a spell and said, Excuse me. I apologize. Probably. The hand-focusing magic moved closer to his curious face. In an instant, the Great Lake, Ice Knight, the fourth disaster, was eliminated. Tetsu asked confused, what use am I here after all? Subaru smiled awkwardly and gave the reason. Just to be sure, please enjoy the latest version of the events in the next part. He had just arrived home and shouted, We are back, and Dacher greeted coldly. Welcome home, Subaru, who immediately smiled brightly and proudly said, Subaru, we have made dinner, Tetsu shamelessly mocked. Freeloaders, to which Subaru quickly replied with an uncomfortable truth, you are actually the biggest freeloader here. Damn it. Just as he finished, he stepped forward with a changed tone, exclaiming, it looks so delicious, let us eat already. Before he could even sit down, a voice called out, Subaru, you have been recognized, Siha. It turns out Sia was playing with the cat. I apologize for interrupting your meal. She paused, gazing in one direction, but Siha noticed the 4 figures hovering above the central courtyard and announced, we have some visitors. Right after that, Shikushima also concocted, Subaru, there is an urgent matter. Subaru replied, Shikishi. As he was opening the door to step out, Sia continued telling the story. After hearing about his journey to the underworld, emissaries from other countries all wanted him. It turns out the 4 figures flying earlier have approached your apartment, and according to her story, they want to capture you and take you back to their country. The golden-haired southern deity smiles confidently as if he already has Subaru in his grasp. Next to them was the black-haired president wearing a mysterious face mask, along with a cold and strange goddess watching intently, and finally the seemingly gentle leader smiling faintly, while he was carefully observing each person. Seiha warned. Be careful. Shikushima was just as worried. Do not worry. We are on our way. Unlike what everyone thought, Subaru was at a loss for words. It turned out that Tetsu had seriously focused her power around herself. Lean was not to be outdone, transforming into the golden divine lord form. Seeing this, Endaker also prepared to enter combat mode, seemingly having anticipated the outcome. Subaru helplessly tried to stop it, but I thought it was not really necessary. Streams of terrifying multicolored power shone toward the 4 gods as if to overwhelm them, while Seiha was lying on the cat at home. They quickly finished dealing with it. The group of top world gods done, Shikushima was speechless as he informed Kino, who said there was no need to come, and she immediately shouted loudly, making Yudo, Mii, and Akira cheer happily, saying we do not have to go anymore. A loud sound came from beneath Subaru's building as if trying to stop him. No wait. President. It turned out Maya was comforting the blonde god lord who was in pain while the sound from the phone played. I told you we should not have done that. He was furious on the phone. I thought it was just Ariak Subaru there, the golden-haired deity recounted in horror. But how the hell were there 4 monsters there? Mia repeated in disbelief, 4, contrasting with the noisy scene outside. Inside the apartment Subaru was full of praise, saying this soup is really delicious, while Akira modestly replied, it is just an ordinary kind. Switching to the underworld, the Silver Kingdom. Birch Forest. Ather urgently announced the time. The day is 15 minutes left. Vanquish curiously stepped forward, naturally calling me out to this empty place. What is going on? He slowly approached Cebu and called out in a low voice. Cebu, ignoring Vanquish's attitude. She calmly explained that she had also heard the king of the Silver Kingdom was one of Subaru's close relatives, so she had been looking for a place for them to meet for many days. This is an extremely urgent matter. Cebu grew more serious. The 8th disaster had been rewritten. As soon as he heard the news, his face suddenly grew serious. Amid his gritted teeth, she revealed the shocking information that the 6-eyed enforcers would appear in the human realm. Ruin quickly asked again, the 6-eyed enforcers. Cebu, sweating with worry, explained at length, they are the ones who killed the previous king of the Golden Kingdom and his guardian, the former king of the Silver Kingdom. Just thinking about how terrifying the 2 of them looked shook him to his core, and she helplessly spoke the truth. Abaddon's power does not stand a chance against them. Suddenly, Cebu grew urgent, saying we have to act quickly if things keep going like this. Immediately after, she fearfully spoke the outcome that neither she nor Vanquish dared to face, that Subaru's death in the future was inevitable. In a different world, Masthema was holding the phone. Answering, yes, yes. Hello. She lifted the blood-stained weapon and asked the person on the phone, am I the operator? Masthema calmly replied, if we have not met before, then maybe you are the guide or the balance. Or perhaps even the support. She asked curiously, is there a job? Of course I will take it, but why me? After the person on the other end replied, Masthema immediately sighed. I see. Yes, yes. I will report back right away. As she finished speaking, she immediately started tapping on her phone. And then a voice came through. Hello, Masthema exclaimed joyfully. Oh. You answered? Director, she excitedly announced, we have a job. Executor. Masthema, the sun was shining gently on the building where Subaru was, and he grabbed his bag, stepped outside, looked up at the sky, and said, even if it is winter, dressing like this to go out is still fine, but hearing a noise, he turned to greet. Good morning, Hyodu. It is already afternoon now. It turned out that Tetsu had sat down on the sofa curiously. Where's Ariak? Hearing this, Endaker knew exactly how to respond. He went out for a walk. Maybe now he is sitting and having coffee. Right after that, she stood in front of him and ordered, Hyodu, move aside so I can clean the sofa. Miss Tetsu was speechless and confused. You all seem way too happy. Endacher sighed deeply, complaining like an old mother. If you are going to freeload, You should at least help out with some housework. At least that much. Before she could finish her sentence, he was already speechless. What are you all waiting for? Endacher still pretended to be clueless and asked again. Suddenly, Tetsu's voice dropped with deep suspicion. Do you hope this peace will last forever? Although the volume was lowered, those still hanging clothes could hear it and turned back to stare at him. Suddenly, a strange water stain appeared in the peaceful city sky. Unaware of everyone's tension, Subaru happily savored the coffee in his hand. Thinking how delicious it was, he closed his eyes and relaxed, silently telling himself that before the 7th disaster arrives, he must enjoy this peaceful moment. Just as peace was settling, he suddenly saw something and opened his eyes. At the same time, a polite voice spoke up. Excuse me, I apologize for the disturbance, but Asmodeus looked a bit shy and hesitant. May I sit here? Without hesitation, Subaru agreed. Yes. Suddenly he paused as if realizing something, but Subaru looked around the furniture with curiosity. There are still many other places. As soon as he sat down, he looked outside and exclaimed, Today is such a beautiful day. And he could not agree more. That is right, observing the peaceful city beneath the sky. Asmodeus continued, the blue sky. White clouds. Truly beautiful. Hearing this, Subaru also looked outside slowly and replied, That is right. Confusion seemed to appear in his wide-open eyes. It turned out the source of his puzzlement was because he suddenly burst into tears. Startled, Subaru stood up and asked if he was okay. Asmodeus wiped his tears awkwardly and said it was fine. He was fine, adjusting his glasses as he gently sighed. Sorry. You are really kind. It is just that the sky is so beautiful it moved me a little. Asmodeus's explanation left him stunned and speechless. Without giving Subaru a chance to recover, he gently revealed a shocking truth. Destroying a world like this is simply unbearable, as if used to being shocked. He hesitated, unable to believe what he just heard. Repeating, destroy. Did you just say that? Asmodeus slowly apologized. Sorry for being so hasty. Then he pushed the business card over as if to introduce it. This is the organization I work for. As soon as Subaru heard Asmodeus mention the name, he quickly became flustered. The World Decline Organization. The business card appeared clearly as if to prove his introduction. Asmodeus announced in a steady tone, I am the director of the Six-Eyed Corporation. My name is Asmodeus. Then he smiled softly as your power was unleashed. Also known as the executor, Asmodeus was stunned by the scene before him. Immediately after, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, Amazing. Asmodeus looked innocent and shook his head, saying that in such a short moment, you were already ready for a battle against an enemy like me. In just 2 months, you, Arika, have become a fierce warrior. No wonder my clients have been keeping an eye on you. Subaru still has not understood a thing all this time. You shouted loudly. What the hell are you rambling about? He continued to act innocent. I did not do anything. Sorry if I upset you. Like a true white lotus, Asmodeus kept apologizing, but I sincerely apologize. Fighting is just pointless. He continued in a gentle tone, making it clear that the person in front of you now is only a separated soul, not the original self, so do not even think about fighting. Subaru, furious and unable to control his power, split his soul. This guy created a clone by taking a small part of your main soul. An organization, you say a corporation, and they want war too. Right. Immediately Asmodeus raised his hand to stop him and said you are wrong. He then switched to a serious threatening tone. One of the principles of our organization. We decided the most effective way was to let you know in advance. Sorry for the rude notification. Talking like this only makes you more upset. What the hell is this guy going on about? Asmodeus still smiled faintly. Of course, the target this time is not just you. The image of Subaru's teammates appeared as he emphasized. My staff will visit each member of your team one by one. You hurriedly contacted each person in your mind. Shiki, Shima, Siha, Kareen, Zinga, Naris, so subtly that Asmodeus quickly noticed. Startling. Subaru, do you have telepathic abilities too? He apologized again even though it did not seem like it at all. Sorry, but we have already blocked that ability, you angrily demanded. Why would you do that? Then Asmodeus tilted his head mysteriously, saying that was a secret of our corporation. His superior attitude only fueled Subaru's anger. This guy, watching him closely while guessing who this enemy could be. This is the first time Subaru has faced such a foe. It is hard to believe Subaru thought he not only has power but also forces Subaru to follow his orders. Right after that, Asmodeus checked his watch and announced that it seemed the time was almost up. Back at Subaru's house, Tetsu continued from earlier, saying we do not know, glancing at Endaker. He continued, how do you all rely on Ariak Subaru? Leon was no exception. Watching Tetsu in return, he kept reading the lines. But we should also know that Tetsu's eyes seemed to see through the mortal world as she commented, this world is a hell. Behind Leon, a red light suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. It turned out that the red beam was striking the group, leaving him stunned. Luyên was startled and quickly turned around to assess the situation. Both Ondacher and Lean stared intently outside. Amid her confusion, Miss Tetsu remained calm as if she had predicted something. At the cave, the situation grew increasingly tense as beams of various colors kept appearing outside. Asmodeus remained calm, smiling softly as he tapped on the table. Meanwhile, Subaru watched him intently, both worried and angry. Sitting on the sofa, Tetsu carefully considered. Thinking it over, what they called a gate was just a water stain of the world. That layer full of water stains is a substitute, the administrator of those water channels. Miss Tetsu cunningly thought to herself, surely everyone feels the existence of the administrator of the water channels. Ondacher closed her eyes and thought, and Miss Tetsu continued to ponder seriously. Miss Tetsu went on, the sacred frame will, the flickering rays appeared continuously, appearing in the cursed turtle world. He explained in a calm voice, there is no way out. And even if there was, cut to another place where the early rays flicker continuously. Asmodeus and Subaru are at a cafe discussing. Asmodeus says, Lord Ariak. In that case, Subaru showed a brief look of surprise and froze. Asmodeus pointed to the file with a smile and said, please look here. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru with an unreadable expression, while Subaru clenched his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. In front of the skyscraper in the city, colorful beams of light arrived one after another that day. The whole world, a water gap leading to another dimension, the divine blood savior, the 8 great calamities, the final disaster, the 6-eyed corporation, the last battle. Subaru gritted his teeth, holding the document Asmodeus spoke of, the contents detailing Akari Taharu's desperate plan. His brows furrowed tightly, and the more he read, the angrier his face became, while Asmodeus sat back in his chair, looking up at Subaru and inviting him to sit. Asmodeus lowered her eyes and continued, this is the time when subordinates like us have to explain to each other because I want everyone, including Akari, to feel the despair. Switching scenes to Hitachi City. A Baraki prefecture. The girl closed her eyes and said the plan is divided into 3 phases. First, she is an employee of the 6-eyed force, the company where Floros works. A loud noise occurred in front of Floros. Standing before Floros, Zinga ignored him and focused on training, letting out a sound of frustration. Floros sighed, cold and ruthless, as Zinga clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes, not leaving a single scratch. The terrifying vision of the future comes, but Zinga still does not care as she says, I will continue explaining. The first phase is obvious. The administrator will create a rift, and this world will be rewritten into a hellish scene, so horrifying that no other phase in history can compare. Zinga gritted his teeth and stared at Floros without saying a word, while Floros stood with his hands on his hips and continued, persistent to the point of annoyance. Floros went on to explain, we, the 6-eyed company, are the enforcers of brotherhood among brothers, and every member possesses power more than 10 times greater than anything you have ever seen in other worlds. People like you do not stand a chance of leaving even a scratch. Floros blinked. I can continue explaining. Right. Zinga looked down. Slightly shaken, the scene shifted to a bridge over a wide river, painful memories flooding back as the monster appeared on a rainy day. Zinga's family sat together happily eating outside while rain drizzled against the window. The monster slammed one hand down on the house, crushing it. Zinga stood alone amid the chaos. The house completely collapsed and he was the only survivor. On the altar were Zin's parents, alongside the relatives and loved ones of Zinga who had all passed away before his eyes. Remembering these memories, Zinga's heart twisted in pain as tears fell and his hand clenched over his heart, sweat dripping down his face. Floros raised an eyebrow and said, are you okay? Tsunemori Zinga. Zinga looked at her, then closed his eyes tightly to steady his emotions. Zinga clenched his fists. I have decided not to believe in anything anymore. Remembering the happy memories with his family, Zinga was in pain. The peaceful days he thought were forever gone were deeply mourned. Floros darkened her face and gave a dangerous smile. I suppose that is a good repentance. Feeling despair is a good thing. Zinga lowered his head, sweat pouring down his face. No, I am not despairing. Floros looked at Zinga in confusion and continued. I already said, I do not believe what people say. Zinga raised his head, his face soaked with tears, and declared that after relying on Ariak, he swore this time he would protect everyone, no matter how strong they are or what your plan is. Floros said nothing, arrogantly raising his head, while elsewhere in Chibiya, a man was persuading Aki, saying, so, Narustu, he said cheerfully, the sky is beautiful, is not it? This man is an employee of Luckna Company. B Fronts spread his arms wide, smiling awkwardly after Akira coldly turned his head away. Ignoring him, Akira held a bouquet of white flowers and replied, overall. He bowed his head and hugged his hat. It seems our tastes do not match, clutching the flower tightly. Akira replied, I never intended to talk to the enemy. Today I only brought flowers. Lightning of all colors surged toward Akira, who darkened, but B-Fronts behind him kept his eyes on Akira. Akira's yellow eyes lit up as he calmly said, I will take you back to your place. Scene changed to Harasaka's apartment. Karen holding a file while Seiha and another person stand before them, making a proposal that drives him to despair. Karen even sets a deadline. What are you people thinking? The person who came to persuade was Joki, the company's new employee Kroki. Karen smiled, holding up the documents, and Seiya said, "Of course, Mio." She gasped in surprise. "Why?" Siha continued, "You all have no idea what Tom May has been through." Croaky kept trying. "This time, they won't." Karen stuck her tongue out to annoy Croaky, saying, "Whatever you want. The more you underestimate us, the harder you will fall." Her face darkening as she held back, Karen cheerfully continued, "Acting like you want to devour us alive. Are not you supposed to follow the plan and not go against your superiors?" Croaky was furious. Karen suddenly grew serious, her sharp eyes staring at Croaky. "I will crush your plan to pieces." "Madam," the image of Harasaka and Sayaka flashed in Karen's mind as she asked, "You are not all the same, right?" Harasaka and Sayaka are probably the same. Of course. Scene change to the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Another person holding a stack of documents begins to read. The first phase is the crack, and the second phase, we will kill all his subordinates, teammates, family, and friends. And finally, I will torment them for a long time before killing them in front of Subaru. Shikushima bowed her head, looking at the documents in the hands of the person sitting behind her, and replied, "That is right." Violet said, "We have over 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique methods will bring inescapable despair, which you have surely witnessed in another world." Shikushima frowned in confusion as she kept getting excited. "Is not that your sister, that weak girl?" "So weak?" Shikushima looked out the window holding the documents and said, "Enough." Shikushima continued, "When I received the prophecy of the apocalypse, I felt the same way." Violet smiled eerily. Shikushima smiled. It was joy. Violet stared intently, and Shikushima continued, "This time, we can start with ourselves, along with Toru." Shikushima smiled savagely. "Never again will I let him fight alone." Scene shift to Subaru slamming his hand on the table. "My subordinates." Asmodeus' glasses gleam as Subaru says, "You block telepathy." Asmodeus keeps his professional smile. Subaru, angry, says, "You think isolating me will make me despair?" Subaru remembered all his comrades and said firmly, "They are my subordinates. You are underestimating them." Asmodeus thought to himself, he really thought he was caught this time, then said to Subaru, "In other words, that is their responsibility, right? You radiate a powerful energy." Asmodeus smiled. "I cannot trust a leader who cannot tech their subordinates." Subaru replied, "Seriously, subordinates are also my comrades." One of them said, "That person is the Demon Emperor." At that moment he firmly grasped Subaru's shoulder. "Our subordinates are not here to be pitied or pampered. Just trust and rely on us," they said. Subaru's legs began to emit energy. "So I trust them and I only need to do one thing." Subaru grew even stronger. Asmodeus looked up at him, then calmly smiled with an unreadable expression. Subaru transformed into a more powerful version of himself. "Even if you are just a substitute, do not mess this up." Subaru's dark figure glowed bright red. "I will defeat you here, Asmodeus." Asmodeus remained calm. "My assessment of you has risen another level." Asmodeus smiled brightly with narrowed eyes and said, "You really are an interesting person." Scene shift to the Blood Soul Sea. Shibu sits on a red chair looking at Vanquish and calls out. Vanquish replied, "It seems they have arrived." A cluster of red light gradually appeared in front of them. The door to this dimension slowly emerged. Behind the door, a massive opposing force gradually fills the opening, a deep red energy surging powerfully from within. Behind it, Subaru grabs Asmodeus by the collar and charges forward at incredible speed, while Asmodeus laughs loudly, clearly enjoying it. The White Sand Village was stained bright red. Subaru and Asmodeus stood apart. Asmodeus was cheerful. "I thought you would fight in the human world, but I did not expect you to have the throne's key." Subaru looked up. "Here, it would not affect the human world." Asmodeus continued, "A microspace created by Jack Teo. Truly fascinating. No wonder the operator could not find it." Subaru's whole body released an overwhelming energy. Asmodeus stood in the white sand rubbing his hands, but he wondered if this would be okay. The substitute and the original shared the same feelings. He continued, "The operator would track and infiltrate this place." Sharp spikes pierced directly through Asmodeus' arms and legs as another voice echoed, "Don't worry, Enforcer." Another spike aimed straight at Asmodeus' back and he fell, the spike piercing through his body. Sharp nails grabbed Asmodeus' shoulder. "I was planning to abandon this place." Vanquish smiled eerily. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquish and said, "Relax and enjoy it." Asmodeus said, "You are Jack Teo, right?" Vanquish said nothing, the smile on his lips growing even more sinister. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquish and said, "I wonder who is stronger between my true form and yours." Vanquish gritted his teeth. "I am not interested. Sorry, but I have no intention of fighting you." Vanquish pointed, and Subaru, who was standing on the other side, continued, "Whether your true form comes or not, he, Toharu, will defeat you." Asmodeus narrowed his eyes but kept smiling. Truly something to look forward to. Then he said, "Next time, I will invite everyone to my throne." Vanquish replied coldly, "That is not part of my plan." Vanquish threw a punch that shattered Asmodeus' body into 100 pieces. The one who returned from the sea. Asmodeus' face cracked into small fragments, but a sly smile still lingered on his lips. After Vanquish dealt with him, he fell silent, and Subaru looked at them seriously. Deep in thought, the scene shifts to another dimension. At Asmodeus' throne, the owner of the Sagan Corporation, where an excited laugh echoes, Mastima crossed her arms in confusion. Then as the chairman, Asmodeus replied, "My substitute has just been taken down. But it does not matter." Mastima said nothing. She is the vice chairman of Sagan Corporation, having surveyed operator satisfaction for 5 years and consistently ranked first. Next to Mastima was Billet, vice president of the Sagan Corporation, who scored 925 points. Aiken ranked first. Asmodeus crossed his legs and said, "I have discovered the source of the problem." Asmodeus looked up. "This is the information our clients need most." Asmodeus' true identity is the chairman of the Sagan Corporation, certified by his driver's license. Mastima and Billet looked at Asmodeus with confusion. The situation might be more complicated than expected, and the two of them would probably have to step in. Asmodeus waved his hand toward them to signal retreat, saying, "We need to report this immediately." Mastima said helplessly, "He has always been this lively," and Billet was at a loss for words. The scene shifts to Subaru, silent and expressionless, as Vanquish says, "Well then, I have been observing the situation from the throne." Vanquish looked at Subaru and continued, "So it turns out the mysterious enforcers all this time were actually an organization." Subaru added, "We need a plan. Right?" Vanquish replied, "Well." Before he could finish, a large shadow appeared behind him. Voden, Safine and Ruin approached, and Subaru looked at them in great surprise. The three kings. Sibylla's also arrived. Subaru could not hide his surprise, and Sibylla too. "Why are you all here, on Terra's side?" People waved. "And there are us as well," Subaru said. "Both Terra and the others." Safina said, "We have discussed this issue. If such water sources appear, it will affect the goal of eliminating the gates." Safina's cold gaze stared straight ahead. The expansion agreement was complete. Safina continued, "Now we just need your opinion." Subaru paused and repeated. Ruin interrupted from afar. "Sorry, but let me speak first." Ruin raised a hand. Subaru hesitated. Ruin lowered his eyes and said firmly, "I am not your subordinate anymore." Subaru stopped, confused, then suddenly shouted, "Ha!" Scene shift to the human world, where ripples of time flicker as a car speeds down the road, the sounds of someone echoing in a high-rise building. Shikushima looks at the screen seriously and says, "In the battle against the Sagan Corporation, Chaktu and his forces will not be deployed." Subaru replied, "That is right." Vanquish went to the operator, who seems to be connected to a certain key. Remembering that moment, Vanquish stood with arms crossed, talking about the manager's eye, saying that person's current position is very close to another world. Vanquish continued, "Just like how planets orbit." Similarly, Subaru said helplessly, "How do you know so much about the human world?" Vanquish went on, "If we miss this chance, it will take us years to meet him again." Vanquish pointed at Subaru and continued, "I will go. It seems I want to be back during the Sagan Group project. You all will have to handle the Sagan Group on your own." Trusting Subaru, as soon as Vanquish finished speaking, Subaru immediately stood tall, back to the present. Jenga said, "Facing an enemy 10 times stronger than the underworld. Only we can do it." The phone screen showed a call from the King Group. Shikushima said, "The plan is expected to start next year, proposed for January 1st. Shikushima smiled respectfully. "It sounds impossible." Subaru sat on the bed, carefully considering. When Tetsu approached and said it was not exactly impossible, she pointed outside to the constantly flickering time cracks and urged to make use of those gaps. Shikushima said, "Hayato, what exactly do you mean?" Subaru said seriously, "And after me's." Tetsu left. Subaru said, "The spirit will lend us its power." Scene shift to Kinokawa blinking with an expressionless face, slowly walking down the path. Seemingly noticing something, she stops and widens her eyes. Golden door gradually appears. Kinokawa stands still. "The door," she utters. "Reichna." Langa is the gatekeeper of Sakura Kinokawa worship Rakna. The door opened and a voice from inside spoke. "Pleased to meet you, my warrior's substitute." Kinokawa frowned as the wind from inside blew her hair back. A girl introduced herself as she stepped out from inside. "I am Safina of the Golden Lamp." From one surprise to another, Kinokawa stopped and glared as Safina continued. "Sakura Kinokawa, cancel your contract with the knight and become my substitute." Shiki was stunned by the news and asked for confirmation. Safina intended to accept Kinokawa, and Subaru replied, "Yes." By tonight, the 3 inventors are repairing the doors. Subaru shared, currently making adjustments to make it possible. Tega and the others are handling the replacement of the doors, watching the news on a V. Subaru suggests, "Let us continue after the negotiations." Just then, Leon, Tetsu, and Endaker passed by beside Subaru, who said, "We will head outside." Shikushima rubbed his head and sighed. He said, "I am not worried about that." But, at this moment, the news anchor on TV reported that around midnight yesterday, a massive stain appeared in the sky all over the world. On a V were images of colorful stains in the sky. And the reporter said the connection between the gate and the heavens remains unclear. They interviewed some locals, Asking how they felt about the stains, an elderly woman responded with clear worry on her face, saying they are truly terrifying, and she can't stop imagining monsters pouring out like the gate did. An old man said no one knows what will happen. The heavens are unpredictable, especially if the countdown ends. Then, it seems the younger generation has different thoughts. A young man joked, maybe it will be fine. It is not really my problem. Another old man was terrified, saying this is God's punishment. The TV continued reporting on a press conference where the chairman of the American Players Union criticized this as the result of actions by the Japanese Union. The broadcast then cut to the Japanese Union building, where yesterday the Japanese Union was expected to issue a statement regarding the water rifts. Indacher commented that the water rifts appear randomly in both appearance and timing, and in this world, one rift opening can lead to others opening within a week. She fears the risk of monsters jumping out from the rifts. Sometimes we can enter them, but other times the rifts come from elsewhere, posing the danger of being attacked from another place. She considered the possibility of monsters raiding this world, and casualties would be inevitable, but with as many water rifts as the TV reported, Indacher was somewhat worried. However, such a large number of rifts had never occurred before. Sia asked, so what is the enemy's strategy like? Indacher calmly replied, very diverse. As I said, here, Indacher is the most knowledgeable and experienced person. Everyone listens carefully to her as someone who has ventured through the gate. I can confirm their strategy is no less than level 4. Jinga is worried. The enemy is above level 4. Kira's uneasy. They could suddenly appear in the city. Indacher looks at Tetsu and adds, if unlucky, an enemy like Haido or worse could attack. Akira panics. An otherworldly conqueror, he pondered quietly. In a way, the gates that once protected this world. Hearing this, Jinga frowned slightly, unsure if it was because he disliked the way it was said, or because he was worried about the gates. Akira continued, but how do we fight against them? Lewin spoke up, harsh but true. I do not think we can completely stop them. The numbers are overwhelming, and outside the sky is riddled with cracks of all sizes. Some say humanity needs to rethink its approach. Subaru stood silently, watching everyone discuss, lost in thought the cracks have appeared instead of gates. And this is far more brutal than we imagined. Hearing commotion behind him, Subaru glanced back to see Shikushima stepping in. Hair disheveled, asking why. Why did it have to come to this? He frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering if they had made a mistake. Suddenly, an employee burst in, testing the door. C turned to him and asked, is it time? The impatient employee announced, hurry to the press room. The reporters are making the situation worse. Outside, a journalist shouted, explain yourself. Come out quickly. Is not this your responsibility? Many other reporters joined in, saying you are only making things worse. What will happen to the safety of the people? The harsh criticism and pointed questions overwhelmed the staff member. Who complained? I can't take it anymore. Kira was uneasy. But Tay spoke up. If the gates disappeared, no one could predict what would happen next, including those from the other world. He explained that the existence of another world is a novel concept, so it is understandable that people from this world want to erase the gates. Corinne sincerely looked at Akira and Subaru, reassuring them that they did nothing wrong. Akira looked at Corinne in surprise, while Jinga remained silent. Miss Tetsu seemed to disagree with Corinne's words and retorted, what kind of consolation is that? He said bluntly. The truth is that the actions led to this situation. Karen looked at Mies Tetsu with disappointment, but she just hummed in response. Karen glanced around and saw someone taking action. Shikushima stood up, surprising everyone. Tetsu commented that it seemed he was ready to accept it. Jinga anxiously called out to Shikushima. Subaru spoke up eagerly, let me go, but Akira snapped back, saying no, you can go. You know better than anyone. Subaru. I understand. He is tense but determined. In this situation I can handle it best because I understand them the most. It will be fine. We have all seen the new future. The outcome is clear. Thinking about the group of reporters still waiting outside, Akira said, criticism will not change anything. Finished. He forced a smile to encourage himself, but I will try to get through this. Shikushima did not share with anyone else, but he also carried a psychological burden. The others will endure it during the press conference, especially Naruse and Tokomori, who already have emotional wounds. Akira stared blankly as Shikushima confidently went to face the reporters. Though worried and scared, Akira still encouraged himself, believing this was the best way to face the Six Eyes Corporation at his best. Subaru frowned in annoyance, silently thinking something. Then he stepped behind Shiki, but even so, alone, Shikushima shouted in frustration, fine, just stay there. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up, you too. Shikushima, and both Subaru and Shikushima leaned back. The person who appeared behind the door was a lady in a magnificent and elegant outfit, and she said, children should step aside. Then she smiled charmingly. Everyone gasped in amazement. Shikushima went from surprise to panic. Director Higasaki, what are you doing here? Subaru was just as surprised. Everyone awkwardly waited for Director Higasaki's response. She did not answer but asked back, is not it obvious? Director Higasaki smiled arrogantly. I am the adult here. Shikushima could not believe her ears. Huh, the press staff urged. Hurry up, Director Higasaki turned and snapped. What is all this noise about? She pointed at Shiki's group. Here, you guys keep figuring out how to handle the leaks. Shikushima panicked and shouted. Wait, are you planning to go alone? I am here to become strong and uncompromising, Director Higasaki replied calmly. I am here because there are many people involved. Someone has to take responsibility for this, and that person should be an adult. At the same time, she thought to herself, that is how it is, because my son wants it that way. Then she reminded them. Remember this? Director Higasaki turned her back and went to deal with the reporters, leaving everyone in the room with one sentence. You still have adults by your side, and they will take responsibility. Jiga felt grateful and quietly called out in his heart. Director Higasaki, Shikushima is not good at managing emotions. He gets irritated easily, suddenly appears and shows off. Then, looking down at his sweaty, trembling hands as if laughing awkwardly, he could not help but feel thankful. But honestly, you just saved me. Higasaki, the watch on his wrist suddenly lit up. And someone thought it seemed like the prediction was being interrupted. In the past, Kamina tried to foresee the future and he was confused why. Why could not the power be reached? Instead of resolving the situation, it was as if it was being severed. Shubu once explained this. The one who receives power in the way most beneficial for the future is when the prediction is destroyed. At that moment, what Kamina saw was the end of the world, and he broke down. Wondering why he could not see victory in the future. Shibu saw something in the future. She muttered. Useless, stepping out of Subaru's future. Looking at Sang on the clock, Subaru was shocked, conflicted, and touched. He wondered silently, could there be someone besides himself who can see the future? At the same time, on the live broadcast screen outside the tall building, Director Higasaki appeared on the screen. She was unafraid of the camera, answering the press questions fluently, watching the woman on the screen. Julie exclaimed, Mom, after the press conference. Director Higasaki bowed to everyone. Silver-ranked player Higasaki. Julie Ida stood outside watching the news on the public screen, muttering to himself, like you said yesterday, have you succeeded yet? The person walking with Julie is the one who used to bully Subaru. Bronze rank Shikushima. Izuki was stunned. Mangacap Director Higasaki is Julie Ida's mother. Julie watched the news but paid no attention to the content. His mind was filled with wandering thoughts. So the kid with glasses was saved, risking everything and leaving scars on his soul. There is nothing to do with those who caused those scars. Hiroshima saw Julie was distracted and asked, are you listening? That is your mother. Julie sighed and replied rudely. If you are not listening then do not talk to me. Shut up ugly. Hiroshima was embarrassed. Still the same. You really are rude. Julie looked away and fell into thought. The real issue was, he looked up at the watermarks in the sky and wondered when and what would appear when the water rift opened. At that moment, a girl quietly approached him. She spoke. Maybe I understand now. Suddenly hearing someone say something nonsensical beside him, Julie was very annoyed and glanced over. The girl explained. Energy surged around her as she spoke with an innocent face. Perhaps knowing when the water rift would open, glowing lines appeared at her feet, likely the way she activated her skill, the ultimate grimoire. Julie seemed to dislike predictions about the future. Furrowing his brow he asked. Another prediction. Kana. The girl who just made the prediction was Kana Sato, Kengo Sato's younger sister. At the hospital, a worried voice called out hey Ida as she hurried after a girl with a bun like Nacha. Where is she going? Ida was uneasy about her patient. Her wound still had not fully healed. The girl stopped and replied, that is right. But it will probably heal. Ida still tried to reassure her. Wait, the girl hesitated. Madam, the girl running out of this hospital is Himeno Moroyo, sister of Himeno Zumeno. The girl held a miniature globe and spoke words Ida did not understand, saying from now on, my power will be needed. She murmured. Maybe so. As the globe she held displayed the location of Ariak Subaru. Scene shifts to the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance, in the reception room where Julie points at Kana, who is quietly sitting beside her, and says so this girl can determine the order in which the cracks open, we should make use of her. Shikushima and Subaru stared in confusion. Kana raised her innocent eyes to look at them. Shikushima slammed the table and stood up straight. Wait, what did you say? Hijaki. Then Shikushima immediately grew serious, his eyes judging Julie. Asking first, how do you know that? But Julie just squinted without answering. At that moment, Kana blinked at her and said, Kana. Subaru looked at the blue-haired guy sitting next to Kana and said, and Hiroshima. Hiroshima happily waved. Glad you still remember. Kana clasped his hands on his lap. It has been a while, has not it? Ariak. Julie put her arm around Kana and said firmly that she would overlook the seemingly strange detail that Kana basically has the skill of precognition and can determine the order in which the dungeons open. Julie continued, if we know which dungeon opens first, we can prepare a countermeasure. Julie joked, I really do not care. Honestly, it is such a hassle. She scratched her head and continued, but Kana definitely does not want the city to be destroyed. Kana sat there with a very serious expression. Subaru said, intuition. Remembering the previous battle, Subaru wondered if yesterday's fight was due to Kana's skill, and whether it was connected to him. Kana bowed his head, recalling the image of the fierce monster charging about 3 weeks ago. During the disaster, the house where my brother and I lived was destroyed. Kana fell to the ground, and Inoshima stood protectively in front of him. A green leaf appeared right above the monster. The leaf attacked the monster and successfully destroyed it. Inoshima stepped back in fear, and Kana looked up at the sky. At that moment, Julie appeared before them like a goddess. Kana said it was Professor Julieta who saved me. Kana stared in confusion as Julie appeared below, and from Kana's perspective, Julie suddenly vanished strangely. She continued, "Right now I am with Inoshima." Subaru went crazy. "Is that so?" "Professor." Then she told about the gate. At the inn I rented, a blue gate suddenly appeared. Kana sat up straight and looked at the door. Subaru said, "Blue." An image of Kamina appeared. "The name of the sheep is..." Kana said, "Kamina, the true king." Subaru and Shikushima were stunned by a fan. "Its name." Kana continued standing before Kana. Kamina said, "My familiar may not see as far as the Northern Light King, but it is perfect for probing details about the near future." Kana continued, saying it was perfect for determining the order in which the dungeons would open, leaving Subaru speechless with surprise. Subaru turned to Siki, but Shikushima immediately dismissed it, saying no. Shikushima hesitated. "It is a good idea, but to completely avoid damage," Julie angrily asked, "what exactly is the problem?" Shikushima continued, "There are 10,000 dungeons not only in Tokyo but all over the world, making it very difficult to completely stop them." Before Shikushima could finish, Kana interrupted, saying it would be fine, leaving Subaru and Shikushima stunned. Kana showed her phone screen and continued, "I received a message that she will arrive soon." Just as she finished speaking, someone actually stepped in from outside the door. Mario said, "Try the lock." Subaru and Shikushima looked at Mari hesitantly. Mario sighed and said, "Hello." Kana saw Mario and immediately brightened up. "Who is that?" "Reno." "Sit down," Mario cheerfully said. "Kana, there you are." Inoshima obediently gave up her seat. "Rhino Shino, I will stand." "Sit down." Kana and Mario immediately happily held hands while Julie looked on helplessly. Mario looked at Shikushima and Subaru and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Reno Shino. I just became a player 3 weeks ago." Subaru went from one surprise to another. "Huh. You too?" Mario said. "The master is Cam Vong. Right. And my skill allows me to observe the movement of souls in that world, including soul observation." From Mario's hand, a globe of stories appeared and spun, marked with the stains of time. Looking at a specific point, Mario said, "This is a label attached to a large and dangerous special dungeon." Mario continued to observe. "The dungeon is also soul energy, so I can predict which one is about to activate." Shikushima and Subaru are psychologically shaken. Shikushima is amazed. "Really?" Kana continues explaining. Kamina and Ryuto seem to be quite close in the spirit world. Shikushima agrees they are comrades after all. Mario raised 2 fingers happily and said, "So we connected our avatars and then identified the other person's connection." Shikushima gritted his teeth. "Those two are really talented." Mario continued explaining, "I will label the dungeons that seem about to activate." Kana added, "I will determine the order in which they open." They touched hands and the globe connected. Mario said, "Together we can continuously monitor all the dungeons in the world." Subaru was unbelievably surprised. Shikushima clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. "Approved, definitely approved." Subaru gasped as Mario said, "In return I have a request." Shikushima shifted to a curious state looking at Mary. Mario's face was partially covered. Kana shouted, "Reno, she bears a scar on her face caused by the skill." Kana insists and she wants to heal it immediately, so Shikushima activates his ability. Mary. Shikushima bites his lip. Aza. Mario and Kana stop and stare wide-eyed as Shikushima finishes with a fire spell. One side of Mario's face emitted a surge of energy. Mario lost control, jumped up, and frantically tore off her head bandage. No, it can't be. Kana shouted, "Reno." Kana suddenly widened her eyes and let out an One side of Mario's face had been healed with no scars left, while Julie stood silently to the side. Mario held up the mirror to check her face. "Amazing. Really? Fully restored." Kana happily wiped away tears. "Reno, that is great. You can be a model again," Mario tearfully said. "Thank you." Kana stopped crying, though tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes, and she held back her emotions as she spoke. "Oh." Remembering that time when Mario was attacked by Himeno's political betrayal, leaving a deep wound on her face. "I will save her now." Mario gritted her teeth as tears streamed through her fingers, crying nonstop. And seeing this, Kana also stopped, but 2 streams of tears continued to flow down her face. Besides Subaru, Shikushima had become a different version of himself, while in front of them Kana and Mario held each other tightly, crying nonstop, and Julie and Inoshima also could not hold back their tears. All of this unfolded at the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Scene change. 3 days later. December 12th. Minato Ward. Roppongi, Tokyo. Shikushima looked up in surprise at the massive time rift opening like the towering water of a high-rise building, the dungeon those two had opened. Akira exclaimed, "It is huge," Shikushima replied. "According to the information, it is the type that will invade from our side. I wonder if it is close to the gate." Shikushima turned his head and called out to Mems, Tetsu and Haidu, saying he would use his dungeon to confront the enforcers. Tetsu clasped her hands and said, "I will let you prove it." Tetsu said seriously, "Everything will begin once we step in, and if you dare to be reckless, you won't regret leaving your lives behind there." Shikushima mused, "Is not that the secretary Indoso's final words?" Subaru replied as expected, "Jigaki no Kawa and Mei were both present. They are the substitutes for the three kings." Subaru continued, "At the Blackface Stone Sea, I had a meeting with the three kings." Subaru explained that Sayaka and Harasaka will continue training, while Karin and Kazama will each go to another world to gain power. Shikushima nodded, saying the four of them Subaru, Akira, Shikushima, and Tetsu are all ready. Shikushima said, "All right, this time we will go with this formation. This is the first battle. The deadline until the Blue Eye Corporation's invasion is only 31 days. Leading the way into the purple zone." Tetsu said, "Let us go. The first mission is to enter the water crevice." Kotetsu rubbed her aching legs as she stepped through the barrier, reminding them, "I have not heard any updates yet. Report back when you have enough information." As she was about to leave the purple zone, she said quietly, "This is just the beginning." His eyes were cold and unreadable. Suddenly Shikushima panicked. Gritting his teeth, Akira was also surprised. Subaru sensed something strange, and as if to confirm it, Tetsu stood in midair, hands in her coat pockets. Speaking in a calm tone, there was no ground beneath them. Just as he finished speaking, the desperate screams of Shiki, Akira, and Subaru echoed through the sky. They were in free fall. Only Miss Tetsu remained calm as if she had seen it all before, and as he fell and assessed, it seemed the air conditions were once again similar this time. Just then Akira often asked, "Can we choose something else?" Shikushima shouted back, "What is the difference?" Tetsu calmly said, "Try thinking about invading another planet. Usually the atmosphere there is not suitable for us." Akira was still confused and had not processed those words. Shikushima quickly replied, "It seems we need to control the atmosphere." Tetsu was very pleased with this answer. He said, "Yes, in manga terms, this is why I must cherish life while carrying out my mission. Now I have to develop my skills. Also I can eliminate obstacles along the way," he declared coldly. "Even gods will die." Subaru had been silently listening until now, then spoke up, "Hyodu." Before him stretched a vast deep blue ocean, and it seemed something beneath the surface was moving, stirring the water into waves. The whole group hovered in the air, staring at the sea surface, when someone gasped, "Huh." A horde of monsters was jostling their way out of the water, all kinds of shapes, heading straight for Subaru's group. Amid the monsters' growls, there were also terrified screams monsters. The purple monster opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, ugly teeth, ready to swallow everyone whole. Right at this moment, Subaru raised his hand, his eyes shifting to the distinctive rainbow color. Forging and controlling, Tetsu's face darkened, and behind her, objects began to spin the ancient temple of the gods. Shikushima reached out and fired forward with his fifth skill, while Akira simultaneously summoned his golden arm, also his fifth skill, distortion. The monsters were relentlessly attacked, unable to defend themselves. Subaru, Shikushima, and Akira were still hovering in the air when a voice rang out, catching their attention and making them step aside. Subaru looked toward the source of the golden light and understood clearly. Above, around Tetsu's body, a massive flame was blazing fiercely. Lewis appeared, cloaked around Kana, his sword cutting through space, and she immediately drew her sword from its sheath. She turned the tear into a long-range strike, using it like a distant shot, while the monster gritted its teeth and cursed. Damn it. It was slashed to pieces by Lewis, its body no longer intact anywhere, and in the moment its life was cut short. Only one thought remained in its mind. No victory. After the battle ended, Subaru's group decided to climb onto the whale's back to reach the shore. Everyone had relaxed more. Shikushima sat cross-legged near the tail of the whale. Akira stood in the middle. Subaru sat down with her feet soaking in the seawater. Tetsu stood at the whale's head and spoke plainly. "Indeed, but we are attacking another world." Based on the administrator's words, there are worlds capable of supporting life as well as worlds with populations over 10 billion. But there are also other kinds of worlds. Tetsu speculates this one seems to be a primitive world, though she can't be certain. Akira wondered, in that case, if there were no humans or players, would not conquering be easier? Tetsu immediately replied, "Maybe," and he looked up at the sky and said, "The world is vast. It does not necessarily need humans." But still, Subaru and Akira followed his movement and looked up. A giant dragon appeared in the sky at some unknown time, and all they heard was Tetsu slowly saying, "The monster ranks here are unusually high." He looked at the dragon while explaining to everyone that they can keep fighting even when severely injured. The dragon suddenly widened its eyes, and Shikushima looked at it warily and said, "This thing." Tetsu's gaze sharpened, and he hesitated before speaking. The dragon was now fully revealed. its entire body a deep purple, with striking golden patterns running from its chest to its tail. Tetsu declared that this is a boss, the Thunder Dragon Uranus, and to prove her point, the dragon opened its mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, gathering a sphere of energy. The Thunder Dragon Uranus, level 239, when it felt the energy was enough, it unleashed a blast towards Subaru's group, the power dragon glowing purple just like its body. Everything exploded in an instant, water splashing everywhere and smoke billowing thick. Shikushima was hit, covering his bleeding mouth wound with his hand. Subaru had to brace himself against the powerful impact. Frowning in shock, Subaru looked at the giant dragon firmly resting on the water and marveled. So powerful. Even Tetsu, who lost an arm from its attack, had to praise it. Not bad, but Akira was a bit out of control. Losing one arm and one leg, he angrily cursed. What the hell is this? A red flame spot appeared on his hair, and Akira shouted in surprise. Lambda. Wait, Shikushima immediately said. Maria, switch places with me. Lenda laughed happily, saying, the master's words are always right. Lenda merged with Akira's body, laughing heartily. There is a strong enemy here. This is great. Suddenly he paused, and Miss Tetsu, who had been watching closely, said, nothing. He glanced over and signaled. Look, even if I say it, is that information really necessary? Maria, still confused from just appearing, did not understand, while Subaru quietly listened as Tetsu continued explaining the difference between cracks and other rifts. Does everyone understand? The biggest difference between a rift and another dimension is that the other dimension always guarantees we will receive an item after conquering it. Subaru then voiced his suspicion that Haido had cornered Voden in the other world, and Tetsu immediately confirmed it was true. He explained that the items vary in rarity, and the rarer they are, the stronger their effects. Usually, the higher the difficulty, the higher the rarity. If we wait, the chance to defeat that thing might appear. Subaru was amazed to hear him conclude that way, meaning everyone could receive a special item. Unlike her indifferent expression earlier, Tetsu hesitated and scratched her head. Yet even so, this opportunity was impossible. Subaru immediately interrupted him, saying there was a chance, and Tetsu glanced over at him. Everyone was standing on the water at that moment, and Subaru calmly said, we will do everything we can. He looked up at the giant dragon towering before them and shouted, let us begin. The Thunder Dragon may not understand Subaru's words, but it began to open its mouth and attack. It spread its wings wide and lowered its body slightly, using its most stable stance to unleash a massive blast of energy. Lenda daringly rushed toward the dragon's mouth like an arrow released from a bow, his face wild with excitement. Lenda struck, and the scene blazed brightly as if set on fire. The Thunder Dragon was hit, its body engulfed in flames. At that moment, Maria stepped forward, holding a burning firecracker that emitted a strange smoke. The Thunder Dragon was surrounded by smoke. It opened its wide, thick jaws. Its fierce face was covered in a dense mist. Maria said, it is just an illusion. But the Thunder Dragon opened its mouth wide as if to swallow her whole, yet Maria just smirked. Too predictable. Subaru quickly drew his sword and said, finish it. Then he swung his arm, slashing at the Thunder Dragon, making it scream in agony. The dragon's eyes dimmed, and in a daze it saw the sword cutting across its mouth. The Thunder Dragon stretched its neck. The purple dragon now turned black, looking utterly miserable, but Tetsu did not hold back because of that. He grabbed the sickle and quickly charged forward. He thought to himself, the wound is still fresh. Its skin is thicker than I expected. This might be troublesome. Subaru stood watching, gritting his teeth in silence. Damn it. I have to use blood forging. As the thought emerged, rainbow-colored spots appeared around his eyes. Subaru bent slightly, his face unclear, but something seemed to have just exploded, blood splattering from his face. Lenda stared in shock. Maria called out in panic. Ariak, a massive thunder sphere appeared in midair, its Thunder Dragon eyes flashing dangerously. As expected, this energy source was about to strike Subaru. At the moment the thunder sphere approached, the light it emitted revealed Subaru's face clearly, one of his eyes bleeding uncontrollably. Someone's foot just swept past. It was Tetsu. He rushed forward and kicked Subaru away, leaving him stunned. But Tetsu had no time to explain her actions as the thunder sphere closed in on him. Tetsu turned her back, half of her body facing the path of the thunder sphere. Subaru's face was smeared with fresh blood, and he screamed in horror. You do. Tetsu hovered in the air, half her body continuously emitting black smoke. Maria flew over angrily scolding. Damn it. That is why I said it. She seemed very upset and clenched her teeth, saying I do not like fighting in a place like this. The victim was burned halfway, but Tetsu calmly replied, I see. He thought, recalling a similar conversation with the administrator. In this world, there is no reason to fight. The decision has been made. Tetsu seemed thoughtful. He lost one arm and one leg but remained remarkably calm as if it were an everyday occurrence. Tetsu sheathed her sword and took out something else, a glass vial containing a striking green liquid, a grade B Elysia item. Watching the dragon approach, Tetsu just clicked her tongue. This item is something even I could not wish for. The Thunder Dragon's eyes widened. The effect of Elysia. Tetsu's face remained indifferent, and 3 seconds after using it, he opened his hand, increasing his skill power by 60 times. The Shrine God. The Thunder God fell. The thunder god appeared and charged toward the dragon, the peak of the blast shaking the entire area. The dragon was burned to nothing but a dry skeleton. The situation unfolded so quickly that Subaru, Maria, and Lambda were left stunned. As the dust settled, Tetsu appeared stunned with her upper body smoking, one hand reaching out still crackling with electricity. That is what I believe recreating a world where items exist is extremely difficult. To even touch them, Miss Tetsu thought to herself. For her purpose, this was fine. But there was one thing she still did not understand. Subaru was able to open both eyes wide, one eye injured and still bleeding, yet strangely his entire being had changed color. As Tetsu opened her hand to look, he spoke as if questioning himself. Is this a battle or a game? Tuma, Ariak, and their team had conquered the first water rift. The boss was defeated. Everyone stood watching the glowing dry mist of the thunder stream. Suddenly Subaru felt light as if something was lifting him, and Shikushima was also amazed. Ryo Shikushima level 92-97. He could not help but exclaim. So the level system is shared between the gate and the water gap after all. Akira could not believe it either and asked. It has been a long time since we leveled up, has not it? Watching the light beam continuously spreading, Shikushima assessed it as a huge breakthrough. The lineage was insanely strong. Tetsu and Tia remained very calm. He stood with arms crossed waiting for the system notification. Heido level 172-173. Just as expected, Shikushima was immediately astonished. Almost shouting, 173. And Akira was no better, stunned with his mouth agape saying, "You are that strong." At this moment, little Subaru slowly raised his hand to say, "Heido is almost on par with me in vampire form." Shikushima could hardly accept it and shouted, 5 times stronger than us. At that moment, the system sound rang out, indicating an item received. 2 round objects intertwined appeared from the light, and everyone gathered to watch. Akira looked up and said, "It really guarantees this item will drop." Unlike Akira, who looked on with wide eyes, Kotetsu just shrugged lightly and said that B rank is normal, and even at higher levels, a rank or above items do not always appear. Azanadams, Subaru, Shikushima, and Akira stepped closer, with Shikushima exclaiming in surprise that this was a rank, and Akira asked if it depended on luck or any attributes. Subaru heard that and turned to ask Kotetsu, "Is there something wrong, Hyodo?" But Kotetsu just looked at them speechless without replying. The situation is critical. The equipment item, an effective throwing weapon, has the ability to bend causality to bypass defense. Akira read through the information and repeated in doubt, bending causality to bypass defense. Shikushima also speculated, meaning it guarantees hits. Akira exclaimed, "Sounds pretty strong." Kotetsu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "It guarantees hits, but it is not necessarily strong," Akira quickly said. With this, Shikushima also gave his reasoning. "I guess it does not work on enemies with a physical form." Hearing him, Akira immediately responded weakly, "That makes sense." With this, "I do not feel it is enough to limit Lambda," Kotetsu said slowly. "However, if you see it as a tool to break through defenses, it is not bad at all." Subaru was surprised and seemed to realize something. Shikushima froze and asked, "Is the application situation dependent on creativity?" Kotetsu looked at him and explained, "Using items to level up quickly is how we take advantage of the water source." Kotetsu still looked very indifferent. He said, "A month before the Blue Eyes land, we will level up and collect items. That is my plan." Shikushima immediately replied, "No objections." Akira looked at him and added, "Make sure to share the information with others too." Subaru nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that health issues were concerning, but even Maria-san could not find a solution. And when summoned, Mary appeared and said, "I give up." The path forward has unfolded before him. Subaru's eyes filled with passion as he said, "Let us do this," except for Kotetsu, who remained silent. Both Shikushima and Akira were extremely excited. Subaru quietly watched the demon and wondered if everyone was doing well with his plan. Meanwhile, at the new spirit location, the sea cliff face where light flickered and rainbows collided with white, because Vanquish abandoned the blood pact, the sea was discovered by Asmodeus after moving to the new throne and has already set off towards the administrator's location. Someone suddenly spoke up, "In other words, so, there is currently no way to contact the ancestors." Denta scratched his head, agreeing with this, at least until they returned to the administration base. Lewis gritted her teeth and cursed as she watched the energy emanating from the central stage. She said that at this moment, Sayaka and Harasaka were facing off directly. Lewis gritted his teeth and sighed. Unable to say whether this change was good or bad, she watched closely, silently counting 4 times. Maybe 5, Sayaka rushed forward, closing the distance between her and Harasaka, their power growing at an extremely abnormal rate. The moment their energies collided, everything seemed to explode with a shockwave. Killam and Denta were unharmed. Lewis cautiously reached out and shouted. She anxiously thought. She could not believe they were still human. This is the result of staying in a spiritual state for too long. At this rate, it is entirely possible for her humanity to collapse. Lewis immediately turned her head when someone called out to her, "Hey, little golden girl." It turned out to be Killam, who asked Lewis if she found it strange. She, still not quite understanding, asked back what he meant. Killam hesitated before sharing his theory that their transformations were very similar to Subaru Ariak's after turning into a dragon demon. Immediately, an image of Subaru flashed through Lewis's mind, and this discovery astonished her. Killam crossed his arms and looked up, thinking to himself that perhaps Suzuka truly intended to surpass the limit. Above, Sayaka is enveloped in the light of a rainbow. Her eyes shine brightly, but her face looks dazed, and she remains silent. Sayaka glanced over and thought to herself, Harasaka-san is still steady. Harasaka was still standing firm in front of her, holding his sword tightly. As expected, their soul power is on a completely different level. Harasaka's expression was cold, and he remained silent. Two figures with colors identical to Sayaka's. She suddenly raised her hand and stared at it, her palm cracking and sweating heavily. Sayaka squinted. There was not much time left, but as long as her soul could endure, it would be enough until the battle with the Blue Eye Corporation. Denta suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence, saying, we can just ask them directly what is going on. And he managed to leave Luik and kill him wide-eyed and startled. At the same time in another world, in the territory of the Green Grass Kingdom, once a deep forest kingdom and the tomb of the man-eating demon king, Corinne and Sayaka were walking when they heard someone call out, "Uncle." "This way," Uncle Corinne said irritably. "Thank you for showing me the way." Just then, the person who called out to Corinne was standing casually over there. He smiled faintly, jokingly leading the way, with Corinne and Sayaka following one after another, as he walked and said, "I was very surprised, never expecting Subaru Ariak's vassal to be related to you." Karen replied with a loss, "I was also surprised. I never thought my nephew would be resurrected here." Vodua casually turned his head back to him and said, "It is a difficult journey, as if you have to defeat the executor and finally the overseer." He recalled the day as a child when his father held his hand and walked with him. They stood on a high hill looking out over the vast desert, and it was the effort of both him and his father. The boy said as he looked at his father, his eyes stared intently toward the desert. "One to be wasted." Yet Uncle Karen laughed after hearing that. Though his expression was very serious, he said to Judu, "You are almost there too." As we walked, I jokingly stopped abruptly and said, "We are here." Before everyone was a large stone wall. The shop was dark because no light shone in, and I jokingly introduced, "This is the entrance to the restricted area." Karen observed the stone wall, then suddenly spoke. "Look, I remember now." He affectionately ruffled my hair and joked, "Thanks kid, I will give you some pocket money another day." Blushing, I reached up to my hair, the henman seizing the chance to beg. "It has to be a lot." Only the car, which had been silent until now, suddenly called out, "Karine-sama." She looked at him and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Karen immediately replied, "I will return to my original body. I once used my original power in the spirit world." He casually slipped his hands into his pockets and said, "But it is beyond what Harasaka's body can endure." He paused, listening as he continued, "If I want to face the enforcer, I need to bring my original power back." Karen turned back to look at her and smiled. After all, today was the day to say goodbye to Harasaka's body. He squinted and said, "I like it a lot too." After saying that, he stepped into the cave without looking back at Corinne. He waved his hand and said, "Sorry, but I will leave this body in your care once the job is done." The car did not stop. She was still holding the cat close to her chest. The car lowered its head, weighed down by her thoughts, and she slowly replied, "I understand." Good luck. Deep inside the dark cave, the stones connected to form strange animal shapes. Karen's body was surrounded by blue flames, and when the distance seemed enough, he said, "All right." Karen squinted in extreme danger. It has been a long time. Looking at the person blinded right before him, he coldly shouted, "I am here to take back my body." The Demon King, his eyes covered with bandages, it was unclear if he could see. Hearing Corinne speak, he slowly opened his mouth, his scared face and patched blue tongue terrifying. "We knew you would come." Demon King. Karen leapt off the ground. The Demon King's challenging voice rang out as he swung his arm, shattering rocks everywhere. "So according to the contract, show us if you are worthy." In response, Karen smiled even more defiantly as he stepped closer. His face had transformed, his grin terrifying, stretching from ear to ear. Quite a pleasure. 1,000 years ago, in another world, at the royal underworld palace of the Black Green Kingdom, an adult stood watching a child train in the ancient courtyard. Suddenly, from afar, a blindfolded young man ran over, excitedly calling out, "Father, this family is strangely synchronized. Everyone is missing an eye." The man and the boy training both turned toward the voice calling out. It was Corinne, who had brought someone along. The person silently followed Corinne, and from his tattered old clothes, it was clear he was a poor man of very low status among those present in the Royal Earth Palace. As expected, Karen spoke up to introduce. "I found him on the road. He has nowhere else to go. This young man has a rather delicate face and green eyes like mine." Karen put his hand on the other's shoulder and asked his father, "Can I raise him here in the royal palace?" His father was startled and confused. Why? But he suddenly froze for about 2 seconds when he caught a glimpse of that face. He waved to the ragged young man over there. "Boy, come here." The father bowed his head to examine him. Same height and flawless features. He looked at the young man and asked, "What is your name?" The young man, unafraid, replied with clear eyes, Campanella. The man solemnly crossed his arms and made his decision. All right. Campanella. From now on you can live in the underworld, and jokingly surprised by his father's strange decision, and blurted out, Dad. The man raised his hand to interrupt. This is not me being kind, and he explained why he allowed Campanella to stay in the underground palace. Starting today, he pointed to Carrion standing with his hands in his back pockets are his substitute. This time, it was Carrion's turn to be surprised. Huh. Wait. Father, but Campanella obediently replied. Understood, bowing respectfully and pledging to sacrifice for Lord Carrion. Carrion felt a mix of emotions, sadness, affection, and a bit of worry for the friend he had brought back, but he said nothing, lost in memories as if that were enough. Returning to the battle in the present, a powerful green fist strikes, the death fist, a shockwave technique originating from Carrion. When the punch lands, the shockwave penetrates the target and destroys it from within, which is how a man was split in half after taking a punch from Campanella. But Emperor Carrion used a different move, throwing a punch with an extremely practical technique that causes damage regardless of hardness. On the other side, Campanella threw an identical punch. So when they struck each other, Carrion was hit and his body slightly recoiled. Campanella did the same, taking a punch and stepping back a little. In the battle between two masters, Carrion was clearly excited. Smiling broadly, while Campanella remained expressionless, the shockwaves cancel each other out, turning them into pure punches, and both sides continue to clash in martial exchange. Carrion clicked his tongue and laughed loudly, thrilled after sleeping for thousands of years. He was still this sharp. Campanella. On the other side, Campanella was already in position, ready for the next martial arts exchange. His face still expressionless, he spoke coldly, looking at Carrion. Campanella. So that was my name. Carrion widened his eyes in surprise, smiling gently as if forgiving looks like you have forgotten. Carrion glanced at Campanella, who was on guard against him across the way. Campanella. Rest, recalling the beautiful past. He personally cut and styled Campanella's hair, sharing a story of their past when he was once part of the Black Six Kings. After styling Campanella's hair to match his own, Carrion was pleased to see a face that resembled his own by 80 to 90%. Like a loyal follower, he even dressed the other person like himself and proudly said, "You are my substitute." Then happily, "So we are friends." Campanella said nothing after hearing that, as if his memory still had not recovered. The memories were so beautiful, but suddenly Carrion's tone changed. Campanella. The overwhelming energy radiating from Carrion startled Campanella. The green energy flared up like a burning hatred that scorched our memories. Carrion said, I am furious. I will never forgive you. Yes, I will never forgive you. You are the one who pushed me into the abyss of despair. The memory from 1,000 years ago in the palace comes back as if it happened just yesterday. Campanella learned how to perfectly mimic Carrion to become a worthy substitute. At this moment, he was practicing Carrion's quirky tongue-out laugh. Laughter echoed through the forest on and off. Carrion watched coldly and judged, while Dua sat quietly at the back. Campanella turned to ask, "How is this?" Carrion replied unhappily. "Too embarrassing." Then he demonstrated, sticking his tongue out another 3 centimeters. Campanella tried but was scolded for not being good enough, and Dua could not help but warn him not to be reckless. Carrion was displeased, but he had to be a perfect substitute. Suddenly, he saw something above them, a monster made up of many anguished faces flying overhead. Carrion was curious. What was that? On a high mountain peak, a mysterious person with blue hair was controlling the monster. The person muttered, "Skill, divine decay inside." The monster's body swelled up and then immediately melted away. Its body melted in midair like candle wax and began to fall to the ground. But the counterattack was even faster as its entire body turned red and poured down like a great flood. A landslide rushed down from the mountain. This is the Earth Mother Nethos technique. A single strike from the nameless monster that wiped out an entire country. When it was all over, the 6 kingdoms were left in ruins, the land barren like a forgotten wasteland, because at that time all 3 Carrion, Campanella, and Verger were on the mountain. They escaped death. Afterwards, the 3 of them were taken in by Vanquish. At first, Vanquish found Campanella. He reached out to take the ugly child, and then he found Carrion and Verger. After that, we became members of the Rainbow Kingdom. After some time living there, Campanella trimmed his hair and looked much more handsome. One day, Carrion came to talk to Campanella. "Hey, Campanella," he said, "the 6 kingdoms are no more, which means you are free now." Campanella sighed. "What are you talking about?" Campanella once again affirmed his loyalty amid Carrion's unnamed worries. "I have devoted my entire life to serving you, and if needed, I will become your substitute." He entered training mode and requested, "Now teach me how to hold my ground." Nearby, Vanquish and Verger happily watched, curious about how Carrion would react, and Carrion agreed. All right then, those were wonderful days, a happy time spent with everyone in the Rainbow Country, when Carrion continued to joyfully teach Campanella to become his substitute. But as we rose to the top, the administrators noticed us and the result was that we were all wiped out. We resisted, but the undying was too strong, so, in a cave, Carrion was injured, leaning against the wall to rest when Campanella approached. Carrion's body was severely corroded, looking like a zombie, both eyes wounded, sensing someone approaching. He spoke. Campanella. You. Campanella stopped in front of Carrion and softly called out. Lord Carrion. Carrion still forced a careless smile. Sorry for letting you see me like this. Tran through it. It is just that Vanquish has escaped to the throne and issued a new order for Campanella. From now on, you will be his right hand instead of me. Hearing this, Campanella fell silent, determined. I am sorry, but I can't do that. Suddenly rejected by Campanella, Carrion looked slightly stunned. Huh. Campanella whispered. I have already mixed something from the Golden Kingdom's treasury. Campanella took out a crystal orb and declared, now I will seal you. Carrion started to get angry. Yanjiang shouted. What are you doing? Campanella calmly explained his actions. If we stop all activities, we might be able to deceive the administrators. He smiled, telling him to take time to recover, for the body is the soul's vessel to return to Chaktio. Carrion dealt with the man in an instant, then burst out laughing haha as if hearing the joke of the century. Laughing so hard he spat out blue blood. Carrion praised Campanella's boldness, saying that to prolong my last breath, you actually sneaked into the vault truly reckless. To get this crystal orb, Campanella had to fight the vault guardian Lewis. He recounted that the terrifying little knight was the one guarding it. The opponent was quite strong, even Campanella had to be cautious. He said, I nearly died at that time. Lewis was terrifying, his eyes sharp as if ready to kill anyone invading the vault, feeling his body weaken. Carrion muttered. Sealing magic, not a bad idea. His voice grew weaker, as if his life was nearing its end. Carrion promised. One day, we will soar together and fight. I will stand by you. Campanella, feeling Carrion's soul slowly leaving his body. Campanella replied, it must be wonderful. Lord Carrion, holding the crystal ball in his hand, Campanella muttered to himself, if he knew the truth about this jewel, I am not sure he would forgive me. Carrion had bowed his head, his soul slowly leaving his body. Campanella was sorrowful, yet he was grateful that Carrion had taken in a child like him, treating him like a brother, like a friend. Immediately after, Campanella sat down and used the crystal ball, from which a blue light radiated and enveloped the two of them. Returning to reality, the Emperor gritted his teeth in anger, knowing that the item's effect would not be complete until it fully absorbed his body. The foundation of the Guardian skill works on a dead target. The target's healed soul replaces the user's body, while the user's soul resides in the target's body, protecting it until the owner returns. Carrion was furious, the one who lost their memory and personality and protected my body. I cannot forgive. I will never forgive you. Campanella frowned in confusion when he heard Carrion shout never. Then he was slightly startled, because he was stunned for a moment. Carrion struck first, and by the time Campanella realized it, it was too late. He took a punch that spun him around like a top. The blow twisted Campanella's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood, and no matter how much he thought, he still did not understand. The story just now was a beautiful tale between you and your follower. I am exhausted, so the new day feels unsatisfying. Carrion rushed forward and shouted. Campanella. You. Campanella struggled to defend. The surprise was... Before attacking, Carrion asked a critical question, his eyes misty. Why must you give up your life for me? The question left Campanella speechless and unable to respond. Carrion spun his body, channeling his strength into the next attack. Why can't we survive together? Campanella muttered. Right then, Carrion's fist swung right in front of him. The death punch. Campanella's body flew backward without resistance. And Carrion, caught in the momentum, kept punching relentlessly, then unleashed another move. Heaven's Burial. When the momentum faded, Carrion stopped and stood watching Campanella's body fly away, and then his tears fell, but whether the game was over or not remained unknown. Memories flooded back. And once, lying on the conference table, Carrion murmured, I remembered Campanella. While Vanquish was sitting and reading, Carrion confided that perhaps Subaru's soul was gradually stabilizing and maturing. He wondered why he often recalled memories from those days, like what he liked or what he was thinking. Lost in thought for a long time, Carrion asked the question that had troubled him for so long. Why did Campanella sacrifice herself for me? Just as Carrion was pondering life, Suzaka was struck by a thunderbolt from somewhere and quickly jumped away to escape it, and then she fell face first into the sand. At this moment, they were in the white sand desert, with the conference table and empty chairs set right on the sand. It seemed Suzaka was competing with someone. The thunderstrike just now was also the opponent's move, and she reported her opponent to Carrion. Wait a minute. Carrion, that guy does not hold back at all. However, Carrion did not care. He sat up and turned to look at Vanquish. Vanquish spoke with insight, saying that people only learn to value themselves from the moment they are born. Carrion shifted from lying on the table to sitting up, listening intently to Vanquish's words. In this world, they cherish themselves above all else. Even Suzaka, though unsure why Vanquish said that, remained silent and listened. He told the two of them that if they were lucky, one day they might find something more important than themselves. Vanquish had put away his weapon long ago. He spread his hand to count his fingers, saying that even sacrificing oneself is not considered a loss. In the palm of Vanquish's hand was a green buffalo seed. He clasped his hands as if holding on to something precious in life and concluded that this is what living truly means. Amidst the vast white sand, Vanquish's voice echoed, saying the journey to find something more important than oneself is the path to true happiness. He seriously shared his thoughts. I believe so, as if understanding Vanquish's words. Carrion smiled. Vanquish, like a teacher grading a test, asked, that name Campanella. Who thinks why he left? Carrion hesitated. No. Ah yes. Why? He placed his empty hands on the table, looked up at the sky. We were together. He recalled the times before we teased each other. Carrion smiled with satisfaction. My feelings. He closed his eyes, satisfied with the answer he had found. Campanella. To me, the memories were so beautiful, but back in reality. Carrion punched Campanella mercilessly with the move. Death Fist. The punch was so strong that Campanella flew like a severed axe, which was also the effect of the next move. Heavenly Execution. Seeing the energy radiating from Carrion was enough to know how furious he was as he glared at Campanella being knocked away. However, the Demon Emperor shed tears, emotion swirling inside. Campanella. To me, I do not know how to thank you. Right after, the Demon Emperor turned around upon hearing Campanella's familiar call. Lord Carrion. When the memory was released, Stardust light rose from Campanella. I remember now. He confessed, I have spent thousands of years here to protect your body. Campanella felt no guilt. Instead, he shared that he was proud, which surprised Carrion. The Stardust light left Campanella faster. As if his time was running out, he smiled and said, I embraced this mission and have no regrets. Carrion chucked up calling his old friend Campanella, who, unlike Carrion's sorrow, was cheerful and even seemed excited, saying it is time, so the new day has come to free me. Carrion closed his eyes, trying to steady his emotions. He replied, Yeah, I have traveled for a long time like a wandering soul. Subaru appeared in Carrion's life and gave him new hope, and he did not hesitate to share this with Campanella, saying I have found my hope. His eyes sharpened. From now on we will face the administrator. Hearing this, Campanella was momentarily stunned because he knew how powerful that being was. Then, right after, Campanella's tears of happiness flowed as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Carrion stepped forward and patted Campanella's shoulder with promise. We will win. He reassured, so rest. Carrion smiled, his eyes shining with happiness. You stayed loyal until the very end, and I am truly grateful for our friendship. Campanella never thought he would hear such heartfelt words, and Carrion was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled with relief. And then, Campanella's soul left his body. I will wait for your good news in the boundless chaotic sea. His soul dissolved into the stardust light radiating from his body, leaving only one last word, my soul masked. As the soul vanished, the stardust light gradually faded away, and Campanella's body collapsed forward. Carrion stood right in front and reached out to support Campanella's body leaning on his shoulder. He whispered, Follow me. Immediately after, a blue light glowed and enveloped the bodies of the two. The Demon Emperor Carrion had returned to his body. In another world at the throne of the Ace-Stone Sea, Sayaka floated in the sea, sensing and announcing, Harasaka has disappeared. Then she looked down at the newly appeared figure below. Down there, Lewis looked up and said, as Tega and Ariek said, once the Demon Emperor reaches the other side, he has probably returned to his body. She guessed that Renji had lost his contract with the other side and had returned to his body. Sayaka calmly concluded that everything seemed to be going according to plan. Behind her, Killam stepped forward, thunder crashing loudly. She would not have to worry about lacking a training partner. The thunder startled Sayaka. She turned to face this walking thunderstorm, and Hen said, until the battle with the administrator begins. Hen seemed excited to give Sayaka a hard time, laughing confidently and promising to train with her until then. She remained silent, her face showing a hint of sadness. Sayaka thought of Carrion. We will go there together. She believed. A light flashed in her hand. Then she clenched her fist, showing her determination. Then Sayaka clasped her hands, saluted with fighting spirit. Yes, thanks to you, Master. Turning to Carrion, he and Harasaka stepped out of the cave together, where two people were waiting for them outside. That is Sayaka and Vader. The girl called out, Lord Carrion. She was a bit puzzled, wondering why it was like this during the day. Carrion now has long hair and a face resembling Harasaka. He smiles and explains that he must have been inside Harasaka's body for too long, holding up a lock of hair to show everyone that his hair has grown longer and looks smoother. Carrion exclaimed, It has been longer than I thought. Maybe it shares a resemblance with Harasaka's soul. He raised his hand, spreading his palm. Blue energy radiated out, suddenly flaring up and startling Vader, making him uneasy. Powerful and towering energy filled the sky, an overwhelming force. Seiya and Suzy calmly faced this terrifying energy, while Vader worried anxiously for his brother. releasing a bit of energy. Carrion clenched his fist and announced to them that the ancient words had returned. Harasaka was stunned upon hearing the news. Carrion smirked and asked, "What do you think, Harasaka? Scared now, are not you?" Harasaka's eyes wide, and after a long pause, she finally said, "Amazing," but it did not seem like he was admiring Carrion's recent power. He was stunned to realize he had arrived in another world. This is another world. Carrion paused for about 2 seconds, and all he could say was that it seemed like his first time here. At that moment, Seiya took a few steps forward. Huh. She looked at Carrion, right at Carrion, then at Harasaka. Then she rolled up her coat, revealing small test tubes inside, and asked them to participate in my specimen collection. Bone samples. Her eyes showed determination as she said, "Before the big battle I want to gather as many specimens as possible," and both happily agreed. "All right." Carrion scratched his head thoughtfully, smiling wryly. So Vanquish did very well that day. In another space, flanked by towering bookshelves, Vanquish walked down the time corridor between these shelves, and we might meet the administrator soon. As he walked, Vanquish marveled, never expecting to return here one day. His steps were firm, his mind deep in thought. Convinced this would work, Vanquish walked forward emotionlessly, holding on to hope that his meaningless life would find meaning. In this place, he was not alone. A voice echoed through the corridor of time. "What does life mean to someone? Return it." Or something like that. He was slightly surprised to hear the question, his expression shifting a bit. Then he continued, calling it a monster. Vanquish kept moving forward, the voice seeming not to address him but to read something, waiting for something that would never return, loving something more important than himself. The other person smiled faintly, but after all, no matter what one loves. Hearing this, Vanquish began to suspect, the other continued, that they did not want to harm them out of personal will and would destroy them, like a beast provoke. Vanquish frowned, his gaze sharp and intense, but right after that, he bit his tongue and looked up at the other person. In the middle of the time corridor, many giant wall clocks were stacked on top of each other, and the other person was sitting atop this clock tower. Vanquish spoke the name of a book, The Sound of Thunder, of Barbarious Strings. The other person smiled approvingly. "Yes, it seems you have studied human books," as I said. He raised a fistful of books and commented that novels are the crystallization of imagination in the form of paper and ink, and this masterpiece is very interesting. Looking at Vanquish, he said again, "For example, this story, as if it were written about people. Right, my dear Vanquish? This is a young guy with small round glasses suitable for reading, a typical image of a book-loving intellectual. Greeting, it has been a while." Vanquish was furious, his black hair turning white, his eyes reddening with a bloodthirsty glare. He had no time for small talk. He did not remember becoming one of them, but he knew why they had called him here. Vanquish's gaze sharpened, his words no longer a plea but a command. "Lend me your power." Administrator Elpis, the administrator agreed, flashing a fierce smile like a mad scholar. "All right then, let us make a deal." In a space like a mystical quartz sword, Vanquish and Elpis began their agreement. To be precise, an administrator is a collection of souls. Like humans are made up of cells, an administrator is a composite of 10 trillion souls, gathered into one existence. Due to the interaction between souls, chaos, disorder, confusion, secrecy, and individuality arise. Souls can unite or divide depending on their mood. The administrator Elpis's interest is curiosity. Elpis tilted his head and asked, "What did you use to make that deal last time?" The tension between them began to rise. Vanquish did not answer but gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, right. He laughed maniacally, thinking of Esther, Tobit, Banabob, Maria, Kareen, and Vanquish, and spoke the answer, "They took away your deaths." But unaware of Vanquish's growing anger, Administrator Elpis kept laughing. "But honestly, I am bored now. I originally wanted you to taste endless pain. Yet you and your friends keep challenging the administrator." Truly entertaining. Even though he was punished, he still laughed it off, but I was disciplined and confined. Surprisingly, Vanquish, though angry, still had not struck him. He hissed through his teeth, provoked to laughter, and Elpis laughed out loud. To stop laughing, he had to place his hand upside down and adjust his emotions. Then Elpis raised his index finger to his lips. Pondering, "You always make me happy." He squinted and made a decision. "It is interesting, so I will cooperate until I get bored. Then I will kill you all." If his eyes could take the admin's life, Vanquish's murderous gaze would have sent Elpis to the afterlife 80 times over. December 24th, Sunday. Human world. On Sunday the 24th, at the house of Tsunemori Florose and Croquet, who led Violet dressed as Miss Claus carrying a bag to Jean's house to wish a Merry Christmas. Zinga opened the door and looked at the group. Surprised. "Hi, Administrator." Florose blinked. Sitting on Tsunemori's throne, her proposal sounded ordinary, but given their opposing positions, it was a bit shocking. "Let us have a Christmas party." Zinga was stunned. Then the zealots asked irritably, "You are enemies. What are you doing here? Without waiting for Zinga's consent, the three slipped past Zinga and ran into the house, begging for mercy. Zinga reacted quite slowly and only shouted now, "Do not come in." But it was too late, the enemy was already inside. Floros acted as if she were at home, walking in while turning back to explain. "This is work, to report the level of escape from surveillance." She arrogantly and confidently declared it as if it were obvious. Leading to the Christmas party, Zinga was speechless and said, "Enough with the nonsense." He scratched his head in frustration, clenched his fists, and tried to communicate with Subaru through the soul link, Ariak, but a voice echoed, saying it would not work, and Zinga was startled and alert. Floros cut off his soul link and warned him that with us here, he can't use the soul link like last time. Behind her, Violet and Croquette had already started decorating the house, and Zinga turned dark and shouted in anger, "Hey, whose house do you think this is that you are throwing a party like this?" Violet grabbed the kettle and asked politely, "I am using the kettle." "Okay." Zinga annoyedly rushed over to take it back. Do not just take it without asking. But by the time she got closer, the kettle was already boiling, so obviously Violet was just asking casually. She decorated the living room simply with peaceful Christmas banners and a cake set on the table, then carried the kettle into the room. Now, Floros is satisfied. Feeling warm, Violet turns the guest into the host, inviting everyone to sit down and talk. Everyone cuts the cake, each taking a piece, and Floros starts asking, "So, it has been 2 weeks since then. Have you gotten stronger?" Zinga was speechless at such a blatant question and obviously did not want to answer. "I am not crazy enough to reveal information to the enemy." Violet suddenly laughed out loud at that response, leaving Zinga a bit confused, not knowing what he said to hit her funny bone. Violet is a cheerful person. From the moment we stepped outside until now, she has not once frowned, as if this trip is very enjoyable. The girl in front, just as Floros said, "You are a good kid, or maybe I am just being cautious." Zinga was a bit wary of the comment, frowning as he questioned why they did not choose Ariak or other close allies but instead focused all three here. Violet kept eating cake while Floros and Croquette looked at Zinga like he was an idiot. Floros sneered, "Since you are the most honest person, I thought it would be easier to gather and analyze information that way. Not sure if that is a compliment or an insult." Zinga's brows furrowed deeper. Floros took a bite of the cake and said bluntly, "According to our plan, you have to kill and torment your close allies." Then she remembered those who had already been sacrificed, and said, "You have no one left to kill." Bringing the red strawberry close to her mouth, Floros calmly said, "So there is nothing more to discuss." Stirred by unpleasant memories, Zinga darkened. "I understand now." He gave them an answer, still eating the strawberry. Floros had not absorbed the information yet. She wondered why. "The energy radiating from Zin," he said grimly. "My friends, I do not intend to let them go through what I did." Provoked, Zinga seemed like a different person as he threatened, "If necessary, I can defeat you all here." Administrators. Floros looked at Zin indifferently. Croquette watched silently, and at that moment, Floros slammed her hand on the table. Violet and Croquette understood and quickly cleared the table for Floros to climb up and crawl in front of Zin. Where she assessed him, Floros pressed her face close to Zin's and concluded, "So it seems you have been hiding a pretty strong ace up your sleeve, which is why you have stayed calm these past 2 weeks. Well done." Floros caught the worried expression in Zinga's eyes and remarked that it seemed everyone had grown. The indifference and confidence of the strong reflected in Floros' eyes as she said firmly that the administrators take great pleasure in killing people. She reached out to lift Zinga up, a lovable person. Everything clearly shone on his face. Then Floros turned and asked, "Did you see that? Gathering information from the target as a newcomer is also a skill." And Croquette obediently replied, "I still have a lot to learn from my seniors." Realizing he was a guinea pig for the enemy's training program, Zinga was extremely annoyed and angrily gritted his teeth, wondering what was wrong with these people. Floros returned to her seat and explained that the administrators were a business organization, and since they were a company, they had to visit the target's home when necessary. Also to train newcomers, Croquette diligently took notes in a small notebook, showing the self-discipline of a keen learner. Zinga, meanwhile, had become indifferent to what was happening before him. Floros did not mind being the one to talk a lot, but since it is a corporation, there are factions inside. You know, Zinga frowned slightly, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. Factions. Floros held the phone, giving him some information. "The three of us support the chairman, so we agreed to a 1-month ceasefire, but the vice chairman has already rejected it." At this moment, on the pedestrian walkway, a man in a suit and tie was enjoying music through his earphones while walking forward with his hands in his pockets. This person's condition is quite good. Even their blood seems to dance to the music. At the same time, at the Harasaka house, Subaru sets off firecrackers and laughs loudly, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Over here, the Christmas atmosphere is much warmer. Everyone sits around the table happily enjoying the lavish dishes. Perhaps because she prepared the food, Indacher is not very enthusiastic about the party, while Tetsu cheerfully bites into a chicken drumstick. Leon, wearing reindeer antler hairpins, smiled brightly and exclaimed that it had been a long time since they last had a Christmas party. For some reason, Indacher seemed unhappy and a bit disappointed. But this was not the time for that. Leon understood her worries and reassured her, saying, "We have cooked a lot and broke the tray a few nights ago, so tonight will be fine. Subaru smiled shyly and scratched his head, saying nothing. Tetsu was more straightforward, chewing on a chicken leg as she said, I plan to rest a bit. Leon smiled, but have not we still not toasted yet? Suddenly remembering something, Subaru slapped the table and stood up with a shout. We need more cake. Tetsu agreed. Yes. And Dacher brought out some bottles of wine, his face still not showing any joy as he commented. Ariak seemed very excited. Lion did not look at her but focused on eating, and so did she. It was probably his first time. Subaru thought, and Dacher seemed skeptical. So what now? While talking, there was a sound at the door outside. Subaru thought it was the cake delivery, so he happily ran to the door, saying he would be right there. Just as Subaru was about to open the door excitedly, he sensed something was wrong and paused for about 2 seconds. He furrowed his brow as if sensing something and immediately stepped back, away from the door. As expected, the door flashed with a few rainbow sparks as if someone had sliced it with light magic. It was the water fisher palm technique, and immediately after, the door was shattered, with fragments flying into the house. By tomorrow Subaru had already retreated to a safer position. Standing at the door was the man Mark Vest from earlier on the street. Subaru gritted his teeth and frowned as he saw the man breaking into Hira's house. The man smiled calmly, standing on a fallen piece that had been slashed. His dimension kept expanding, even affecting the inside of the house. Startling rang as he saw the glowing void cuts. This was Tetsu. Annoyed, squinting one eye and lightly dodging the dazzling yet highly destructive shattered space, a muffled explosion sounded. Harasaka's apartment was abandoned. Inside, everything was slashed. The spatial fractures were uniform, but there were no casualties as the man stepped forward. The man stepped on the plank, looked out the window, and saw the 4 people had escaped to the garden, relieved to see that everyone seemed to be alive. He smiled, noting that there had never been any spatial fractures before. He reached up to remove his glasses. This person was an administrator, an employee loyal to the vice president. Outside in the garden, the group of 4, Subaru flared with energy. Tetsu assessed, wearing blue, and Subaru concluded they were administrators. Subaru was unhappy with the admin's betrayal. They said they would attack after 2 weeks. Sapnak laughed, jumping down from above into the shadows. The chairman is too weak. But as he jumped down, a giant hand glowing with red energy and a sharp stone radiating blue energy attacked from above and below, trying to trap him to death. The hand and the stone collided with a thunderous explosion that was Tetsu's hand and Indachire's stone. At this moment, Tetsu silently awaited the outcome, while Indacher casually wondered if their attack had caused any damage to the opponent. As the dust cleared, Sapnak still looked perfectly fine. He praised them, saying, "You have gotten stronger, but I am the administrator. Normal attacks have no effect on me." No sooner had he spoken and not fully landed than a light brighter than the face of truth flashed. A heavy strike slammed down beside his head. After attacking, Lean immediately retreated, leaving a trail of black smoke near Sapnak's eye, but he was unharmed. The black smoke drifted away. He stood firmly on the ground, smirking and saying, "Listen carefully. I already told you. Do I need to repeat myself?" Lean ignored him and instead was deep in thought. Analyzing, it seemed his attack had been neutralized. Landing on the ground, Leon silently assessed. This must be the administrator. Tetsu stepped closer to her teammates and warned everyone to be careful. Yemtuk instructed, "We cannot defend against the shattered space attack." Indacher understood. "Got it." Miss Tetsu stepped forward and called out, "Ariak." Tetsu and Indacher stepped forward to block Subaru. Tetsu explained their plan. "We will take turns supporting you. Use your original words to kill him." Then, Subaru obeyed and closed his eyes, like a superhero transforming. When he opened them, his hair had turned white and even his eyes had become blood red. Subaru was burning with fighting spirit, surrounded by rainbow-colored energy. "All right, let us crush him." Sapnak did not seem to care much about the 4 of them, sneering as he covered his mouth and clicked his tongue, putting on his glasses to look. The gap in strength between us, going back a bit in time, in some world. This room was a large bathhouse with many girls serving Sapnak. He was holding 2 fresh girls underwater when he saw someone approaching and smiled, asking, "Jagan-chan, what is the matter?" The man in the pool is Sapnak, head of Division 3 of the Six-Eyed Corporation's assassination department. Surrounded by women feeding him grapes, he casually asks Jagan if she wants to join him, but sensing his deceitful intentions, Jagan calmly replies, "See you at the tower," causing Sapnak to freeze and immediately apologize profusely, begging for forgiveness. Jagan showed little emotion, calmly conveying the information that the vice president of Billet had called for him. Sapnak was thoughtful, as it was rare for the vice president to need to call him. After a moment of thought, it must be something important. Sapnak immediately stood up, and the girls who were happily chatting all cried out in unison. Water droplets ran down his strong body. One girl asked, "Sir Sapnak, where are you going?" Another shouted, "Do not go," and another coquettishly asked, "When will you come back?" Sapnak looked at the girls in Tranan, saying he had some errands and would be back soon, asking them to wait here obediently. The girls obediently replied in unison, "Yes." Sapnak dressed in matching clothes and left. The staff of the Blue Eye Corporation each have their own world. In Sapnak's world, he has a vast palace and girls who worship him. Now, as he steps out of the palace, rows of people stand respectfully on both sides to see him off. Someone carefully tied Sapnak's hair. She carefully tied a beautiful bow right there. They are the gods, and Sapnak has absolute authority over them. A portal opened. Sapnak waved his hand and said, "All right, I'm off." Before he left, the girls smiled and saw him off. But when the gate closed, the god of this world was gone, and the girls immediately became emotionless, like robots programmed only to respond to Sapnak. At that moment, Jigen stepped out, looking at the emotionless girls lining the road. Thinking, a world full of girls worshipping him, Miss Ninjang sneered with disgust, stepped through the space gate, and Sapnak walked straight into the vice president's office. He greeted, "Hello, you called for me." "Vice President. No beating around the bush. I have a job for you." The vice president presented Subaru's file, stating they must preempt the chairman's faction by killing Ariek Subaru. Eliminating the master would break the will of his inner circle. The vice president of the Six Eyes group, Billet, gave specific instructions. Kill the 3 people living with Ariek when you get there. Neutralize the enemy as quickly as possible. Sapnak smiled slyly. Very fitting, Billet's six-eyed president. All actions will be justified if I become the chairman of the corporation, and that is why Sapnak ambushed Subaru's group returning to the present. Harasaka's apartment was destroyed by Sapnak's space-shattering strike. At this moment, he laughed loudly. Sapnak kept attacking Miss Tetsu and was pleased. "You guys are something." While Miss Tetsu silently focused, defending and retreating, Sapnak threw a punch. Tetsu blocked it. The fight grew fiercer. Sapnak kicked hard. Good. Very good. Tetsu defended strongly but was pushed back by the kick. While defending, Tetsu assessed their combat strength. Their close combat skills were equal, but she was gradually being overwhelmed physically. Just as Sapnak was about to attack again, he suddenly noticed, and Dacher jumped into the air and cast a spell. Tetsu's arm bleeding, so he stepped back to gather strength, while Dacher casually struck with the Lord of Chaos. Right after that, a shadow appeared, pulling Sapnak into midair. This was the Night Goddess' move. All around Sapnak was water, as if he were submerged in an endless sea, yet he remained calm, even confident enough to comment, "Oh really? Trying to suffocate me?" Dacher landed on the ground, looking at the opponent indifferently, refusing to comment. Sapnak smiled with contempt, saying it was not effective enough. Then he reached out his hand. A powerful blue energy surged through her body, blue flames causing the shadow of the Night Goddess and the seawater inside to evaporate. Dacher lived up to her reputation as a woman of few words, merely glancing without saying a word, because she has already prepared her next move. She endures, the immortal 9-headed snake. Sapnak looks up and lets out a sigh. Using poison, standing in the grass, taking in all the snake as venom, he bluntly comments, "You clearly do not understand the executor at all." Saying that, he spread his hand, the cracks in space flashing, and kindly explained that not all extinction curses are equally effective, only the strongest ones are useful. Immediately, he used the shattered space on the 9-headed snakes. The shattered space flickered around him. Sapnak smiled and said goodbye. On Dacher's side, the cracks of broken space appeared, and Sapnak smugly believed he had won, bidding her farewell. Dacher. However, his smile faded quickly when he noticed someone approaching from behind. It was Tesso, moving with incredible speed. Her sudden punch from behind interrupted Sapnak's focus before he could even react. However, he was not injured at all and eagerly charged to fight Tesso, but before he could land a punch, Tesso's foot was already on his shoulder, surprising even him. Next, a punch like a thunderbolt struck directly at Sapnak's face. Tesso launched a rapid flurry of punches with extreme speed, leaving no time for the opponent to react. Sapnak silently thought, "Faster now," and though hit, he still smiled because he had discovered Tesso's skill. This is the absolute evolution of Haidu Tesso, something that perfectly adapts to every attack after just one exposure. Hearing this from the opponent, Tesso was not very surprised. He thought to himself, indeed, his skills had all been revealed. On the surface, he remained calm and composed, thinking that even if he could not defeat the opponent, he could still hold his ground. And that was enough. At that moment, Subaru rushed in from behind, unleashing a mist of blood and a blood curse. Yet the look in Sapnak's eyes showed he was not surprised at all. Because immediately, the ruptured space cuts reappeared right beside Subaru and also next to Tesso, both surprised as they quickly dodged the space cuts and were amazed at Sapnak's incredibly fast reaction. He simply raised his hand and criticized, "Slow. Too slow. Hey, your plan is really simple." Sapnak looked at Tesso, "And the 3 of your plans, effective with absolute development, will be anticipated." Then he looked at Dacher, who had a variety of deadly moves protecting the rear. He moved backward while the 2 held him down. Subaru was behind, his arm injured and blood flowing freely. Sapnak said, "Ariek will finish me off with either a curse or annihilation." Right. Then he looked at Lion and mocked, "The only useless one is Lion." Lion hardly participated in the fight, only throwing one strike at the start. The rest of the time he just stood aside watching. Now being spoken of like this, He felt a bit offended. On the other side, Sapnak provoked. Come on, let us see. His energy surged powerfully, the shattered space flickering around him as he confidently challenged. Let us see if you have that ability. Compared to him, you who do not release energy like Lion are as insignificant as an ordinary person. Lion gritted his teeth anxiously and cursed. Damn it, Sapnak thought to himself. Still mocking. What the hell? Is not that right? He calmly observed Lion and judged that the panic was just an act, was not it? On the other side, despite being mocked, Lion stood still, seemingly terrified and showing no intention to fight. Sapnak recalled Lion's behavior in the previous battle. He had watched the fight in Siberia. He saw your special consciousness. I know Lion absorbed the essence of Ariak Subaru. Sapnak analyzed that Hayato's words were just lies to mislead and make him focus on Ariak. He rationally concluded as he looked at the furious Lion on the other side that the real threat was not Ariak but Lion's annihilation. He even considered the possibility that Lion might have absorbed the shattered space. But that skill's range was too wide to use where civilians were present. At this moment, Tetsu strikes again. He dodges the spatial cuts and counterattacks. Sapnak narrowly evades, already planning to end the battle. In other words, all he needs to do. Meanwhile, Indacher endures a massive white energy attack, but must also carefully avoid the shards from the shattered space. Sapnak looked at Subaru, who was bleeding heavily, seemingly wounded by the shattered space cutting into him. Sapnak concluded, kill Ariak Subaru, thinking of the vice president's words. He lamented, you were right. Vice President. Sapnak unleashed blue flames to push back Tetsu and burn Indacher's creatures, thinking it was a reasonable move. He also did not forget to enjoy the pleasures of his own world, indulging his desires without restraint. Immediately, Sapnak was motivated, seeming to stop playing around and get serious. Through the flames, he suddenly appeared in front of Kote, suddenly appearing before Tetsu. He thought, this is my style, then raised his hand and threw a punch at Tetsu, easy as. This time, Tetsu could not block it. After a powerful punch, he was knocked back, more seriously injured than before. Tetsu blood, but Sapnak did not stop, thinking to fake a weakness to lure the enemy. Leon anxiously watches the battle. In his eyes, this is the perfect moment to strike, because Sapnak has revealed a weakness. However, what Leon did not know was that he was doing it on purpose. He was a bit impatient, holding back something, leaving an opening right here. Finally, Leon made his move, driven by a strong urge. Come on, Leon. This is the perfect moment to strike because Sapnak is not paying attention to his back. He does not even bother to turn around and defend, and Leon's target is Sapnak's head. He raised the staff in his hand. Leon unleashed the blood curse on Sapnak's head. But the difference in strength allowed the opponent to easily dodge, even sneering mockingly. At that moment, Leon realized his attack had missed and anxiously glanced behind him. Sapnak tilted his head and sneered with contempt. Thinking, see, I am even better. With a strong sensation, Sapnak fully realized Subaru was rushing over. He silently looked down on him, thinking I can sense someone approaching from behind. It is Ariak. He focused energy into his hand and calculated. I will strike Leon before the others arrive. I want TU space shatter it could be absorbed. Acting on impulse, Sapnak gave Leon no chance to escape and charged fiercely, closing in on Leon. The first opponent fell. Checkmate. Sensing the deadly intent behind him, Leon unleashed a critical strike. The red crystal on his staff glowing as colorful spatial rifts appeared. The moment Sapnak reached him, he was sliced by the shattered space, his attacking arm severed. At this moment, Leon was calmer than ever, his eyes shining brightly, with no trace of the previous panic. Sapnak fell down in astonishment, unable to understand why it was happening. Leon stood with his back turned, not looking at Sapnak as he fell backward. Speaking coldly, your research is insufficient. You are the one who is defeated. He anticipated the loser would give up. Kindly explaining, my boundless Lord of Heaven and Earth can absorb other skills. Sapnak struggled lying on the grass, curious about when Leon absorbed his shattered space. The red gem on Leon's staff glowed as he continued, and even more, as if reading Sapnak's thoughts, Leon helped answer his questions. Absorption happens upon contact, even if the other party does not use a skill. Hearing this, Sapnak accepted his defeat, realizing it was due to ignorance. In the past, Leon did not strike many times. He explained, obviously to those who do not know because I only directly touched and absorbed once in my life. Leon recalled that time calmly, saying it was the previous king. Sapnak gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, unsure if it was from pain or worry. Just by contact, so, he remembered Leon only struck him once and then immediately backed off. Meaning from that moment, he had, accepting fate was not Sapnak's style. He wanted to struggle one last time. A spatial mark appeared around him, but that was his move, space. Before he could even unleash it, blood splattered all over his face, leaving him stunned, and the shattered spatial move was stopped. Leon's eyes lit up as he revealed a harsh truth to Sapnak. The blood talisman he released earlier still lingered in the air. He turned back and sealed it with a final remark: some things you only learn with your life. The blood talisman stuck to Sapnak, making him vulnerable and helpless. The talisman's blood gradually covered his face, and Sapnak's eyes were filled with nothing but despair. To be sure, Lean cast the blood curse on him once more before walking away casually. In the spacious garden of the apartment complex, Sapnak turned over, lying on his back on the grass, the blood curse swirling around him, blue blood flowing. As the 4 members of the Subaru group watched for a while, I waited until I got closer, looked at Sapnak, who was dying and losing consciousness, and asked, "Are you weak?" Lion replied, "Yes." Then, I looked at Tetsu and asked with concern, "Hayaudu, are you okay?" Tetsu answered, "No problem." He placed his hand on his chest, reassuring Leon and healing himself. "I have learned the enemy's martial art of absolute self-development, the Asclepius healing technique." Miss Tetsu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. I had planned to deliberately reveal a weakness to give Leon an opening to attack, but it ended up being more generous than expected. Subaru felt a bit down. "I was just a decoy this time and did not do much." Leon comforted him. "That is also part of the strategy." As Tetsu concluded that strategically, we are completely at a disadvantage. This statement left Subaru slightly stunned. As Tetsu stepped up to Leon and continued her critique of the recent battle, saying that having 4 against 1 and still struggling like that was really pathetic. Then she suggested that we need to quickly conquer the water channels. Leon remained silent, not revealing what he was thinking. Subaru agreed, "Yes." While the 3 were discussing tactics, Endacher suddenly spoke up with shocking news: he was still alive. Sapnak had not gone to the afterlife yet. He was still struggling between life and death, opening one eye and coughing weakly. The person he relied on could not accept the fact that someone like him was defeated by an enemy. Leon showed little emotion and clarified the situation. "It is okay. He is about to die. The blood curse has pierced his heart." Endacher felt somewhat relieved. Knowing that he could die was actually good news. Sapnak breathed in little but exhaled a lot, still struggling to catch his breath, trying to hold on to his last moments. To be sure, Endacher intended to watch him seriously until his last breath. In his final moments, Sapnak silently lamented the reward from the vice president. He recalled the conversation with Vice President Billet, who asked if he had heard about the big issue yet. At that time, he confidently replied, "Yes. Ariek and his family, I have to torture and kill them all. A strange request but with an absurdly large reward." Billet replied, "Yes." The vice president of the Six-Eyed Corporation also mentioned that the chairman seems likely to retire after this. Sapnak remembered being quite shocked. He asked, thinking of the chairman's frozen, hateful face. The vice chairman exposed his plan. He intended to sacrifice all the enforcers the company had to add his soul to the operator. Billet clasped his hands together, judging harshly, saying it was the greatest betrayal to the employees who had dedicated themselves to the company for thousands of years. Even Sapnak was shocked and stunned by this news. Billet's eyes gleamed with determination. "We must stop him at all costs." Sapnak. Then he ordered, "Before the chairman acts, bring me Ariek Subaru's head." Sapnak smiled and replied, "Understood." Then he held up 3 fingers and said, "Regarding the reward, I want 300 beauties." Billet paused for a moment. "Are not you still short of beauties?" Sapnak revealed a sinister look, saying that a bodyguard is something you can never have enough of. Ending the flashback about the reward, Sapnak seemed to have found his voice, struggling to say, "Please, do not underestimate me." Endacher silently stared at him, the light fading from Sapnak's eyes as he coughed again. In the past, Sapnak was a short, chubby man with an unattractive face, so he was often looked down upon. He used to grit his teeth and mutter, "Teasing me," while the girls paid no attention to him, and he hated them, calling them fools. Simply because he lacked attention and love from women. He was jealous. They ignored me and only cared about their own kind. At that time, he was so angry he wished to curse them all to death. Now, as life slowly fades away, Sapnak mutters, "I have become an enforcer." But why? His body gradually turns to dust and vanishes, leaving only his final words, "Why did no one ever love me?" Endacher stood nearby, hearing the pitiful last words of a blameworthy soul, but she showed no strong emotion. As the body turned to dust and drifted away, all 4 members of Subaru's group watched the process. In the end, Subaru confirmed that the death of an enforcer was just a return to the sea. Curious, he wondered what denial the person had before dying. Tetsu did not care much. Once someone's dead, what is the point? The real issue is, you are worried about something more urgent. Where are we supposed to go now? Remembering Hira's abandoned house, Subaru shouted, and Harasaka's house. Endacher added, plus the rest of Kuripa. At Vice President Billet's office, Secretary Jagan reported that the minister was about to fall in the mission. While reporting this, she looked very emotionless, neither happy nor sad. Billet put down the pen in his hand. Truly a pity. He clasped his hands and considered. "We have to think about his successor." Jagan politely inquired, "Should we send the next assassin?" Billet stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yes." The door was opened. Mastema entered excitedly with a weapon. Apologizing, Jagan was startled. Vice President Mastema politely advised, "Please learn to knock." Mastema stepped in a good mood and apologized. "My fault." She sent a message. I interrupted your conspiracy. Billet remained silent. Looking at her, Mastima put the scythe down and said, but it is not really important. She boldly sat on the side, putting one foot on Billet's desk and said, but openly obstructing the chairman like that is not very wise. Is it? She threatened that if given the order, Dictatai could take care of him. You know, Jagan was flustered and a bit worried, but Billet calmly replied, I will be careful. By the way, Mastima listened intently to what he wanted to say. Billet wanted to find out who the operator was among the administrators, and he asked, regarding the big issue, do you know who the client or operator is? Mastima rubbed his chin thoughtfully before answering, no, I do not know who they are. But the chairman has met them. Do you have any clues? Billet also thought for a moment and said no. Not even the vice chairman knows who the operator is. Back at Jean's house, Floros had a grand feast. Eating, drinking, and celebrating together. After the meal, she led Violet and Croquet away, saying we have confirmed your current status. That is all for today. See you next time. Zynga snapped irritably. No need to come back. Floros laughed loudly at the door. That won't happen. Then she squinted and said, next time we meet, only one of us will be alive. Zynga's eyes widened in shock at her words, a reminder that they were mortal enemies, and he reluctantly replied, yeah, that is right. The space gate slowly opened. Floros smiled cheerfully. Having a great time today? Right. Before entering the gate, the three of them said goodbye to Zin. Floros laughed, then Violet waved, see you later. Croquet bowed. Thank you for hosting me. Then they entered the space gate, and as it closed, Floros still looked back at Zin. Once they had all left and the gate was fully shut, Zynga exhaled and stepped back inside the house, looking at the pile of dishes still on the table. Zynga sighed. Do I really have to clean this up? Then, Zynga reached into his pocket and pulled out a special key. At least the key had not been exposed yet. After using the key to open the black gate to the other side, Zynga apologized and said, I am here. Over here, everyone was training together, and when Zynga arrived, Kinokawa greeted him happily, but Tsunemori and Mei, unhappy, asked, where have you been? Zynga hesitated, apologized, saying he would explain later. Then his hand changed. I need to. Determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his enhanced hand and said, adapt to the new skill as soon as possible. At the Karak bar, while Endacher was passionately singing, Leon suggested the idea of conquering the water gap. In the small entertainment room, Tetsu kept eating chicken drumsticks. Endacher focused on singing. Only Leon talked to Subaru. I think it is time to use items outside the battlefield. We should get used to using them, Endacher sang with great passion. Just like a singer on stage. On this side, though not singing, Subaru wisely swung the fire pendulum in his hand to the rhythm of Endacher's song, serving his friends while replying to Leon. Understood. He reviewed the items already in the inventory. We have a large quantity, so from now on the main strategy will include using items. The inventory, a basic skill of the conquering gods of the water realm, allows storing received items during conquest without any limit. They have 19 days before the Six-Eyed Corporation lands. On the screen appeared information about the opponent today. The Moon Guardian boss level 184. On the level chart, Subaru is far behind. Subaru Ariak level 133. From afar, someone is also watching this battle. The battle was no longer just on Earth, but had extended to the Moon on December 20th, 2023, marking a new beginning. Shikushima asked if they were sure about letting Subaru fight alone this time. Tetsu replied that it was necessary for testing. He looked at the moon boss whose lower half was a fish carrying the dingba tree, his entire body surrounded by electricity. If he can't handle an opponent of this level, then we might as well dig a grave in advance. The dingba struck straight at Subaru, who was already ready to fight. Suddenly, somehow the dingba slashed across Subaru's neck, causing blood to trickle, then it quickly clawed away, leaving a deep cut on his neck. Shikushima watched in stunned confusion. Seeing his teammate collapse, clutching his neck with blood gushing like a fountain was not that extremely dangerous. Both Shikushima and Tetsu focused intently and spoke in unison, saying that without blood loss, Subaru could not be killed. The opponent, feeling confident, turned and left, leaving Subaru lying in a pool of blood. But he was only playing dead. Subaru was in a daze, his eyes tracking the moon guard, not necessarily needing to stop the bleeding. His gaze gradually brightened as he regained consciousness, able to generate blood and sustain life while compensating for the strategic gap. At least 5 times over, he sensed something and suddenly stopped. Then when he turned around, he saw Subaru slowly getting up and opening his mouth to speak. Warehouse collapse. The items taken out gradually restored Subaru's strength and healed his wounds. A pendant, a fee rank item that increases wind tier speed by 30% for 10 seconds. A strange mask, a fee rank item that boosts stamina by 30 for 5 seconds. And finally, a Durang Cheering Bear item that increases focus by 50% for 10 seconds. His 2 teammates continued to watch as all of Subaru's wounds were being healed, the scars disappearing, and soon it was as if they had never existed. Even Tetsu was surprised as Subaru's steps were enhanced. Moving faster, he grabbed the sword and rushed forward, quickly closing in on the boss, their two swords clashing wildly. Subaru struck hard with Chabro power, his eyes focused without a moment's distraction, breaking a wing mid-fight, forcing the moon guard to fall back while trying to defend and counterattack. Those outside recognized it and exclaimed in shock that the sword technique was their own. By learning the powers of others, Subaru gradually became stronger. He braced himself and struck back. Then he appeared from below with a fierce glare. Overwhelmed by the blows and strikes, he closed his eyes in pain and was fatally stabbed in the chest. Blood spraying everywhere, Subaru prepared to end the battle and spoke his final words. "Thank you." The bodyguard's eyes lost consciousness. "You are very strong." Just like that, he was finished off with a flash of light spreading across half his body, bending over in pain and crying out. Akira was sweating heavily outside. "I did it," Tetsu said again. "In the past few days, we have used him as a target to practice items in some way, and as for me, I have at least hit him 100 times. A loud shout called out as they looked toward Tetsu standing and watching. Subaru excitedly boosted his victory. "I won without using blood magic or cutting." The two chatted enthusiastically. Setting aside the items, "Your swordsmanship is still quite careless." Just as everyone was about to leave, Shikushima spoke up, asking everyone to wait a moment. They all turned back to listen attentively. The entire family gathered. Shikushima spoke seriously. "There is something I need to discuss with everyone." Akira suddenly realized. He only remembered when reminded. Both Harasaka and Amiya were here. An announcement. The alliance has reached a conclusion about those with families. Shikushima looked at each member as he recounted. And today everyone was allowed to inform them that they were all being targeted by the enforcers. The scene quickly shifted to Shikishima's father joyfully calling out loudly. "Welcome home, Ryo." Shikushima rushes to greet him, offering to take his bag, welcoming him home. His father beams with pride, and Shikushima replies, "I am doing well. I am a god after all. We're a mom and the others." They continued talking, saying, "You have not checked your email yet. They are still touring in Europe, and said they will celebrate from afar this year. How about you, Dad? This year Dad is letting loose." He then gently and kindly said, "I heard you have something to say. I will listen during dinner." Shikushima bowed his head in agreement. "All right, these two still get along like before, or should we go to the Tubiki bar? I know what you will say. I have already booked a spot there." "Good job, Ryo." At that moment, Mizuho was eating when she saw someone arrive and happily said, "Welcome back, Sayaka." She cheerfully replied and asked, "I am back. Where is Hazuki?" "She is handling the crack and will be back soon." Sayaka, confused, pointed to her head and said, "Hazuki is not her. She lost her master and is no longer the divine host." Mizuho, still carefree, swinging her legs, said, "Oh, she has been like that for about a week. A week goes by so fast." Another greeting rang out. "Sayaka, you are back." Sayaka panicked and stammered, "Sister, you are no longer Holonga's proxy." Hazuki, with a completely different appearance, had a man behind her. "Now, I am Ho, the divine lord of Amiya Hazuki." Before Sayaka could process this, Akira spoke up from the other side in a soothing voice. "Mom, I am home." Suddenly a loud echo startled him. "Chan, what is wrong?" His mother angrily interrogated. "You." Then she slammed her hand on the fully packed crate in the house. Furious, Mom said, "If you plan to keep Hirozaka's stuff in the storage, you have to clean it regularly." But Akira kept insisting, "Mom, I have something else to talk about today." Yet she did not pay attention and leaned into order. "Clean up first." "Yes, sorry Mom. I will do it right away." Putting that aside for now, his mother immediately asked Han, "So, how is Harasaka?" "Oh, he thanked you for the summer gift." In another family, the two parents were smiling happily. "Renji, you are home." In response was a warm smile mixed with joy. "Welcome home, Mung." The two gathered around him, teasing him with questions out of jealousy. "You have grown into a fine young man. Have you tried time traveling?" Seeing that, "I hope you have." The whole family happily chatted together, mentioning that they had not seen him in Japan recently and asking if the young master had to go abroad too. He said basically yes, and his mother smiled affectionately, saying he had not been back to Japan long and suggesting they watch the press conference again. The father saw his wife leaving and immediately stopped her. "Wait a moment. Hold on." Then he looked at Renji and said, "You mentioned something on the phone. Right, please listen first." The two listened attentively to him, urging him to speak. It seemed like a touching reunion, and Renji felt happiness in his heart. "Yes." After a while, Shikushima left the house and stood waiting for someone. From afar, Subaru approached. It seemed like it had been a long time since they last met. Shikushima said, "Happy New Year. Wishing this year to be just as good. Time keeps passing strangely." January 1st, 2024, the new year. The two of them strolled the streets chatting together. "How was everyone's new year? We ate soba together at the hotel, and Jinga came along when invited." Subaru asked Shikushima about Han, then turned to him and asked what he had told his family. He said the truth and also asked his two younger siblings and mother to return home. "They are artists, right? Your father is a conductor, your mother plays the piano, and your two sisters play the violin." Shikushima continued, but Subaru's face clearly showed displeasure. He did not want them to interrupt their work. but he preferred that to risking their lives. Shikushima confided that he had spoken to his father. He recalled the day they reunited and went to eat at a familiar restaurant, and that day, all right, as Reo suggested, they would cancel the performance and go home. He looked at his father with concern and said, I'm sorry. But he understood and comforted him. Do not apologize. As a loving father, though he knew this, he could not deny Shiki's efforts. Without the spell, this world would have no music to perform. He did not blame me but instead felt guilty, saying we feel bad for placing all the burden on your shoulders. Truly sorry. The two looked at each other with forgiving eyes. This is nothing. Father has always been grateful to you. At this point, Shikushima could not help but choke up with tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Father. Back in reality, Shikushima expressed his feelings. He had wanted to say he would protect everyone, yet he was the one being encouraged. It seems Naruze and Arasaka feel the same. Sayaka said something similar. Just like Subaru, who wants to do good, he raised his hand honestly. We will also do everything to protect our family. The two shared the same resolve. Shikushima happily looked forward, trusting in his eldest uncle. Looking ahead, all the members were present. All right, it seems everyone is here. The three of them stepped forward together to reunite. And yes, Jinga and Akira were also there. Subaru spoke up. First, the seventh calamity, the one that will destroy everyone's hearts except the wolf-scared god, must be eliminated. Time until the Blue Eye Corporation attacks. 10 days. Northwest Fukuoka and Saga Prefecture. Gansei. Cut to another scene. A woman's face expressionless, eyes wide open. The seventh disaster. The skill of the lone wolf bearer Kohaku Hirakata. Unexpectedly, she was defeated by Billet, blood still flowing down her body cut in two. He calmly spoke to himself. Sorry for getting involved. Harakata, Billet coldly declared. From now on, I will handle all matters related to Ariak Subaru, Vice President of the Blue Eye Corporation. Billet. Then, without hesitation, she let Koku's body fall for a moment. Having made her decision, a vision of the future appeared. A future memory, the outcome of the seventh calamity reflected in solitary fragments. A mass mental destruction event of humanity except for the client. Resulting from Kohaku Hirakata, a solitary fragment reflection through its class item. A fierce battle unfolded. But in the world of King Aurora, Subaru Ariak misunderstood it for another otherworldly skill. Though he still managed to destroy it, Kohaku stood amid the large water stain in the sky. The caster, looking very pleased with herself, Kohaku Hirakata, the conqueror who successfully dug the tunnel. Next, Indacher explained to Subaru that this had been discovered because Indacher had previously encountered Hirakata. In the story, an image of Mario Wakana observing a map appeared, and based on Indacher's information and the skills of the duo Marino Himeno and Kana Solo, Hirakata's location was identified at Genkai-si, and they moved to intercept her ability activation. Shikushima, confused, led everyone in wondering, so this is the place. Subaru looked around uncertainly and replied, yes, it is Nokita Bay. Itoshima Peninsula. Fukuoka Prefecture. Then he noticed something and said, no one is here. But there is something blue. Trying to find a clue, and Dacher spoke up, at least it is not Haku's skill. You do not understand anything. He replied, what the hell? At that moment, Jinga realized it was the six eyes. His answer made Akira turn back curiously. Huh. Worried. He blinked and recounted. I once saw it during birth. It seems like this thing. Daddio just recalled a tall building. Jinga continued. Their residence. In front of them, the six eyes kept spinning endlessly. Suddenly, within the circle appeared a starry night sky, and on the other side of the six eyes, two people were intently observing it. It turned out that Billet and Secretary Jagan were channeling energy as if preparing. He looked darkly toward the circle as if calculating something. Back on the other side of the six-eyed circle, Shikushima was suspicious, and as soon as he said it, he closed his eyes as if deep in thought. Then Shikushima decisively made a decision that made everyone cheer with joy. Let us head back. Billet was startled and widened his eyes as soon as he heard it. Akira said without changing expression, there is no schedule today. Subaru quickly added, what is there to do in Fukuoka? Without hesitation, Kathosishiman and Dacher also promptly gave their opinions. Mentaiko, Kotetsu refused to back down, saying that winter would not be complete without Tsunabe, and everyone eagerly agreed, listening to the two of them. But Billet could not stand it any longer and dashed through the six eyes circle to stop them. Which was not good at all. Everyone looked puzzled and asked, who are you? He grumbled and introduced himself. I am Billet, Vice President of the Six Eyes, and you must be Subaru, Ariak, and your team. Billet half threatened. Half questioned, I want to let you leave, but despite his gruffness, Subaru remained carefree. I want to go eat Tsunabe. Billet gritted his teeth with no other choice. I will arrange to move the scene to the dining table. Billet's seat. The Vice President's office. He spoke seriously as the pot of food boiled fiercely. You all know the power of this seat. What is exchanged here? Billet stood across the dining table and continued to explain it will not be monitored by the operators. It seems his words did not get through to them, making Billet angry and confusing Shikushima. Hey, why are you standing like that? Matsunabe has to come with her. He shouted at them in frustration. My place can handle that. Gia nearly sighed in relief. exhausted. As Billet's assistant rushed around preparing Motsune, while chewing food, Endacher discussed the main issue, the 7th Catastrophe. Billet ordered the search for information, saying, "I have dealt with it. This is the only way we have a chance to negotiate." His words caught everyone's attention. Getting straight to the point, as if making up for earlier, Billet praised the food, saying it was delicious, while Shikushima cut in, saying, "Get to the point for us." Immediately after, he put down his chopsticks and summed it up. Billet dropped a bombshell while keeping a calm face. "I will betray the chairman. Help me overthrow him." Everyone was so surprised they were left speechless. Shikushima seemed to voice their thoughts. Why? He spoke gently. "Simply put, the chairman wants to sell us to the operators, even trying to monopolize the profits." But Billet could not stand it. His face darkened with anger. Unforgiving betrayal will be met with betrayal. His attitude made Subaru fall into deep thought, but he remained silent and observant. Miss Tetsu immediately realized something. "So that is it." Just as I was about to crush him, I remembered the assassin from the other day was sent by me, Billet admitted without hesitation. "Yes. I intended to deal with Subaru before the chairman acted and handed him over to the operator." Floro's voice suddenly echoed in Din's mind, seeming to sense the chairman's fierce resolve, and he realized he had guessed it right. Then Shikushima spoke up, asking what benefit cooperating with him would bring, and whether his help was necessary. Immediately Billet unleashed overwhelming power. "Do you really think you can defeat us?" Shikushima was furious but powerless under the suppression. "Maybe you are misunderstanding. Let me make it clear. This is not a negotiation." Even Jinga was surprised by this terrifying power. Although suppressed, Akira still calmly glanced over. In his threat, Endacher simply glanced over, asking with just one sentence if they would follow him or not. His intimidation still did not cause any hesitation. Billet kept casting spells with confidence. Just like that, yet Tetsu still ate happily. This guy was on a whole different level. The enforcer we defeated before can't compare. Even if we all level up now, we still can't win. Suddenly, he paused his chopsticks, worried, thinking to himself, what if Asmodeus is stronger than this guy, without caring about their thoughts? Billet continued, "I have already prepared a reward. If you cooperate and defeat Asmodeus, the Six Eyes will withdraw and stop pursuing Subaru Ariak, and I also guarantee that I will not accept any requests that are disadvantageous to you." Zinga lost his temper, annoyed, saying, "How could we possibly believe that?" He said firmly, "I never make empty promises. I have already prepared the contract." And even Shikushima did not expect him to repeat the word contract. While Billet was introducing, Jagan had already restored the magic. "My assistant has the skill, the pact, to create contracts." He continued explaining that with this skill, the enforcer will be punished if the contract is broken. Shikushima was amazed by the scene before him, a skill that could bind the executor. Billet answered seriously, "Exactly. I put my life on the line for this." His recklessness made Zinga horrified, eyes wide open. Even Shikushima could not believe it. If he broke his word, he would die. And it had to go this far. Billet firmly asserted once again, "I just want to prove that I am different from the chairman," as if trying to convince him to lower his guard. The conditions offered were already very generous. "To join me, Subaru Ariak," like touching a sore spot. Zinga shouted loudly. Ariak and Shikushima also yelled back, "Subaru, do you really understand the situation?" Subaru smiled gently, "I understand clearly. If it comes to an end, Billet, his close ally, will be on our side. Right? Although I do not understand what is going on in your mind, it is more or less correct." Their hesitation annoys Billet. "Does my life still not feel secure enough?" At the same time, Subaru calmly looked straight at him and cheerfully asked, "Zinga, do you remember what I said about being controlled in the ruins?" Although tense, Zinga still remembered to say, "When we return, we should form a group." "Right," Subaru immediately confirmed. "Yes." Shikushima was surprised and exclaimed loudly, "Subaru, you mean?" Before I could finish, he already explained, "That group is called the Scarlet Empire. I have Vanquish's permission, and their motto is no betrayal and no abandoning teammates." Just as Subaru finished speaking, Shikushima was stunned, and Dacher and Lean were also surprised by his confidence. Akira found it amusing and let out a laugh as if to break the tension. Tetsu's expression remained unchanged, but she stared intently at him. Zinga was so moved he was speechless. Then he regained his composure and replied with a soft smile, "Yes." So Zinga's affirmation was solemnly announced by Subaru. "Billet, we, the Scarlet Empire, do not agree to any act of betrayal at any cost." Your words of integrity left Billet speechless. "Even if we were the ones being slaughtered, we could not join you." Subaru politely thanked him, still grateful for his offer, and apologized. His loyalty and that of everyone else left him speechless. Everyone had stopped eating and looked at Billet in unison. Right before his eyes, they had moved away from that place. Gia near the back wondered, "Vice President, is it really okay to let them go?" As Ingok stopped speaking as if she had long been wondering, "You could deal with them immediately." After being rejected, Billet was dejected but still aware that if he acted like that, Asmodeus and Mastema would immediately come after him. The moment Subaru Ariak refused my offer, the plan had already fallen apart. The goal to overthrow Asmodeus remains the same. We will support Subaru Ariak. Gia again unemotionally accepts the order. Understood. I will follow through to the end. He seemed lost in a murmured thought, not betraying or abandoning his comrades. If only his motives were the same. A dossier dated January 1st, 2024, the day the Six-Ring Corporation would land as planned, was handed over to Subaru and the nobles. The elite of the corporation, brother Akiharu Ariak, desperately proposed a plan for Akiharu Ariak to support a widespread extermination. At the same time, Subaru stood on the rooftop, tasked with slaughtering the family, allies, and friends of the disciples. The large house appeared before each of their eyes. It seemed Subaru was waiting for something, ready to wait and protect their family. An orderly house stands quietly before something big happens. It seems there is something inside the nearby houses. It turned out they had split up to observe the situation in those houses, while the others scattered nearby to prepare for the enforcer. The whole city was immersed in peace and silence, but immediately after, the six-eyed circle appeared again. Broken by, amazingly, the nearby person was so badly injured they were falling out of the circle. He was shocked to see that scene right before his eyes, but she could no longer hold on and fell from the circle. Subaru worried aloud, fearing she had mistaken the person. Billet's secretary. After Jagan fell to the ground, he immediately rushed over, shouting, "Are you okay?" "What happened?" Nay. Still with some strength left, called out Subaru Ariak's name. Jagan reluctantly revealed the information. "We were assassinated." Amid Subaru's confusion, she tried her best. "The chairman's faction will not come to the human world." Jagan's words made him open his eyes wide in disbelief. The scene shifts to the outer world. The Golden Kingdom. Deep within the palace, the ruins of the Infinite Tower. Asmodus spoke with calculated intent, saying Billet was too honest and enthusiastic. There was no way he would share the real plan with a traitor. He excitedly announced to his staff, "Gentlemen, as planned, begin the landing in the outer world." Targeting Japan, on December 11, 2024, at Tena. The six-eyed invasion of the outer world was carried out as originally planned. Jiagan lay on the rooftop in pain, trying to send a message to Subaru. Chairman Asmodi's plan was a lie. He wanted to destroy the outer world before invading the human world. She shouted excitedly, saying that to disable all the gods, there was a covenant with the door. According to Jiagan, the doors gradually opened in the sky, and without losing his composure like her, he slowly replied, "So that is it." Why the scene shifts to the outer world of the Golden Country. Floros flew in the air. Curious about what policy the chairman had behind this killing spree, Asmodus smiled gently in contrast to his brutal plan and praised it as a good question. Floros, the client's request was very simple. They only asked for one thing. Amidst the battle-hardened soldiers listening, he calmly announced, "Destruction, that is all," she repeated thoughtfully. "Destruction." Watching the golden-armored warriors from afar, Floros spoke up, "Understood. All right, let us begin." She activated her skills, the Divine Severance skill, Earthstump God, and Evil Distus. At the same time, the knights rushed forward quickly. The evil god of Floros immediately recovered and flew to attack them. Its giant hand grabbed the tiny warriors. Just as predicted, the god immediately crushed the nearby golden knights. The soldiers were terrified by what they saw. Everyone in front was killed in a single strike. How could this be? A monster. Before they could recover, a large flame attacked them. It was Violet, flying wildly, unleashing fiery strikes everywhere. The golden-armored warriors realized with suspicion that they were the 7 knights of the palace. The army kept pouring in, relentless, and Croquet was not exempt from the battle. Tsukujirahu, unleash your power. Her technique immediately blew up the knights who were fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Croquet stood in the middle of the explosion as if savoring victory, while Violet darted around. Mastima praised her, saying, "Well done. Maybe it is time for me to start acting too." She excitedly turned her head and called out loudly, but seeing Mastima's disappointed and deep sigh, she realized he was gone. One of Asmodis's feet had already stepped through the teleportation circle while she hesitated. Perhaps, just as Mastima predicted, he had arrived at the Blood Copper King above. He was already in the land of bronze, the royal garden. Don't be confused by the sudden appearance of the tiger and the stranger in blue. Who are they? Before he could finish wondering, he launched an attack, his terrifying power and unreal speed leaving Vodan stunned. Before he could prepare, Asmodis's strike could easily tear him into pieces, yet he still politely greeted as if the one who just attacked was not him. "Pleased to meet you. I am Asmodis, CEO of the Lucknan Corporation." Just after the introduction, Asmodis smugly prepared to deliver the finishing blow and say goodbye. The Blood Bronze King widened his eyes in surprise. This person was an elite among the enforcers, a formidable enemy indeed. Before he could react, the strike came rushing at him, and even one of the Russian queens could not withstand a single blow. Back in the Golden Kingdom inside the palace, Isis knelt in apology. "I'm sorry." From the western sky came a strong response from countless souls, a group of those in blue. She sorrowfully reported that many knights had been killed or wounded in the counterattack. Isis angrily shouted. The Golden Kingdom's general Ixis was hit. Queen Safina calmly asked again. The Emerald Group. The scene shifts again to the Silver Kingdom, the King's chamber, where Ruin sits dejectedly, resting his chin on his hand, saying, "We are no longer vassals who can wield the original words." He sits between the two eyes of the blue dragon, curious as Mastima appears from the green circle. teleporting instantly, showing no respect for rank. She is the Silver King. Mastema raised her weapon, focusing her power, looking quite like the former king, perhaps a descendant of hers. Suddenly, she let out a sharp cry. Yes, I should introduce myself first. The image of the former king seemed to appear as Mastema said. You cannot recognize the former king because I have already killed her. Her calm indifference made Ruin furious. Without hesitation, Mastema lunged forward, grabbing his shirt, and raised her weapon, saying, I can't use the original power. I am about to strike. Seriously, die already, you little fox. The control and sudden strike made Ruinder stare at the crescent blade about to pierce him. Suddenly, just as Mastema swung the weapon down, a foot blocked it in time. She did not expect it and turned, grinding her teeth. On the battlefield in the golden country of Floros, someone noticed something and looked up at the sky. The clouds. The stars. Oh heavens, on the side of the blood sovereign Asmodeus. He was politely reaching out his hand when suddenly it froze solid. Then, with sharp intent, he swiftly moved as if searching for the one who had just struck. Inside the city, Subaru was communicating, and Shikushima immediately responded. Listen up, they will destroy the outer world before entering the human realm. While Akira and Jinga were serious, he replied, just as we predicted. Both Harasaka and Sayaka exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Really? Hearing this, Shikushima helplessly explained, you guys just want to listen to the strategy. Right, there is no enemy. They honestly spilled all their plans to us. It is like they discovered a world wonder and agreed at the same time. Sounds reasonable. His face was full of scars, but he continued. Of course we should treat it as a lie to mislead them. Subaru, is the outer world okay? Calmly. Subaru replied, yes, while Subaru was reporting the situation. Denta, Kilim, and Lewis had already arrived in the Golden Country. The enemy invading the outer world is currently being crushed by the Taihong Kingdom. Amid Kilim's fierce battle, he continued recounting that in the Golden Nation, Kilim, Denta, and Lewis were holding the line, and Denta was equally excited at the prospect of fighting. Only Lewis was seriously focused, gathering strength and ready to fight. Both Violet and Croquet looked up at them intently. While Floros, curious, asked who they were, Subaru's voice continued to ring out, saying that the guardians of the Silver Nation were Carrion and Seiha. It turned out that the one holding Mastema back from making her angry was Carrion. Then he smiled provocatively as if ready to fight right away. At the same time, Seiha remained calm, ignoring Mastema completely. Right after that, he slowly said, as for the Bronze Country, Subaru quickly reported, the rightful heir must have already arrived there. Just as he predicted, Diamant arrived in time. Deuce calmly watched his sister despite his hand being frozen, unable to stay calm as Vorden shouted, while Diamond showed no mercy, mocking him for growing weaker and saying, Dad, you can't even handle a few blows. So what are we supposed to do? Hearing that, Vorden spun around in frustration, unable to hold back his anger as he scolded. Shut up, you ungrateful brat. Suddenly he broke through his facade, trying to explain himself. I am trying to do something too, she said sarcastically. Oh really? Deuce ignored their conversation and shattered the ice on his hand, launching a raw attack fast enough to block his move, a 10-star level. Then he gave a slight suspicious smile and said, not in the operator's information. Who is this lady? Regardless of Vorden leading Diamanta's response, she is nobody, just a soul. But if I had to say, then she unleashed a terrifying power as if to boast. I am the right hand of Subaru Ariak, the strongest spirit in history, the spirit Diamant. Returning to the previous meeting, after receiving the announcement about the invasion of the Six-Eyed Company, when Subaru and his team were preparing to challenge the First Water Gap, a meeting was held at the Great Sea to discuss the situation. After a lively discussion, everyone concluded that the Six Claws Company would split their attack between the human world and the other world, with the first target decided right before the landing, focusing on Subaru's family and nobles. This means there is still a way to protect the human world, so they will prioritize attacking the other world. But if no viable option remains, they might attack the human world. Vanquish tilted his head and clicked his tongue. It made sense. Safina nodded thoughtfully with a smile. Ruin laughed out loud. It was simply a strategy targeting the weakest point. Shikushima stroked his chin, deep in thought. In that sense, the problem lay with the other world, and Akira was puzzled why Shikushima said that. Shikushima did not explain much, his brows furrowed with worry, even suggesting a small chance that they might target our families since they can leave the human world. Safina gently analyzed that the Six Kings can use primal energy. And Vanquish, the ancestor, will operate this place for us. In other words, very few in the other world can use primal energy and cutting. Ruin listened quietly to her words, finding some truth in them, so they cannot oppose the enforcer. Voden pondered, waiting for everyone's decision. Denta crossed his legs and gave his opinion. Kill him, Kin Pika, and I will protect the other world. But honestly, I want a few more people. Kilim was quite confident, but flatly refused, getting no agreement. Denta, tired and speechless with Han, gently advised, we really need more people. At that moment, Demon Emperor Carrion raised his hand high, saying let me go, and I will not confront the executor. Subaru questioned, but I thought you said you could use the original words Carrion. Carrion remembered his body and his loyal friend from long ago, and said, I will reclaim my body. Surprised, Susie in her arms was also taken aback. Lord Carrion. About that, Vanquish spoke up to explain. It is the soul of Campanella. Carrion scratched his head, deciding to face the truth. This was something destined to happen one day, at this moment, in the human world. Sunday, December 24th, at a spacious house, the sad night falls. And in front of the door, 3 people from the Six Eyes Company come to wish Merry Christmas. Jin comes out of the house to open the door. Confused. Oh, the Six Eyes. Floro smiled. The business director was drifting away. Back at the meeting in Daihai, Vanquish and Carrion smiled together and said, "Never mind." Then Vanquish looked up at Lewis and the people beside her. Just them. Over there were Lewis, Sayaka tiredly lying across Lewis' lap, Lewis' legs tangled with Harasaka's. He looked at them and made a suggestion. "Can I try joining the conversation? Sayaka is not feeling up to speaking." "Sorry, but she has been a bit tired lately," Lewis angrily scolded. "Idiot. We are in a serious meeting. Who stands up? What good does it do?" Vanquish laughed and scolded. "You really are dumb." Safina smiled politely but her words were harsh. "I will deal with you later." Shikushima cut in, telling them to drop it and bring up another issue. Looking at Ruin, Shikushima asked, "How are we going to fix the whole ruin left in Subaru's house?" He added that it was not an urgent matter, but if possible, the problem was that Subaru's energy was being spread too thin. Mentioned this, Subaru remained silent, not objecting, but his slightly worried expression showed that Shikishima's words were true. Ruin chimed in. "Yes, the creators of that hole are the 3 kings." Awkward situation. Safina also threw in a confusing comment. The concubine and the king both accept their fate. Voden remained silent. Vanquish folded his arms and nodded. "I get your point." This time, it is Subaru's turn to wonder. Vanquish scratched his head and shared some news I am reluctant to reveal. "But I have an old friend stronger than the 3 kings." "Definitely." Jin, Akira, and Shikishima were all surprised and asked in unison. "Really?" Denta was also amazed. His old friend stronger than the 3 kings. Killam was slightly startled, thinking of someone, and asked, "Could it be?" Vanquish did not keep everyone waiting. He said directly, "No. Impossible. I will use Freeze, turning me into Subaru's disciple." Killam, Denta, and Lemda all exclaimed, "Huh." Subaru was also a bit curious. Freeze. Jin recalled memories of her. "I have met her before. She was in another world." Hearing this nickname, Denta sighed helplessly. Killam rubbed his aching head. Jin's words echoed in his ears. "She is the master of Killam, Denta, and Lemda, the master of the 3 magic disciples." At this moment, although Lemda was clinging to Lewis's leg, her body trembled uncontrollably, fear pouring out of her. When mentioning the one nicknamed Freeze, even Jin felt a mix of confidence and insecurity. "Said to be the strongest spirit in history, I believe it." Subaru did not expect her to be rated so highly. He nervously repeated, "Strongest in history." That person was none other than Diamant, who always wore a confident smile that lit up the future, as if nothing could ever trouble her. Currently, in the Copper Kingdom of the Upper Garden, Diamanda stands with her hands clasped behind her back, exuding confidence. Floating beside her is charming Vorden, who, after being defeated, can only maintain this small fairy form. Looking at the person who claimed to be a spirit before him, Du opened the information panel and silently calculated, confirming the information spirit. Glancing at the news he just found about this girl, he was amazed and thought to himself, "Spirit." His stunned face lit up with interest as he wondered. The strongest, even the strongest among the spirit race. History records that in 10 billion years of the administrator's reign, it was rare for a spirit to earn the title of the strongest. Elves generally have a strong ability to manipulate natural phenomena, so they can only develop in environments rich in natural phenomena. For example, the Western Spirit Stone can only manifest absolute 0, but it is still a rather weak elf. Diamond clenched one fist into the palm of the other hand, excitedly saying, "I have always been waiting for this moment." She was thrilled, eagerly anticipating the battle, a smile spreading across her face as she said, "I have lived a long time, but this is the first time I have faced life and death with an old executor like him." Du tilted his head and smiled, thinking to himself that she was overly confident, and said softly, "Take it easy on me." Just as he finished speaking, Diamand's powerful punch landed squarely on one side of his cheek, leaving it visibly distorted from the blow as she struck. She said, "But hurry up." The crackling sound was the glasses breaking, and it was unclear if any bones were broken. Du did not have time to dodge but managed to gather strength in his legs to stay standing. Yet the spirit's power was so strong that the ground beneath his feet cracked. Diamond looked down on his sloppy way of speaking, holding back in the fight because of her, and even though she had stepped back, a muffled explosion still echoed, and the ground beneath the water showed signs of collapsing. Immediately after, rocks and soil stirred and flew up, where the ground had now become a fairly deep hole, as tall as he was, with a fairly large area to avoid being crushed by the falling rocks. He used his power to sweep the debris away from the pit while pressing his face against his neck with his hand. Then, holding his head with one hand and raising the other, the sang flickered on his finger as he smiled faintly and said, "My apologies for being so clumsy." Seeing this, Vodun was startled. Recalling when he took a hit like that, he shouted in panic, "Dodge. Diamant. You do not understand my warning because you do not feel the danger." Then Diamante took a hit from Du, and that sang was like a compressed bullet, striking hard against her face. He was satisfied with his move, a smile still lingering on his lips. Then he noticed one detail. His recent move seemed to have no effect on Diamant. It did not even leave a major wound on her face. Just a little bleeding. Diamante touched her face and remarked, "It itches again." Her reaction left Vodun stunned and shocked. He could not believe his eyes. On the contrary, he looked shocked and exclaimed, "Impossible. Just that. One move once wiped out my entire defense." Diamante calmly assessed, "It is just the timing of their release. Life has now climbed out of the pit." And he was equally amazed. Are they really as strong as the stories say? Now he has decided to fight seriously. The supreme power and energy flare up, the blue flame blazing on Dua's body. It erupts fiercely, the fire rising high as if to engulf Diamant. Facing the blue flames like this, Diamant remained calm. The energy and dazzling light radiating from the burning blue fire technique illuminated the sky, like a giant ancient tree reaching for the heavens, ready to engulf everything. A booming blue light surged through the sky, choking the other light like cold tears on a scorching day. The water flow was still not enough to counter Du's destructive blue fire. The fire below now erupted like molten lava, water pouring down from the sky, steam rising thickly, struggling to resist the sound battle. He was horrified. The garden committee. What the hell is happening? Watching Du confidently stand on the ground burning red hot, he assessed that it not only scorched the earth but instantly turned it into a boiling sea of lava. This was an unparalleled power. Diamanta looked down from above at the sea of lava below, wondering if she was affected at all. Fire and lava that hot would be strange if they did not burn. Diamanta fanned herself to cool down. A bit of lava stuck to her, and she complained, "This is so hot." Du saw that she was unharmed and sighed, "It really makes me feel insecure. That was my strongest attack." Diamant landed standing on the lava, because her true form is an ice spirit. When she touched the lava beneath her feet, a sizzling sound rang out and steam rose thickly. She casually remarked, "Yeah, no wonder it is so hot." Du smiled and asked, "Are not you going to dodge?" Diamante stayed calm and ignored him, using the tactic of enemy does not move. I move. Enemy moves. I do not. Du transformed into the enemy and did not dodge while the enemy dodged. He smiled softly and said, "Then let me dodge." Finding this opponent quite interesting, Diamante's fighting spirit surged, and she smiled. "Bring it on then." Without hesitation, she delivered a direct kick to Du's chest, a move called White Abyssal Cold Extreme. The strike unleashed a burst of icy energy, and behind Du, she raised a pair of stunning ice wings like those of an angel. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, he was slightly stunned. Not only the air around him but his entire body was starting to freeze. Diamant as previous move had bypassed his defense. While he was still dazed, he took a punch straight to the face. Diamanta laughed, not even finishing his sentence. "Hey, what is that about?" She threw another punch and taunted, "Try dodging this, pretender." Telling someone to dodge while Diamant keeps throwing punches, the purifying fist lives up to its name, unleashing a power strong enough to cleanse anything. Even with the body empowered by Du's unparalleled strength, he was knocked back, his body shattering, unable to accept such a swift defeat. He felt his body breaking apart. Du screamed silently, unable to believe that such a powerful spirit could exist. So that is how it is. Unable to resist, he used another move, blessing the ruler to enhance his intellect. But before his body could recover, Diamant appeared before him, disdainful of his actions, saying, "I do not need that blessing." Subaru is knave. It is truly puzzling why she is so strong without needing the blessing. Diamant recalls the condition she discussed with Subaru. At that moment, she said, "Hey kid." Subaru obediently replied, "Yes." In front of Vanquish and his 3 subordinates, she boldly declared, "I will become your disciple, but on one condition. I do not need the blessing of intelligence." This request shocked Subaru deeply. Why? She explained matter-of-factly that fighting is something you have to do with your own strength. Killam and Lambda immediately agreed in unison, saying that is right, and Delta helplessly chimed in. Indeed, Subaru had no choice but to accept. By now, he had come to understand her personality somewhat, so this was Killam and the other's master. He replied, "Understood." Returning to reality, before him was Du's bewildered face, the result of a soul-to-soul battle. Diamana smiled like a victor, delivering the final blow that literally shattered Du's face, the white wall completely broken. Du's body crumbled, and his last thought was simply 2 words. Too strong. After defeating the opponent, Diamant was utterly shocked. What is this? It seems even cultivators get beaten up by the original words, compared to the shadow of the ancestor. They are just roadside trash. A massive earthquake struck Mount 2 as the ancestor sent an invitation to the frost spirit, followed by a loud shout, "Do not mess with me." Vanquish gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles. Ancestor. That damn guy. Meaning I have become a disciple for the substitute. Diamant and Vanquish faced off in the icy snowy forest. I thought I was just visiting an old friend, but as soon as I opened my mouth, such an unreasonable demand came out. Diamant took a fighting stance and shouted, "Charge! Every time we meet it makes me want to fight someone." Vanquish angrily said, "Stop messing around." Diamant. I can T-beat you now. Diamanta challenged. Then recover quickly. Get your strength back and come out here to fight. Charge, Vanquish shouted in anger. Fine. Come here. If you follow my request, I will go along with you, Diamond happily said. Great. You promised. If you dare break your promise, be ready for me. Diamond warmed up, ready for battle, then led me to his throne, saying it had been a long time since he saw his disciples. Diamond smirked mischievously, planning to crush the enforcers, while Killam and Denta gritted their teeth, thinking the master-disciple relationship was always interesting. Scene changed to the present. Golden Nation region. Ruins of the Infinite Tower. Killam and Denta stand silently watching. Denta says, the master has joined the battle. They are probably fighting the enemy leader. If I intervene, I wonder what they will say. Killam was determined. No time to waste any more. Denta clasped his hands and swore. Those scum. I will slaughter them all. Killam and Denta, in their complete forms, shift scenes as a massive tornado appears. Everyone caught off guard is swept inside. Killam and Denta stood amidst the chaos, defying the heavens. Blades ready. Croquet was stunned by the scene before her, thinking to herself, what is this? It was the technique of the spirits. As the employees of the Six-Eyed Company fell one by one, Croquet thought that the core was the fatal weakness of the spirits, and she had to stop them, the fallen star. Suddenly, Croquet's body was sliced through with a sharp cut. Croquet's pupils contracted as she was caught off guard and could not react in time. Renji, alone, observed and thought she could not defeat a sudden death skill user. Next was, suddenly a giant hand appeared behind Renji, and she immediately turned her head to look. Sensing something was wrong, the terrifying giant Earth Goddess appeared and attacked Renji. Croquet was stunned. Go, Earth Mother God. Renji was attacked and immediately used a shield to defend, a high-level control skill, not bad at all. Kolim stood aside watching Renji and the giant mother, silently admiring. Looks like there is someone pretty good here too. Denta said. Kolim, I will help the girl in the golden armor. She can to hold them off alone. Kolim replied. Okay, but what about you? Denta looked up and pointed at another guy rushing over. I will take care of him. Violet tilted her head back and laughed defiantly. Oh wow, I have already been assigned. So happy. Violet rushed over to Denta. Please take care of me. Violet and Denta face off as a huge explosion erupts when their powers collide. B-Front holds his hat tight. Everyone so active grips his hat on his face. Did not expect such a strong force to appear. Boss, why did not you tell me? Are the others okay? Cut to another scene where Madia and Mastema are in another battle. Madia strikes with scissors. Mastema refuses to back down, cutting in range, in the air, as Madia and Mastema fiercely clash. Rai warns, hey, do not destroy people's homes. Calm down. At this moment, the fight temporarily stalls, and Mastema laughs loudly, saying, you are not bad. Who are you? Madia licked his lips. One of the disciples of the ancestor, the war king Carrion. Mastema was shocked and gasped, you are Carrion. You do not look much like the description. Then Mastema immediately channeled his power into the weapon in his hand, saying, strength is all that matters. I do not care. The sword strikes flew relentlessly in every direction. The two sides continued to clash. Mastema said, if you want to fight, then fine. Mastema challenged. Let me show you who destroyed your homeland. Madia furrowed her brow slightly. I do not care. Remembering that old face, she said, I have already said goodbye to the past. Madia then unleashed the relic. Now I only look toward the future. The artifact rushed forward, catching Mastema off guard and unable to react in time. Madia watched the relic and immediately charged at her. Madia sighed. Indeed, Sia's specimen is truly reliable, is not it? Since the relic could not be used, Sia lent the specimen to Carrion. Carrion will activate the skill and provided by the Abyssal Stone. Madia steps forward. The specimens will block your path and my fists will crush you to death. Mastema stood up with outstretched arms amidst the ruins. Oh! Someone leaning on another's remains. Mastema challenged. It hurts. Huh. She smiled with interest. Not bad. Scene changed to the human world. Jelpin, Tokyo. Jane. Fire burning. Subaru and Maria stand before Jagan lying on the ground. Maria casts a spell. Subaru turns his head. Thanks her. And Maria grits her teeth, asking if using her is convenient. Shikushima replied, do not say that, Maria. Come back. After being treated on the ground, Jagan slowly sat up and looked toward Shikushima and Subaru. Then Jagan immediately tried to stand up hurriedly and said, I can't stay here any longer. I have to save the vice president. Shikushima wondered. Save. Subaru ignored and realized, has Pyreto already been captured? Jagan replied sadly. Yes. Jagan remembered the sinister faces of Asmodeus and Mastema, and how Pilot was brutally tortured to the point of terror when the plan to support you was discovered. Enduring the torment of Asmodeus and Mastema that day, at the moment standing before the door, Pilot entrusted Jagan, saying he had delegated to me to come here and warn you. Subaru hesitated. Pilot then called out to Jagan as he was about to leave. Subaru said firmly, I will join the rescue too. Take me to Pilot. Jagan frowned in confusion. Why? Subaru replied, Pilot was captured because he wanted to warn us. Right, I will rescue him. Jagan turned to them and said, thank you for your kindness. But no. He is being held in the dungeon of the Mastema company owner. Shikushima gritted his teeth, immediately sensing something was wrong. The enemy's lair. To me. Subaru said. Shikushima, I want to hesitate. I will go rescue him alone. Shikushima. Stay here, prepare and protect your family. Shikushima urgently shouted. I can't let you take such a risk alone. At least let someone go with you. Before Shikushima could finish, Jin came running from afar, saying, let me go. Jin showed a hint of emotion. Siki and Subaru turned around in surprise and exclaimed, Jin is leaving. Jin calmly said, I have no family, so I am the most suitable among all the relatives. Subaru hesitated for a moment, but Jin immediately cut him off. There is no time to waste. Jin confidently stepped forward. Do not say anything. Take me with you. Subaru no longer hesitated. Okay. Jagan, open the gate. I will open it. As the gate slowly opened, Jagan could not hold back tears. Thank you all. Please rescue him. Subaru carried full determination. Jin nodded firmly. Save the blade for me. At the tower floating on a rock, the wounded was hanging by his hands, slowly opening his eyes and uttering a name. Jagan. Finally, Subaru's group reached this tall tower, which turned out to be the headquarters of the Blue Eye Corporation. Everyone quickly broke into the building, and Subaru let out a small sigh. Inside, it is no different from a regular office building, Jagan said as she led the way. This is Chairman Asmodeus' style. I do not know why, but his taste is quite strange. He prefers human architectural designs, Subaru quietly said. Employees of the corporation. The group quickly jumped down a floor. Jagan reminded them. Most of them are attacking other worlds. I do not think anyone is guarding this place. But do not let your guard down, Subaru asked with some curiosity. Jagan, how long have you known Billet? She quietly replied. For hundreds of years. She spoke with deep respect for Billet. I thought I would starve to death, but he gave me food, clothes, and shelter. At that time, he reached out to save Jagan's life and the life of a human. Subaru smiled and said, like Vanquish and Carrion, he must be someone important to her. She replied with determination. Yes, I cannot let him die. Then, the group slowly descended into the dungeon on the 7th floor, the detention area. Zinga, at the end of the line, asked curiously if they were completely unguarded. Should not a place like this have someone watching over it? Jagan walked ahead and replied calmly, I do not know. Maybe they were really deployed for the campaign. She turned a corner and looked around. Then Jagan suddenly noticed something very surprising. Who would have thought Billet was hanging suspended in this area? Right in front of her, the vice president. Billet struggled to call her. Jagan, he asked her with all his strength. Are you okay? Thank God. Jagan pressed her lips to hold back tears. Then quickly pulled the lever. I will save you right away. The glowing chains binding him were removed. Billet fell to the ground but was caught by Jagan, who looked at him with concern, wondering why he was so badly injured. So many wounds. At this moment, she quietly shed tears of emotion. But you are still alive. What a relief. Billet looked back at her with a very gentle gaze. Then he looked at the other two and asked, by the way, Subaru Ariak, why are you here? You really should ask Jagan. When she was called by name, she suddenly blushed shyly. Subaru held out a sunflower and said, I am just following along. Nothing more. Then he unleashed the flower's power, the healing sunflower, a low-grade item that can heal wounds and gradually restore 8. Thanks to this item, Billet's body was quietly healed, and he smiled, saying gratefully, thank you, Ariak, but the real issue is what comes next. Subaru also smiled back, while the person beside him smiled quietly with satisfaction. Jagan smiled with great happiness, then nodded and let out a relieved breath. Subaru suggested, we can let you hide at our place. Billet nodded and replied, okay. Thank you. Suddenly he lost control and blurted out a few threats. But before that, the best course of action was to kill the 3 of you and join the oath. Subaru was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Billet was just as shocked by what he had just said. Singa asked anxiously, kill Jagan. Worried, Billet covered his mouth and tried to speak again. I do not know either, but Zinga quickly interrupted. Just now he said that, then Billet's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, in the Copper Nation, at the upper garden, Wudong asked confusedly, what is Diamante doing? She rummaged around then snapped irritably, looking for their bodies. Right? Diamante complained. Damn it. Did I grind them all to dust? Suddenly a shard of mirror appeared behind her, apologizing to her. Diamante turned and asked, are you still alive? Wait, are you a fragment of intuition or something like that, with your real body somewhere else? The shard replied, you could say that, or not, which confused her greatly. At headquarters, Billet touched the floor and said, when I first met the administrator, he said, my first thought was, and finally Billet said, what do I have to do to become like this? That is all. He stood up and unleashed his power. Zinga and Subaru instinctively jumped back. Subaru thought to himself, the atmosphere has changed, and then he helplessly exclaimed, you are not Billet. He stood there and replied to Subaru, you are not wrong. But you are not right either. Then he explained, the administrator is a collection of entities from 10 billion souls. One entity is one person, and one person is one entity. Billet stared intently at Subaru, a complete entity. On another front, Croquet, covered in water stains, suddenly spoke like a robot. I want to get closer to the administrator. Lou, quite holding the harmonica, slowly approached that man. Who are you? Floros was also controlled and began to babble. What do I need to do to achieve that? She spoke like a madwoman. Yes. I will split my soul, Floro said faintly, giving each fragment a unique personality. She spoke in front of Delta and formed an organization from them. On the other side, Mastima held a scythe in one hand, stretched out both arms, and said, this way, I can manifest as an administrator, and what I need to do next is to increase the sophistication of the organization's operations. Her eyes lit up brightly. If I could reach such a level of complexity and sophistication. Karin watched Mastima speak endlessly. Then we would become one being. Then Billet spoke up, saying that is what I think. Based on this hypothesis, I split my soul into 5 parts. Subaru was furious. The first one has a mole under the eye. Billet said, Asmodeus. The coordinator, next is Billet, the administrative assistant, followed by Mastima, introduced as the strongest strategist. Then Floros, the rebel, and finally Croquet. The newcomer, Diamond, crossed his arms and asked confusedly, this is bad. I have no idea what he is barking about. Voden flew beside him and explained. In other words, the Blue Eye organization was created with the purpose of getting closer to the administrator. To which he replied faintly, that is probably right. The shard spoke again, but the eternal frost is too strong. At this rate, we want to be able to complete the administrator's mission. Billet said, the reward for the mission is to become part of the administrator. Croquet continued, I want that reward, Floro said firmly. So Mastima said with shining eyes, for the first time in thousands of years, I will become whole again. Billet suddenly changed behavior, then began to explain, leaving the trio confused, resulting in beams of light shining through Han's body. Subaru and Zynga stood frozen, having been criticized for their slow reaction to Billet's attack. Suddenly, a weaving sound caught Subaru's attention. In the Silver Kingdom's throne room, Ruin sat on the cushion, unable to help but wonder what was going on. Mastima spread his arms wide, showing off his power as the executor's essence had changed. She said coldly to Karin, now we will become one. I do not need to fight with anyone. Mastima left with a line. Well done. Strong one, Karin immediately thought. Han ran, then he quickly followed but stopped. However, Mastima had already rushed away. Karin angrily watched her leave. Damn it. What is wrong with that guy? Ruin ran to find Karin. Karin, he turned back and asked, Fox, is something wrong? He quickly replied, there is intelligence. Ruin said, Ariek Tahari and Zinga Tsunemori are dead. This news shocked Karin deeply. On Lewis's front, Croquet received orders and sped off immediately. Meanwhile, at Denta, Floros also dashed away, and in the royal garden of the Copper Kingdom, Diamond coldly questioned the shard of glass. The beams of light gradually gathered in the sky, the shard of glass like a shooting star streaking upward. He finally merged into the dazzling light above and vanished. The beam of light converged into a single point like a second sun. Safina also felt uneasy as the energy emanated from the Copper Kingdom. Isis also sensed a terrible omen, so horrifying that even Lewis was terrified. Karin gritted her teeth fiercely, to the point that even the strongest beings from other worlds were frightened. Ruin could not help but show an angry face. Even the Sixth King could only stand by and watch without doing anything else. Denta stood watching his comrades. Killam gritted his teeth in anger. Unforgiving, we still have not reached the highest level. It is truly shameful. Turning back to Diamand's side, a figure gradually appeared in the dazzling sky above. Diamanda stood with his hands clasped behind his back, marveling and responding. She is now feeling extremely excited. This is getting interesting. Who are you? The one who suddenly appeared from above, she said coldly. The wooden flame Eka. Voden cried out fearfully. Feeling cold and drenched, he broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking maybe compared to Vanquish and Diamant, she released her hands to unleash her power. It turns out Goetia. I will remember your name. Diamante shouted, let us continue. But before her fierce attack, Goetia coldly replied, I refuse. I have no obligation to you. These words stunned Diamant. She also said that the plan to destroy the gatekeeper and plunge the human world into despair had failed, and fighting someone meaningless gave her no reason to continue attacking the other world. Then she opened the teleportation gate behind her, and I would advance to the human world. She said that according to the plan, I would destroy Ariek Tahara and Han's family. Diamond quickly jumped up to stand alongside Goetia, covered in dirt and grime. She was full of fierce energy, swinging her fists, ready to fight. Goetia coldly chanted the spell, the goddess of decay. Then she summoned the beast, the half-blood of 100 Herodia's knights. The power of this beast knocked Diamant away. Then she asked, why are you so eager to fight? Goetia knelt down and said, warriors, have you never thought about the meaning of life? Diamant, clearly provoked, shouted back, listen to what the one who just attacked your home is saying. She said this is the strongest god I have, and she angrily shouted, did you hear me? Goetia clasped her hands and chanted, "As you wish." Fight forever. The beast obeyed the command and roared wildly to show its power. Then from this beast, dozens of smaller monsters were summoned. The fool panicked and shouted, "What the hell?" Then Goetia took the opportunity to step through the teleportation gate. Diamanda swung an ice punch at the enemy rushing down, but she was a step too late. The enemy had already escaped successfully. Diamante shouted, "Damn it, stop it you idiots." She was so angry she gritted her teeth, spouting nonsense like she thought she was all that. "I have to punch him to death. How can I get to the human world?" And Dan answered her, "That is impossible." Diamante snapped, "Huh, you must be joking," and Dan tried to explain, "They really do not know anything. It is the mechanism of the celestial realm. Beings from other worlds cannot enter the human world." She asked with some worry, "But if that is the case, won't they just wipe out the human world?" And Dan replied irritably, "That is right." Diamanda tried to say, "Do not tell me." But he had to answer because we could not intervene. The human world. In the human world, Tokyo, Shikushima stood waiting for someone to return. He anxiously wondered if Toharu could return safely when suddenly a teleportation door appeared beside Shikushima. He was overjoyed. Toharu. But the one waiting for him was Goetia. This left Shikushima utterly confused as she stepped forward. Then Goetia glanced at him. A small flame flared up from Shikushima's shoulder. He opened his eyes. And then Shikushima collapsed. It was Goetia who burned him with fire. She whispered, "A fairy gem." The flames quickly spread across the rooftop, soon erupting into a massive explosion. In the end, Shikushima died tragically, and Goetia said coldly, "Another one down." Images of Renji, Sayaka, and Akira Subaru's close ones flashed through her mind. How many are left now? Not long before that, at the Blue Eye Corporation headquarters, in the prison chamber, Subaru was slashed all over his body while Jenga suffered the same fate. Jagan was also slashed, and Subaru's entire group was wiped out. Billet stood there watching them, while Subaru and Jenga lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Vice President. Billet glanced at Blue Eye. Her body was torn into pieces. Billet. And Jagan tried to say something. Billet is gone. He coldly ordered that Billet's existence was just an artificial personality created. His memories were the same, merely one-time experimental data. Nothing more. Nothing less. The memories of Billet from before have been completely erased. And now, they have been discarded because I no longer need them. Jagan stared blankly into his eyes, Billet's eyes glowing as he said, "I am not Billet. I am Goetia." She suddenly burst into tears, and then Jagan was gradually consumed by his flames. Embarrassed Billet. He looked at her and said, "Do not cry. You are really troublesome." In the end, Jagan's body vanished from this world, and Billet moved towards Subaru's place. Now, he passed by the bodies of Subaru and Zinga, needing to merge with Goetia's essence. Billet's feet were soaked with the blood of Subaru and Zinga. As he walked, something held him back. Then a strange light appeared around him. He looked back in surprise to see a hand gripping his leg. A skill. He stared intently behind him. A creative move. A hand was gripping his leg with all its might. In the human world, Goetia had just dealt with one of Subaru's close brothers. She wondered how many family members he had left as Goetia stepped forward. Suddenly, Tetsu appeared right behind her and said, "Shikushima, you died faster than I thought." Goetia stopped and looked back, calmly saying that with this gap in power, it was inevitable. She then flicked her fingers and launched an attack at Tetsu. Another one. He knew Goetia's total power and immediately raised his hand to counter. She pointed her hand and shouted, unleashing a fiery blaze. However, Goetia's flames attacking Tetsu were deflected by him, which caught her off guard. After a moment, Tetsu slightly opened one eye to survey the surroundings. What the flames hit was a scarecrow. It cried out in pain. "Help!" The doll exploded in midair, a low-grade item. A Washiro Kusu, a pitiful doll. Before fading it tried to cry out one last time. "Help!" Goetia also paused, staring at Tetsu thoughtfully. The item redirected the attack. Tetsu stood firm, releasing dolls flying around her. Then said, "My main mission is to buy time. I have no intention of fighting you right now." He turned to where Shikushima was burned, saying, "Turi, revive." As the golden eye glowed, enveloping the ashes, and SSS-Rank item, the Phoenix Eye, Shikushima slowly returned from death, his body gradually restored. The effect revived its master from death. Even Goetia was amazed. Resurrection. Tetsu glanced and said, "Eric has two. Each family member has one. I have given one to each person." She thought to herself, "This guy." Shikushima opened his eyes wide, and then he bowed his head and wiped his face. Then Shikushima joked, "Dying so easily. So this is what it is like to die." Miss Tetsu warned, "Be careful. Next time you will really die." Goetia suddenly spoke up, "A deflection item and a resurrection item, but to me, they only help you stretch the timeline." And then she cast a spell, asking what you plan to do next. Goetia looked at the two of them with a cold expression. Tetsu quietly said, "How funny. Though you appear calm, I know deep down you realize we are prepared." She suddenly paused a moment. Goetia was accessing all the information before him through Hito's memories. Tetsu's memories. And the memories of the fragments. Hido. Goetia thought to himself, an elite from the 16 billionth world. He must be someone who understands how to use items. Miss Tetsu pointed her finger at her, certain of one thing. A question for her? He asked. Are you sure you want to focus on me? Suddenly, a teleportation gate appeared behind her. Goetia quickly turned around to look, and the person who appeared was Subaru. He was unharmed, holding a sword and staring at her. This made Goetia frown. Ariak Subaru. He swung his sword across her body, striking the void, a fatal blow. Goetia dodged a slash, but she was not convinced. Why? Why do they still have the will to survive? Goetia shouted. What happened to Billet? By the gate, Zinga and Jagan were also waiting there, Subaru said firmly. He lost. Going back a bit to the dungeon of the master, someone reached out and grabbed Billet's leg. A skill, a stream of energy that froze him in place. The creative star. Billet's leg gradually froze, and he frowned. What kind of skill is this? Subaru quickly used the resurrection item. Luckily the sun did not shine here. Then a punch hit Billet's face. He rushed forward and unleashed a series of punches on him. Blood control technique. Billet was punched so many times that he was confused and wondered if they had automatically activated. If they had more than 2 resurrection items. What exactly had they done? And where on earth were they? Ice gradually spread across his body, even freezing his soul. Zinga was also revived, holding the golden apple used to control Billet, and a rank item, the apple of wisdom. The apple glowed in Zinga's hand, instantly restoring all meeb. Josei Zinga's weakness is the energy efficiency of his silver level creative star, which is silver level. He relies on items to compensate, and the low efficiency limits his strategy, which can be improved through a stronger contract. With the owner's ability to switch doors, Zinga restored the sheep-shaped gate behind him. The Silver King. A month ago, at the Blackface Stone Sea, Zinga asked with some doubt. Switching doors. Axel replied, yes, you will switch from a mass-produced model to a gate created specifically for you. And Nini asked again. Mass production. And then Axel asked him, Zinga, is your academic performance good? Zinga replied, it is okay, he said. Very good. Axel told him to start the lesson. He explained that the stats of the Divine Masters depend on the quality of their souls, their owners, and the efficiency of the gate itself, all multiplied together. Zinga murmured, so that is how it works. Just then a loud flower sound came from beside them. Subaru nervously said, I do not know anything about that. Tetsu crossed her arms and said lightly, now I understand. Zinga turned around and asked curiously, why are you all here? Subaru replied innocently, it looks interesting. Zinga clicked her tongue in displeasure. Then Tetsu had a question. Why is the gate divided into different levels? Axel replied. Good question. It is based on the strategy of the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms. He continued explaining, gold handles a small amount of high-quality products, copper distributes a huge quantity of lower-grade products, and silver chooses the middle level. And then Axel took the chance to tease, just like a king ruling over silver kings, a decision that could not be safer. Ruins was there and immediately jumped up. Hey, insulting someone right to their face like that. Subaru raised a hand to speak. What about the rainbow? Axel replied, 100 points. This answer astonished Subaru to the extreme. He explained that the design model, with performance better than gold, is a fusion of Rokodama ester and represents the pinnacle of perfection. The frustrating thing is that I can't recreate them. At least not for now. Subaru thought silently. It sounds like a dead end. Miss Tetsu suddenly spoke up. Understood. Among those 3 factors, the only one that can be adjusted is the efficiency of the gate. Zinga said, so she wants to switch to one wing. Axel explained, there are 2 adjustments to Zinga's new gate. First, the head skin will be enhanced to match gold level. And more, the next words from that day left everyone speechless. The number of its masters could increase by 1. Subaru had to ask again. 2 masters. Who is the other one? Wait, do not tell me. He looked at the person in front of him and exclaimed, Ruin, is that you? Ruin smiled and replied, hello, it is the humble king here. And anyway, we do have a connection between us. Besides, for a unified team, supporting Zinga is the most effective choice. Zinga glanced and said, so that is why you gave up the role of family head. Rune softly said, the Silver King card. He casually said, use it well. The flashback ends. Returning to the confrontation with Billet, Zinga flies up to the mid-stage and is casting a support spell. Billet was furious because that skill froze his soul and he could not dodge the attack. Zinga spread his arms wide and shouted, former spirit of fire. A massive force crushed down on Billet. Impossible to lose a fifth of his body here. In the end, his body shattered into 1,000 pieces. No way. Billet let out his final scream before disappearing. No, the 5th soul fragment of Goetia. Billet was destroyed. Zinga looked at his power and thought, alright. The relic shows the state of the former star and the real-time time shift ability are working fine. Now for the rest. He looked down and called out, Ariak. Zinga asked, this is the last eye. Right. Are you sure you want to use it here? Subaru replied, yeah, to escape this place. You crush the resurrected eye. We need Gegen's power. The power of the eye is unleashed, and Gegen is gradually being revived. She turns to call him. Ariak growls. Ours? Zinga looked surprised. Subaru quietly said. The original form killed Billet's heart, betraying the person Billet cherished most. Zinga was now extremely astonished. He thought he had seen Ariak angry before. But this was the first time it was not just a moment of rage. This rage comes from deep within his soul, like molten lava. Demanding, take me back, bring me closer. She looked at him for a moment. Then Subaru made up his mind. I will defeat Goechia's true form. Back in the human world battle, Subaru swung his sword straight at Goetia. She gasped in horror. Impossible. Goetia thought. Billet was harmed. What kind of power did they use after all? Subaru said coldly. Get ready. Goetia, I am coming. Right after, Renji and Sayaka appeared together. The trio is ready to fight Goetia. Us, you firmly shout. We will not forgive them. Renji glared at her with anger, while Sayaka stared intently at Goetia as the power of the trio surged into the sky. She clenched her teeth in fury, saying, trash like you is just a nuisance to me. Goetia, the military strategist, appeared, sensing more and more divine masters arriving, with more people approaching. She felt something, the faint presence of Billet, the administrator's signal, to choose the most destructive and fastest method. The trio Subaru watched her intently, as did Tetsu and Shikushima, along with Jigo and Jagen. The copper-colored dimension had turned the Copper Kingdom into a sea of fire in an instant. The silhouette of Mastema holding a scythe appeared, the supreme royal authority that once supported him in the days when he was just an ordinary employee. Goeitia's power now covered a vast area, a zone with no place to hide within a 5 kilometers radius. Subaru sank into that immense source of power. Then Goetia unleashed a move that created a massive explosion, igniting a blazing firestorm. The strike passed, leaving jagged spatial watermarks on the stage. She looked up in shock, and Goetia wondered. As it disappeared, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and an orange scepter appeared, which confused her what was happening. Leon jumped down from the sky holding the scepter, the eternal lord of heaven and earth. Subaru looked up in surprise, while Tetsu calmly put her hands in her pockets and gazed upward. The royal reincarnation, the one who can absorb and manipulate all skills. The king of the otherworld, Leon. Goetia is also Leon. As long as he is here, she changes her mind, realizing that widespread destruction is impossible. So she will kill him first. Goetia's body stiffens. The slow seal. A towering man appeared. And this was just the beginning. Ize hoisted his father onto his shoulder, radiating killing intent. A solitary spell refusing the apocalypse, aimed directly at Goetia. He narrowed his eyes at her. Karyu is a slow seal. Every target it touched would be completely frozen for exactly 1 second. No exceptions. Goetia was hit, and for a high-level spell, that duration was extremely long. Subaru called out. Come on. He began to unleash power. His hair turning white, his eyes turning red, the practitioner's temples glowing. Sayaka responded, releasing her power, and even Renji transformed. This made Goya glare at them fiercely. The longer they became Makazong family members, the easier it was for them to draw closer to their master. The earliest familiars, Sayaka Mamiya and Renji Haka, have reached the second threshold of Makazong transformation. Along with their greatly enhanced souls, the sun has also become their weakness. To counter this, a skill that blocks sunlight but weakens power is given to those who walk under the sun, reducing their strength by about 90%. In other words, the solar practitioner, when unleashed, has power 10 times greater than normal. Goetia, slowed down, can only watch as the trio Subaru, Shikushima, and Renji attacked together. Hundreds of strikes were unleashed every second. Overwhelmingly powerful. But unfortunately, in this battle, her gaze on them, even from that scene below, was still far from enough. Renji and Sayaka prepared their next move, both throwing full-force punches, using a finishing blow to stop the flow. 1 second of absolute dominance. In that moment, Zinga and the others slowly advanced. For example, in Zinga Tsunemori's eyes, this is what happened. Sayaka stood at the back casting spells while Renji and Subaru charged forward to attack Goetia head-on. A devastating explosion erupted as the trio continued to unleash their full power to inflict maximum damage. Sayaka clenched her fist, breaking the barrier, pulling the enemy in, while Renji and Subaru charged forward together. Goetia stood still like a statue as the trio unleashed their strongest attacks on her. Shattering everything, the rooftop exploded loudly, and on the rooftop of another building, Tetsuo called out. Shikushima. Wearing glasses, he replied as he pursued. We are chasing the enemy. We must use their first moves at all costs. The surveillance machine must be working at full capacity. Zinga shouted. Ariak, he clenched his fists and thought, if only he had been stronger then, he could have defeated Goetia with that move. Zinga Tsunemori's extreme feelings are understandable, but they are wrong. If he fails against Byleft and lets Goetia fully resurrect, then everyone here will be destroyed before they even realize it. As Tetsuo calmly thought, over there is doing well, having destroyed 1/5 of the soul. The battle space heavily depends on Leon, who always aims for the darkest moments to use the time seal. Shikushima-s scope. Hito provided support items, and for a team above rank, this coordination was perfect. Renji thought, but even so, the situation was still quite bad. Everyone knew that once Goetia adapted to this, it would all be over, thus, the key holder. Sayaka Amamiya quickly seizes the divine moment, skillfully enduring the strain. Her hand is gradually weakening, but the soul vessel will soon reach its limit and shatter. Calamity looked at Sayaka with some worry, her gaze more determined than ever. Driven by her feelings for her teammates, Calamity smiled with deep relief, then kissed her cheek as if to give her more strength. Goetia looked at Sayaka in surprise. This was Amamiya's ultimate form. She gathered all her strength and delivered her sky-shattering punch to Goetia. A slash cut through the sky, sending rocks flying as Sayaka pushed Goetia to the ground with all her strength. In that moment, Goetia saw the determination in her eyes and thought, this girl, she looked constantly amazed, surely only temporarily, but she had surpassed Diamond in speed. Sayaka launched herself to attack Goetia. I do not underestimate Subaru Ariak's family, but Amamiya Sayaka's power had broken through Goetia's defense for now, and she immediately countered with blue fire. The opponent's firepower quickly put Sayaka in trouble. Goetia thought to himself, right now he was facing a great threat. She raised her fist, die. Sayaka charged in without hesitation. In the end, she kicked Goetia. Amamiya Sayaka was now in a semi-divine state. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. Goetia gritted his teeth and transformed his body into pure thunder. Sayaka's body began to crack and move faster than sound, each movement creating sonic booms. Was she really human? The 8-colored thunder god is a skill that continuously consumes MEP to gain speed, supported by the 2 strongest powers, the primordial ruin and the watermarks. Always ready, saving the world or Ariak Subaru and the strongest. Harasaka. Sayaka's body showed cracks, her eyes filled with determination to defeat the enemy and land a decisive blow on Goetia, the cracks spreading to her eyes. The price for this power was her body shattering like broken glass. As the final light emanated from Amiya's soul and body, she closed her eyes in complete peace. Sayaka thought, sorry master, I could not live up to your expectations. The scene shifts to another world, the Golden Kingdom. Killam tries to pierce the monster. Tianchi, Hen said, that was a satisfying fight. I do not know who you are, but you must be a fallen god. Killam delivered the finishing blow. On the brink of consciousness. See you again. A massive energy burst from Hen incinerated the monster. The creature gradually vanished, and Killam glanced down at Lewis, who stood frozen in place. Hen spoke up and asked, hey, what are you daydreaming about? She softly asked back, what? What should I do now? Killam flew down looking confused. Lewis glanced at the screen and said, get ready, pull the god, she said worriedly. Because of both me and you, Lewis said a fragment of Han's soul is coming. In the human world, the flame of Gosuke burned down an entire building and spread around. Sayaka's body gradually vanished. Amamiya's soul shard shattered. Death was inevitable. She looked down at her teammates. Ariak to Haru. Subaru could not hold back his emotions because Sayaka had hidden her condition, and she never expected these things to happen. A part of her head brushed past the 2 friends and fell to the ground. Subaru looked up at Gosuke with resentment, his heart urging him to turn and run towards her. But Gosuke was adapting to the situation very quickly. There was not a scratch on her, just a hazy feeling. Sayaka saw the hesitation and struggle inside Toharu, that steady shoulder seeming ready to turn back at any moment. Suddenly Sayaka shouted, go! Toharu Ariak. You bowed your head slightly. Then Subaru and Renji raised their swords against the enemy. The 2 of them slashed at Gosuke together, but she blocked it with her hands. She looked at them with eyes sharp as razors, and Subaru stared back wide-eyed. Then he shifted his strike to the other direction, slashing through the air. Gosuke was separated from Subaru and Renji, who quickly closed in on her again. Gosuke used fire on her legs and arms. Subaru wiped it off, thinking that if it were now, there might still be something to save Sayaka. His eyes were now blurred into rainbow colors. I have to hurry. I have to kill him. She was a bit surprised by Subaru's attack. Gosuke thought to herself. The afterimage. Her instincts telling her, she started to panic. Letting that afterimage spread would be extremely dangerous. Pile of dirt and rocks fell faintly over Sayaka's head. Her remaining consciousness silently wished to live a little longer. Sayaka's eyes slowly closed. Just a few minutes left. She wanted to live. Gosuke swung the sickle across Subaru's body. Renji silently called out his name. Toharu-kun. Subaru quickly cast a blood-stopping spell, controlling the bleeding. Gosuke flinched as the afterimage cut into him, but she only pointed a finger wrapped in flames forward. Gosuke wondered if it really could not be cut. She fired a piercing shot through your body. Blue beam. Subaru stared wide-eyed at her. Gosuke glanced at him coldly. Renji swung his sword at her, but Gosuke blocked it with a sickle. Since learning about the water gap, I have spent more time gazing at the sky. Even though sent to a strange world where no one calls for help, surely for reasons unlike mine, Renji keeps attacking. She blocks with her sickle, and that person will also leave Toharu. Gosuke noticed something unusual. Strangely, this guy's sword was getting heavier with each strike. Renji kept swinging at her relentlessly. A true master. In battle, resonating souls with Toharu's owner, Harasaka's spirit form is gradually transforming. From a warrior preparing to undergo a brilliant metamorphosis, the golden power spread throughout his body. Surprising Gosuke, the golden light grew more intense, becoming the one who listens to prayers. Renji's eyes turned yellow, a rare seed. A hero. He paused, gripping his sword, radiating an overwhelming aura that dominated his foes. This was Harasaka Renji. He stared intently at the enemy, at the family restaurant. Renji asked, if the gates disappeared. Kanokawa replied, yes. Just like Shikushima said, she said excitedly, if one day the gates disappear from the world, I want us to have happy and peaceful days again. Shikushima, the tiger, had to say, what a cheesy thing to say. Kanokawa laughed and said, why not? I even want to hold a celebration. She clasped her hands together and asked, when the world is peaceful, what do you want to do? As for me, I will inherit my father's hotel. Hearing that, the other three fell into silence. Shikushima spoke up, saying, let us sleep. It will take at least a year. Kanokawa laughed and said, that is boring. What about you, Yudo? He looked thoughtful before saying, maybe I will go study to become a chef or something. Kanokawa said cheerfully, that is great, Yudo. You are good at cooking anyway. Then she turned to ask Renji, what about Harasaka? He hesitated for a moment. Shikushima and Yudo also looked at him intently. Renji replied softly, I want to use my strength to keep helping as many people as possible. Kanokawa said in surprise, you really want to be a hero for life? Shikushima spoke up, a volunteer hero sounds great too. He clapped his hands then said, if that is the case, I will be your sponsor. Yudo added, if you need, I will provide the food. Kanokawa slyly said, no need to worry about the place to stay. Renji exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, he said with emotion, you all want to take care of me for the rest of my life. The three of them immediately lost enthusiasm and replied, not exactly. Suddenly, Shikushima stood up and said, all right, it is time to go. Behind him are Kanokawa, Renji, and Yudo, all ready to fight. Shikushima said bluntly, today, we will take care of 5 2-star gates. He looked at each member of the group and said, everyone, do your best. An autumn 8 years ago. Present day, Executor Go versus Hero Renji Harasaka. Renji is facing Goetia. She thinks to herself, who is this guy? His soul suddenly changes. Suddenly Goetia's eyes widened in shock as her body was sliced in half midair. Goetia looked at Renji and assessed him. Just one sword/rare, a true hero's signature move. She had to constantly block Renji's light attacks with her weapon, facing a world-class dangerous enemy. In other words, when the solar practitioner is unleashed, Hero Renji Harasaka can fight Goetia with 100 times the power. Shikushima watches anxiously from afar. Akira landed from above and called out, Shikushima Azon. Who replied, Naruse. Shikushima turned around and said, everyone. Akira looked at Renji and whispered, that is Harasaka-sam. He kept hesitating and asked, what is going on? Akira opened his eyes wide and looked in. The system displayed the skill, Keen Eye, magnifying vision by 100 times, basic skill of the Golden Knights. On the other side, Renji seemed oblivious to everything around him, focusing solely on the battle. Shikushima spoke up, probably. Meanwhile, Goetia's remaining health dropped to 21%. 18%. 17%. 14%. 11%. 9%, and she squinted, telling herself that she had never anticipated this possibility, that someone could truly overpower her with strength. Goetia had 2 choices. One was to run, like in the battle with Diamant, using the teleportation gate. If I simply run away to another place as if nothing happened, given the situation, this would be the best choice. Her eyes showed heaviness as she thought to herself, but Renji Harasaka is Toharu's family and the operator's target, so if I run away now, it will leave a bad impression on the operator. The second choice, in human terms, was self-destruction. A series of unexpected events pushed Goetia to a point where she had no other options left. They struck. She recovered. They struck again. She recovered again, repeating over and over, gradually reaching her limit. Goetia gritted her teeth and questioned herself. So frustrating, but she thought, I have no other choice. Then she spoke out to the operator. Renji looked at her in surprise as Goetia said, this is executioner number 206.438 Goetia. To complete the commission, she said with frustration, I resign as an executor. Renji was shocked and wondered, resign. There was a response from the system, valid identification number. Hello, this is the Operations Bureau, the application of Executor Goetia. Identification number 206.438 has been approved by the operator. From now on, all executor privileges will be revoked. You will revert to writer. Do you accept? Goetia immediately replied, yes, she said sadly, that is my wish. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped everything. Renji handled the resignation process and wondered if that light was on the rooftop. Shikushima spoke up, asking where the storage was. Tetsu replied, confirming he had resigned as an executor. Shikushima still asked what happened when he resigned. He explained that the operator would arrange the final insects, requiring at least an executor, and they have many privileges. They cannot be attacked by ordinary gods, but as the final insects, they also have restrictions, such as not using the warehouse. He expressed regret at Shikushima's calmness, saying that restriction no longer exists. Shikushima turned to look at Renji, a blue light appearing before his eyes. Renji was engulfed in blue flames, a loud call awakening him Harasaka. He snapped awake and thought to himself, Gris. Terrible. Suddenly, a hand rested on Renji's shoulder, and he wondered what was happening. That hand belonged to Goetia, who deliberately touched Renji's shoulder. Freed from the executor's constraints, Goetia could freely use a variety of items, completely overturning the balance of power between them. Goetia traded the executor's rights for access to the item inventory, overwhelming the hero Renji Harasaka with superior enhancement and healing items, and she judged him to be too slow. The haze clouding Sika Amamiya's recovery began to fade, and Harasaka's strength gradually returned to its initial level of 1 out of 10. Suddenly, Goetia grabbed Renji's jacket sharply. He was pulled hard by her, revealing the wound in his eye even more clearly. Goetia then threw Renji onto the ground and charged forward to stomp on him again. Renji opened his eyes wide in helplessness, followed by a series of rapid punches from Goetia. He was so badly injured that he spat blood. Goetia grabbed Renji's hair, lifting him into the air, then asked, "Huh, so you are finally awake?" He coughed weakly a few times. She said coldly again, "What a pity." Goetia said, "You and Sika Amiya are nothing to those who possess only raw power." She continued, "That insignificant executor title means nothing to me. I will become a part of you, but the contract, the original turtle, the water opening, all the things I have cherished for thousands of years have vanished." Suddenly, one of Renji's eyes started to burn, and he froze. Goetia grinned savagely. Unforgiving, Renji's whole body was engulfed in flames as she spoke. "According to Hayadu, you are the one carrying the resurrection item. Right?" Renji stepped onto the street and bluntly said, "Then go die and come back here," she added coldly. "This time I will torment you slowly." Renji's body landed on the stone slab on the road. Then the bleeding stopped and thick black smoke rose. In the distance, a young boy's voice called out, "Hey!" The boy smiled at him, and Renji stared back at the boy. He asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Up there, Shikushima and Tetsu were in a terrible mood. Shikushima muttered, "Harasaka." Meanwhile, Tetsu silently thought, "Checkmate. Everyone here has already used every possible enhancement item to fight." He thought further, if the enemy had the same advantage, we would have no chance to win, while Renji Harasaka bought time. Retreating, Shikushima fell into deep thought, then called out, "Yudu. Konokawa. Naruse. Fujigami, come with me." Of course, Ryo Shikushima stood no chance. Even so, Shikushima coldly declared, "I will save Harasaka." In another scene, in a mysterious space, Renji hesitantly asked, "This is the boy he saw earlier standing before him," replied, "The intersection between life and death, your body is waiting for the revival item's response." The boy then asked him, "I just want to ask while we have the chance. Why do you keep fighting?" Renji fell silent, and the boy spoke again. "Punch, slash, bite, tear, burn. Bullets fired, all just to die like this." The boy continued, "Because I have no talent except fighting." Renji replied, "That is not true." The boy questioned, "For money, fame, status." He immediately denied it. The boy hesitated a moment then said, "So, for your friends, that is your ideal?" Renji replied softly, "Probably yes. I think so." The boy reached out and asked, "Then why did you abandon your friend?" "Really, to save another world." Renji remained silent, and the boy questioned him, "You want to live in another world after this battle?" "Right," the boy asked. "If you fight for family and friends, I can understand. But why do you want to save this world? To save people who have nothing to do with you." He squeezed his eyes shut as if about to cry and said, "I do not understand." Renji continued to frown. Finally, I spoke up. 8 years. I have fought for 8 years, saved countless people, but also failed countless times, too many to count. I remember waking up in bed and saying, I no longer count the many nights I cursed my own helplessness. The image from the memory at the hospital appeared again. He recalled asking him why we fight and whether what we do really matters. He asked with a troubled look, "What meaning do these actions have?" Renji continued, and he answered, "He recalled that Shikushima said you cannot erase the world's pain, but even so, if we can lessen it just a little." He continued, "If we trade their blood for it, no one would have to cry anymore, and every tear of sorrow would turn into a tear of happiness." Renji recalls that touching moment with heartfelt words, followed by the phrase, "You lived well." Shikushima smiled and said, "Maybe that is all the meaning there is." Beside him, Kinokawa and Nudu were smiling brightly. Renji's eyes lit up as he looked at them. Back in that mystical space, he spoke up, "At that moment I thought it was noble, and I made up my mind." He continued, Even if all the light in the world disappears, I will fight on by any means so that no one has to cry. Renji nodded and said, as you said, I have. He continued. True friends, people I truly cherish. With determination. Renji said, that is why I can leave this world to them. No matter how far apart we are, our hearts will always be connected. The boy replied. Yes. You smiled and said, I am glad for you. Renji, he also responded weakly. Yeah, that is right. The boy asked Renji if he wanted to go. Renji replied, yes. Definitely. He briefly shifted back into his battle form, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with determination, before Renji stood his 5 friends, and he said, they are coming to save me. Everyone called his name anxiously. Harasaka. 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 He looked at them and smiled happily. In the mysterious space, that boy was actually a young Renji, who said, truly. Too hasty. After facing himself and his heroic nature, Renji Harasaka awakened his second trait. The boy smiled and created circles of light, saying, you forgot this, the unique skill. Travel companions. Welcome to Amicus. Even Harasaka, Renji has been revived, and the golden subordinates have gathered together. But in Goisha's eyes now, they are all just like grass. Then Renji noticed the way everyone looked at each other. They had all come here to find him. At that moment, the fire inside Renji burned even brighter. Since they risked everything to save him, Renji would never let any of them die, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Just then a voice suddenly came from behind him. Renji, did you forget? Renji was surprised and glanced back. Your soul has now become a hero, and on a hero's journey, there are always trusted comrades by your side. In desperate times, a rare class like hero will activate a second passive skill, an innate ability called Well Amicus, which grants the hero's friends recognized wholeheartedly. They will gain the same passive ability as the hero, with all stats increasing tenfold only when facing world-class dangerous enemies. Seeing everyone power up, Gosuke remained calm, watching them without any expression. Portal Shift, Golden Queen Safina. 4th skill, former Golden Titan, Kinoko a family title. Harasaka, he understands and strikes. Alright. 4th skill, Titan crashes down. A massive pillar of power slams toward Gosuke. That weapon strikes down, causing a huge explosion. Renji advanced. Alright, now is the time to keep attacking to overwhelm her. But just as Renji was about to rush forward, Udu pulled him back. Wait, hold on a moment, Renji suddenly exclaimed. Everyone, why? Shikushima said, hey, even if you use all your strength, you will still get beaten to pieces, so continuing to fight 1t win. Then Udu added. Shikushima, we are heading out first. Golden Armory, Mise chimed in, I am going too. Shikushima said, sorry, I will have to rely on you then, Renji exclaimed in surprise. Shikushima, and then he proposed, Harasaka, I have a plan. Do you want to join? Seeing this look, Renji could not hide his surprise. Shikushima is the one making the plan, and the rest of them will fight. It feels like Renji has returned to the old days. He thought, then smiled happily and said, go ahead. After the discussion, Renji continued to use his giant to attack Ikia. No matter how many people possessed power equal to Harasaka, they still could not finish her off, and they surely knew this well. But at that moment, a small figure appeared. It was Fuchigami Mise, who was also performing the gate shift. However, she did not choose Shikushima. Mise made her move and switched the gate. The reason is, instead of everyone boosting their strength stats, Mise thought it would be better if at least one person focused on agility. Then a shooting star-like light appeared, the main skill, instant teleportation for an ally. The swift warhorse slipped near. Mise flew up in joy and exclaimed, thank goodness, I found Ariak. Mise quickly jumped down to where Subaru was lying unconscious, more than half of his heart destroyed. Surviving was truly a miracle, but would using an item help him recover? Then she started to recover, but still collapsed. Mise worriedly tried to heal him, relying on that hope. Please. Wake up, she cried out as she healed Subaru, hoping he would wake up quickly. Ariak, cut to the other side. Renji is controlling his giant to attack Gosha. On this side, Tetsu is watching the battle from above. Although his side seems to have gained some extra strength, as long as the enemy can infinitely heal with their items, victory is impossible. The one who will ultimately decide this battle is Ariak Subaru. Tetsu's gaze softened a little as she continued to think. Or maybe it was Amamiya Sayaka. But right now, she was just as battered as Subaru, maybe even worse. Then Tetsu continued watching. He calmly said, so, what are you going to do now? Leon found it hard to answer this question. He just hesitated. I will stay and deal with the enemy's attack. And Ecker also agreed with Leon, saying I am not leaving either. I have already made a clear vow to the founder. What about you? Tetsu then turned away and said, let us retreat. I do not think we can win if we face them head on. And Ecker agreed with him, saying only you can speak so frankly. Just do whatever you want. Seeing Tetsu turn away so bluntly and helplessly, Leon felt a bit of sympathy. Sigh. Just then, Tetsu reminded Lian that this battle would be over in a few minutes. He warned to get ready and move quickly if he really wanted to witness a new world unfolding. Having said that, he left, leaving Ecker's cold gaze fixed on Tetsu. Just then, an explosion erupted nearby right behind Echer. The giant that Renji created had lost half its strength, and Kinokawa was no exception. The blood dripping from Kinokawa's head made her extremely tense. Renji called out worriedly, "Kinokawa." She signaled to be quiet. "It is just a wound from the sensory link. You just focus on the fight." Then Kinokawa continued to focus on the battle. If this is a compliment, the gate has already disappeared. But why is there still no effect? Then she looked towards Goichiya, her eyes filled with determination. "I absolutely will not let her go," gathering more up to restore the former god's body. Then they controlled the former god to charge straight at Goichiya and knock her away. Seeing that, she also felt annoyed and exclaimed, "How can she live so long?" Seeing it worked, Kinokawa quickly encouraged Renji's spirit. "Got it, Harasaka. Among us, you are the strongest," she said. "Hurry up and finish this." Over here, Shikushima also chanted a one strike. Certain kill. Remembering back then, Shikishima's plan was that when he gave the signal, Renji should attack her with his strongest move. After hearing this, Renji felt uneasy and asked if his strategy would really work. Shikishima reassured him, saying not to worry, because you also really like Subaru. Right? Renji asked confusedly, and Shikishima replied stubbornly, "Yeah. Of course, I will fight Goichiya until the very end." Ariak Subaru, standing between life and death, recalled his past filled with resentment. At that moment, Subaru was determined not to forgive Goichiya, and then Subaru remembered the image of his father and cried out, "Dad, how could you?" Then he recalled the fleeting moments when he was sick, and remembered his mother and father when they were healthy, walking happily together, Mom, until the moment of death, still unwaveringly believing in him. A traitor. A traitor. A traitor. Filled with resentment, a voice suddenly called out, startling him awake. "Ariak." Subaru quickly sprang up at Meisei's voice. Ariak, seeing him jump up, Meisei was overjoyed and cried out, "Good, luckily we saved you in time." Subaru stopped speaking. Fujigami. But before surprise could settle, Subaru quickly grew serious because he sensed something was wrong. Subaru turned to look at Renji's loyal servant in the distance. Looking closer, Subaru shouted with full of hatred, "Goichiya." Seeing Subaru struggle, Meisei broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, a circle of light appeared, transferred power to Subaru, and he immediately felt his body fill with vitality. This power was Skillwell Amicus, which allows those who receive it to instantly understand its function, a rare hero glass. It grants teammates the same passive ability as the user, and Subaru quickly realized this and shouted out, "Teammates." Going back to the time when Shikushima was discussing his plan with Renji, he asked Renji, "Harasaka, you really like Subaru too, do not you?" And at that moment, Subaru was smiling. Subaru placed his hand on his forehead and said, "As expected, Harasaka is amazing. He has always been someone I admire." Then Mi spoke up, reviewing the situation. The heroes on Amamiya's side already include Haji and Lean. Hearing this, Subaru silently sent his thanks. "Harasaka. Everyone, now Subaru can still keep fighting. You use the Blood Moon skill." Quickly, those streams of blood flew toward Goichiya. With only 1 minute left before the battle would end, the thick blood mist from Blood Moon had engulfed the entire battlefield. Goichiya realized. The blood. This is Subaru's allies who have been drenched in blood while buying time, but in the end, they achieved their goal. Goichiya snarled, "It is Ariak Subaru." As the sunlight faded, the auras of Ariak Subaru and Harasaka Renji grew stronger than ever, reactivating the Sunwalker ability, combined with Amicus buff. This boosted Subaru and Harasaka's strategy 100-fold. Goichiya only just realized that this was the real reason they wanted to buy time. Shikushima appeared above Goichiya. "Easy WhatsApp. It is too late to realize now." He used the move aimed at Goichiya. "The forbidden mark, next is Imperial Control." Goichiya angrily warned, "You underestimate me too much." "Radiance," Shikushima shouted. "Oh no, my attacks really did not do any damage at all. But that is fine, because right then Shikushima distracted Goichiya so Subaru could move in to attack." She could only exclaim, "Too fast." Shikushima Ryo's attack was just meant to distract Goichiya. Then she noticed the drops of blood burning on Subaru's hand. A stream of red blood surrounded her, but Goichiya managed to lower her shield in time. A vortex appeared, and Goichiya wondered. Blood. At this moment, she was engulfed in the vortex. Goichiya was struggling to dodge and escape this fierce whirlwind. Ariak Subaru used a 540-ton blood curse at full power to lock down all of Goichiya's movements. In danger, Goichiya is trying to gather all her strength into the blue flame move to break free from this siege immediately. Harasaka Renji's aura has been refined to the ultimate level, so it must be dodged, his attack containing that aura. Goichiya quickly shouted, "Good, I am free now." Just then, Goichiya broke free from Subaru's blood curse. Chi Luven. a spell that stops anything it touches for a second, is not suited for a fierce battle shrouded in locked flames. However, thanks to the blood curse and that coagulated blood, the path was cleared for the stopping spell from the shattered debris. Goetia was forced to act for the second time today, taking advantage of the moment. Asace shouted, "Go!" Tsunemori. Hearing the call, Zinga quickly flew in to attack Goetia. He appeared right behind her. Zinga the first. Asace. Goetia's gaze still had not turned toward Zinga. This rank treasure, the reverse unicorn shield, the unicorn rebellion shield. When its user takes damage that depletes 100% of their health, will activate an absolute defense mechanism once only, but it seems to mean nothing against Goetia. As Zinga's gaze quickly sinks into worry, Goetia spoke up, saying that the previous strike was so powerful it triggered the unicorn shield's defense. So, this is the one who defeated Belina. Zinga failed to attack Goetia and was overwhelmed by that power. An explosion appeared near Zinga, and Subaru watched anxiously. Goetia spoke up, "I did not expect Harasaka's move to be a trap, but this is the real killing blow. See, I have already calculated every move. It is useless you won't be able to do anything to me." Shikushima said calmly, I know you are still hiding your last defensive card, and my goal is to neutralize it." Goetia looked surprised when Shikushima spoke. He shouted, "Subaru, next." Tsunemori. Shikushima signaled, "Let us go." Quickly, Mise and Renji appeared behind Goetia. The 9 swift divine horses Sleipnir. Fuchigami Mise's skill can instantly teleport allies by touching them and can teleport alongside them. Shikishima's strategy leaves Goetia defenseless and unable to dodge. But at that moment Harasaka Renji will unleash his strongest ultimate move. That is, the ultimate skill that he and Lewis created, an improved version of the ultimate technique. Beast Slayer, Dragon Slaying Sword. The first scene is set in a place several kilometers away from the current battlefield. He was standing in front of a bright screen, shouting loudly in the storage room, trying to find an item that could save Amamiya. But what he received was a mechanical voice saying that Amamiya Sahaka's soul had been permanently destroyed. There is no way to restore her to her original state, so he angrily slammed his hand on the screen and cursed. Damn it. Meanwhile, Sahaka lay there with her eyes closed, her lips barely moving as she said something. Anda Echo held her tightly, gritting his teeth in thought, meaning her soul was gone. Now how do we face this? Just then, Sahaka weakly tried to speak. "Please take me with you." Hearing that, Anda Echo quickly shouted, "Amamiya Sahaka." She hesitated but continued, "To the battlefield, back to everyone, back to Subaru. I want to be close to them, even just a little." And hearing this, Anda Echo was very confused. But she stopped when she saw Sahaka open her eyes and her arms and look at her. "Please." On the other side, the anger faded away. After a while, and Echo also agreed to Sahaka's request. "All right then, let us go, Amamiya. We will set off after the afternoon attack is launched." She hugged Sahaka and stood up. A beam of light shot up into the sky right behind Tetsu. After a moment, he looked up at the light and muttered, "It won't be long now. Everything is about to fall asleep." The scene shifts to another place with an intense beam of light, near which a girl is floating. Harasaka Renji can now control up to 5 terajoules of energy. This figure is estimated to be equivalent to the total energy that Agni Agora can generate in 1 second. Its destructive power rivals that of a tactical nuclear warhead with an explosive yield of 1,000 tons of tent. In other words, Harasaka Renji's ultimate move is a unique, unparalleled sword strike in history. A slash that seems to contain the entire power of Agni Agora. At that moment, Goetia opened her eyes wide and stared straight ahead. Ultimate move. Foot, Dragon Slayer Sword, radiant and dazzling. Goetia's skill allows her to consume MEP to transform her body into living flame, and even turn the fire into her own flesh, meaning as long as she has MEP, she can continuously regenerate. However, as Goetia falls freely, she suddenly jerks awake and looks straight ahead. The MEP used to regenerate her body was drained in an instant. She gritted her teeth and thought, "This is bad. With just this flesh and blood body, there is no way to withstand that attack." Sure enough, just a moment after that intense light struck, a few drops of blood splattered out. That single strike was so powerful it drained all of Goetia's MEP in an instant. Even Maze, who was standing there, was affected. Not only that, but everyone else also felt the terrifying pressure of this attack. Even Subaru's blood barrier protecting his teammates was broken, putting immense pressure on everyone present. Shikushima quickly glanced beside him and asked loudly, "Are you okay, Subaru?" He was breathing heavily, gritting his teeth to endure. Thinking to himself, is the aftershock really this terrible? They had to use all of Meza Senpai just to maintain the barrier. This is Harasaka's full power strike. How much longer will this last? Every time I use a healing item, I end up taking lethal damage again. It is over. My life ends here. Once the healing items run out, it is time for death to call my name. Sang unleashed a dazzling light that lit up the entire sky, brightening the whole city. Lad Renji hovered in the air, holding his sword amidst the thick clouds of dust. He gasped and stammered, asking, "What about Goetia?" Renji wondered if he had defeated Goetia. He was hovering in the air, muttering that this destructive power exceeded his imagination. and thankfully he had already ordered the evacuation of all 23 districts. Shikushima furrowed his brow, thinking he was sure he had defeated Goetia. But where was she? Then he activated it. Heavenly Eye, the sub-skill of Shikushima Ryo that allows sensing enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Mies also stood there thrilled. Looking ahead, did we really defeat her? But right after that, a familiar voice sounded. Goetia, now with only her burning head left, spoke, leaving everyone disappointed. Mies immediately clenched his teeth in shock and turned his head to look. Goetia had almost fully regenerated and approached closely, her face slowly speaking. That was truly dangerous just now. Not only did it use up all my healing items, even a healing over time item like the sunflower potion had to be used. I must say I almost died at your hands, but for now, everyone gritted their teeth in anger and charged at Goetia all at once. She glanced back at them and muttered that the outcome was already decided. Standing below, Tetsu quietly walked forward, thinking she never expected to witness such an interesting scene. Harasaka Renji is a living proof of the evolution of the soul and the infinite potential power awakened through the bond between teammates. Meanwhile, in the air, a monster was beheaded, and at the same time Kinokawa was slashed across the neck, causing her to spit blood. Tetsu thought to herself, but after all the power they gained was just game strength created by the administrator. Even if fate is no match for the one who controls all the rules, what I expect from you is not that kind of power. Ariak Subaru. Right now everyone is fighting Goetia with all their might. Subaru rushes from above. Shouting Goetia, she looked up and turned to face him. At that moment, Goetia had just punched Shikushima right in the chest. She said, Ariak Subaru. Immediately, Goetia swung her hand again and said, You must have reached your limit by now. Goetia swing carved slashing lines into Subaru, slowing him down, the force of the blow making him grit his teeth and spit blood. But he did not stop and kept charging at Goetia. He used a breakthrough attack. But as he rushed forward, Goetia's hand was already on his neck. Her voice rang out full of contempt. You really tried, forcing me to give up my position as an executor. Now that you have cornered me, forcing me to use all the items I have, it is truly worthy of my genuine admiration. You can now take this honor with you to the grave. Subaru was strangled and lifted high by Goetia, but he gritted his teeth in anger and said, Goetia, I will not forgive you. But Goetia did not really care. She coldly said, Die. You pests. Then Goetia's blue flame spread, engulfing Subaru's body as his limbs were severed and fell away. From another cliff, Shikushima saw this and shouted, Subaru. At this moment the blue flame faded, revealing Goetia hovering and reaching out to grab Subaru's severed head. Shikushima saw this and widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering, No way, he can't come back to life anymore. Right after that, someone ran up behind him calling, Shikushima, and when he turned around, he responded, Sunio Mori. Where are Subaru's eyes? He hesitated for a moment before answering, Eyes. That resurrection item was already used, during the battle with that violet, and even after, Shikushima froze in place after hearing that. What? Meanwhile, Andar Echel, still holding Sayaka, looked up at the sky and murmured, How did it come to this? Could Ariak really die? While speaking, she suddenly heard a voice say, Andar Echel. Stop here. Thank you. I was wrong to hit you before. Wait, I'm sorry. Live well. Sayaka in Enderekel's arms smiled and said to her. Upon hearing the words, Sayaka vanished into wisps of smoke drifting in all direction, and Enderekel could only stand frozen. Watching helplessly, she softly reached out, clenching her hand tightly. Choked up, Amamiya, back with Goetia. She looked down at Subaru's severed head and slowly said, The battle ends here. You can finally rest now. The scene suddenly shifted to another place where Subaru lay with his eyes closed, his whole body showing no signs of life. After a moment, Subaru slowly opened his eyes and softly called out, Huh, where am I? He saw a figure in front of him calling his name. It was Sayaka. She sat up in her spot, smiled at Subaru, and said, I am here to save you. The tragic scene stretched across the sky as Goetia slowly looked at Subaru's severed head in her hand. The scene shifts to where he and Sayaka are lying down, and she happily tells Subaru how wonderful it would be if the sky here stayed clear like this forever. The two lie on their backs, gazing up at the deep blue sky without a single cloud. Then Sayaka closed her eyes and sighed. I really do prefer the clearest days. Subaru, right, he slowly replied to her, because I was born on a perfectly clear sunny day. My mother gave me that name. Subaru quietly recalled the past as Sayaka exclaimed happily, praising his name as perfect for him, to which Subaru smiled and thanked her. Then Sayaka sat up and softly asked if the reason Subaru hated Goetia so much was because she reminded him of his father. Hearing that, Subaru honestly confessed that his father often beat his mother and him, and the times without him were the most peaceful. But every time he came home, he would go crazy and cause chaos. Yet my mother never left such a husband and always stood by him. When my mother was gravely ill, he coldly turned his back on her and never cared about us again. Perhaps unconsciously I have associated the Goetia seer with the image of the unfaithful father who destroyed my peaceful home. It was this betrayal that made me hold a negative bias against her. Sorry, I let personal feelings cloud my judgment, and at that moment Subaru also sat up, furrowing his brow and resting his hand on his chin. Sayaka placed a glass of water on the table and replied, "It is okay. That is what makes you human." And it seemed like they had both moved into a different space. Now the two of them are sitting in a cafe. Sayaka continues, "I actually feel more at ease." Later, Subaru quietly asked her something. "Am I usually not like a normal person?" Hearing that, Sayaka honestly replies, "You are a bit strange." Startled, he asks in surprise, "Strange how?" Now Sayaka explained that there was no one like him, that he was always trying his best for everyone, and only Subaru did that, and she smiled brightly as she said it. But Subaru did not smile. He looked very surprised to hear Sayaka say that. Everyone. At that moment he suddenly remembered something. Stood up, looked around, and said to her, "Right, let me take Sayaka back to the others." Just as he finished speaking, Sayaka, sitting behind, spoke up, making him freeze. "Sorry, Subaru, I can't go with you. You probably realize it by now. I am already dead. I used my shattered soul and I'm just waiting for my death to bring Subaru back to life. Luckily, I managed to save you, and underling's soul can be exchanged for the resurrection of their master." After she finished speaking, Subaru's choked voice was heard moments later as he turned back with teary eyes and gritted teeth, asking Sayaka what, saying he had already forbidden her from doing this. For a subordinate, the master's orders are absolute, and Ariak Subaru had commanded his subordinates that if he died, no one was allowed to sacrifice themselves to bring him back. Recalling this, Sayaka still smiled nostalgically and said, when Subaru ordered Shikushima and Tsunemori to stop, he was really angry. She remembered their previous conversation. Jinga once scolded him, saying, "Damn it Subaru, retract the order quickly," but Subaru was stubborn and refused to change it. After hearing that, Subaru shouted at Sayaka, "That is right, my orders are absolute after all." She closed her eyes, hummed, and then explained that the Paravara skill Subaru used on her was not fully perfected yet, and at that moment, they both shifted to another space where Sayaka was lying on the bed. Just as she said this, Subaru's face froze in shock, mouth agape, and Sayaka continued explaining when she merged with me. How to put it, it was like I was about to wipe the slate clean. Hearing this, he finally opened his mouth in astonishment. Remembering everything, Subaru thought to himself, so that is it. It must be the moment when he thought he had failed and could not save her anymore. Sayaka also chimed in, saying this was probably why she initially had no memories of Judith. In short, Subaru's orders have no effect on me. Subaru was shocked and could not believe that Sayaka could bend the rules like that. Then you lowered your head hesitantly and asked, "When did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Sayaka smiled and replied, "Maybe it was only when my body started acting strange that I truly decided to do this, so blocking the fight with Yurak. I gradually realized that I really am a person with a weak soul." But even with that explanation, Subaru still did not understand, and he asked her why she kept fighting, knowing she would end up like this. Unexpectedly, Sayaka smiled innocently and replied, "Yet I still want to become stronger. I hope to stay by Subaru's side, growing stronger together without end. I want to be Subaru's friend forever, until this soul fades away." The more Sayaka spoke, the more pain Subaru's eyes showed as he looked at her. She stood beside her own hospital bed, reaching out and saying, "Thank you for giving me the chance to live once more. It is time for me to go now. I have no regrets left. Now I am giving this life back to you." And the two of you return to the original space. Subaru still wants to stop Sayaka. "Do not." Then he suddenly looks at her and sings out loud, "Please do not do this. Everything is still unfolding. You promised we would go to the very end together. Please stay with me." "Sayaka," Subaru said as he collapsed, choking on his tears. He gritted his teeth through the flood of tears and begged, "Sayaka, please stay with me." Her voice rang softly in his ear. Van said that life is a journey to find things more important than oneself, and those who find them are the truly happy ones. So I am very happy. Subaru, Sayaka said as she looked straight into Subaru's eyes. But the more he spoke, the more tears streamed down his face. Subaru stammered, "No, no." "Look," Sayaka interrupted him, then slowly said to Subaru, "Master Corinne, when thinking of lost friends, it is not just that they are gone, but that we once walked together. So from now on, think of us that way too. From the day we met, every moment was a struggle, but we stood side by side." And saying this, Sayaka could not hold back her tears any longer. She kept talking and reminiscing, saying that was the happiest time. "So remember me that way. Although I could only go this far with you, I hope to see you again someday." Subaru's tears still fell, but his hair had turned white. Then the two stood up together, surrounded by a fierce blue flame. At that moment Sayaka spoke to Subaru, "Can you help me pass on a message?" "Of course you want." He refused to respond. "Alright then," Sayaka began listing. "First for my family. I wrote a letter on the table. Please tell them to read it. Second is Master Karam. He probably won't read the letter, but I have a secret message waiting. Third is Sayaka. And suddenly when she said this, Sayaka paused for a moment, her lips trembling as she softly called the name. Sayaka. Then Sayaka smiled and told her to take good care of my body, and immediately a brilliant golden light shone forth, with a pair of eyes with red pupils in the center. On this side, Lee and Andar Eckel were both startled and froze when they saw the eyes. Andar Eckel stared at it for a moment before stammering, "What is this? Has the automatic resurrection item activated? Could it be that Amamiya Sayaka has realized something?" Lean on the other side was speechless with his mouth wide open. Then Sayaka appeared floating from the golden light, and as soon as she opened her eyes, tears welled up in Leon's eyes. Sayaka murmured, calling out, "Sayaka." Over on Sayaka's side, she was still talking innocently as usual, just taking things as they come. "Come on, Subaru. How long are you going to keep crying?" Sayaka asked awkwardly, and he could only stammer in response, "It is because of you. But sorry, I just can't stop the tears." Seeing this, she could only lean on her hand and smile helplessly. After a moment, Sayaka spoke again, calling your name. "Subaru, I really do love sunny days. Now there is no more cracks or gloomy rainy days to see. Looking up at that clear sky, it truly resembles the day you gave me life." Sayaka's words were cut off as the scene shifted to Goetia, where a dazzling multicolored light suddenly shone before her, and immediately both of Goetia's arms were partially erased by something. In front of her now stood Subaru, who had been resurrected. Goetia stared at him. Ninya Jang thought, his resurrection was superior, not caused by using an item. Just then Subaru suddenly spoke up, "I know now, Sayaka." He opened his eyes blankly and said one word. "Break." Goetia on the opposite side was startled and looked at him with full caution. At that moment, her inventory suddenly appeared, but just after Goetia's storage was revealed, it was shattered into pieces. Seeing that, she was horrified and immediately turned around to look. Seeing the fragments of her inventory shatter, Goetia was stunned and wondered how it could be destroyed. Not only that, but those below like Jinka and Shikushima were equally shocked. Even Renji could not believe the scene before him. Subaru spoke again, saying she could not come back to life anymore. Unable to escape, Goetia finally turned to look at him. What met her eyes was Subaru's face full of hatred as he said, "Disappear, vanish, and fade away." Goetia, seeing the fragments in her inventory shatter like that, Goetia thought to herself that the inventory was not her skill. It was more like a stats board, perfect system designed directly by the operator. Beyond human understanding, this was the domain of the gods. Yet, despite being destroyed, she still could not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Subaru on the other side, expressionless, raised his hand to control something, silently thinking inventory. Right at that moment, the inventories of Jinka and Shikushima appeared behind them. Not only that, but Renji's inventory also appeared behind him. Not only that, Ise's inventory also appeared behind him. Leon and Andaricher's inventories were the same as the others. Everyone present had their inventories appear behind them. Even someone standing outside like Tetsu was not spared. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Subaru's voice rang out, annoying as ever. Then he suddenly swung his arm forcefully to the side, and everything around instantly became chaotic. Right then, everyone was shocked as their inventories behind them suddenly shattered all at once. Seeing her own inventory destroyed, Tetsu muttered in dismay, "Oh no, the items I have painstakingly collected over 8 years are gone too, violating the laws governing the world. This is the true power of the star person." Ariak Subaru, he looked up toward the boy above. Gosuke hovered in the air, staring at Subaru and thinking to herself, what the hell is wrong with this guy? No matter how she thought about it, suddenly she realized something: the system was definitely being directly tampered with. Unsteady, Gosuke could feel it too. Subaru was stepping forward with one foot, and she did not miss a single move, disrupting the order of 10 billion worlds. Now Subaru's foot has touched down below. He is in the air but can still reach a surface. He slowly steps forward. The upper half of Subaru's face is already in chaos. In chaos, Gosuke quickly raised her hand, creating a blue fireball, a radiant and flawless crown. She silently vowed, even if it means using all her ep, she will burn everything to ashes, leaving not a single piece. Compression. Do Stella. Everyone present was affected by this attack. Gosuke aimed straight at the Gehenna Inferno, pushing herself to the limit. Superheated plasma with a surface temperature of up to 150,000 degrees. At this distance even I can't avoid getting hurt, but if I can turn into fire within a second, I can still endure it. Transform the dust. Ariak Subaru. She reached out toward the fireball at Subaru, but he calmly raised his hand and said 2 words. Eliminate. The fireball she was preparing immediately began to dissolve, and moments later it completely vanished right before everyone's eyes. Gosuke could hardly believe it, his mouth agape. A swirling current seemed to be sucked straight toward the 2 people in the air. Jinga clung to his neck in shock and said, "Alive." But Shikushima stood there and said to Jinga, "Sunio Mori, did you see that? It looked like her skill just got completely wiped out. What kind of monstrous power is this? At that moment, the orb Gosuke had just aimed at was completely destroyed. Subaru's voice rang out from the other side. Do not die so easily, Gosuke. It is over. His face still distorted by the chaos. Gosuke did not hesitate and chose to run away. Watching her run, Subaru only uttered a few words. Deactivate. Immediately, the surroundings around Mass Team became heavily distorted. While she was still busy looking around, Subaru had already appeared right behind her without her noticing. Gosuke startled and turned around loudly, struggling to resist, her hands slipping to create an escape route. Then suddenly, she screamed as she fell straight into the gate, flying through to the other side where a skyscraper stood. On this side, Subaru stood still, staring intently at Gosuke who had just run off. Shikushima below gasped and thought to himself, she escaped already. Then he called out loudly, Subaru. Up here. You just ordered Lung to open one eye and look ahead without responding. Gosuke on the other side seemed to have crossed into another dimension, struggling to breathe out each heavy breath. Then suddenly Gosuke burst out laughing. I did it. I escaped. Ariak Subaru, I must analyze your power. Just then Subaru's voice appeared right behind her, disabling her, and as he finished speaking, Gosuke's dimensional space shattered into pieces. She froze in shock and turned to look behind her. Subaru's voice slowly echoed in Gosuke's ear. Billet said you want to become the operator, craving the power of the gods. But you cannot. Gosuke, you will die here. Now you are nothing but a source of interference. Gosuke raised her hand and saw it was already distorted. She gasped for breath. Then Gosuke's whole body became corrupted. Many pieces of her body disappeared. She thought to herself, is this the end? For thousands of years, I have devoted myself to the operator. Ariak Subaru had no doubt anymore. He had reached the threshold of an operator's power. After all, was the new one the chosen one? Or perhaps, they always were from the start. It was absurd. Even when only a small part of Gosuke's body remained, she was still lost in thought, struggling to gasp out her final words. It was so unfair. Subaru on the opposite side silently watched from beginning to end. Shima, and Jinga below saw Gosuke disappear and wondered, is she really defeated? Subaru was silent, his whole face shrouded in chaos. He remembered Sayaka's words. Subaru, I really do love sunny days. I understand. Sayaka. Subaru muttered, raising his hand to the sky, and immediately everything became distorted. That day, the whole world was engulfed in chaos. Everything was engulfed in chaos. Nothing could be seen clearly. Gradually, a distorted sphere began to take shape inside a room. Kana stared in amazement at the sphere and said, Mario, this is unbelievable. The water rifts in the world have disappeared. Indeed, there are no more water rifts on the sphere now. In that moment, among 10 billion worlds, the administrator Elpis was in a room with two people, one standing and one sitting. Elpis quietly spoke to the other. Ariak Subaru, he spoke each word very slowly. Then asked, what about him? Is he out cold? An absolute body created by us administrators. The other person interrupted Elpis. Did he destroy it? Vanquish sat quietly calling out Subaru, his hands clenched tightly as he silently thought, anger and unexpected strength. Thinking that, he muttered a few words, Sawa. Just then Elpis shouted angrily. Vanquish, do you understand the gravity of what you have done? What he destroyed was the storage of billions of worlds, and since I became an administrator, there has never been anyone like him. What is he? Unbelievable, Elpis said in astonishment. Unexpectedly, he then broke into a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Absolutely brilliant. Vanquish heard this but remained silent. The scene shifts to another place. Subaru hovers in the air, looking up at the clear blue sky and muttering, Sihaka, the weather is beautiful, is not it? Then he suddenly lowers his head and glances down below, where there is a huge pit and some of his teammates are standing. After a while, Subaru flew down below and softly called Seiya's name, Siha. She looked at Subaru and spoke in a choked voice. Lord Subaru, what should I do now? Just saying this made tears well up in her eyes. Sihaka. Sia's tears could no longer be held back and fell uncontrollably. Miss Sihaka's gone, she said in great pain. Seeing this, Subaru hesitated for a moment before saying, Yes. Sihaka, please wait for this body. You could not hold back and tears started to fall. Then both of them opened their mouths and cried like two children. Leonin and Darej stood to the side, bowing their heads in sorrow. On the other side, Zinga quietly called out, Ariak, then he turned and called out again. Shikushima. But now he was clenching his teeth, staring off to one side and muttering, I knew it. Shikishima's eyebrows furrowed tightly, hesitating as if recalling something from ancient studies. But then Zinga called again. Shikushima. And he brushed it off, saying it was nothing and to just gather with the others. The scene shifts to another place, seemingly in the city, where a thin figure struggles forward step by step, breathing heavily with each labored breath. That was Godia, but now she had become very tough and wrinkled. Goesha silently recalled that before escaping the chair, she had split her soul as a precaution and suppressed her power to level 1, yet she was not detected. Damn it. What kind of power is Ariak Subaru using right now? I need to find a way to heal. But as I was walking, Goetia suddenly stopped and cautiously looked ahead. In front of her sat Tetsu on a rock, and upon seeing him, Goetia was so stunned she could not utter a word. Tetsu turned her head toward her and shouted, "Hey, he is holding a golden dagger." Seeing that, Goetia was terrified, her pupils shrank, and she stammered, "Hey Tetsu." Tetsu twirled the dagger in his hand, looked at Goetia, and said, "You are someone who splits souls at the slightest provocation, so I guess you will do the same when backed into a corner." At that moment, Goetia noticed what was in his hand. Startled, she stepped back and stammered, The dagger. The inventory is an item with unlimited capacity given to the administrators. Although it was destroyed and many treasures were lost, the items that were taken out beforehand still exist. Tetsu slowly spoke each word. "The Golden Lord you killed earlier was also reborn through the Phoenix Eye. We name all of that for you." Then Tetsu immediately jumped down and chased after Goetia. She was panicked and terrified, only able to run straight ahead to escape. The legendary S-Rank item, Psalm, returned to the Nija Sea, and by then Tetsu had caught up to her, coldly driving a knife straight into her head. Then Tetsu slowly added one more sentence. "You can only come this far. Return to the sea of collective consciousness." And with that, all parts of Gochi's body fell apart piece by piece, drifting into another dimension. The scene shifts to a place that looks like a galaxy, where Sayaka is happily walking step by step on the common hill. Suddenly, she stops when she sees a person with flowing hair in the distance. The two stood not far apart. The one with the flowing hair was Subaru from the future, deep in thought, seemingly having defeated all the disasters. "Thank you, another Subaru from the future," he muttered. "Like this." While speaking, Subaru suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open in shock as he looked ahead. Subaru immediately turned around to look at Sayaka behind him. "How? Why are you here, Sayaka?" Subaru looked at her with surprise and emotion. Sayaka smiled brightly as she stepped forward to greet him cheerfully. Then she grinned widely with open arms and asked, "Are you another Subaru, right? I wanted to see you. You chose to stay in this lonely place and follow us. Thank you. You really are an amazing person." And the more she spoke, the more tears welled up in Subaru's eyes. "We won. Just like you said." And as she spoke, Sayaka's eyes sparkled brightly. "I won't let you be lonely anymore." Subaru's tears streamed down his face. Then Sayaka ran over and hugged him, praising Subaru for doing well. They held hands tightly, full of unity and warmth. At that moment Subaru softly whispered, "Well done." Sayaka's eyes glistened with emotion. The two stood in a vast space like the galaxy, holding hands tightly as the scene shifted to Subaru's homeland. At that moment, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A golden mechanical voice announced, "You have received the privilege of the departed family." The remnants of the dark sun transformed into a brilliant golden light in the night sky, inheriting the skills and traits that Sayaka Amamiya possessed. He glanced at his hand and muttered, "Sayaka." Seeing that, Sayaka silently stared at Subaru. Just then, she suddenly seemed to sense something and paused. Then both Leon and Indar Etcher sensed something and turned around to look. Sayaka sat down uncomfortably, observing everything around her. In the clear sky, countless eyes suddenly appeared wide open. Seeing this, Sayaka gritted her teeth and said, "Administrator. Lord Subaru." Then she glanced behind her. Subaru had somehow disappeared without a trace. Sayaka cried out in worry, "Lord Subaru." Shikushima and Jinga ran over to ask her, "Sayaka, why are you in the human world?" Sayaka immediately shouted, "Shikushima, Lord Subaru has disappeared. It seems he has been cornered." She was extremely worried. Upon hearing this, the administrator, Jinga, and Shikushima were stunned into silence. At this moment, pairs of eyes still hovered in the sky, watching the city below, but just moments later the sky cleared again, revealing that what everyone saw before was just an illusion. The scene shifts to Vanquish's place. He looks at the control panel and grits his teeth, saying, "Subaru." Then Vanquish immediately turns his head and calls out, "Hey Elpis." Before he could say anything, he heard his voice, the dragon mage. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." Elpis was now fully prepared and eager to set off. He said cheerfully, "We will go to the world administrator managing Ariak Subaru's realm. Otherwise he will be killed." "Who is that?" "I see. That is tough." Vanquish hesitated for a moment then asked, "What about our cooperation?" Elpis laughed confidently and replied, "I accept your offer. We will rescue Ariak Subaru," he said with a smirk. Vanquish across from him remained silent. Right after Goichi's death, she fell beneath Tetsu's blade. In another world, the Golden Kingdom, a battle is currently unfolding there. Denta laughed as she looked down. Violet also grinned and said, "Good, it is not over yet. You have to play with me until you die." Then she fell down, but suddenly Violet was startled by something. Seeing this, Denta asked, "What is wrong?" She spoke in a low, astonished voice. "The flame you gave me has gone out. Could it be that this is—" Just then, another voice rang out, "You saw it too?" Aurelian, and upon hearing this, she looked in that direction and asked, Denta replied that the teleport gate has not connected to the coordinates for a while, so could it be that he really died? B-Front wondered aloud. Hearing this, Denta felt uneasy and thought, those Aric people must have succeeded. But with their current strength, how could that be possible? Well, anyway. I do not know what he was thinking, asking if we should keep fighting. Violet smiled after a moment and said, let us stop. There is no way forward. It is a strange company, but at least it is a good way to kill time. At that moment, B-Front raised his hand and said, I surrender. Oh no, I am unemployed now. What am I supposed to do from now on? He said sadly. Just then, B-Front suddenly shouted as a beam of light shot straight into him from behind. Seeing that, both Violet and Denta were shocked. B-Front was hit by the surprise attack but still smiled as he tried to speak before his body vanished. Joking with himself, watching him disappear, Violet smiled and waved goodbye. Bye-bye B-Front. Only Denta asked wide-eyed. You already surrendered but you still finished it off. Are you taking out your anger on the wrong target? That is not like you at all. Down below, there is someone standing with their hand extended behind them. It seems like they were the one who struck B-Front earlier. Denta looked at Killam's furious face and said Killam made the move. Then Killam furrowed his brows and muttered, in this world, the weak are doomed to perish. It is that simple, and with that, he turned and walked away. Seeing that, Violet clutched her stomach and burst out laughing, scared out of her wits, while Denta was still confused. Asking Killam, at that moment, he had already stepped through a gate leading to another place. Then Denta looked down at Lewis and asked, Hey Blondie, what is going on? But she did not answer and remained silent. The scene shifted to where Killam had just stepped through the gate, walking while recalling a saying from his master. I have grasped it, another consciousness of my master, said Sika. Killam looked into the space where she once stood and spoke to him. He furrowed his brow and muttered Sika's name. Just then, someone sitting at a nearby table called out to Killam. Loy then, execute the Demon King. I have already seen what happened to Sika through the window. Drink up, consider it a farewell to the girl, said the Demon Emperor. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth and turned to look at him. At that moment Diamond also stepped through the gate with a teasing look saying, pour me a glass. Killam hesitantly asked who is the master. After picking up the glass she angrily recounted, I really should not have pulled that Vanquish out. Blocking this damn battle. I just can't stand any of this. Killam also held a glass of wine in hand, silently listening to Diamond. But it seemed the more she spoke, the angrier she became. That bastard. I will punch him to death when he shows his face again. The person Diamond he mentioned was Vanquish, who was somewhere at that moment. The scene shifts to the administrator Elpis's seat. Vanquish walks behind Elpis and asks, Elpis, what kind of person is that order member who took Subaru? After listening, he thinks for a moment and replies, a jerk, both spoiled and stubborn. He probably does not get along with people. He did not understand what he said. What do you mean? But Elpis suddenly pointed to a door ahead and cheerfully shouted, found it. Let us go. He seemed very excited to set off to find Subaru, to the seat of order or whatever it was called. Seeing that, Vanquish gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Subaru still can't die yet. The scene shifts to another place. Subaru is standing in a very strange land. The administrator, the seat of order, he looks around and stammers, wondering, where is this place? Then he quietly reflected and recalled that he had clearly been fighting Goetia earlier. After that, he defeated her. Subaru remembered Goetia disappearing. Meeting C. She cried deeply over Sika's situation. Then, could it be? Subaru recalled the giant eyes appearing in the city's sky. Am I dead? He shuddered at the thought of this possibility. Just then, a voice shouted out, startling Subaru awake. Where am I? I have no idea what the hell is going on, said Lexi, who seemed extremely angry, saying just now I was fighting the Kerma invaders. Or maybe I stepped on a teleport trap. Then Lexi stepped closer to Subaru and asked sharply, who are you? Subaru honestly replied, hello, I'm Eric Subaru. She snapped back, no, I mean why is it you? Where are my teammates? Just then, another voice rang out behind the two of them. Who knows who it was? She spoke loudly, causing a disturbance, and asked, who are you? The speaker was the demon bitch Trongon. He glared angrily around and cursed. Damn it. What kind of place is this to kneel? If I am not mistaken, I am soloing to capture the abyss. Just then, another person stepped forward and said in a drawn-out voice, hey, where's my treasure? This person was the demon god Siger Edelgard. Lexi and Jongun said in unison. Another one. At that moment Subaru quietly thought to himself, everyone here must be top players. Then he hesitantly asked them, hey, did you all suddenly get brought to this place too? Hearing that, Lexi replied, so that is why I was wondering who you are. Jongun also asked, so you got caught up in this too? Siger then asked, where is this place? Just then, a person dressed in ceremonial robes approached. He stepped slowly closer to where they were and said, everyone is here now. Welcome to my domain. This is the administrator. Seeing that, Lexi finally asked cautiously, who is it this time? Only then did he realize something was going on. Don't recognize me in this form, the administrator said as he raised his hand to create a crack. Then he enlarged the crack into a giant eye and said, Administrator, I call it chat too. Subaru was startled and clenched his teeth in disbelief. Lexi was also shocked to realize that the eye appearing in the crack was staring intently at him. Murmuring, could it be? Only Siegel looked curious without thinking much. Subaru opened his eyes wide and was about to say, he is before he could finish. Chat 2 interrupted them, explaining the reason for inviting everyone here. I will explain the details later, but for now, I will give you the conclusion. From this moment on, you must make your choice. Either become my subordinate executor, or disappear forever along with your world. Choose one of the two. Everyone in Subaru's group landed at the same time in front of Didape. Lexi glanced at the person next to her and saw Subaru step forward, shouting that bastard is the manager. Sweat was pouring down his face as he clenched his teeth, silently realizing that by using the celestial clock, he had turned his world into ruins. Subaru looked at the person standing before him and firmly concluded that he was the source of all this evil. He led the charge, with the others rushing toward Didape at the same time. Subaru's gleaming sword swung high before slowly descending straight at him. Didape clasped his hands behind his back, standing still with a calm expression, and shouted, Stop. The images of everyone in Subaru's group all became blurry after his shout. Didape praised them, truly the strongest from different worlds. Not a single wasted move. He clapped his hands together, then signaled, All right. Immediately, the 4 people standing before Didape were teleported to 4 different positions surrounding him. Subaru furrowed his brows tightly and whispered to himself that he was being forcibly teleported through space. Didape stood in the center and spoke, To everyone present here, even if you may already know, I will remind you, a time clock has been set up in 10 billion different worlds, appointing you as participants in the game, along with managing and operating the system. With 9 people assigned, Didape turned his gaze to the side and introduced himself, saying he was in charge of about 1.6 billion worlds, including yours. Subaru turned his head and repeated his words, the ruler of 10 billion worlds next. The soldiers here gritted their teeth tightly. I have always wanted to meet you. The questions I want to ask you are as high as mountains. His face was full of excitement as he asked, Why did you force us to join the game? What is the purpose? The glasses on his face reflected the light, making them glare. Didape rubbed his chin thoughtfully and answered bluntly, Simply put, it is to warm up our universe. Lexi heard his words and angrily shouted, Huh. Didape asked them back, Do you know about the concept of the heat death of the universe? Lexi replied, No. And Rangwan? Like her, exclaimed one word, No. Didape suddenly raised his hand. Of course, although not entirely accurate, I will explain it simply. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the scene around them completely changed. With a large ceiling above and an incredibly magnificent crystal chandelier hanging, the 4 people in Subaru's group were neatly seated on both sides of the long table in front of Didape. Subaru glanced around, thinking to himself, Move again. Rangwan teased, You can do everything. Huh. Didape's voice echoed through the space. Imagine the entire universe is inside the porcelain cup in his hand. Siegel closed his eyes and pressed his hand against the cup, exclaiming how warm it was. Subaru did not follow suit, just silently stared at him. Didape bowed his head and glanced at the cup in his hand, the inside of the cup still warm for now. His eyes widened as if pondering something, but then he let go, letting the porcelain cup fall, and with the passage of time, the warmth inside gradually faded. The cup, after spinning several times in the air, finally rolled on the ground and would eventually become cold. Lexi, sitting at the table on the other side, raised a hand to support his chin, and of course, that was inevitable. Didape's next words made her hand holding the cup freeze. What if the same thing happened to the universe? Lexi's face went pale, the water in the cup rippled, and his voice reached their ears. If left unchecked, the stars will gradually die and the universe will lose its heat, ultimately leading to complete desolation by absolute zero. Didape stood tall and declared, Of course, that is a matter of a distant future, but we are an eternal existence. Jongwon and Saigo just sat silently listening to him, so Didape's also reached Subaru and Lexi across from him, saying we established this system to prevent something that will happen someday. The system steals soul energy from your universe to warm ours. That is the nature of the game. Lexi glared, her face showing a calm disbelief. She jumped up from her seat. Wait a minute. That explanation just now, Lexi directly pointed out the hidden meaning in his words. Did I just hear that we can live comfortably? But you guys force us to slaughter each other. Didape made no attempt to hide it and admitted frankly, Yes, I believe you understood correctly. Lexi, having received the answer, said nothing more and stood there stunned for a moment. I do not know how much time passed, but she shouted with all her might. Just because of something like that, where do those pirates get the right to do that? Didape recounted, Hey, an executor named Goetia, incredibly powerful under my command, is no longer here. Subaru stopped, Not understanding why he was bringing this up, Didape waved his hand and stated his purpose. I need a replacement. But not just anyone, which is why I invited you all. He analyzed that everyone here shares a common trait. All are powerful participants from their own worlds. First is the hero Lexi Welling, the strongest in world number 317,892,234, or at least someone who has experience defeating an executor, like the second person. Ma Bitch Trongoon, the strongest in world number 1,270,015,015, all undeniable talents, like the third person. Mathan Sigo Adelga, the strongest in world number 893,701,049. Disapply announced that we will take at least one of you as an executor under our authority, and the last candidate is the sovereign Ariak Subaru, the strongest in world number 1,188,943,663. Lexi's whole body radiated an oppressive power as she thought, do you really believe we will obediently listen after such an explanation? Disapply remained calm. I do not care about your wishes. It is a pity you do not understand. But this is a decision we have made. Lexi blinked. Her whole body stiffened, frozen in place. She clenched her teeth and spoke each word without will. Lexi exploded with frustration and shouted curses at your selfishness. While many in my world, my comrades, have sacrificed their lives, even my family, Disapply's eyes were cold and indifferent as he replied, I do not know about that. Lexi raised her sword, charging right in front of him while shouting, die. Saiger, Jongwon, and Subaru were all too stunned to react, only able to stand by the table and watch them. Jongwon shouted anxiously, warning Lexi to step back, asking if she had forgotten what he just said, that her world would be erased. When Lexi's hand was just a short distance from Disapply, he kissed and said, stop, she screamed in pain, her image gradually becoming blurry and unclear. Disapply ordered again, cancel. As Lexi's body slowly began to vanish, Subaru gasped in shock, silently thinking, that is. Saiger squinted, his mind drifting into a haze amid everything happening. Jongwon thought to himself, it has gone beyond the very concept of power. He cursed, damn it. Subaru looked at Lexi fading away on the other side, helplessly wondering what else he could do. His eyes shot a beam of power toward the two of them, then shouted loudly, stop now. Subaru's energy surged through the erasure process Disapply was using on Lexi, restoring her completely without a single scratch. Jongwon widened his eyes in shock at the scene. Disapply thought to himself, Ariak Subaru, you really can interfere with the system. Saiger's face was also filled with confusion. Behind Disapply's glasses, his eyes narrowed slightly, radiating danger, and only for him. I will. Subaru's eyes became blurred by his power. He let out a scream, but when he looked down, he saw his body was still intact and thought to himself, was it only replaced for a moment? When he looked down, Subaru realized that half of his arm had disappeared, and the vanishing was still ongoing. Disapply stood in front of him, calling his name. Ariak Subaru, his hand pointed forward and said, finish your life with care. Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to do anything else, glaring as his body dissolved. Suddenly, a foot appeared from nowhere, blocking Disapply's power. Vanquish and Elpa stepped out from the space tier, smiling at him, greeting him warmly. Long time no see. Disapply. Disapply was slightly stunned. A stranger, Elpa smiled confidently, saying, I am here to crash the party. When Disapply clearly saw his face, his lips twitched as he called out a name, Elpis. Vanquish and Elpa stepped out from the spatial water stain, blocking Disapply's path. Subaru on this side saw the person behind and gasped, calling out, Vanquish. He heard the call and tilted his head. Subaru, his gaze sharp as his arm disappeared. Vanquish spoke, wondering if it was a close call. Jongwon beside him looked at those standing in front and muttered, hey. He frowned, catching Lazy's body while thinking to himself, who exactly are these people? Jongwon recalled everything that had happened. My name is Baek Jongwon and right now I am deeply immersed. My name is Baek Jongwon, and to repeat for the second time, I am a private detective living in Pico Spirit State, under the protection of the Golden Dragon, and also the strongest player in the world. I was investigating the manager at the request of an organization on the road. I encountered the executor and defeated him in a fierce battle. The deeper I followed the clues, the more I found myself trapped in a labyrinth called Abyss, fighting monsters inside it. Then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, I was thrown here. And then, the people I met here were the three strongest players from different universes. I could definitely feel a power comparable to mine from all three of them. The one who appeared next was the Disapply manager, whose power surpassed all natural laws. Even if the four strongest joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. What kind of nonsense is it to repair their universe and let the weak be plundered as if it is natural? It is infuriating just to hear. But there is no way to defeat the multiverse ruler. The soldier looked at those standing before him and thought to himself, so who exactly are these people? He then turned his gaze to Subaru. The first one, the power opposing the manager. The soldier caught Lacey's body with both hands to prevent her from being erased. He then shifted his gaze to Vanquish and Elpis, who also tore through the manager's space and slipped inside. The soldier cursed under his breath. Damn it, just meeting the manager here has already thrown everything into chaos. He looked at Subaru, and the others radiating immense power, silently lamenting how quickly the situation had changed. Meanwhile, Daidibly gritted his teeth and asked, Elpis, what exactly do you want? Elpis smiled with amusement and replied, I told you I came to cause trouble. Just wait a little longer. He barely finished speaking before quickly turning to the side and calling out, Ariak Subaru, do you know who I am? Subaru was still a bit dazed. He recalled a scene from earlier when Vanquish said he was going to meet a friend who was a manager. So this must be the guy, Subaru said uncertainly, a manager who could become an ally. Elpis admitted with amusement. Exactly. I heard you are not very smart, but it seems your mind is sharp despite lacking much knowledge. Subaru looked at Vanquish and repeated Elpis's words, saying he heard that he was not smart, but Vanquish shook his head repeatedly, raising his hand to deny it. No, Subaru. You misunderstood. I meant it in a good way. Yes, in a good way. Subaru did not believe him at all. Not smart and still meant well. Elpis smiled as he recounted. I saw you destroy the inventory of the entire universe and defeat Goska. Truly fascinating. All right. He raised a finger, one eye turning hazy, wondering what we should do about this situation. Vanquish startled and asked him, Hey, were not you here to save Subaru? Elpis' eyes changed, becoming terrifying as he shouted, Shut your mouth, you dragon demon. A tremendous force erupted from within him, engulfing the entire room. Sigo was stunned and frozen in place by the overwhelming power. The troops were also affected, gritting their teeth to endure, thinking to themselves, what kind of damn pressure is this? If they did not force themselves to breathe, they might even forget to do it. Elpis stepped forward to face Subaru and said, Now I am asking. Subaru-kun, what do you want to do? Vanquish angrily cursed. Bastard. When suddenly a calming voice came from beside him. Do not worry. Vanquish, hearing the call, he quickly regained his composure. Subaru parted his lips and said, I can answer that myself. He looked at the person in front of him, said seriously, the only thing I can do right now is ask for your help. The soldiers supporting Lacey and Sigo nearby all heard Subaru's plea. Save me, Elpis. Vanquish and Disapply were also stunned when they heard him say that. Only Elpis grinned excitedly. Still a virgin, so what exactly does that mean? Subaru added, Please help me escape from here. I still can't defeat the manager. Can't beat Disapply. Elpis' eyes focused on the two words. Still not. Subaru took a few steps closer to him and whispered, This time I will run. Your face. So close. Twisted wildly as you said. Like one day. Definitely. Disapply stood there, a few dots appearing above his head, showing he did not know how to react. Dongquan was also at a loss for words. This guy is really something. Saiger commented. Truly foolish. Vanquish chuckled twice, holding back, while Elpis bowed his head to hide his laughter. Damn. Subaru's confused face could not keep up with everyone's reactions when suddenly someone called out loudly. Disapply. Elpis raised his hand and made a request. Ariak Subaru, allow me to adopt him. Disapply was startled, mouth agape, asking him if he was crazy and who gave him the right to act so freely. Elpis stretched out both hands, trying to negotiate, saying, Come on, let us talk a bit. Even though it is about adoption, it is actually, speaking of which, no one in the room could hear the next sentences he said. Disapply, understanding his intention, also used the same way of speaking to communicate with Elpis. When Elpis replied to Disapply, it was also a sound no one could hear. Subaru looked at the two of them and asked curiously, Vanquish, what are those two talking about, and does that even count as talking? He explained that they were compressing the information and speaking at a super high speed, a speed we could not catch. After some time, Disapply also spoke again at a normal pace, saying he understood. He gave orders to the person in front of him, but the person must take responsibility to explain to the other managers. Elpis agreed comfortably. Of course, I hope others no longer hold grudges like you. Disapply affirmed. I have nothing to hold against either. Elpis's face lit up as he pointed this way, then said, Okay, that is settled for now. I will keep Subaru rolled up under my chair. Subaru, expressionless, hugged one arm and replied, Thank you. Disapply asked again, Wait a minute, you are also a candidate to replace the executive Goska. So what do you plan to do about that? Elpis immediately perked up when he mentioned it. He looked like he had just discovered something. Elpis pointed at Siegel sitting on the chair and said, Hey you, do you want to become the new executor? When she was called, she pointed to herself to confirm. Disapply looked at Siegel. That girl. Elpis commented, Yes, from what I see, she is someone only interested in exploration, which suits her well. Siegel closed her eyes, leaned back in the chair, and agreed with them. All right, I will do it. Though I do not really care much about what happens to the world anyway. Donghyun asked her, is that really okay? Siegel looked at him and replied, it is fine. Elpis smiled happily. Congratulations to the new executor. Disciple squinted, having no more objections. Fine then. Before following Elpis and Vanquish into the space hole to leave, Subaru turned around and pointed at Donghyun and Lacey behind him. Elpis, I want to help those two too. Elpis followed his wish and called out. Whatever works. Disciple, letting them go with me is fine too. He closed his eyes and replied, do whatever you want. Subaru leaned over so Donghyun could carry Lacey on his back and step into the space hole first, silently telling himself as he walked. Saved now. Someone called your name. Ariak Subaru. Subaru looked toward the sound. Facing Disciple, who said one last thing like a farewell. See you again. Subaru replied with a simple word. Yeah. Then he stepped into the space rift, which slowly closed and finally disappeared without a trace. A group of people walked down a long corridor, countless clocks beneath their feet. Subaru looked around curiously. Is this Elpis' domain? He sincerely looked at the person ahead and said, thank you, Elpis. It is because of you that I was saved. Elpis replied cryptically. I have not really helped yet. Subaru stopped in his tracks. Looking up for a moment, Elpis turned around smiling and touched the hat on his head. The real challenge to help him is just beginning now. Meanwhile, over here, Disciple clasped his hands behind his back and led Siegel to a place. Elpis. Things are getting complicated again. He stopped in front of a person dressed in white, wearing a mask with a strange eye. Shouted once. Then Disciple gave the order to start preparing for the challenge. Gather all the managers. He stared ahead and declared, we need Ariak Subaru to conquer the Celestial Clock. The war faction stands to save the world, introducing the final power of the Celestial Clock. At this time in Japan, inside a large conference room of the New Player Federation building, Shikushima voices his opinion. We still do not know Subaru's whereabouts, even with help from another world. It seems Shibu, despite the connection, still could not see anything. At that moment, Shibu bowed his head sadly and said, I am sorry I could not be of help, if I can't see Subaru. Then the theory that he was cornered by the manager makes sense. Upon hearing these assessments, Shikushima and Siegel fell silent at the news. Then Shibu continued with the hypothesis he knew. If my father fails to convince his familiar manager, then both my father and Subaru might not return, which would be the worst-case scenario. Hearing the story, Luyan could not help but worry, is it really such a terrible situation? Miss Tetsu coldly warned him, dead. Hearing that, Luyan was startled and exclaimed, Hyodu. She clearly spoke in metaphor, yet Tetsu replied calmly, long-winded talk is meaningless. But at this moment, Jinga said something more positive. There is no death. He touched the cage full of hope, because the connection between Ariak and us was not broken yet. Shikushima guessed that distance probably did not apply to souls. Then Tetsu analyzed, meaning Ariak was still alive, but for now we could only wait. Staying here any longer would just be a waste of time. Suddenly Subaru appeared and replied to that. Do not be so harsh. Hyodu. Tetsu glanced over with no emotion at all. Shikushima was so shocked he was speechless, while Jinga and Seiya sweated, still not understanding what was happening here. Then Renji spoke up. That is right. Hyodu-kun. And Echo continued. I know what you are thinking, Hyodu. Tetsu's face was burning red. Lion said, you are really bad, Hyodu. Kira also said, who do you think you are, Hyodu? But Shikushima suddenly shouted, no, no, no. Look quickly. Look carefully. Subaru. He stared silently at me in confusion. Subaru smiled and scratched his head, saying, I am back. Cut to the workers coming out of the dumping site. Everyone is starting to repair it. Yes. Thanks to your power, both Goetia and the water stains have disappeared, and the gates around the world have been reduced to a countable number. Shikushima continued. The remaining thing is the celestial clock. It shows the time as 3 hours 41 minutes and 22 seconds. Subaru stared tensely for a moment before saying, yes. At this moment, Elpis' manager seat Subaru panicked, accepting the challenge. Elpis replied, yes. The challenge, or in other words, the conquest trial. He continued, all new rare species must go through this. Subaru wondered. Rare species. Elpis began to explain that among the players, special souls that rarely appear are called rare species, all sharing the ability to bypass part of the game's rules. Heroes are 10 times stronger than humanity's enemies. Companions like the Ex Machina Disc and demon gods are 10 times stronger than heroes, with the power to influence space and time, becoming a demon king. In 8 cases do not realize it themselves. Prophets see the future and attract fateful conflicts. Demons grant kinship and share skills 10 times stronger than dragons. The manager calls it a breakthrough. Subaru's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, breakthrough. Lacey still did not quite understand and asked, so that means death, right? Elvis replied, the power of rare species is definitely strong, so we turn those who can use it into enforcers, and kill those who can we integrate the rare species into the system and control them. Then Lacey asked again, so you mean you know how to turn them into features? Huh. Are you game developers? I do not understand any of this. Elvis explained. Currently almost all rare species have been analyzed and countermeasures planned, so whether they become heroes or demons, they want to be killed without a chance to resist. However, the new species is a different matter. Ariak Subaru, you are a rare species called the Proud Lord, and your power is likely system level because you destroyed the inventory of all 10 billion universes and erased every trace, Lexi exclaimed in surprise. Seriously, destroying the universe's inventory. Then Elvis opened the system panel, showing the word error, inventory cannot be used, and the demon in the army said, the inventory really is not showing up, Lexi cried out loud. Joking, all the rare items I collected. Subaru shouted, sorry. Really sorry, then Lexi blame. Hey you, can't you do anything? Elvis just replied. No idea. Then he continued, what he destroyed was the core of the inventory. If the body and soul die, the guardian will die too, and no matter what, it can't be recovered. Lexi cried out in despair, no. Hearing this, the soldier immediately argued, but compared to other rare species, does not that savior's ability seem a bit unconventional? Elvis replied, that is right, that is also why Did It Apply was so impatient, because as soon as the other teammates realized, they would immediately want to pull Subaru-kun back to their side. Subaru was confused, so he was panicking like that. Elvis replied, yes, exactly, but as managers, they have to handle everything properly. Right? Normally, Subaru-kun and his universe should be erased to be safe. Lexi assessed, you guys are really extremists. Elvis continued explaining, that panic created a loophole. Would not it be bad to erase a species without everyone's consent? Now comes the main issue. We need you to conquer the celestial clock that has been transformed into Mi-kung. Subaru-kun. The soldiers were puzzled. Conquer the celestial clock. Lexi was even more confused. What exactly is that? Elvis explained that it is not just about clearing it. All the managers will observe your conquest process. Based on what they see, a vote will decide whether Subaru-kun's world continues to exist, and the troops realized, oh, so that is why it is named that way. Elvis said. If successful, Subaru-kun's existence will be protected, and above all, that world will be freed from the game. It is not a bad thing. Right, the Legion has a bad feeling about it, even from the conditions alone. Lexi turned to ask, hey, there is probably no way out, but the soldier felt something was off. Subaru was grinding his teeth in frustration. Seeing that, Elvis asked, you do not seem convinced. Do you? Are you really going to let all your efforts to persuade me? Vanquish, go to waste. Actually, it is okay if you refuse the challenge. However, you will die right here, Elvis said as he gradually disappeared, along with the surrounding space changing. Elvis said, that is a difficult choice. What are you dissatisfied with? The troops squinted, trying to observe, but their souls had already vanished. Just seeing the form was enough to be like this. How could they possibly fight someone like this? What exactly are you trying to say? Ariak, Subaru spoke up angrily, only saying things that favored the manager. If we pass the trial, we will be spared. So why does the manager have the right to decide the fate of another world? Why should we be grateful for what you say and obey it? How our world ends is not something for you to decide. The spiral kept spinning without any response. It was then that Vanquish let out a strange laugh. Crew. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha, this is truly interesting, Subaru called out confused. Vanquish. He continued, no matter how strong the opponent is, if you are not interested, you do not have to follow them. Do what you like, Subaru. If you want to run, I will go with you. If you want to fight, I will die with you. At that moment, Vanquish spoke up, and after thinking it over, it made sense. Lacey added, I am on the side too. Vanquish said, I will show you, and Lacey shouted, I will keep you quiet. Ariak, surprised by everyone's support, Subaru then looked at them tensely. Two stubborn kids, with Elpis now standing right beside him, that startled him. Elpis continued, just stay calm and listen. Although you are still a bit inexperienced, you are right, it is better than fools blindly obeying. There is no other way, so I will concede. Just consider that you need to participate in the conquest session as my request. If you win, you will receive a reward. That should be enough, right? Vanquish sighed and asked, why did not you just give in from the start? Elpis replied, all right, is there a nose here or what? That is strange. Then he said, okay, about the reward. Hearing this, Shikushima was startled and exclaimed, huh. Subaru explained, the conquest challenge has 4 rounds and you can bring up to 4 teammates. But if you lose 1 round, you lose everything. Shikushima penned. Wait. The rules are important, but did not you just say something terrible? Subaru replied, oh, the reward. It seems like anything is possible. Promised in the name of Elpis's manager, as long as it is within his ability. He will make it happen.